Lin Sen gazed at Chen Yuro standing before him, a look of astonishment mixed with faint suspicion in his eyes. She was alluring, with promises of a lavish betrothal gift, a 200-square-meter luxury apartment, a high-end car, and even the deed to the property bearing only his name. Her fair and tender skin was covered in kiss marks. Both of them had left those wild traces. A flash of confusion and doubt passed through Lin Sen's mind as he tried to piece together her face in his memory. They had only known each other for a short time but had already shared multiple passionate encounters. He gently patted the vacant space beside him, signaling for her to sit down, leaning her back against his chest. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his expression grew complicated. His tone was steady, yet cautious, as he said, "The dowry isn't an issue, nor are the kisses. But we've known each other for too short a time. It's too soon to talk about marriage." His thoughts drifted back to a few days earlier. Late at night, he had accidentally stepped on an uncovered manhole and fell headfirst into the darkness. When he woke up, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar world. Alone and helpless, he was fortunate to be rescued by a group of kind-hearted policewomen who even arranged for him to attend Bin Hai University. In this strange new life, he could only claim to have amnesia, the only thing he was sure of being his age, 18. This world, called Blue Planet, had an extremely skewed gender ratio, 1 man for every 188 women. Men were as rare as treasures, and the societal structure was reversed. Women were the breadwinners, while men were considered trophies. On the first day of school, the principal stood before all the male students and laid out the harsh realities. You may have reached adulthood, but your minds are not yet mature. Temptation is everywhere, and behind sweet words lie traps. Even if you think you're ordinary looking, you'll still become a target of pursuit. You must always protect yourselves and not give in lightly. The principal's gaze shifted directly to Lin San, emphasizing sternly, "Especially those of you who are particularly handsome. The danger for you is even greater." The entire crowd's eyes turned toward Lin San, filled with envy and jealousy. Feeling as though he was facing a formidable foe, Lin San grew increasingly alert. The principal continued earnestly, "The outside world is harsh. Though you're free, you must always be cautious. Protecting yourself is the top priority." Lin San took a deep breath, suppressing the storm of emotions within him. The world outside was just beginning to unfold. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound echoed in Lin Sen's mind. *** system initialized successfully. ***. The system announced, "From now on, every week you will automatically gain 1 point of physical improvement. No need to train or take supplements, you will grow stronger simply by lying still. By the time you turn 19, your endurance and other capabilities will reach their peak, and hidden achievements will unlock. Not to mention gaining an exceptional learning ability, with efficiency increased 30-fold. Additionally, it has gifted you master-level skills in photography and music. Your abilities are skyrocketing to an exhilarating level." The bell signaling the end of class rang as Lin Sen gathered his books and stepped out of the classroom. The hallway instantly fell into an eerie silence, with countless eyes locking onto him like spotlights. Girls froze mid-step, some even spilling their milk tea without noticing. The sound of heavy swallowing echoed, and whispers grew into a buzz. Exclamations broke out. "His looks are unreal. His skin is like freshly sprouted leaves. So radiant. Which department is he in? I need to find out." A campus heartthrob like him must already be targeted by the richest girls or the most popular ones. We don't stand a chance. When he glanced at me earlier, I swear my heart stopped. Lin Sen's back tingled as he felt the predatory stares on him. The scene was so bizarre. It was as if he were an innocent lamb accidentally wandering into a pack of ravenous wolves. Instinctively, he raised his shirt collar, trying to shield his graceful neck. But this only provoked more girls to take out their phones and snap pictures relentlessly. Just as he quickened his pace to escape, a red-haired girl boldly blocked his path. She leaned against the wall in a half-squatting posture, exuding a dominating aura as she stared him down. "I'm Zhang Meng from the sports department. Want to get to know each other? She asked, full of confidence. Lin Sen was startled and hesitated before brushing her off with the excuse, I didn't bring my phone. But Zhang Meng's eyebrow arched with interest, her confidence seemingly growing. Then just give me your dorm number. I can bring you supper tonight. The surrounding girls erupted into cheers, casting envious and jealous glances toward Zhang Meng. Lin San felt a sharp pang, as if he were being pestered by a rogue scoundrel. With firmness, he rejected her. No need, thank you. Without looking back, he broke through the crowd and hurried toward the stairs. Behind him, sighs and whispers rose like waves, surrounding him with frenzied energy. Yet his heart remained resolute. The sunlight bathed the campus in its golden glow as Lin San quickly left the academic building. His cheeks burned as though scorched by fire. Moving like the wind, he weaved through the thronging masses on campus. He had come to understand, when a guy ventured out in this world, he not only had to protect himself but also carry the tools to defend against potential threats. On his way, a few girls attempted to approach him, their appearances ranging from ordinary to above average. However, under Lin Sen's discerning gaze, none of them seemed particularly remarkable. Maintaining a cold, impassive expression, he rejected each attempt at conversation. It was as though he flicked away insignificant specks of dust with every rebuff. As he neared the entrance of the cafeteria, a faint, elegant scent of jasmine washed over him. There stood a girl in a white dress, quietly poised like a blossoming lily under the sunlight. Her skin was flawless, her features delicate and refined. She opened her mouth, her voice crisp, carrying a trace of shyness as she introduced herself. She was Su Qianqian from the art department, captivated by Lin Sen's extraordinary temperament. Lin Sen briefly scanned the glowing 92 points label on her appearance. His demeanor softened slightly as he pulled out his phone and allowed her to scan his QR code. Su Qianqian's, her face instantly flushed red, the surge of joy almost making her clumsy with excitement. After a quick chat, she repeatedly stole glances at the handsome guy she had just added to her contacts. Realizing this opportunity was too good to miss, Lin Sen watched her leave, sighing inwardly. Indeed, a charming appearance was the most powerful weapon. The scene shifted to the first cafeteria at Binhai University. It was the lunchtime rush, and the place was bustling with people. Lin Sen headed straight for the free window dedicated to male students, where there was almost no need to queue. The cafeteria auntie, upon seeing him, greeted him with a warm smile and piled his tray high with generous portions of braised pork and chicken legs. She kindly reminded him, "Eat more, and if it's not enough, come back and find me." Lin Sen's lips curved slightly, appreciating this special treatment. As soon as he sat down, a heavy shadow fell across the table in front of him. A girl dressed in black with a captivating demeanor spoke up. Her features were exquisite, her almond-shaped eyes deep and piercing. Her name was Qin Meng, with an appearance rating of 91, standing at 171 centimeters tall, projecting an undeniable presence. Lin Sen responded calmly, "Senior, is there something you need?" Between the two of them, a story was only just beginning. Lin Sen's gaze faintly shifted back, swallowing the bite of food in his mouth, his expression remaining indifferent. In the cafeteria, the girl Qin Meng propped her chin on one hand, her eyes scanning him like an arrow, unabashed. "You caught my eye. I'd like to get to know you," she said directly, confident and bold. Lin Sen set down his chopsticks, pulled out a napkin, and wiped his mouth. "Lin Sen," he introduced himself. "Lin Sen, that's a nice name." Qin Meng smiled radiantly, handing over her phone. "Add me on WeChat. Little Junior, your senior has plenty of interesting resources on hand." The QR code was scanned, the phone screen flashed, and the friend request was approved. Qin Meng's tone carried a hint of flirtation. "We'll talk tonight." Her movements were composed, her aura commanding. As the vice president of the student council, her authority was evident. However, once she turned a corner out of sight, her expression changed suddenly. Leaning against the wall, she slumped slightly, releasing a deep breath. How could someone be this handsome, Her eyes sparkled, unable to hide her rapid heartbeat, her face tinged with a blush. In her mind, his impeccable contours and unmatched eyelashes replayed, her composure nearly collapsing. Images fluttered through her thoughts, her blush deepening. How much would it cost to marry him? She wrestled with her thoughts, wild ideas growing stronger and more uncontrollable. She swallowed nervously, her gaze complicated. Lin San continued eating quietly as murmurs of envy and admiration swirled from nearby girls. A phone camera discreetly angled at him from the side, its silent shutter clicking occasionally. Lin San turned his glance slightly, and the secret photographer scrambled, her phone almost falling from her hands. Her face turned red as she laughed nervously with her friend. He quickened his pace with lunch, trying to escape the lingering gazes. In the afternoon, he arrived at the lecture hall. His class was unique, spacious like a luxury suite, equipped with leather reclining massage chairs and top-of-the-line computers, with an abundance of snacks and drinks available. Among the students, there were only 2 other male classmates, both ordinary-looking. The department had merely 3 male students, each enjoying the privileges of an exclusive class. The atmosphere among the female students was lively and crowded, while the male students relished peace and quiet. Lin San took his seat, awaiting the start of the class. On the podium, a professor in her 50s, with a kind demeanor, announced softly that today's lesson would shift from the textbook to a screening of a classic romance movie. The 3 male students exchanged bemused glances, occasionally pulling out their phones to check on the usernames of new female contacts. The 2 light-hearted sessions passed quickly, ending with a brief nod exchanged between Lin San and his classmates. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin San's face remained stoic, rejecting several girls' attempts to strike up a conversation. Sensing his disinterest, the girls, as persistent as sharks catching the scent of blood, gradually retreated. At the entrance to the male dormitory, guarded tightly by the security team, the dorm supervisor Aunt Wang efficiently ushered away lingering female students. Upon seeing Lin San, she beamed, warmly inviting him inside while mentioning that fresh flowers had been placed in his room. Stepping into his private apartment, Lin San pushed open the door to room 302. The single-bedroom apartment was fully equipped with high-end furnishings. A leather sofa, a large-screen television, and light floral scents filling the air, creating a serene and comfortable ambience. Sitting down, his phone vibrated. A message from the bank confirmed that his 5,000 yuan monthly allowance had been credited. With free accommodations and meals, plus a steady flow of spending money, the privileges granted to males in this world were unparalleled. 10 minutes later, feeling restless, Lin San stepped out to further familiarize himself with the campus. Wherever he went, groups of girls stirred with excitement, their eyes bright as they eagerly approached him, asking for his WeChat. However, their average looks didn't pique his interest, and their persistence began to wear thin. Just as he was running out of patience, a low engine rumble echoed nearby. A sleek, silver-gray sports car slowly approached. The window rolled down, revealing the striking face of a young woman. Chen Yuruo, 23 years old. Appearance rating, 93. She pushed her sunglasses up, her diamond-studded earrings catching the sunlight. In that moment, her presence became the center of attention. "Excuse me, may I bother you?" A clear, melodious voice rang out in the school pathway. Lin San turned his head to see the silver-gray sports car parked by the roadside. The window lowered gradually, and the refined face of a beautiful woman came into view. "Could you tell me how to get to the first teaching building?" She smiled, her tone carrying a hint of playful innocence. Lin Sen pointed straight ahead. "Go straight, turn left when you see the fountain, then turn right." The woman furrowed her brows slightly, her expression showing just the right amount of puzzled charm. "Left. Turn here, then make a right. I'm kinda bad with directions. All this talk is making me dizzy." The girls passing by silently rolled their eyes. The grand clock tower was visible even from a distance. It clearly wasn't about getting lost but rather an excuse. The beauty tapped lightly on the steering wheel, her shiny red nail polish gleaming under the sunlight. "Hey, handsome boy, could you give me a little help and guide me?" Lin Sen glanced at the luxury car, then at her eyes filled with anticipation. Once, he could only dream of even touching the steering wheel of a luxury car. Now, someone was asking him to sit in the passenger seat. Grinning slightly at the rare opportunity, he opened the car door and got in. The leather seat enveloped him as a faint yet elegant fragrance filled the interior. The sports car roared to life, speeding into the depths of the campus, catching countless admiring and envious glances along the way. Chen Yuro, driving, glanced sideways at him with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Freshman, right?" Lin Sen nodded mildly, adjusting his posture to appear at ease.
I'm Chen Yuro.
"I run a company." She spoke with unshakable confidence. The car came to a steady stop in front of an academic building. With her phone in hand, Chen Yuro raised the screen to reveal a bright QR code. "Add my contact. I'll treat you to a meal someday to thank you for helping me today." Lin Sen didn't hesitate, scanning the code immediately. Chen Yuro watched him walk away, her fingers lightly caressing the steering wheel. What a gem! She didn't rush to leave. Through her rearview mirror, her eyes burned with intensity, full of a possessive desire. As the heir to the Chun Group, she had taken over as general manager of a subsidiary the previous year, known for her decisive and efficient work style. Her visit to Binhai University today was prompted by a single photograph that had haunted her thoughts. A candid shot sent by her co-worker's little sister had made her heart skip a beat. Initially, her intention was just to verify the attraction, but the real thing surpassed the photo's allure. The memory of her unyielding pursuit of her university's most admired male student came flooding back. She realized she could never compare to his unattainable charm back then. At the time, her family wasn't wealthy. Her experience was lacking, competition was fierce, and the admired campus star was cold and arrogant. She couldn't even get close to him. Now, with substantial resources at her disposal, as a self-admitted admirer of good looks, regular men held no appeal for her. And then there was Lin Sen, brimming with potential yet inexperienced in the ways of the world, the perfect moment for her to make her move. Despite her family's wealth spanning over $1 billion, she wouldn't dare underestimate a fellow small fish in possession of hidden potential. After a brief pause, Chen Yuro turned the steering wheel. The sports car drew a graceful curve as it swiftly made a U-turn. V-room. The low growl of the engine hummed as the car glided smoothly to a stop beside Lin Sen. He hesitated mid-step, a flicker of wariness flashing across his eyes. The car window rolled down slowly. Chen Yuro removed her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes enchanting enough to draw souls. Her voice laced with irresistible sweetness that seemed to make even the air sticky. "Lin Sen, wait a moment." Lin Sen stood at a cautious distance, his hands stuffed into his pockets, his guard unmistakable. His wariness only made Chen Yuro's smile more radiant. She leaned slightly forward, revealing a tease of fair skin, and patted the passenger seat. "Hop in. Let's have a proper talk." He paused in hesitation before opening the car door and getting in. With the door shutting behind him, the air inside grew noticeably more tense. Chen Yuro didn't immediately bombard him with questions. Instead, she turned slightly toward him, the seatbelt drawing out her enticing curves. Smiling brightly, she said, "Thanks for earlier. I felt bad about troubling you. Let me treat you to a spin." This car accelerates to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.9 seconds. The thrill is incomparable. Boys tend to love it. Lin Sen rested his hand on the door handle, clearly considering escape. "I don't even know you." She burst into laughter, carefree and lively, her voice carrying a melodic ring. "Oh, come on, little brother. Am I someone you'd mistake for a bad person?" He didn't reply, his gaze turning cold and defensive, sending a silent message of distrust. Chen Yuro could only shake her head with amused helplessness. She reached into her wallet and pulled out an ID card and a golden-edged business card, placing them in front of him. "See for yourself, totally legit. I deal in import-export trade. Chen Yuro, 23 years old. Trust me." Her tone was straightforward, even carrying a hint of endearing grievance. I just feel like we clicked. Thought I'd take you for a little adventure. There are so many fun places in Binhai City. Stuff you'll never get to see if you're always on campus. Lin Sen glanced at the ID. The address pointed to an upscale neighborhood, and the photo revealed a natural beauty without any makeup. His curiosity piqued at the sight of her eager eyes. He'd always wanted to step outside the campus bubble and explore the world beyond. The plush sports car was undeniably tempting to sit in. The woman was as attractive as a campus queen but carried herself without the irritating vibe of fake insects. The chances she was a bad person seemed low. Chen Yuro's intentions were clear. She wanted to pursue him. Lin Sen decided to play along, giving her a chance. Can I snap a photo of the ID? Once I have that, I'll go with you. She agreed with ease, nodding confidently. He whipped out his phone and snapped several pictures. Once done, Chen Yuro stashed away her documents, her eyes glinting with triumph. Buckle up. Get ready to fly. The engine roared to life, a powerful push launching them forward. Lin San sank into the cushy leather seat as Chen Yuro maneuvered the wheel, sneaking glances at the captivating side profile of her companion. Each glance deepening her delight. This guy lacked any of the social polish that would make him difficult to handle, and there wasn't a shred of aloof arrogance clinging to him. But once he inevitably attracted more admirers, she worried he might become far harder to win over. She had to act now. The silver-gray sports car sped out of the campus gates like a bolt of lightning, leaving countless girls seething with envy as their gazes lingered on the fading taillights and faint whiff of exhaust. Money really does work wonders. She didn't even bother adding him on WeChat, just straight up whisked him away for a ride. Without money, we wouldn't even qualify to buy someone a bubble tea. In a corner, a bespectacled girl clutching books tightly to her chest, gnashing her teeth, her eyes burned with anger. After graduation, I'm not working any jobs. I want to start a business and make money. She firmly pressed a fist against her chest, her voice resolute and loud. I'm going to buy a sports car. 2 of them. One for myself, and one for my future husband. I'm going to marry an amazingly handsome man and make him count money all day. The scene cuts back, and a sly smile lifted at the corner of Chen Yuro's eyes, signaling the story hadn't ended yet. The car drove into a bustling commercial district and stopped at a high-rise office building. Leading Lin San into the building, Chen Yuro stepped into an elevator as the doors opened with a ding. 2 tall, beautiful receptionists rose from their desks to greet them with a 90-degree bow but froze in their tracks when they caught sight of Lin Senator. Their eyes grew wide with astonishment, unable to hide their amazement. Chen Yuro ignored the peculiar gazes and headed straight to the deeper part of the office area. Lin San, however, was drawn to a corner workstation, spacious and cozy, equipped with a massage chair. Seated there was a middle-aged man with a shiny, balding head, leisurely sipping tea. Surrounding him were 2 young female employees, showering him with flattery and cheerful smiles. Upon spotting Chen Yuro, the ladies hastily scrambled back to their desks, pretending to be busy, whereas the man remained utterly indifferent. Raising his brows, Lin Sen's mind was overwhelmed with shock. Illuminated blue-colored data panels revealed the man's details. Wang Gang, aged 52, with a facial attractiveness rating of merely 35 points, yet enjoying an annual salary of over 1 million yuan. He held the sole position as the company's male employee, with personal assistants attending to him and a comfortable work schedule from 9 to 4. Chen Yuro's expression remained cold as she led Lin San into an office, closing the door slowly behind them. Lin San spoke nonchalantly. The benefits here are quite impressive. You even hire male employees. Chen Yuro let out a soft laugh and revealed the truth. Wang Gang was merely a facade, a symbol of prestige. Only exceptionally strong companies could afford to employ men. The HR department had gone to great lengths for such a display. Seated on the sofa, Chen Yuro handed a drink to Lin San, who declined with a cool look in his eyes. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuro brought Lin San to an upscale restaurant in the city center. The table was laid with an array of lavish dishes. Just as Lin San was about to dig in, a pair of chopsticks delivered a delicately prepared plate of stir-fried pork kidneys to his plate, accompanied by a calm, low voice. Lin San, the caviar here is airlifted in. It has an exquisite taste. Try it. Though casual, the gesture carried significant meaning. In the summer nation of Blue Star, a woman serving food to a man symbolized an implicit signal of courtship. Without changing his expression, Lin San accepted the offering, silently acknowledging the unspoken connection. Should a man wish to politely refuse? A simple "don't trouble yourself, I'll serve myself" here would signify, "Thank you, but we are not suitable for each other." But Lin San, unfamiliar with such customs in this world, was completely unaware. Surveying the room, Lin San noticed nearby tables where men were always accompanied by several women attentively feeding them. He misconstrued this as a societal norm on Blue Star and, without hesitation, opened his mouth to eat the caviar placed before him. Seeing Lin San casually accept her gesture, Chen Yuro was secretly delighted, convinced he had an interest in her. Throughout the meal, she remained busy peeling shrimp and deboning fish for him, her eyes brimming with affection. After the meal, the bill amounted to several thousand yuan. Taking Lin San out of the restaurant, Chen Yuro smiled and said, "Let's take a walk and digest." In her mind, she thought, since you seem interested in me, I might as well be generous for once. The largest shopping mall in Binhai City was brightly lit, vastly different from those in Lin San's past world. The prime ground floor space wasn't filled with cosmetics or jewelry brands but with rows of high-end menswear and men's accessories stores. The two entered a luxuriously decorated menswear store. Chen Yuro waved her hand in a grand gesture, instructing, "Bring all of this season's new products in his size over here." The sales assistants obeyed but couldn't hide their envy. A mountain of shopping bags soon accumulated as Lin San tried on several outfits. Chen Yuro nodded in satisfaction. The better-looking the man, the better clothes suited him. However, just as Chen Yuro was about to take out her card to pay, Lin San gently pressed down on her hand, his gaze firm. The silent stares of the surrounding staff made him frown. This wasn't a place for public discussion. Swiftly pulling Chen Yuro into the fitting room, the cramped space suddenly became tense and filled with a hint of awkward intimacy. Leaning against the door, Chen Yuro's heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks turned faintly red. With the man so close, his commanding presence left her slightly dazed. Releasing her, Lin San stepped back slightly and spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. "These clothes, I can't accept." Chen Yuro was puzzled. Why? A few tens of thousands of yuan are nothing more than a few meals to me. To you, it's meal money. To me, it's about principles. Lin San's eyes were clear. "We've only just met, not even 3 hours ago. I can't accept something for nothing. Taking such expensive gifts would make me feel like some pampered boy toy, and I can't do that." With those words, Lin San had already discerned the intent behind women's actions in this place. Having unparalleled looks may be an advantage, but accepting gifts too easily would lead to losing a foothold. He wanted to maintain distance and preserve his dignity. Chen Yuro's eyes softened with affection even more. She stepped forward, her voice soft. "I just feel like we get along and want to make a friend. That's all. Giving small gifts shouldn't be a big deal. Women spending money on men, it's only natural." Lin San shook his head and replied firmly, "No. Gifts with unclear intentions, I don't want them. I have hands and feet. I can buy them myself." Chen Yuro let out a huff of frustration, unable to argue back, but also unable to hide her growing affection. He faced her for just a few seconds, and then, suddenly, she smiled, her gaze gleaming with mischief. "Lin San, do you know the current marriage law on Blue Star?"
Lin San frotse.
"What?" Her smile grew mysterious as she explained. Article 3 of the Male Rights Protection Act Amendment explicitly states that the maximum number of legal spouses an adult male can have is 28. Chen Yuro fixed her gaze on Lin San, her tone laced with helpless humor. It used to be unlimited, but too many legal disputes involving lives started cropping up, so they had to cap it at 28. Behind this limit lurked ruthless competition. She grabbed Lin Sen's hand, her expression earnest, her demeanor humble but resolute. From the moment I saw you at school, I fell for you. I'm not asking you for an answer right now. Just let me make it into your top 28. A bag of high-end designer clothes served as her registration fee. Lin Sun remained silent, letting out a sigh. She was so forward and sincere that refusing her seemed impossible. He tried withdrawing his hand, but she gripped it tightly. Chun Yuro's eyes sparkled. As Lin Sun stood there in a daze, she suddenly rose to her toes and planted a warm kiss on his cheek, leaving behind a delicate mark. Interest, she teased, her smile mischievous, cheeks flushed like a triumphant kitten. Take the clothes. Rejecting them would mean you despise me, and I might actually cry. She'd seized complete control of the situation. Lin San was speechless and could do nothing but yield. This better be a one-time thing, he murmured softly. Her demeanor shifted in an instant. She beamed brightly, her laughter blossoming like flowers, and excitedly went off to pay the bill. Just as she left the shop, Lin Sun called after her, pointing to his cheek. Lipstick mark. Chen Yuro, however, simply pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo. Her eyes were fierce and filled with possessiveness as she said, "A keepsake. Don't worry, I won't post it on social media." She left lightly, leaving Lin Sun staring into the mirror, frowning at the crimson trace left behind. As nightfall neared, the two emerged from the luxury boutique. Carrying shopping bags filled with her latest conquests, Chun Yuro strode confidently while Lin San, holding nothing at all, found himself slowly adapting to the bizarre feeling of being pampered. Once inside the sports car, Chun Yuro turned her heated gaze toward him from the corner of her eye. "Keep your eyes on the road," Lin Sen barked softly. Snapping back to attention, she quickly hit the accelerator, and the car roared as it sped into the deepening night. On the drive, Chun Yuro spoke incessantly, her tone earnest. "Don't wander alone this late at night. Women can be especially crazy. There are female hooligans out there, drunk in the streets, preying on lone guys." She promised to always come pick him up, her care like that of a guardian angel. Leaning back in the seat, Lin Sen gazed out at the swiftly passing neon lights and thought to himself, "Am I not already being picked up by a female hooligan?" The car approached the vicinity of Coastal University. Suddenly, Chen Yuro veered sharply, stopping the car under a massive camphor tree before cutting the engine. Inside the car, silence descended, punctuated only by their faint breathing. Lin San reflexively reached for the door handle, his wary gaze fixed on her. Chun Yuro inhaled deeply, her eyes blazing, her lips taut. Her voice carried tension but was unwavering as she said, "I think we really get along. Be my boyfriend, won't you?" Lin Sen shook his head with exasperation. "We've only known each other for a few hours. Time doesn't matter. What matters is the feeling," she replied earnestly, almost pleading. Lin Sen maintained his composure. "Then what is it you like about me? Don't tell me it's love at first sight." Without hesitation, Chun Yuro declared, "It is love at first sight. You're incredibly handsome. I've never seen a man who looks better than you my entire life." The scene froze on their locked gazes. A chase born from youthful naivety and intense possessiveness was only just beginning. Lin San looked utterly helpless as her repeated exclamations of "handsome" thundered in his ears, leaving him increasingly irate. Chun Yuro quickly changed tactics, praising him not only for his looks but also for his noble character. Hidden among her words was the faint glint of lavishly expensive gifts. One glance at the branded shopping bags was all it took for Lin San to fall silent again, his thoughts momentarily suspended. Sensing the subtle tension, Chun Yuro played her trump card. A staggering dowry, a luxury house downtown, and a car to seal the deal. Lin Sen's heart raced. Remnants of poverty from his past life lingered, tempting him with a struggle he kept hidden. Adding yet another layer of assurance, she vowed she would never stir up jealousy, hoping to lock down his heart. Lin Sen eventually answered carefully, "I'm just a college freshman. Relationships shouldn't be rushed." We should start as friends. His words ignited a shimmer in her eyes, a flicker of hope remaining alive. Under the guise of being friends, Chun-Yuro undid her seatbelt. Leaning toward him, the subtle scent of her perfume suffused the air. Lin-san didn't pull away as she clumsily but passionately pressed a kiss to his lips. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and instantly, the atmosphere ignited with intensity. Chun-Yuro softened in his grip, her eyes dreamy as she clung tightly to his neck. Just as the two were losing themselves, the sound of commotion came from outside the car window, accompanied by the vague shapes of people passing by. Lin-san quickly loosened his hold, helping her straighten her clothes before sitting upright. The mood abruptly cooled. Her face flushed. Chun-Yuro glared at the intruders with frustration. A fleeting moment of tenderness, interrupted. She burned with dissatisfaction, leaning closer again to reignite what had been lost, only for Lin-san to gently push her back. Take me back to school. I have class tomorrow. It was barely past 8 o'clock. She glanced longingly at the dashboard, as if she had just taken 2 bites of her much-anticipated ice cream only to have it forcefully taken away. Tonight, sleep would elude her. Lin-san was bound to attract his fair share of beautiful admirers in the future. Chun-Yuro seized the opportunity tonight and proposed going swimming. It was still early. Returning to the dorm would mean nothing but staring at her phone. Why not visit the heated indoor pool? She vividly described the elegant atmosphere of a 5-star hotel. Private, quiet, and free from disturbances. Lin-san raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone teasing as he asked if she often took people to hotels. Flustered, Chun-Yuro hurriedly denied it, even swearing she had never even held a boy's hand. She bit her red lips lightly, her demeanor both shy and subtly suggestive. If you don't believe me, she whispered with a hint of challenge, you can check for yourself later. Her words struck a chord deep within Lin's senator. He watched her seductive posture and decided to oblige her. The silver-gray sports car sped toward the Imperial Elite International Hotel. It came to a smooth stop at the lobby entrance. When Lin-san stepped out, the doorman froze in stunned disbelief, his gloves falling to the ground. A luxury car, a 5-star hotel, and a man of exceptional looks. Everything about the scene was self-explanatory. Chun-Yuro clung to Lin-sen's arm, her gaze shimmering with pride. Around them, guests stared curiously, their attention like floodlights focused on the pair. Whispers filled the air. That man is so handsome. That level of good looks. It even surpasses celebrities. The girl who brought him here must have incredible luck. Envy, admiration, and jealousy mingled in the atmosphere. At the reception desk, the young woman behind the counter trembled, her cheeks turning as red as tomatoes. With a stammering voice, she handed over the key card for the presidential suite. The elevator soared to the top floor. As they opened the door, a luxurious room unfolded before their eyes. Over 100 square meters of space, a massive circular waterbed draped in dark red silk emitted a subtle but provocative glow in the light. Nearby, an unopened bottle of red wine and meticulously arranged contraceptives sat waiting. The air was infused with an alluring aroma. With a click, the door was locked behind them. Chun-Yuro's earlier assertiveness instantly dissipated. Her heartbeat raced, and her palms grew faintly sweaty. In the confined space, she fixed her gaze on Lin-sen's back. Though her theoretical knowledge was rich and her experience of screen education vast, she found herself utterly flustered in the actual scenario. Clearing her throat softly, her eyes darted uneasily as she awkwardly announced she needed to go downstairs to buy swimming trunks. A transparent excuse, riddled with holes, clearly made up to escape. Lin-san turned toward her, his gaze calmly pinning her hand on the doorknob. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke with a needle-sharp edge in his tone. Did you really bring me here this late just to watch me swim? In an instant, her face flushed bright red, words failing her. All her carefully constructed poise crumbled away completely. Seizing the advantage yet unexpectedly lenient, Lin-san suggested, "Don't rush. Why don't you go take a shower first? No need to sit in your own sweat." His words not only diffused the tension but also carried an implicit invitation. Her doe-like eyes blinked with bashful hesitation, a single glance captivating anyone's soul. Snatching up a bathrobe, she hurried into the bathroom. The sound of water echoed gently, blending with the hazy silhouette behind frosted glass, her curves teasingly obscured and revealed. The atmosphere grew more suggestive with every passing moment. Lin Sen firmly suppressed the restlessness stirring within him. He pulled out his phone and opened his messaging app. At the top of his screen was a text from Su Chanqian. "The moon is so beautiful tonight. Wanna go for a walk?" Lin Sen replied indifferently, "Not tonight. I'm out handling something." The mystery and distance in his words effortlessly heightened her curiosity. Su Chanqian responded with a bitter acknowledgement before eagerly pivoting to suggest having breakfast together the next morning. Surrounded by her genuine warmth, Lin Sen couldn't help but smile faintly. Shrimp dumplings and soy milk, lightly sweetened. As they chatted, a quiet happiness seemed to creep in. Next came a message from Qin Meng. "Choir practice tomorrow. Interested?"
Lin Sen nodded.
"Sure." Her enthusiasm burst forth as she sent a voice note brimming with excitement, offering to pick him up the following evening, claiming the campus paths were difficult to navigate, though her true intentions were plain as day. The sound of running water abruptly stopped. A hairdryer hummed softly, followed by the faint click of the bathroom door unlocking. Steam crept into the room, and the faint scent of roses spread in the air. She stepped out, her damp hair cascading lightly over her shoulders, her skin radiating a dewy freshness, like a lotus blooming as it emerged from water. No words needed to be exchanged. Her presence alone was enough to captivate. The decisive, professional image of the top-tier manager she had displayed earlier was gone, replaced by the tender vulnerability of a mesmerizing young woman. Her bathrobe hung loosely, revealing delicate pink lace trim. With her steps, the lace fluttered gently, offering tantalizing glimpses of matching undergarments clinging to her shapely curves. A stunning contrast that made Lin Sen's lips twitch in subtle amusement, his smile nearly escaping his control. Standing at the bathroom door, Chun Yuro's cheeks burned crimson as she wrestled with shame and yearning. Clutching the edges of her robe, she dared not meet Lin Sen's eyes, instead fixating on the faint movement of his Adam's apple. Her voice, soft and tentative, invited him to take a shower. Lin Sen, nonchalant and composed, walked toward the bathroom with steady footsteps. Behind the door, the sound of water began once more, and the veil of steam thickened. As the water flowed, Chun Yuro's gaze drifted aimlessly. Her eyes fell upon the bottle of red wine near the suggestive waterbed. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to reach an internal resolution, ready to embrace the thrill that awaited. The water stopped running, and Lin Sen wiped the fog from the mirror. His striking features and tall frame reflected back at him. On the rack sat a brand new pair of men's swimming trunks. He lightly touched it with his fingertips before smirking. With a hint of defiance, he tossed it aside. Swimming didn't call for such constraints. The lock on the bathroom door clicked open. He got up and stepped out. The lights inside dimmed, leaving only two warm yellow wall lamps glowing softly. The atmosphere turned hazily ambiguous. Lin Sen's gaze paused. Chun Yuro was not in the blanket, but instead sat at the center of the red waterbed, her bathrobe slipping off to reveal an alluring silhouette. Lin Sen's Adam's apple shifted slightly as he approached the bed with steady steps, his imposing presence palpable. He knelt on one knee, causing the soft waterbed to sink beneath him. The scent of body wash mixed subtly with his masculine fragrance. Chun Yuro, visibly tense, clasped her legs tightly together, her eyes darting about in unease. The sheer contrast of her nervous demeanor against her usual composure filled Lin Sen with an inner amusement. He leaned closer, easily wrapping his arms around her, his voice soft. "Aren't your clothes too thick and warm? Why not take them off?" His expression was calm, with no hint of nervousness in his gaze. Chun Yuro's chest tightened. His practiced ease and composed demeanor hinted at a history she could only guess, though she subdued her pangs of jealousy. She knew all too well that in this world, men were scarce treasures unable to belong to just one person. She had no choice but to bear her role gracefully. An ideal wife must learn to tolerate her husband's other women, proactively share household chores, eagerly foot the bills, and treat them like sisters. Jealousy was the most dangerous label. Should she behave improperly, a man could easily file for divorce, with jealousy listed as the sole reason. The court would instantly rule in his favor, leaving no room for negotiation. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yuro mustered a magnanimous smile on her face in an attempt to hide the jealousy and unease welling up inside. Lin Sen's soft whisper in her ear suddenly pulled her out of her thoughts. Eurojie, don't just stand there in a daze. Didn't we agree to go swimming? Her heart raced as she fumbled to unhook the clasp at the back of her dress. With a soft clink, the garment slid to the floor, exposing her bare back in full view. The air froze for a moment, and Lin Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of admiration passing through them. Blushing furiously, Chun Yuro lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, though her eyes couldn't resist sneaking peeks at Lin Sen's well-defined physique. His broad shoulders and firm abs radiated an irresistibly masculine allure. Her throat grew dry, her mind swirling in a drunken haze. Leaning closer, Lin Sen murmured teasingly into her ear, Eurojie, inviting me to a hotel the first time we meet. So forward. You don't think I'm easy, do you? The question was like a trap, though it had long become a routine giveaway question on Blue Star. Chun Yuro, flustered, looked up hastily, quickly defending herself. Of course not. You're my dream man. Just being with you is already my fortune. I'm beautiful, I truly like you. This isn't a game to me. Lin Sen playfully twirled a strand of her hair in his fingers, his expression sharp. Genuine feelings? Those are the cheapest thing these days. You're not planning to sleep with me and then run off, are you? I'm just an innocent freshman. Chun Yuro panicked, spinning around abruptly as the hem of her white swimsuit rippled, her breaths quickening. Never. I swear. Tears welled up in her eyes, though before she could finish speaking, Lin Sen gently covered her mouth with his hand. Her eyelashes fluttered against his palm, her shy smile tinged with surrender. Don't waste words. Swearing will suffice. Lin Sen whispered softly. Chun Yuro embraced him with tenderness in her voice. 5,000 a month from the school as your cost of living? That's too little. It's barely enough for skincare products. She quickly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a secondary black credit card, its gold edges gleaming with prestige, stuffing it into Lin Sen's hand. This is my supplementary card, with a limit of 100,000. The pin is, whatever you want to buy, just let me know. If the limit isn't enough, I'll raise it for you. Lin Sen held the card, running his fingers across its ridges, his gaze steady. Eurojie, you're so good to me. Her smile melted through her heart. Moved by just 100,000? In the future, I'll do even better and make sure your position becomes unshakable. She gently stroked his face, her tone as tender as water. Silly boy, it's only right for women to earn and spend money for their men. As long as you're happy, I'd even pluck the stars from the sky for you. Lin Sen's eyes flickered slightly. Without hesitation, he tossed the black card onto the bedside table, its crisp sound reverberating upon impact. With a firm embrace, the dynamic between them instantly shifted as he leaned closer, their noses almost touching. His voice dropped to a murmur. Now, let's go for a real swim. A fiery kiss landed fiercely, emotions surging to their peak. The scene shifted focus to Chun Yuro. Blushing profusely, her heart raced uncontrollably as if bewitched. Lin Sen set his water bottle aside, a teasing gleam in his eye. I never imagined that this was your first time. Chun Yuro shyly buried her face into the nook of his neck, her voice soft and sweet. I wouldn't lie to you. A good woman must remain virtuous. I don't deserve to act otherwise around you. At this moment, the normally proud CEO exuded an involuntary humility, as if caught in a dream. Just hours ago, she had nervously debated whether to add him on social media, and now this man had become hers even if just temporarily shared. Lin Sen gently stroked her hair, its smooth texture evident through his fingers. He casually tapped his phone to check the time. 23:15. It's past 11 Eurojia. I need to head back to campus. He lifted the blanket, preparing to leave. Wait! Chen Euro suddenly grabbed his arm, her eyes filled with longing. Can't you stay tonight? The plush bed of the presidential suite was so inviting. She wanted nothing more than to hold him until morning. Lin Sun paused and turned back to look at her. There comes a life-threatening need. Silence lingered in his gaze, simply watching quietly. Chen Euro suddenly snapped awake, her rationality returning. In this world, the one thing men feared most was someone clingy with a strong sense of control. She didn't wish to become a burden for him. She loosened her grip and forced a gentle smile. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll take you home. Late at night, on the coastal highway, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. A sleek silver sports car roared along the road, with the soft flow of jazz music filling the cabin. Chen Euro held the steering wheel with one hand, sneaking glances at Lin Sun through the rearview mirror. The sweet moments at the hotel replayed over and over in her mind. Lin Sun reclined against the seat, resting with an indifferent expression. Nearing the university, Chen Euro broke the silence. Are you free tomorrow night? A new restaurant just opened. I'd like to go with you. Lin Sun opened his eyes and turned his head slightly. I probably won't be free tomorrow. The semester just started, and I've got a lot going on with the clubs. Hearing his rejection, Chen Euro's heart sank halfway. But then he added, however, I'll definitely have time sometime this week. Chen Euro's eyes lit up instantly as she eagerly nodded. Great. Let me know when, and I'll come pick you up. The car came to a steady stop in front of Binhai University's gate. Though it was late into the night, the lights at the security kiosk shone brightly. Lin Sun leaned in to give her a gentle kiss and whispered, Drive slowly and be careful on your way back. He bent down slightly, waved towards the car, and his tender gesture hit Chen Euro straight in the heart. She leaned against the car window, her gaze lingering on him. Don't forget to miss me.
Lin Sen smiled faintly.
I will. Take care now. He strode through the campus gates with a shopping bag in hand, his tall figure growing smaller as it disappeared into the night. Chen Euro watched his retreating back, her cheeks flushing pink with a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Her mind was already calculating. Tonight's victory was secured effortlessly, but the competition ahead would only grow fiercer. She had to keep her focus firmly planted on Lin Sun. Inside the male dormitory, security was tight. Lin Sun swiped his face to access the building, his elegant silhouette reflected across the spacious, brightly lit lobby. By the window sat Auntie Wang, wearing reading glasses and cheerfully immersed in a novel. When she saw Lin Sun, her face lit up with joy. Back so soon, Lin? She handed him a steaming bowl of bird's nest soup, her care as warm as that of a grandmother toward her own grandson. Lin Sun politely declined the soup, leaning closer to the window. A flicker of confidence and calm gleamed in his eyes as he softly informed Auntie Wang that Su Chanqian from the arts department would be delivering breakfast the next morning. Hearing this, Auntie Wang's eyes twinkled mischievously. All right, I'll make an exception for you. She jotted the name down on the guest logbook, taking the opportunity to offer a seasoned piece of advice. Don't settle too hastily, observe carefully, and choose wisely. Her words carried the weight of an experienced love guru, though Lin Sun only responded with a light smile, never letting his guard down. She noticed his exhaustion, shot him an enigmatic glance, and reminded him to go slow, take care of himself, and not to overextend. This left Lin Sun slightly embarrassed as he nodded farewell and stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slid shut as the floor numbers blinked upwards. In his mind, Lin Sun quickly organized the following day's agenda. Breakfast with Su Chanqian, choir rehearsal in the afternoon, and the weekend date with Chen Euro. It was the beginning of a new semester, busy yet full of excitement. In the steamy bathroom, Lin Sun stood before the mirror, wiping away beads of water from his face. His features were flawless, his figure impeccably proportioned. As his gaze wandered over his reflection, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This face and physique, which would be unparalleled among top idols in the past, were now his unbeatable assets. The memory of Chun Yuro's infatuated stares from the previous night still flooded him with a sense of unshakable confidence. In the grand marketplace of life, her predatory gaze on him had exposed her craving for his rare and precious identity in an instant. In this world where the gender ratio skewed shockingly, 1 to 188, men had become the ultimate hard currency. Stepping out of the bathroom silently, Lin Sen's feet landed on the soft carpet. The dormitory's luxurious design seemed almost surreal. Fully automated smart systems, consistent temperature control, and a costly premium mattress. All of this was crafted for fewer than 200 male residents. He collapsed lazily onto the bed, letting his body relax while his mind stayed sharp. A dim, blue interface of data unfolded across his vision. Name, age, nearly perfect facial features, height, 185 centimeters. Yet his endurance was rated only as B+. He frowned, questioning the system about this flawed endurance score. The system, calm as ever, replied, "Your body hasn't fully matured yet. Overexertion too early will harm your long-term potential. Your endurance will gradually improve with age, reaching its peak in 1 year. At that time, you'll unlock hidden achievements and gain absolute freedom." Lin Sen reluctantly accepted the reasoning. Endure 1 year, proceed slowly. Glancing over the interface, he found the skill section to be glaringly empty. He silently cursed. No starter pack, no lottery draw, not even a practical skill to begin with? He tentatively pushed the system. "Give me a few skills, anything like Master of Time Management or Legendary Culinary Arts. Something to help me win over rich ladies." The screen flickered lightly as the system arrogantly retorted. "Take another look at the mirror, will you? Your unrivaled face is the ultimate forbidden spell, capable of bypassing all defenses for direct damage. Cooking is a bootlicker's game. Real men need only sit and wait as Michelin star chefs line up to serve. Time management, women will fight among themselves to adjust your schedule. They'll arrange everything for you automatically." In this distorted world, men were nothing short of rare treasures. And the purpose of the system was to safeguard that value. Those gimmicky skills? An insult to your unmatched appearance. Only when life or death circumstances arise. Unexpected situations can sometimes arise, otherwise you wouldn't need much else. Moreover, you possess an extraordinary ability to learn, effortlessly delving into any field of interest with ease. Lin Sen listened in stunned silence. The airtight logic was unshakable. That night, Chun Yuro's eager expression made him realize. With minimal effort, staying aloof yet passive, and enjoying being pursued was the true path a man should take. Gifted with unparalleled learning abilities, he could grasp new knowledge at a speed 20 to 30 times faster than the average person. The future lay open for him to explore, and he could master anything with ease. Satisfied with this setup, Lin Sen reluctantly accepted it, but interrogated the system. "Where's the money? Other transmigrator systems come with billions in cash and luxury cars. Where's his?" The system humorously responded, "In this world, handsomeness is the greatest wealth. As long as you're willing, you could easily make tens of thousands just by setting up a bowl on the street. Women would compete to spend money to win your favor. Luxury cars and mansions? Those are merely their admission tickets. We don't provide money to prevent inflation and to stimulate economic circulation and emotional exchange." Lin Sen was speechless. Not only was the system a shallow admirer of appearances, but it was also a master of the soft rice philosophy, painting mooching off others as some grand and noble economic theory. Nevertheless, he picked up the gold-trimmed black card that Chun Yuro had offered, his eyes filled with anticipation. By the next morning, Su Qianqian's lovingly prepared breakfast awaited him, while Qin Meng's invitation for rehearsal loomed in the afternoon. This new world had become his playground, no effort required. Simply being was wealth enough. With a casual wave to dismiss the system, Lin San drifted off to sleep, and the room plunged back into silence. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, but the sound of the doorbell abruptly shattered the stillness. Still groggy, Lin Sen lazily turned over and habitually hit the door unlock button. At the door stood Su Qianqian in a pure blue dress, holding 2 large thermal containers. She stood cautiously, nervously, like morning dew, pure and delicate. Her wide, innocent eyes carried a timid look, the kind that could make countless men exclaim, "Wife material!"
I'm sorry.
"I hope I didn't wake you up too early," Su Qianqian apologized softly, her eyes brimming with nervousness and apprehension. Lin Sin yawned and replied nonchalantly, "No problem. It's about time I got up anyway. Thank you for waking me." Hearing that, Su Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up. She could hardly believe he wasn't angry and even thanked her. Lin Sun slowly got up from under his silk blanket, dressed in a breathable pair of gray briefs. His well-defined body glowed under the morning light, outlining every contour. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, Su Qianqian walked out of the kitchen holding freshly cleaned dishes. The scene of his perfect skin and firm abs left her stunned, a crimson blush spreading across her cheeks. Flustered, she hurriedly retreated back to the kitchen, the sound of the door abruptly echoing behind her. Through the frosted glass, she could be seen leaning against the door, chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Hearing the commotion, Lin San smirked faintly. He leisurely changed into a casual sweatshirt and sports pants, the natural charm of his unhurried demeanor showcasing his appeal. Minutes later, after washing up, he entered the dining area. Su Qianqian, her blush still evident, avoided his gaze and softly asked if he was ready. Before him lay a breakfast feast fit for royalty. The table was piled high with dishes, crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast soup buns, red date and bird's nest porridge, abalone pastries, and slices of some mysterious meat, all awaiting the release of their tantalizing aroma. Lin Sun raised an eyebrow, amazed at what appeared to be a banquet for 3. Su Qianqian shyly explained her effort of waking early and lining up starting at 6 a.m. to gather such exquisite delicacies, a display of ultimate devotion that she treated as routine. Pulling out a chair, Lin Sun smiled and invited her, "Sit and eat with me." As he effortlessly popped a crystal shrimp dumpling into his mouth, his tone was light yet resolute. "Letting a girl go hungry while watching me eat isn't my style." Hearing this, Su Qianqian's face lit up with happiness, her eyes sparkling with surprise and gratitude. At that moment, she understood. He genuinely treated her as an equal companion. At the breakfast table, Su Qianqian slipped onto the seat beside Lin San, sitting so close she could catch the faint, fresh scent of masculinity on him. Her eyes shone with excitement, as if her heart was a fluttering deer leaping about. Carefully, she picked up a slice of venison and offered it to Lin San with a quiet gesture. Her cheeks flushed, holding what seemed to be an unspoken, secret invitation. As Lin San savored the tender venison, a slight smile played on his lips. The dish, known to fortify the body, made him think of the challenges ahead. "I might get pretty tired in the future." His words carried underlying implications. Su Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, but joy overcame her. Eagerly, she began piling more dishes onto his plate, buzzing like an industrious little bee, intent on serving the man she admired. Outside, sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with warmth and sweetness. Lin Sun placed his chopsticks down, his stomach comfortably full. He had to admit, even this version of soft rice was surprisingly delicious and nourishing. Observing his finished plate, Su Qianqian quickly dabbed at her lips with a napkin, her movements precise and elegant, ensuring she didn't reveal any signs of gluttony. Without pause, she took over the kitchen again to clean up. Though clearly fatigued, she masked it with flawless composure. Once satisfied with her tidy work, she turned to bid Lin San farewell. Yet, at the entryway, her footsteps faltered, as though an invisible thread pulled her back. She seemed reluctant to leave, hesitance evident in her moist eyes and the tight grip on the empty meal containers in her hands. Well, I'll head back now, she said softly, though her tone betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Sun smiled gently in response. Safe journey. Be careful. Su Qianqian's gaze dimmed as she lowered her head, her tone shifting. I'll bring you breakfast again tomorrow. What do you feel like eating? Lin Sen responded nonchalantly. Anything. You decide. Her energy returned in an instant, as if she'd just been handed the key to a promising future. Her smile lit up again as she reached for the doorknob, moving slowly as though trying to elongate time. Her reluctance was adorned with unspoken anticipation. Lin San watched her, a mixture of calmness and tenderness welling up in his chest. She'd woken up early to queue for deer meat soup, delivered it to him, and even took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Her thoughtfulness and effort tied an unseen bond that stirred his heart. Just as Su Qianqian was about to turn and leave, Lin Sun suddenly spoke, as though trying to hold on to something. Qianqian. Her hand froze on the doorknob, and she trembled. She turned back, her eyes glittering with surprise. He called her by her first name, dropping her surname. It was as if an intimate door had quietly opened. Those simple words left her mind blank. Her body reacted instantly. She turned around almost mechanically, standing obediently in front of him, her head bowed, like a soft sculpture frozen in place. Up close, her skin appeared smooth and flawless, her slightly chubby cheeks adding a touch of delicate youthfulness. Lin Sen stood up. His tall stature and strong masculine presence enveloped her instantly. Her heart raced wildly, and yet, there was no escape. Suddenly, Lin Sen's strong arms wrapped around her shoulders. The warm and firm touch made Su Qianqian's pupils shrink as she stood stiff, like solid stone. In that moment, she felt as though she were immersed in a jasmine-scented dream. He leaned down, his lips lightly brushing against her cheek, carrying a faint hint of milky sweetness. Su Qianqian nearly dropped the lunchbox in her hands. It was the first time she'd experienced such intimate contact, and her mind went completely blank with shock. Clumsily, she attempted to respond, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, even her earlobes seeming to burn. Lin San released her with a gentle smile and lightly ran his fingertips over her burning cheeks. Breakfast was great. Thanks. She opened her mouth, but her words came out fragmented and incoherent. He noticed the lipstick on her lips and leaned in slightly, lowering his voice beside her ear. Don't wear lipstick next time. Got it? She stammered in agreement, her voice trembling, unable to hide her happiness. Next time, I'll go barefaced. Not even lip balm. Lin Sen couldn't help but chuckle, secretly amused by her innocent yet enticing reaction. With a casual wave, he said, Go on. Be careful on your way back. Su Qianqian left reluctantly, waving at him with a radiant smile. She seemed transformed, her steps light as she hummed a cheerful tune in the hallway, like a carefree rabbit just let out of its cage. Lin Sun shook his head, closed the door, and went into the bathroom. He cupped water in his hands to rinse his mouth, dispelling the lingering sweetness on his lips. Sitting back at his desk, he began researching Blue Star technology. Although this world was similar to his previous life in many aspects, it lagged nearly a decade behind in medical and advanced technology due to a significant gender imbalance. A devastating virus had reduced male birth rates, resulting in a staggering male-to-female ratio of 1 to 150. Additionally, the quality of test tube babies was inferior to that of naturally conceived children. Men were scarce and had shorter lifespans. Laws permitted men to have up to 28 wives, creating fierce competition among women. They were forced to master the art of seduction and prepare extravagant bride prices. If a beautiful woman lost her virginity too early, she risked being rejected by potential husbands. All of this became vividly clear under Lin Sen's calm and analytical gaze. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked into the classroom, scanning the room as his heart skipped a beat. He was looking forward to meeting Qin Meng in the afternoon. Her figure was even more stunning than Chan Yuro's. Surrounded by beautiful women, maintaining restraint proved increasingly challenging. Inside the classroom, the three of them, himself and two friends, quietly gauged one another's moods. The round-faced, chubby Wang Bo sprawled in a massage chair, holding a mug of tea bubbling with goji berry foam. On the other hand, skinny Li Hao looked like a walking skeleton, his deep-set eyes shadowed by dark circles, his pale face evoking pity. Lin Sen glanced at the two of them and raised an eyebrow, teasing them about their haggard, bricklaying appearance from the night before. Li Hao forced a bitter laugh and recounted his wild ordeal of being trapped by a female dorm manager. The door had been locked, turning it into a literal cage. He nearly had to call the police to be let out. Wang Bo sipped his resurrection tea and mocked Li Hao for humble bragging, urging him to be honest. According to Wang, the two girls involved were practically campus belles. Li Hao reluctantly admitted that he had been pampered twice, leaving him physically drained. Lin Sun silently marveled at the surreal reality they were living in. While other dormitories might dream of dating goddesses, they were the ones being pursued to unbearable exhaustion. Li Hao confessed that his stamina had deteriorated, claiming he'd used up all his ammo during earlier relationships. Wang Bo wasn't faring much better either. A fierce sports major girl had once barged into Wang Bo's dorm armed with oysters and leeks, insisting on imposing her dominance. Her presence so overwhelming even her shadow reeked of chives. Lin San quickly sidestepped the peculiar conversation while mentally noting the absurdity of their tales. Li Hao pulled out his phone and showed them pictures of the belles from last night. Lin Sen's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed to a quiet, long-haired girl. "She's okay." Li Hao gave a wry smile. "She nearly snapped my belt." Lin Sen clapped him on the shoulder, offering a word of advice. "Pace yourself. Slow and steady wins the race." Li Hao grimaced, too worn out to argue. This was a glimpse into freshman life. Plenty of beauties, temptations as high as mountains, and only by maintaining composure could one endure for the long term. But their enthusiasm was like a pack of hungry wolves. Their sparkling eyes almost seemed ready to pounce and tear into him. Lan Xing calmly laid out a plan. Starting next week, he'd request physiological leave and hide in his dorm to save his life. Wang Bo also raised his hand in agreement. "I need a break too, to recover my vitality." Their idle talk slowly shifted towards academics. Wang Bo suddenly turned to Lin Sen, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Lin Sen, what score did you need to get into Bin Hai University?" Lin Sen froze. His exam score was a particularly sore subject. In his previous life, while he wasn't a top-notch academic, he had at least surpassed the cutoff for top-tier universities on his first attempt at the entrance exams. Now, however, he shyly murmured, "I didn't do well, only scored 350 points. Bin Hai University, although not among the elite 211 institutions, typically required above 600 points for women to qualify. Meanwhile, the exams for men were significantly easier. Lin Sen had relied entirely on random guesses to finish his test, failing even to hit half the average score. The air froze for a few seconds. Wang Bo's jaw dropped, nearly capable of fitting an egg, while Li Hao leapt up from his chair, staring wide-eyed at him. 350? Wang Bo pointed at him indignantly. "Bro, this is peak humblebrag. Scoring 350 as a guy? You're the academic elite of elites." Li Hao's excitement turned his face red. "Senji, you're literally the pride of all men. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a score in this lifetime. Do you have some kind of cheat sheet or secret technique? Is your brain different from ours?" Lin Sen was utterly confused. "Is this score really that high?" "High!" Wang Bo exclaimed. "It's stratospheric. Last year, Jiangnan University's lowest male admission score was only 380. With 350, you could still maneuver your way into a 985 university. Coming to Bin Hai University is such a waste of your potential charity work for them." That's when Lin Sun suddenly realized just how pampered and rare men were in this world. Parents were terrified their sons might tire themselves out studying. Graduating middle school with basic literacy was considered an achievement. High school, it was practically a playground. Taking the college entrance exam and scoring over 200 points automatically qualified someone as an exceptional man. Scoring above 300? That was genuine national treasure material.
Internally. Lin sen tiakled.
No wonder both Chun Yuro and Su Chanchan looked at him not only with infatuation but with awe. He, it seemed, was a hidden talent, a man of both beauty and brains. Li Hao waved his hand with pride. I scored 230, and when the results came out, my mom threw a banquet for 3 days. Wang Bo rolled his eyes, scoffing. 230 and you're bragging? The two academic underperformers began a heated comparison of their college entrance exam scores right there in the classroom, debating who had it worse. Scores of 250 and 230 passed by like punchlines. Meanwhile, Lin's son sat on the side, his expression a mix of helplessness and indifference. Scores like those didn't even register for him. They were far below the minimum admission criteria. But Li Hao and Wang Bo had started to admire Lin's senator. Their eyes sparkled, as if he were a lifeline, smirking as they joked. Not only good-looking, but also a top student. Whoever marries you would hit the jackpot. Their gazes brimmed with envy and admiration, while Lin's son listened with a faint sneer. This world was truly insane. Just as the jovial atmosphere reached its peak, the classroom door creaked open. A middle-aged female professor stepped in, clad in a professional suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She hugged a thick stack of lecture notes, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Her gentle greetings were paired with a radiant smile as she announced an extraordinary upcoming lecture: Men's Self-Protection and Charm Enhancement. By the time the final class before lunchtime ended, Lin Sen's phone vibrated softly. A message from Senior Qin Meng popped up. "Don't forget the choir rehearsal this afternoon," she reminded, as if afraid he might skip out. Lin's son smiled faintly and sent a brief reply. He noticed Wang Bo and Li Hao beside him, still glued to their phones, seemingly preoccupied with their girlfriends' incessant messages. The scene shifted to the third floor of Binhai University's cafeteria, where Qin Meng sat in figure-hugging black athletic wear. Her lithe figure exuded strength, almost predatory. Across from her sat Zhao Wanting, a short-haired beauty with delicate features. Qin Meng leaned in, dropping a bombshell. "For this afternoon's rehearsal, I've brought along a handsome guy. You'll see what I mean." Zhao Wanting froze mid-bite, chopsticks hovering in the air as her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "A handsome guy? It's not Zhou Zhihao again, is it?" Zhou Zhihao, a sophomore often dubbed the former campus heartthrob, had some fame in this frenzied male market. But to the female students, his greasy antics and overly delicate mannerisms were nauseating. Zhao Wanting rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Don't even mention men like him." Her gaze was icy, steadfastly guarding the gateway to securing a place in the high-value marriage market for women, purity and exceptional standards. Qin Meng let out a mocking laugh. "Comparing Zhou Zhihao to him? That's an insult to humanity." Zhao Wanting inhaled sharply, her anticipation for this mysterious, handsome guy growing. A storm seemed ready to brew. Zhou Zhihao had been lauded as a school commander, but rumor had it that this new figure was even more extraordinary than Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, the ultimate male idol, national dream husband, and the white moonlight in the dreams of countless young girls. Qin Meng, however, dismissed these notions, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She casually exposed the truth. Lu Xinghe relies heavily on photo editing to maintain his image, but Lin San is the real masterpiece. Her tone carried a sense of complicated awe toward the new freshman. Zhao Wanting, shocked and skeptical, widened her eyes. More handsome than Lu Xinghe? Impossible. Her expression was rife with contradiction as her mind rapidly calculated. Qin Meng shook her head, her gaze resolute. "True masterpieces won't enter the entertainment industry. They are rare treasures, enough to make billionaires vie for them just by staying home. Join showbiz and do wire stunts? Who would be that foolish?" Convinced by the logic, Zhao Wanting fell silent. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. "So, Lin San is one of those legends you're saying?" Qin Meng smiled softly, leaning in slightly. "Freshman, just enrolled. I've asked him to watch our practice this afternoon." The air froze for a moment. Zhao Wanting's heartbeat quickened, the instinctive reaction of a hunter spotting the ultimate prey. Their eyes met, and an alliance was formed in a heartbeat. If that's the case, teaming up is the only way we stand a chance. Zhao Wanting's face turned red with excitement, and she leaned in. Count me in. Epic looks, double the power, a killer duo. Qin Meng pondered. Su Xinyao is pretty too, but her proud temper won't do. Let's not involve her for now. First, we stabilize Lin Sin, then make plans. Agreed. Zhao Wanting nodded emphatically, her eyes glittering with ambition. Thus, their secret plan began to unfold. Zhao Wanting immediately stood up, hurried back to her dormitory, and changed into a fresh outfit, fully prepared to seize the opportunity. Qin Meng tidied her appearance, her light makeup exquisite, and her aura brimming with confidence like a queen. When the bell rang, Lin Sen's phone vibrated. He packed his bag and headed down the stairs. At the entrance of the teaching building, Qin Meng stood like a radiant presence, waiting patiently. Her meticulous attire heralded the imminent clash of strength against strength. A black fitted top, dipping slightly at the neckline, highlighted her stunning curves. Skinny jeans hugged her long legs, while high heels created a perfect silhouette. The moment Lin Sen appeared, Qin Meng's eyes lit up. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, she strode up to him. As soon as her voice rang out, countless female students at the door turned their heads. Upon seeing Lin Sen, the air filled with sudden gasps. Whoa, who is that? A new student. Ridiculously handsome. Does our school even have someone like that? I want to talk to him. Forget it. Qin Meng's got her eyes on him. As Lin San approached Qin Meng, his gaze swept over her. Senior, your aura's different today. Qin Meng's cheeks reddened slightly. She straightened her back and raised her eyebrows proudly. How so? You look even prettier. Lin San spoke with disarming honesty. Qin Meng smiled, masking her pride, and said softly, Sweet talker, come with me to watch the practice. The two walked side by side, Lin San acutely aware of countless green-eyed stares piercing through him. When they opened the door to the rehearsal hall, a wave of heat greeted them. Inside, 40 or 50 young women surrounded 3 seated male students. Each of the 3 had their distinct features: acne-covered faces, thick glasses, and receding hairlines. Yet their less-than-perfect appearances didn't diminish their delight as 7 or 8 girls fussed over them, serving tea, chatting warmly, or sharing sheet music. Qin Meng cleared her throat, and silence instantly fell over the hall. Zhao Wanting, holding sheet music, froze mid-action. Her gaze locked on Lin Senator. Those features, that aura, that figure, he completely outshone Lu Xinghe. Her heart raced as she nervously glanced at her outfit. Thankfully, she had changed into her most flattering dress. Qin Meng led Lin Sen to Zhao Wanting. This is freshman Lin Senator. He came to observe our rehearsal. And this is Zhao Wanting, our chorus group's cornerstone. Suppressing her excitement, Zhao Wanting showed a carefully rehearsed smile and extended her hand. Nice to meet you, Lin Senior. Lin San smiled faintly and scanned her information. Campus beauty level with a height of 170 centimeters. The moment their hands touched, Zhao Wanting felt an electrifying jolt, her urge to linger nearly overpowering. Only her rationality regained control of her actions, leaving her emotions in turmoil. Qin Meng chuckled. Wanting is fantastic at singing. Be sure to enjoy yourself. Certainly will. Zhao Wanting, standing taller, stared directly at Lin Sen while gesturing towards the first row, center. That spot has the best view. The rehearsal began. Zhao Wanting stood in the center, tackling a piece of notorious difficulty. As the music started, her voice emerged, stunning everyone present. Her tone was crisp and melodious, her techniques impeccable. But what truly captivated was her intense gaze fixed solely on Lin Senator. Her emotions poured forth. A slight tilt of her body revealed the graceful lines of her neckline and shoulders, as if offering her melody to him and him alone. Meanwhile, as a few girls edged closer to Lin San, Qin Meng subtly stepped in, subtly shielding him. She whispered, I won't take the stage. I'll stay here with you. Her thigh lightly grazed his in an effortless display of intimacy. Lin Sen accepted with composure. To him, the fervent attention from women was par for the course. The practice lasted an hour, charged with tension and enthusiasm. Even as her voice began to strain, Zhao Wanting radiated energy. A simple glance at Lin San refueled her instantly, as if his presence alone could replenish her strength. When the conductor signaled for a break, the group finally stopped. Shall we grab a bite? Lin San offered no resistance, his smile carrying the hint of an anticipated evening. Qin Meng greeted Zhao Wanting warmly. The two walked briskly, their usual goddess-like composure completely replaced with abundant enthusiasm. As Zhao Wanting introduced the private cuisine along the way, Qin Meng eagerly added her own comments, creating an atmosphere so inviting that it left no room for rejection. As they stepped out of the school gates, Su Qianqian appeared under the old locust tree with a bag of fruit in hand. Upon seeing Lin San, surrounded by the two senior girls, her expression flickered with a moment's hesitation, only to quickly transform into a soft, gentle smile. Instantly, Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting became alert, their eyes flashing signals that read, "Challenging opponent ahead." With a delicate and soft voice, Su Qianqian looked at Lin Sen with excitement in her eyes, devoid of jealousy, and asked him softly, "I got some seedless grapes for you. I thought I'd bring them over." She nodded politely toward the two senior girls, her demeanor flawless. Lin Sen's face lit up, and he unexpectedly invited her to join them for a meal. The air seemed to freeze for half a second. What felt like a scene destined for an epic showdown was instead surprisingly void of hostility. Qin Meng quickly exclaimed, "Come along!" But Su Qianqian calmly shook her head, decisively handing the fruit bag to Lin San as her smile softened like flowing water. "You all go ahead. I wouldn't want to intrude. The grapes are washed. You can enjoy them on the way." Her poise and generosity hung on her face like a medal of honor. Lin San asked again, but she gently straightened his slightly messy hair, her fingertips brushing lightly across his collarbone, her tone full of warmth. "Rest early tonight. Take care not to overwork yourself." As Su Qianqian walked away, she silently considered whether she should recruit a beautiful teammate to partner with her, always keeping her strategic tactics at the ready. Zhao Wanting's eyes flickered with admiration, silently applauding. Now this is a truly formidable person. Even with a heart presumably torn apart, she could still sweetly smile and gracefully step aside. Calling for a taxi, Qin Meng drove the situation forward, while Zhao Wanting quickly claimed the passenger seat in the front, effortlessly taking the role of the navigator coach, intentionally leaving the battlefield in the back to her best friend. As the car door shut, the confined space instantly grew warmer. Qin Meng leaned in close. Her perfume filled the air as her leg lightly pressed against Lin Sen's trousers, and her hand subtly slipped into his palm, her fingertips teasing provocatively. Lin Sen didn't resist. His hand naturally moved to her waist as her warm figure drew even closer, her breath igniting the air between them. A dryness crawled up Lin Sen's throat as his mind briefly wandered to the advice from Li Hao that very morning about nurturing love patiently and steadily. Suddenly, the irony hit like a splash of cold water. The night, turbulent with unspoken emotions, had only just begun. Inside the car, the air conditioning hummed steadily, but Qin Meng's skin glistened faintly with sweat. She held Lin Sen close as their mutual breaths grew heavier. Lin Sen didn't shy away, his gaze firm, reciprocating the growing intimacy. From the front, Zhao Wanting glanced back through the rearview mirror, her eyes shining with restrained envy. Even the female driver smirked knowingly, sensing the elusive aroma of romance hanging thick in the air. The trio eventually arrived at Lanting Elegant Abode. Qin Meng handed over the menu, winking at Lin San to suggest he enjoy some tea first, before quickly dragging Zhao Wanting off to the restroom for some touch-ups. In the bathroom, Qin Meng asked bluntly how Lin Sen seemed, while Zhao Wanting cooled her flushed cheeks with cold water, softly praising Lin Sen's good looks and even his subtle fragrance. The atmosphere became increasingly suggestive. Leaning casually against the wall, Qin Meng encouraged Zhao, wanting to be bolder and to start applying the flirtation techniques she'd read about in books. Plates of exquisitely prepared dishes were brought to their table, each presentation more enticing than the last. With her nimble fingers, Qin Meng began peeling shrimp with an elegance akin to playing the piano. The freshly peeled shrimp gleamed translucently under the light. Instead of eating it herself, she extended the shrimp toward Lin Sen, her fingertips deliberately teasing as they glistened with flavorful sauce. Lin Sen leaned in, taking the shrimp into his mouth, his lips brushing against Qin Meng's fingers, sending a ripple of electricity through the air. Qin Meng's gaze deepened, and her fingers paused softly against Lin Sen's lower lip, emanating an undeniable allure that was impossible to evade. Captivated by the intense moment, Lin Sen eventually shifted his eyes and complimented the shrimp's tender sweetness. While Qin Meng's face glowed with a gentle light, her expression thick with meaning. Off to the side, Zhao Wanting silently observed, a trace of envy flickering in her eyes. She picked up the matsutake chicken soup, carefully cooling it. Her red lips slightly parted as she gently blew over the spoon before offering it toward Lin Sen, her arm creating a graceful arc of protection. To Lin Sen's left was the taste of shrimp. To his right, the warmth of savory broth. His expression was serene and content. At a nearby table, a man with a face full of acne scars was being fed by his female companion. Displeased, he grumbled about how the beef was overcooked, threatening dramatically never to hold hands again. The woman, forcing a tight-lipped smile, couldn't help but glance through the partition toward their more harmonious counterparts, her heart secretly envious of the sweet scene there. Qin Meng wiped a small remnant from the corner of Lin Sen's mouth while simultaneously showering Zhao Wanting with praises. She highlighted her friend's talents, noting Zhao Wanting's exceptional skill in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. A virtuous and dignified homemaker like her is the ultimate key to happiness for anyone lucky enough to marry her. The atmosphere warmed further as laughter and pleasant vibes overtook the room, spreading sweetly into the night. Her personality is amazing. She's never had any conflicts with anyone, someone whispered quietly before adding in a hushed tone. Plus, her family is ridiculously wealthy. Her mom bought 3 massive luxury flats, all paid in full at her mom's expense. In the city center at Cloudside Heavenly Palace, Lin Sen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Senior Zhao has such a wonderful singing voice. Zhao Wanting responded with an ever-graceful smile, humbly redirecting the admiration. Oh, not at all. Senior Qin is the impressive one here. She's the president of the university's fitness club, perfectly focused on physical strength, more than capable of managing kids and a husband with ease. Her eyes subtly flicked toward Lin Sen as she added meaningfully, "Oh, and Qin's mom is a high-ranking executive at an international publicly listed company. The resources they have are staggering. Betrothal gifts would never be a worry there." Lin Sen put his chopsticks down, his smile easy and natural. "Both of you are amazing. Whichever man gets to marry either of you would be truly fortunate." Qin Meng straightened proudly, her voice carrying a playful arrogance. "That may be true, but the man's got to prove that he's worthy first." "It's worth it." Her almond-shaped eyes fixated on Lin Sen, silently implying, You're worth it." Zhao Wanting suddenly lit up with an idea. "Meng Meng is great at singing too. Her voice is so unique. Honestly, it feels like a waste not to show off today." Lin Sen, playing along with surprise, raised a brow. Qin Meng's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Do you like singing? We're stuffed and it's still early. How about we hit up a karaoke place?" This was a golden opportunity. KTV, dim, private, warmed by booze, was a setting ripe for creating a flirty atmosphere, perfect for escalating relationships. Though curious, Lin Sen hesitated modestly. "I like listening to songs, but I've never practiced much. I'm kinda tone-deaf, so don't laugh at me if it goes south." His humility tugged at the girls' hearts. Handsome yet unassuming, who wouldn't be smitten? Zhao Wanting softened her gaze. "Your voice is magnetic, smooth when you're just talking. I bet you'd sing great too." Qin Meng hopped in with praises. Absolutely. Your voice is so charming. After dinner, the bill-paying ritual turned into a playful little tug-of-war as Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting vied to be the gracious one. In the end, Zhao Wanting emerged victorious. Qin Meng laughed, jokingly announcing, "All right, I'll take charge of KTV tonight." While standing aside, Lin San watched the lively scene unfold with an air of indifference. Having spent several days in this strange new world, he had grown numb to such money games. The currency here felt like mere scraps of paper to him, and his daily expenses were always covered by others. As they stepped out of the restaurant, a cool sea breeze greeted them. Along the coastal street, the neon lights flicked on one by one, painting the city in vibrant hues. A taxi pulled up to the curb, and Qin Meng was the first to open the door to the passenger seat. "Wanting, you and Lin San take the back seat. Take good care of him," Qin Meng instructed. Zhao Wanting quietly slipped into the rear seat after opening the car door. Though the space was snug, it was enough for her to feel the faint presence beside her. The car door clicked shut, and Lin San brought with him a clean and refreshing scent that filled the cabin. A dizziness crept into Zhao Wanting's mind. She sat upright, her hands resting primly on her knees, but as if guided by an invisible force, her body leaned slightly closer to Lin San. Their legs brushed side by side, and through the thin fabric of trousers, a faint warmth made its way through. She swallowed hard, stealing glances at Lin San's profile as he gazed out the window. The soft city lights illuminated the sharp lines of his face. He sat at ease, seemingly unbothered by the close proximity. Unlike Qin Meng's daring nature, Zhao Wanting merely swayed slightly closer, quietly savoring his warmth and firm presence. Night deepened, the neon lights danced. The private KTV room door creaked open, and a waiter stepped in quietly. As soon as Lin San took his seat, the sofa beside him sank with sudden weight. Qin Meng slid close beside him, shifting the air into something palpably suggestive. Zhao Wanting, a beat slower, quickly found her position, locking Lin San into a captive spot between them. Both sides of him were trapped by contrasting floral perfume scents, leaving him no escape. Zhao Wanting busied herself by pulling open the song selection screen. Her tone was almost eager as she asked, "What do you want to drink? Fruit platters or snacks?" Lin San answered simply, and within moments, the table was filled with treats, fresh fruits, and beer. The ambience changed as the lighting dimmed into intimate golden hues, casting dappled shadows across the room. Qin Meng stood and selected the song Rose. The low rumble of a cello filled the space, layering anticipation in the room's energy. Singing began. Her raspy mezzo-soprano voice carried into the smoky air, tugging on emotional strings. Reaching the chorus, she suddenly grasped Lin San's hand, resting atop his knee. Her firm touch revealed a calloused yet earnest texture that hinted at a life shaped by gym training and grit. Her fingertips moved gently against the back of his hand, treating it like a delicate gem. The sultry intimacy within her gestures was unmistakable. As the song ended, Lin San retracted his hand calmly but applauded appreciatively. Qin Meng, unfazed, twined her fingers securely within his, holding on tighter. Her smile was mischievous, her tone filled with light flirtation. "If you like it so much, I could sing for you often." Lin San answered confidently, "All right, I'd enjoy that." The atmosphere thickened. Tensions danced on an invisible string as Qin Meng proposed drinks. Not to be outdone, Zhao Wanting quickly queued up, "I like you." A sweet, gentle voice echoed within the room as she sang, frequently stealing glances toward Lin San while pretending to lose herself in song. At that moment, Qin Meng had nestled brazenly against Lin San, her arms snaking around his waist with interlocking fingers, confidently enjoying the cozy intimacy. Seeing this, Zhao Wanting's internal hesitations evaporated. Her resolve stiffened. Her singing rhythm faltered slightly, but she powered through, stubbornly refusing to let embarrassment derail her determination. When the final note ended, Lin San turned to her, offering applause as he praised, "Your emotions truly shine, Wanting. Seizing the momentum, Zhao Wanting shifted closer to him, her thigh pressing firmly against his right leg. Heat seeped through the fabric, igniting sparks in her mind. She stole another glance toward Qin Meng, who met her gaze with a teasing smirk filled with silent encouragement and challenge. Zhao Wanting felt her motivation spike higher. Feigning a reach for popcorn, she leaned subtly into Lin Sen's space. Her hand instinctively draped behind him, finding its way to his back and curling slightly around his waist. Beneath her fingers was solid muscle crafted with fineness. Resting her head lightly on his shoulder, she murmured in a trembling whisper filled with restrained want, "You smell so good, Lin Sr." Lin Sen turned his head slightly, granting her a warm smile. "It's probably just the scent of body wash." He made no effort to pull away. This tiny gesture fueled Zhao Wanting's courage. Her hold tightened around him. Meanwhile, Qin Meng's voice rose, playfully coaxing, "It's boring just singing ourselves. Why don't we? Lin Sen, why don't you sing a song too?" Zhao Wanting quickly chimed in, "I bet your singing is amazing." Lin Sen shook his head helplessly. "I can't sing. I just prefer listening to senior sister's songs." The two of them pestered him relentlessly, and in the end, he reluctantly selected a song. As the intro began, Lin Sen gripped the microphone tightly, preparing to sing. The moment the microphone rested in his hand, Lin Sen sang the first line. Yet, the first two words came out like static, breaking the rhythm. The pitch veered high and off course. Flustered, he tried to correct himself, but the more he sang, the worse it got. The melody turned into a jarring series of off-key spoken words, a cacophony that felt as catastrophic as a train wreck. 3 minutes later, his face was flushed red with embarrassment. It was as though he had tried to claw out a 3-bedroom apartment on the carpet with his toes in mute protest. When he finally spoke, it was a plea for mercy. "Honestly, I'm tone-deaf." The private room fell into an abrupt silence. Then, a thunderous applause erupted like a storm. Qin Meng clasped her hands to her chest, her gaze brimming with genuine admiration. "Your voice has this magnetic quality. You've redefined the soul of the song, completely reinventing the original version." Zhao Wanting echoed with enthusiasm. "Those off-pitch notes? They are raw emotional outpourings. Modern singers rely on auto-tune. But this is the authentic pain of music." Lin Sen was utterly dumbfounded, confused and disoriented. The self-deprecation he had held onto scattered in the face of their praise, leaving behind an inexplicable rush of euphoria. He turned his attention to the 4 beautiful women before him. The wealthy Chen Yuro, the alluring Su Qianqian, and the ever-so-charming Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting, whose flattering words were undeniably addictive. Qin Meng smiled as she swiped through the song selection screen and picked a song Lin Sen often hummed in the shower. "How about this one?" The intro began. Lin Sen closed his eyes, his voice steady and deep, his pitch flawless. Both Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting froze, their movements halted midair. In that instant, the awkwardness from before was transformed into pure astonishment. As the song ended, the atmosphere grew heavy with awe. Lin Sen put down the microphone, a flicker of glee flashing in his eyes. He was almost ecstatically elated. Under his breath, he murmured, "Shall we do another?" For the next half hour, Lin Sen became an unchallenged king of song. With each track, his progress was as clear as daylight. His performance improving from chaotic to pitch perfect, his tone and emotion hitting every note flawlessly. The women's gazes shifted from pity to sheer admiration. They began showering him with praise endlessly. Qin Meng couldn't hold back anymore and leapt forward, cradling his face as she planted a kiss on him, her eyes glimmering with infatuation. "You're a treasure. If you had a child, they'd undoubtedly be a genius." Not wanting to be outdone, Zhao Wanting followed up with a kiss of her own, her laughter soft and enchanting. "You're incredible." Lin Sen, slightly tipsy, his cheeks warm and his gaze dreamy, floated in a haze of indulgence. Qin Meng's inner fire burned ever brighter as she passed a subtle signal to Zhao Wanting, "Clear the room." Zhao Wanting hesitated slightly but adhered to the unspoken agreement. She pulled out her phone, feigning surprise. A classmate has an urgent matter. I need to leave. You two continue. Lin Sun blinked, a fleeting look of disappointment flickering across his face as he watched her leave. It's still early, he mumbled softly, unintentionally revealing a slight reluctance. The tension thickened, currents of emotion swirling beneath the surface. Who would ultimately share in the night's untold secrets? Zhao Wanting's steps slowed, her expression frozen, her gaze torn between conflict and longing. Yet, the pressing situation forced her to let go. She adjusted her skirt gingerly and glanced back with visible reluctance. Lin San, seated on the sofa, gave a gentle smile, extending his arms in an open invitation. His posture both relaxed and full of assurance, signaling a future reunion. Zhao Wanting's heart raced as she heard, "Let's meet again next time." Suddenly, she quickened her steps and threw herself into his arms. Her embrace was soft and fervent, the scent of jasmine suffusing the air and winding subtly into the moment. Qin Meng's piercing gaze fixated on Lin San, her presence grounding the room with authority. Casting away the room's unspoken eyes, she confidently stepped forward, boldly straddling Lin San's lap. Her arms encircled his neck, and Lin Sun raised an eyebrow in subtle curiosity. When he teased her about how she had planned such precise maneuvers, she replied smugly, her words honey-sweet. In a pivotal moment, her playful demeanor turned contemplative. She looked him in the eye and solemnly confessed. Her body had never been shared with anyone else. He was the only one worthy. Her sultry whisper carried an alluring invitation to a nearby hotel. From her bag, she pulled out an exquisitely wrapped black package, heavily hinting at its secret contents. Lin San eyed both the package and her composure, silently marveling at the thoughtfulness and discretion of modern women on this planet. "Take your time to admire your senior sister's figure later," he teased. Rising, he gave a playful pat to her well-defined curves, the touch immediately igniting the atmosphere. In the restroom, the icy flow of water helped clear some of his drunken days. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into the stumbling figure of someone. Wang Bo leaned against the padded wall for support, looking utterly disheveled. His hair a mop of chaos, his clothes in disarray, with claw marks visible on his chest. "Help me, Senji. I've been conquered." He groaned weakly, his distress palpable. Wang Bo whispered about his experience of being besieged by 3 girls from the sports department as if recounting a harrowing battle. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh, thoroughly entertained by the sight. Wang Bo, desperate, begged Lin San to share the spotlight and divert their attention. "Just sit down with them. If you do that, those girls won't gang up on me anymore." Lin San gave him a reassuring pat on the sleeve, but declined the request, hinting that a senior sister awaited a much deeper conversation with him. Their eyes met briefly, and Wang Bo's shoulders slumped as he sighed, watching Lin San stride away with newfound confidence and vigor. Left in the dim hallway, Wang Bo resembled a defeated, forlorn soldier abandoned on the battlefield. Lin San clapped Wang Bo's shoulder before leaving, casually advising him not to overdo it. Wang Bo reluctantly nodded, his steps faltering as he trudged forward. "Open." Lin San stared at the man's frail figure and knew in his heart, though men were rare without capability, it would still be hard to enjoy life. Returning to the entrance of the private room, Qin Meng was already waiting, holding a black paper bag. As their eyes met, a fiery atmosphere swept over them. She hooked her arm around Lin San's, her body lightly leaning into him, her gaze resolute. The two left the karaoke bar, crossed the street, and entered a nearby upscale hotel. Qin Meng swiped the key card at the door, her hand trembling slightly, then quickly embraced the paper bag and dashed into the bathroom to change. Lin San removed his shoes and loosened his belt, carelessly casting aside his sports pants. Dressed now only in a white t-shirt and ice silk underwear as thin as cicada wings, the fabric was almost transparent. The sound of running water suddenly stopped, followed by the quiet click of the door lock. Qin Meng emerged, clutching the doorframe with her head lowered, her expression bashful. Lin Sun looked up, his gaze frozen by her flawless figure. In the room, accompanied by an audible gulp, Qin Meng became dazed as she stared directly at Lin Sen's half-revealed silhouette. Her throat was dry, her steps tentative as she moved forward cautiously, her eyes riveted, oscillating between boldness and hesitation, her nerves tied in knots. Leaning against the bedhead, Lin San smiled at her awkwardness. "Senior, you were fierce back in the private room. So, how come you're now blushing as red as a monkey's butt?" Qin Meng hastily retorted. "Who's blushing? It's just hot in here." Lin San raised his eyebrows. "Oh, is that so? Come here, have a seat, and let me see if it's really the heat." Qin Meng walked over hesitantly, stammering, It's my first time wearing something like this for a man to see. I'm not used to it." Lin Sen casually remarked, "The figure's great, but this lingerie is a bit conservative." Hearing this, Qin Meng panicked, worried she'd be deemed lacking in allure. She quickly grabbed the black bag. "I came prepared. I've got something even better. I'll change into it right away."
Lin Sen çocuklet, stopping her.
"Just change here. No need to trouble yourself." She turned back, her cheeks blazing red like ripe apples but secretly elated, thinking that being watched while changing by such an exceptional man was a rare honor. She dropped the bag, turned her back to Lin San, and slowly undid the straps on her shoulders. The lace slid down her spine, cascading to her waist. From the bag, she took out an almost invisible, diaphanous gauze battle gown. Gracefully pointing her toes, she slipped into it. Turning around, she asked Lin Sen, "What do you think of this outfit? Are you satisfied?" Lin Sen's gaze lingered for a long while. "It suits my taste. Prepare more of this style. Every time you see me, wear something like this." Qin Meng nodded, her cheeks flushed red, her heart sweet with joy. Approval from her dream man was the highest command. Lin Sen rose, heading toward the bathroom. At the doorway, he looked back and said, "Don't go running off. Wait for me." Qin Meng loudly replied, "I won't run. I'll wait for you right here on the bed." Emotions swirled in the air. Under the night sky, the distance between the two had never felt so close. The bathroom door slowly closed, and the sound of running water filled the air. Qin Meng knelt on the bed, clutching the sheets tightly as her chest heaved with intensity. Lin San was only a few meters away, showering, while steam and temptation filled the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and warm steam billowed out. Lin San emerged, draped in a loosely tied white bathrobe. Water droplets rolled down from his damp hair, tracing along his collarbone before falling away. The understated appearance of his toned calves was enough to undo any rational thoughts. Qin Meng's gaze involuntarily lowered, her composure crumbling as astonishment and longing filled her eyes. Lin San approached the bed, his teasing gaze sweeping over Qin Meng as he bent down slightly to look at her. Staring in a daze? She could only press her lips together and swallow nervously, her voice barely audible. "Lin San, this is too unfair." The perfection so tantalizingly close had her heart racing like a drum, overtaken by an uncontrollable impulse. Kneeling softly, Lin San sank into the mattress, the bed slightly dipping beneath his weight. Leaning closer, his silhouette exuded sparks of restrained desire. The scene shifted. The storm had passed. Qin Meng clung tightly to Lin San, her gaze tender as she peppered kisses on the side of his face now and then. Lin San opened his eyes, smiling faintly. "Senior, you've got a mischievous side to you." Startled, Qin Meng blinked, her apprehension vanishing as she gently asked why. Lin San chuckled, pinching her nose affectionately. His eyes drifted over the disheveled bed and scattered clothes, hinting at the earlier moment of indulgence. Qin Meng's cheeks reddened again, yet the playful tone left her satisfied. She defended herself, saying she had made sure he attended the choir performance in the afternoon as promised. Lin Sun teased that from the moment they had gotten into the taxi, she had been taking advantage of him. Qin Meng, pretending to be offended, retorted, "I didn't trick you. If tonight. Her voice softened, her tone resolute as she insisted this was truly her first time. Lin Sun nodded, affirming her statement with a serious tone. Trust and tenderness glimmered in his eyes, soothing Qin Meng's anxieties. A warm smile crept onto her face. Summoning her courage, Qin Meng softly voiced a question that had been buried in her heart. Lin Sun, tell me honestly, if I wanted to marry you, how much dowry would I need to prepare? Lin Sun's expression shifted slightly. He didn't answer immediately, his response coming leisurely. Let's talk about the dowry later. His tone was gentle yet carried a subtle undertone of probing. Qin Meng's heart tightened, worry and caution intertwining. She knew well that if marriage was not in the cards, the road ahead would be tough. She chose a more tactful approach, her gaze locked onto Lin Sun, hoping to catch every nuance in his reaction. Lin Sun spoke calmly, outlining the qualities of an ideal wife. She needs to have a good temperament and be able to get along harmoniously with the people in my life. He paused intentionally, his words laden with implications. Qin Meng, brimming with confidence, immediately assured him, "Don't worry. I'm best friends with Wan Ting, and I don't have any issues getting along with Su Qianqian, our junior. We sisters are united as one and will ensure you live without worry." He nodded slightly and continued, "Secondly, you must be virtuous." Without hesitation, Qin Meng beamed brightly. "I've been skilled at housework since I was young. Though I'm not good at cooking, I'll definitely learn well in the future. I'll cook for you every day and take care of you meticulously." Lin Sun reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his smile tinged with satisfaction. "In short, what I want is someone who makes every day happy when I'm with them." Qin Meng's gaze was resolute as she promised, "I'll definitely make you happy." After a moment of silence, Lin Sun proposed, "Let's date for 2 years, and if we're happy together throughout, I'll marry you after 2 years. 2 years dating and marriage, it felt like a key to happiness. Excited, Qin Meng nodded eagerly and agreed without hesitation. "Don't just say 2 years. I'm willing to wait 10, 20 years. Starting today, I'll prove it with my actions." She sat up and declared straightforwardly, "I'll hand in my paycheck card. Rest assured, I'll treat you even better than a true sister. If anyone bothers you, I'll be the first to stop them. Just enjoy life with peace of mind. I'll pamper you into becoming the happiest man in the world." Leaning against the headboard, Lin Sun felt elated. In his previous life, he had been a hopeless simp. Now, women cherished him like a priceless treasure. He gently brushed her lips with his finger and said tenderly, "Senior, you're so good to me. Let me give you a reward." Qin Meng's eyes sparkled, and she tightly grabbed his hand, rubbing her cheek against it like a little puppy seeking affection. "Really? Can I pick my reward?" she asked in a low voice. Lin Sun smiled. "What do you want to choose?" Qin Meng didn't answer with words. She leaned down and kissed his neck passionately, her breath scorching, her kisses fervent and eager, as if she wanted to consume him whole. She murmured softly, "Can I have this reward? I want." Lin Sun simply agreed. "All right." With only 2 words, it was like striking a match that ignited the fire in her heart. She let out a soft cry and tightly clung to him once more. As the storm subsided, their story continued. Qin Meng slowly opened her eyes, the soft morning light spilling over her and Lin Senator. She nestled against him, occasionally planting gentle kisses on his handsome face, tenderly and joyfully. Lin Sun lightly patted her shoulder and said something akin to a royal decree. "Senior, let's head back to school." Though there was a trace of reluctance in Qin Meng's eyes, she promptly sat up and prepared to leave. Both dressed, Lin Sun offered unreserved praise for her figure, to which she returned a confident display, teasing, "Being your wife is far better than being a model." She then casually suggested buying breakfast for him, only to be informed that Su Qianqian had already taken care of it. Qin Meng didn't show a shred of jealousy. Instead, she sat by the bedside, her gaze glinting with planning. She proposed joining the breakfast delivery team with her best friend Zhao Yuting. both to ease Qianqian's burden and to integrate herself further into Lin Sen's life. Lin Sen thought briefly before nodding in agreement. Let Qianqian do it this week, and then we'll arrange shifts. Qin Meng's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she quietly celebrated the progress of her plan. She helped Lin Sen put on his jacket with gentle movements, creating a warm atmosphere. Lin Sen got up, and they left the dorm together, stepping into the morning light of the campus. Later, Lin Sen lay on his bed after a shower, his fingers swiping across his phone screen as he opened the Watermelon Live app. The homepage was filled with male streamers, each with their unique style, some building muscles, some simply sitting in silence, yet all boasting remarkable popularity. Lin Sen clicked on a top-tier live stream titled Gu Bei, astonished to see 15 million viewers online. On camera, Gu Bei's refined side-parted hair and fair complexion glowed dreamily under the lights. He silently flipped through a book and even sipping water, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing, ignited the enthusiasm of the chat. Hubby drinking water is too seductive. I need oxygen. This Adam's apple. I could stare at it for a year. Lin San quietly observed, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. The screen overflowed with gifts, dazzling carnivals, rockets, and luxury yachts nearly obscuring the streamer's face. Drinking calmly, Gu Bei set aside his glass and nonchalantly said, "Thank you for spending wisely." His words sent the chat into a frenzy. Female fans exclaimed, "Hubby is caring about our wallets. I've saved up 2 million for dowry. Please meet me. I own 3 beauty salons. Marry me, and I'll give you everything." Watching the frenzied chat, Lin San shook his head helplessly. In the past, someone with such looks might have struggled for basic needs. Now, with a bit of makeup and a beauty filter, even his breaths could make countless women part with their money. Gu Bei had prospered through live streaming, refusing offline engagements to prevent exposing his true identity. He scrolled through other live streams. Some streams of people sleeping had 5 million viewers, commenters admiring their beautiful sleeping face all night. Others, though incompetent in gaming, charmed fans with smiles alone. The most absurd scene featured a deserted chair when the streamer went to the bathroom. 200,000 viewers debated the chair's brand on the comment section. Lin Sun shook his head and muttered to himself, "Money in this world is practically thrown at these male streamers like snowflakes." He had no interest in streaming himself. He didn't feel deserving of such a title, nor did he want the trouble it would bring. Around him, men as handsome or more than him with better physiques already existed. Even his strengths seemed less prominent now. Switching to the female streamer section, the vibes dramatically shifted. Viewer numbers fell dramatically while Lien's livestream channel barely attracted more than a few dozen viewers at a time, and her titles were unimaginably competitive, such as 2 apartments in Beijing's most prestigious district, Looking for True Love, National Sonda Champion Husband, Protective and on Standby, Doctorate Defense showcasing high IQ genes. Lin Sen casually clicked into a stream titled Group CEO Online Matchmaking. The video feed displayed an elegant and aloof businesswoman, clad in haute couture professional attire, cautiously promoting herself. Her eyes betrayed insecurity, but no one was buying her pitch. The live chat seethed with cold ridicule. Many doubted her abilities, while others accused her of faking her sophistication. Lin Sun sighed and backed out of the stream. He aimlessly entered another channel, titled Violent Lolita. A sweet girl was slicing open a durian with her bare hands, shouting enthusiastically as she worked, "Husband, look how strong I am. I'll handle all the housework, so you can relax." The durian cracked open under her hands, a shocking display of strength, and Lin San instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. In this world, powerful women shielding fragile men from life storms was not just a courtesy. It was the standard. After browsing through a handful of streams, Lin Sen found them all equally dull. Just as he was about to shut off his phone, he accidentally tapped into one titled Late Night Radio, Let's Talk. The room was barren, with only 3 viewers online. The screen showed a spinning vinyl record as a soft piano melody drifted in the background. The streamer's face never appeared. Only a gentle, slightly weary voice could be heard. Lin San swiped away the live stream interface and, with a heavy finger, pressed the exit button on his phone. In this world, a man could be utterly useless, but if his chromosomes aligned in the right way, he became a gold mine. What once seemed like a joke now cast a sobering reflection as Lin San stared into the mirror and greeted himself with a cold, self-deprecating laugh. The phone screen lit up again, messages pouring in like marketplace chatter. The endless unread icons flashed like a sea of red dots. Lin San opened Chan Yuro's chat window first. A sultry photo of her in a dimly lit bedroom. Her silk nightgown blended with her skin tone, damp hair brushing against her collarbone, her gaze fiery with intent. Her message carried a veneer of care. Lin San, it's getting cooler outside. I bought you a scarf. If you don't like it, let me know, and I'll buy a different one. Lin San replied simply, "It's nice, thanks." She responded immediately, "Glad you like it. I'll bring it when we meet. Good night." Next was Su Chanqian, who bombarded him with a rapid stream of exclamation point-laden texts and screenshots of meticulously calculated breakfast plans, arranged by protein content. Lin San casually picked option D, and Su Chanqian immediately sent back a spinning emoji, promising to deliver it punctually the next morning. Lastly, there was Qin Meng's chat, bursting with densely packed messages, each saturated with sticky affection. "Is your back sore? Do you need a patch? I suddenly started thinking about you." And a soft voicemail, her tone syrupy and gentle. "Be good and sleep well. See you in the morning. Keep yourself warm. Think of me, moi." Lin San set his phone aside, his gaze carrying a blend of exasperation and quiet triumph. He understood. In the past, a single reply took careful consideration, but now a simple from him was enough to send them all into joyous reverie. This wasn't unique to him. Guys like Wang Bo and Li Hao were treated just the same. The next morning, the stillness was broken by the sound of the doorbell. Lin San glanced at his phone, surprised to find it earlier than the previous day by 20 minutes. Opening the door, in walked Su Chanqian without a sound. She wore a light green floral dress and appeared fresh-faced, her soft pink lips giving her the look of a newly plucked dewy peach, untouched and pure. Leaning against his headboard, Lin San glanced at the clock and raised an eyebrow. "Why so early?" Su Chanqian placed a thermos on the table, her tone apologetic. "I woke up a bit earlier today and thought I'd prepare breakfast sooner. If you want to go back to sleep, I'll make sure not to disturb you." Lin San waved her over. "Don't bother with your phone. Come lie down with me for a bit." Su Chanqian froze, her eyes glimmering with a spark of hope, and swiftly nestled into his embrace, a sweet smile she couldn't suppress curling at her lips. Her soft skin carried a cooling, delicate texture, like porcelain infused with jasmine's subtle fragrance. Trembling slightly, she clung to him without an ounce of resistance. 20 minutes later, the alarm broke the silence. "Time to get up. Don't overstay in bed, you've got class." While getting dressed, Lin San whispered softly, "I'll be free tonight. Let's spend some quality time then." Su Chanqian's eyes lit up instantly, her joy uncontainable as she sat up from the bed, saying cheerfully, "Okay, I'll go get breakfast ready." When Lin San emerged from the bathroom, his expression was composed. At the dining table, Su Chanqian, now in her pale green dress, was busying herself with breakfast preparations. The moment she saw him appear, she hurriedly pulled out a chair and attentively adjusted the cushion and placement of the chopsticks with gentle precision. Lin San sat down, and Su Chanqian carefully picked up a translucent shrimp dumpling, blowing on it gently and holding it to his mouth. Lin San took a bite, the juicy shrimp bursting with flavor in his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Chanqian kept watch by his side, not touching her food, solely focusing on catering to his needs. He gestured to the seat across from him. Su Chanqian giggled, her eyes curving in delight, and finally began eating her portion. Together, they shared their meal in warm silence. Afterward, Su Chantian quickly cleaned the dishes, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. Before leaving, she spoke softly, "I'm heading out now. Kiss me." Lin San obliged, lowering his head for a light peck. Su Chantian's eyes glimmered with joyous excitement. She picked up her thermos and left the room with buoyant steps. Once the door closed, Lin San made his way to the bathroom. Hot water cascaded over him, steam enveloping the space, gradually clearing his thoughts. His mind drifted to Su Chantian's deliberate 20-minute early arrival, to Chen Yuro's orchestrated misdirections at school just to intercept him, and to Qin Meng's feigned chorus group tours, all thinly veiled strategies designed to compel his attention. Controlled the atmosphere with an aura of professionalism. Her sharp suit accentuated her poised demeanor as she entered the classroom, owning the space. "Good morning, everyone," Sun Min addressed them, her voice steady and captivating. "I hope you had a productive start to your day. We'll begin with some important announcements before moving on to today's lecture." The classroom quieted instantly. Lin Sen glanced up casually and rested his chin on his hand, exuding calm indifference. His mind was a swirl of fleeting thoughts, from the relentless pursuit by those around him to the brief yet enticing exchanges that seemed to subtly alter his daily routine. Yet, Sun Min's presence demanded attention. The air shifted as her words carried authority, drawing the focus of even the most absent-minded students in the room. As the faculty roster's cornerstone, she was known for her strict adherence to discipline balanced by the rare moments of genuine care for her students. "First," she continued, "the upcoming inter-college competition is right around the corner. Those interested, please make sure to register with me by end of day tomorrow. It's an excellent opportunity to showcase your skills." Lin Sen's expression remained passive. Competitions, gatherings. It all seemed trivial compared to the larger and more complex game unfolding around him. As Sun Min transitioned seamlessly into the session's topics, Lin Sen's thoughts drifted, ever calculating. The sprawling campus with its myriad personalities wasn't just a place to study for him. It was a vivid microcosm of society, negotiations, and survival. Each person played a role, danced to the silent orchestra of unseen rules, and Lin San, in his quiet, unassuming way, was taking notes on it all. Scanning the rare few boys in the class, she announced that today's lesson topic was masculine charm and social etiquette. At the end of the lesson, she seized the opportunity to announce the election for class monitor, her gaze finally settling on Lin Senator as the highest-scoring and oldest new student. Sun Min hoped he would take on the role. Lin San hesitated slightly, asking if the responsibilities would be too burdensome. Sun Min chuckled, saying the position was both easygoing and prestigious, primarily involving coordination of club activities and inter-department collaborations. A faint trace of curiosity flickered in Lin Sen's eyes, and he readily accepted this charming offer. The afternoon's physical education class was held on the sports field. A scattered group of dozens of boys gathered haphazardly, as Coach Zhang Guilan, standing tall like a pine tree, barked orders to begin a 2-kilometer warm-up run. The team quickly spread out. Wang Bo's face turned pale, his steps faltering, clearly affected by the aftermath of some struggle from the previous night. Li Hao coughed incessantly, his sweat soaking through his back. Lin Sen, however, led the pack with ease, his strides nimble and steady, his breathing calm and controlled. Under the shade of a nearby tree, Sun Min handed Zhang Guilan a bottle of water, and the two struck up a conversation. Zhang Guilan praised Lin Sen's physical fitness and coordination but noted the other boys' weak results and feeble physiques, seemingly fragile as paper. Sun Min, however, expressed firm belief in the hidden potential of these boys, despite their frail constitution. She analyzed that the disparities in performance stemmed from differing focuses. Girls excelled in attention to detail and pursuit of perfection, while boys demonstrated strength in the big picture and practical application. She cited examples from the field of research, where groundbreaking success often emerged from male scientists who thrived without getting bogged down by minutiae. Zhang Guilan nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the wobbly figures on the track. She reflected that this was why the school insisted on physical training for the boys, Even with low entrance scores, strengthening their bodies could transform some into future rare talents. Sun Min entrusted Zhang Guilin with supervising the physical education classes, and the two parted ways with determination and hope. Running laps around the track had become second nature for Lin Senator that day. He effortlessly overtook Wang Bo, who was gasping for air and grumbling awkwardly about some trouble awaiting him that night, his appearance almost comically pitiable. Lin Sun relished the exhilarating rush in his chest. Even his muscles seemed activated with precision, his steps steady and accurate. He felt an impulse to sprint harder, but at this moment, it was as if he was savoring a feast of physical freedom. The 2 kilometers concluded, and Lin Sun stood still without a trace of fatigue. Zhang Guilin stopped her stopwatch and cast him a look filled with admiration. His physical capability far exceeded that of the female team members on the school track team, undeniably showcasing his extraordinary talent. After the running drills ended, Zhang Guilin led the students to the basketball court. A basket of basketballs spilled onto the ground, and the boys exchanged confused glances. To them, basketball seemed both unfamiliar and daunting. Wang Bo picked up a ball, dribbled once, and let out a painful yelp, while Li Hao cradled the ball like a treasured relic, only for it to roll off into the grass in the wrong direction, prompting Zhang Guilin to rub her temples repeatedly. The scene resembled a comical acrobatic performance. Lin Sen grabbed a ball, his grip instinctive and familiar. Though moving at a leisurely pace, he executed through-the-legs crossovers and behind-the-back dribbling with control and stability. Among the clumsy movements of the others, he appeared like a star player, drawing a spark of interest in Zhang Guilin's eyes. From the three-point line, he adjusted his stance and released the ball, but it hit the rim and bounced off. Lin Sun sheepishly remarked about his rusty technique as he moved to retrieve the ball. Before he could pick it up, Zhang Guilin intercepted it with ease, her sharp eyes fixed on him. "Have you played before?" she asked. Lin Sen gave a half-smile and admitted he had played for a few years in the past. Zhang Guilin acknowledged his feel for the ball and extended an invitation. "How about joining the school team?" Lin Sen looked surprised and replied that his elementary-level skills might hold the team back. Zhang Guilin smiled and gestured towards the tumbling and fumbling Wang Bo and the others around them. "Do you think you'd be dragging the team down?" she joked. She explained seriously, "In university basketball, games are co-ed, and with so few boys, the school team is entirely female. Would you really be a liability?" She confessed that she was looking for a male player, skill level aside, even as a physical presence, to serve as a meat shield if necessary. She reminisced about a boy 10 years ago whose contribution had helped the school team break into the top 10 in the city tournament. Lin Sen became contemplative. Competing alongside girls intrigued him, but whether to join or not required careful thought. Years passed, and Lin San still hadn't found a suitable partner in life. That day, Coach Zhang's eyes lingered on him, her approval growing as she observed him more closely. 185 tall, balanced physique. "This is a solid foundation, something different," she remarked. Lin Sen modestly replied, "My skills are still pretty rough, and my shooting accuracy isn't great." Zhang immediately dismissed his concerns. "It doesn't matter if your technique's a little raw. Stand under the hoop with both hands up, you'd create a no-fly zone. The average height of the opposing girls is just 170. As long as you can grab rebounds, defend, and block the lane, that's enough. Leave the offense to the girls. Being a workhorse center is absolutely useful." Lin Sen understood her intention, to turn him into the team's hardworking big man. He hesitated. "Coach Zhang, I can't train every day. I have to focus on my studies." In truth, he was preoccupied juggling the attention of the school's most popular girls and didn't have time for daily practice. Seeing through his thoughts, Zhang Guilin gave him a meaningful smile. "Our school team is casual. There's nothing like intense, grueling training. You train mostly on your own, and team practices are just 3 times a week in the afternoons from 4 to 5. You won't miss your sleep-ins, and your evening plans won't be disrupted either." She swept her gaze over the boys around them and added in a different tone, "If you're feeling unwell or just in a bad mood, you can chill. This treatment was almost akin to being adored. Lin Sen hesitated for a moment. 4 to 5 in the afternoon was usually a refined time for afternoon tea, but switching it out for sweating buckets in a basketball gym seemed excessive. Basketball wasn't a career path for him. Yet, Teacher Zhang immediately pulled out the ultimate persuasion. You don't know. Our team's girls have great stamina, incredible flexibility, and, to top it off, many of them are stunning. Lin Sen's throat moved slightly, his gaze turned subtle, and his casual demeanor disappeared. Straightening his posture, he exuded decisiveness. With the basketball tucked under his arm, his expression turned serious. Teacher Zhang, I'm not one to be tempted by beauty. It's your sincerity that moved me. Truly, I just love basketball. I'll join the school team. Zhang Guilin beamed with delight, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As the class bell rang, Teacher Zhang decisively led him to the indoor gym. Nearing 4 o'clock, the school team's girls had already changed into their uniforms, each of them full of energy. Line up! The whistle blew, and the girls quickly formed 2 rows. Their long, pale legs lined up uniformly. Inadvertently, their gazes floated toward Lin Sen, the atmosphere subtly shifting. Lin Sen's eyes flickered. He whispered softly, "System, scan." The display rapidly flashed as individual beauty scores appeared. 68, 72, 75. His gaze swept to the end of the line, and his pupils contracted slightly. Ileana, 19 years old, beauty score, 94. She stared intently at him, as if struck by his handsomeness. Standing close beside her was another striking figure. Gu Xiaoya, 19 years old, beauty score, 94. A stunning local girl with jet black hair and long, straight legs. Her charm shone even beneath the loose basketball jersey. At that moment, Lin Sen knew that life on the school team was just beginning to get exciting. Under the curious and sparkling gazes of the girls, this new face had already stirred up a silent frenzy. Other than the 2 legendary beauties, most of the team members were fairly average. Assistant coach Zhang Guilin proudly patted the newly joined freshman, Lin Senator. As soon as she finished speaking, the girls couldn't contain their stirrings. Low whispers filled the team. Is it really the campus heartthrob, Lin Sen? Even the team's celebrated beauty, Ileana, flashed a playful wink, radiating a bold and fervent energy. Lin Sen's composed smile carried a hint of modest shyness. Without coming off arrogant, he perfectly retained his aura of charm. His voice was clear and resonant as he introduced himself, earning a collective rise in heart rates among the girls. The team captain, Lu Rulin, stepped forward, extending her hand with a tone full of banter and warmth. Welcome to the team. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. Her words carried a subtle implication, provoking an inexplicable tension in the air. The first training session was orderly. Zhang Guilin demonstrated the basics like dribbling, passing, and shooting with crisp and fluid movements. The team then dispersed to practice individually. Standing beyond the 3-second area, Lin Sen began casually patting the basketball with both hands. His first few dribbles were clumsy, but he quickly found his rhythm. With the system's boost and as his body warmed up, his coordination skyrocketed in an uncanny manner. The ball seemed glued to his hands. Crossover dribbling and spin moves became fluid and natural. With a sudden stop and shoot, the basketball swished cleanly through the net. On the sidelines, Zhang Guilin's face lit up. Clutching her thermos, her eyes twinkled with undisguised delight as she murmured, "We've struck gold." The atmosphere on the court grew peculiar. The girls made frequent mistakes. Balls bounced off their feet, passes soared out of bounds, and some shots didn't even graze the rim. All the while, their attention was magnetically drawn to Lin Senator's sweat glided down his jawline, dampening the collar of his training shirt to faintly reveal his elegant collarbone. The older teammates, with faltering composure, repeatedly sipped water. Even Ileana couldn't help herself. During her practice under the hoop, her striking blue eyes tracked Lin Sen's every move, as if capturing each detail. The hour-long training session flew by. At Zhang Guilin's command, The team dispersed together. Just as Lin Sen finished wiping his sweat, he found himself surrounded by a swarm of QR codes. The vice captain was keen to add him on messaging apps to notify him about practice schedules. The logistics coordinator handed him gear registration forms, and the locker room manager showed up too, all with various excuses, all with one goal: to get closer to him. Lin Sen simply took his phone and scanned the codes, dropping his initial reserve in favor of balancing camaraderie with his teammates. As the crowd gradually thinned, only Ileana lingered. She tossed her gleaming platinum hair and held out a phone with its brightness turned up to the maximum. The distance between them closed to the point where they could almost see their reflections in each other's eyes. The impact of Ileana's 94-point beauty score made the air feel thick and still. Her blue eyes sparkled with a peculiar rhythm, accompanied by an irresistible allure in her curves. "Your ball sense is excellent. You've improved remarkably," she said, her voice carrying a distinct rolling accent. Then, she paused, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. "But your ball handling could still use some work. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, there wasn't any team practice scheduled." Ileana took the initiative to invite Lin Sen for one-on-one ball handling training. She placed extra emphasis on the words ball handling, her gaze full of suggestive ambiguity. Lin Sen was momentarily stunned, his gaze wandering between her exotic, well-defined features and her flawless figure. He was fully aware that beauties like her often came with elaborate schemes, confident on the surface while calculating behind the scenes. But how could he refuse this ready-made opportunity for private coaching? Mutual learning, progressing together. Lin Sen put away his phone and agreed readily. A slight smile played on Elena's lips as she blinked goodbye, her high ponytail swishing in a golden arc. Watching her graceful silhouette slowly disappear into the distance, Lin Sen wiped away the inexplicable tears at the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, tomorrow this ball might not be so easy to handle. Back at the dorm, sweat that had just dried was rinsed off under cold water when his phone screen lit up. Su Qianqian sent a voice message, her tone soft and tentative. "Brother Sen, how about dinner tonight at Cloud Heights?" Lin Sen's heart sank. Cloud Heights was a high-end restaurant, with per person spending running into the thousands. He had a clear grasp of the financial standings of his female acquaintances. Chen Yuro was genuinely wealthy, Qin Meng was middle class, while Su Qianqian came from a modest family. In this mercenary world, for Su Qianqian, that meal was almost a life-draining expense. Lin Sen didn't want her to waste her money, nor did he wish to disrupt the local custom of women routinely handling the tab. He replied, "Just done with training. Too lazy to head far. The cafeteria will do. 7 o'clock. Meet me downstairs at the boys' dorm. We'll take a walk." Su Qianqian quickly responded, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Her tone was cheerful, the happiness palpable. As night fell and the campus became serene under the streetlight's warm glow, Lin Sen stepped out of his dorm. There, by a flower bed, stood Su Qianqian, dressed to the nines in a light pink dress swaying gently in the evening breeze. The moment she spotted Lin Sen, her eyes sparkled like stars. She hurried up to him, taking his arm with a shy blush on her cheeks, her emotions clear and bright. Together, they strolled down a tree-lined path toward the secluded heart of campus, a wooded grove often known as a secret haven for couples. Su Qianqian leaned closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder and wrapping her arms tightly around his. "Was training exhausting?" she asked tenderly. "Not too bad, loosened up a bit," Lin Sen replied with a soft smile, the atmosphere warm and tranquil. The faint scent of osmanthus flowers wafted through the air as the two sat on a long wooden bench, their silhouettes blending. Leaning toward her, Lin Sen caught a whiff of her fragrance from her hair. Su Qianqian stiffened immediately, resting her head gently on his shoulder as she whispered, "No perfume, just after a shower. Didn't use anything. Everyone's natural scent is different." In the darkness, Su Qianqian snuggled closer, pressing her cheek lightly into the hollow of Lin Sen's neck like a playful kitten, her breathing quickening slightly. She suddenly blurted out a secret. "Brother Sen, Today I wore a brand new dress. Before she could finish, Lin's son broke in with a teasing grin. Let me inspect it for you. The topic transitioned to their majors. Are you in the arts department? Specializing in oil painting, Su Qianqian replied, gradually warming up to the topic. Lin Sen, sly as ever, changed the tone of the discussion abruptly. Do you paint nudes? Frequently, she admitted. But most of the male models are middle-aged men, expensive and not exactly fit. Laughing, Lin Sen asked about handsome young models. Where do you find any good ones? Her response suggested such a concept was akin to a fairy tale. Seizing the moment, Lin Sen held her by the waist and whispered, What do you think of my build? Her eyes sparkled, and she nodded without hesitation. Amazing. Want to see more? She answered firmly, I'd like that. The two hit it off and agreed to meet in Lin Sen's dorm. Just as they stepped in, Lin Sen's phone lit up with a new message. It was from Qin Meng, heading to the newly opened hot springs resort at Mount Wuming this Friday with Zhao Wanting and Su Xinyao. Join us. Lin Sun skimmed the text, pausing briefly at a stunning photo attached. A cold yet beautiful woman with cascading long hair. Her details rolled across the screen. 19 years old. Beauty rating, 93. He quickly replied, Got it. Within seconds, his ID number was sent out. Su Qianqian eagerly showed off her new dress, saying, This is such a hit. I went through a lot to get it. As she pointed out the concealed zipper, the sound of it being slid down was unusually loud in the quiet room. When all was quiet again, Su Qianqian eventually left. Lin Sen glanced at his phone, a voice message popping up. It was his friend Wang Bo, sounding weak and drained. Brother Sen, I'm spent. I'll need to take a day off tomorrow. The message ended with a chuckle that morphed into a sob. My legs can't even hold me. Lin Sen's smile carried a hint of pity. Take care. Pace yourself. We've got 4 years of school ahead of us. Wang Bo shot back with determined humor. I'll go into seclusion for the next 2 days. The dorm staff approved. Not seeing anyone. Lin Sen couldn't help but laugh, imagining the envious looks on his friends' faces. Just as he was about to set his phone down, a notification popped up with the name Jiang Yueqing. A message had arrived just 2 minutes ago from the rich girl who had cornered him earlier that morning. Late into the night, Lin Sen's phone lit up again. Another message appeared. Lin Sen, still awake? The Jiang Group's latest concept phone. I reserved one for you. From your family's company? He raised his brow slightly, switching from his messaging app to the browser, typing Jiang Group. On the screen, a string of glowing stats reflected the corporation's magnitude, valued at 18 billion. A corporate giant, leader in electronics, communications, and new energy. Its influence spread across the entire nation. Lin Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm, but the atmosphere subtly shifted. The glow from the screen reflected on his face as he returned to WeChat. A few words were sent. You're being too extravagant. On the other end of the phone, fingers danced across the keyboard, and the reply came instantly. Not at all. It's just a small trinket from us. This appearance matches you perfectly. Please accept it. He understood the underlying meaning completely. This wasn't just a simple gift. It was a display of power. The hint at billions in assets signified dazzling resources and the possibilities of the future. Lin Sen responded with composed indifference. I said there's no need, thank you. The messages ceased. His rejection was silent but resolute. That evening, lying on his bed, Lin Sen stared at the ceiling, a trace of weariness and complexity hidden between his brows. In recent days, he had become the center of attention. Once overlooked, now he was the one everyone fawned over. Qin Meng and Chen Yuro's aggressiveness was evident, yet the once pure campus belle, Su Qianqian, had taken her obsession to a whole new extreme. Tomorrow he had a basketball control practice with Alina. The day after that, a hot spring retreat. Encircled by 3 stunning women, the dynamics were far from ordinary. As for Gu Xiaoye from the school team, she remained calm for now. But Lin San was confident. After initiating a few times, the situation would inevitably shift. Surrounded by the alluring women of the school team, there was at least some restraint with Coach Zhang present. Without her, the chaos that would ensue was unimaginable. He was caught in a sea of temptations, yearning yet resolutely restraining himself. The agonized screaming of Wang Bo from the prior night still echoed in his ears. Lin Sen knew he had to tighten his belt and tread carefully. The next afternoon, during physical education class, Zhang Guilin blew her whistle, and over 30 boys scattered into motion, starting their run. It was a grueling 2-kilometer run. Most of the students were panting heavily, their steps faltering. Only Lin Sen ran steadily at the front, his strides consistent and firm. The wind roared past as his heartbeat thundered, oxygen coursing through every muscle in his body. In the final lap, he accelerated effortlessly, crossing the finish line with slightly heavier breaths, his forehead beaded with sweat. Looking at her stopwatch, Zhang Guilin frowned. It was 6 minutes and 40 seconds, 5 seconds faster than the day before. She raised her gaze to Lin Sen, eyes complex with emotion. He hadn't pushed himself to his limits, and his physical potential seemed like a deep abyss. Rest for 10 minutes, then practice freely. At the sound of the whistle, Lin Sen walked toward the basketball hoop. The basketball slowly landed in his hands, and muscle memory activated. His movements smooth and precise. Dribble, dribble, dribble. The rhythmic sound of the ball hitting the ground followed. Lin Sen moved efficiently, executing crossovers, behind-the-back dribbles, and sudden stops with graceful ease, the surrounding atmosphere flowing in sync with his movements. Stationary at the three-point line, he took a deep breath, bent his knees, jumped, and flicked his wrist. The basketball traced a beautiful arc. Clank! It hit the rim, echoing throughout the court. The ball ricocheted back, hitting Lin Sen on the neck before bouncing away, exposing his lack of proficiency in shooting. Picking up the ball, he attempted several more shots, hitting 2 out of 10. Despite his low accuracy, Zhang Guilin watched with a glint of anticipation, recognizing his progress. She caught the ball effortlessly with one hand and softly critiqued the transfer of energy between his wrist and legs before encouraging him to continue working on his form. After class, Lin Sen, carrying his change of clothes, walked alone into the quiet, spacious indoor gymnasium. In the distance, golden-haired Alina was about to enter the women's locker room. Hearing his footsteps, she turned around, her bright blue eyes lighting up instantly as she greeted him with a smile before disappearing through the door. Lin Sen changed into his gear and walked back out, the clear sound of a basketball being dribbled echoing in the space. Under the hoop, Alina was practicing diligently, drenched in sweat. Today, unlike the previous day, she wore a loose training jersey that obscured her figure but couldn't hide her long, toned legs and striking features. Her every dribble revealed solid fundamentals, her movements light but fluid, exuding a tangible power honed from years of training. Lin Sen attempted to mimic her dribbling rhythm, instantly catching her attention. She swiftly ran over, correcting him without hesitation, pointing out how his wrist overexerted, emphasizing the importance of body rhythm and weight shifts. During her demonstration, her steps were steady, her waist suddenly sinking lower as her loose jersey swayed with the motion, revealing fleeting glimpses beneath. Lin Sen had nowhere to avert his gaze, feeling the visual bait she had set so deliberately. The seamless demonstration of her dribbling crashed upon Lin Sen like waves, submerging him in a dual sensory experience of technique and allure. Alina's sharp gaze carried the discipline of a stern coach, combined with an unspoken challenge. Her subtle beauty and contradictory demeanor seemed to silently remind Lin Sen that this session was more than just basketball practice. Lin Sen froze for a moment, the detail of her two-handed control of the ball, her teasing look, the coquettish tone laced in her voice. Lin Sen struggled to avert his eyes away from her shifting jersey, feigning seriousness as he nodded. "I was really observing the ball just now. It's so big, so round and white." A blush spread across Alina's face, her snowy complexion tinged with pink, her neck seeming to catch fire. Lin Sen's gaze lingered on her exquisite features, entranced, cold on the surface, yet beneath it all, such a captivating softness. The beauty's captivation. Elena was feeling triumphant and decided to intensify the heat. She took a step closer, her big, dewy eyes unwavering as her voice lowered. It seems my demonstration wasn't clear enough. Let me do it again. Get closer and watch my ball handling carefully. Lin Sen gritted his teeth, full of righteous determination. All right, I promise to focus intently and not miss a single move. The sound of the basketball echoed quickly and rhythmically as it struck the floor. Lin Sen concentrated with all his might. The arcs before his eyes were perfect and vivid, a visual impact even more overwhelming than a 3D movie. Elena came to a stop, a few beads of sweat glistening on her collarbone. She looked up, her gaze tinged with emotion. Did you see clearly this time? Lin Sen's mouth felt dry, and he nodded. Yes, I saw it clearly. The ball passed into his hands, and as he followed her method of dribbling, it felt smooth and easy. The brilliant trajectory of arcs replayed vividly in his mind. Standing on the sidelines with a towel in hand, Elena didn't wipe away her sweat, but rather kept her eyes fixed on him. Her expression was complex, biting her lip in worried urgency. The night before, she had secretly watched him, tossing and turning in bed as she thought of him. She had deliberately chosen this daring battle outfit that she normally wouldn't dare to wear, hoping her intentions would become unmistakably clear. Yet all it yielded was Lin Sen's focused basketball practice. She had imagined him embracing her tightly, exclaiming, "Elena, you're stunning," and then sealing it with a bold kiss. Instead, it turned into a one-sided effort on her part. Her heart was puzzled. Was she not attractive enough? Or did he prefer a more direct approach? This incredibly handsome man, so hard to captivate. With no other strategies left, she too started practicing basketball. The two of them worked up a sweat, the atmosphere subtly charged. Elena tucked the ball under her arm, her golden hair brushing against her ears. The soft curves of her chest rippled slightly with her movements. She blinked, adding a playful touch to the atmosphere. Practicing fundamentals endlessly is dull. Lin Sen, how about a one-on-one challenge? 5 points to determine the winner, with stakes involved. Lin Sen raised an eyebrow. What stakes? In a low, sultry voice, she emphasized no conditions, her bold gaze skimming over his physique. Lin Sen readily agreed. All right, just don't cry when you lose. Whose crying is yet to be seen, she said confidently, smiling. I've been training since I was young. You start with the ball. Elena lowered her stance. Keeping her eyes locked on Lin Senator, the loose neckline of her tank top slid down just a touch, offering a distracting view. For the first point, Lin Sen launched an aggressive offense. His dribbling was rough and his feint attempt failed. Elena's legs were as steady as rocks, completely blocking his path. Finding no success with tricks, he resorted to a direct charge, like a tank on the move. Their bodies collided forcefully, and Elena let out a muffled grunt, stumbling backward. Lin Sen seized the opportunity to push toward the basket. Yet as he dashed forward for a layup, his rush made his touch stiff, and the ball bounced off the rim without scoring. Frustrated, he flung his hand, but his attention quickly turned to Elena, whose eyes were slightly red with restrained emotion and discontent. She scolded him for being too aggressive. Embarrassed, Lin Sen admitted fault, softly apologizing, and even teasingly asked if she needed some gentle care. Flustered, her cheeks flushed as she subtly acknowledged his joke. Her turn to handle the ball, Elena backed up to the three-point line, facing away from Lin Sen, initiating a post-up move. Her form was close against his hands lightly placed on her slim waist, naturally cooperating without resistance. As they moved slowly, their proximity felt intimate, the tension charged with sparks. Suddenly, Elena spun to take a shot. The ball didn't even touch the rim, but her face glimmered with a playful smile. Lin Sen retrieved the ball and mimicked her moves, opting for a back-to-the-basket play. Elena pressed close, wrapping her arms around his waist. The basketball slipped to the sideline as a result of the bind. Caught in her hold, Lin Sen halted, feeling her rapid heartbeat. Elena confessed her loss and admitted to going easy on him, her voice soft and with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Sen clapped his hands as a reminder. Losers have to accept punishment. They must unconditionally fulfill the winner's request. Elena released him but circled around to face him, her loose tank top disheveled and sliding down, revealing her smooth, fair skin. The game had only just begun. He scanned the empty gymnasium, ensuring no one else was present, before finally pulling her into an embrace. She offered a bashful smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation, her figure surrendering to his touch. Elena whispered a promise. "Whatever you want me to do, I'll agree. Is this place safe?" Lin Sen asked cautiously. She gave him a sly grin. "When I headed to the locker room earlier, I locked the main door behind me. Only I have the key." He chuckled, teasing her for her meticulous planning, while she blushed crimson, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. The basketball match had concluded, but another battle had just begun. The pair wrapped tightly around each other as Lin Sen leaned in for a kiss, which Elena passionately returned. The gym was left with only the sound of their quickened breaths as the atmosphere heated up. After a brief cool down, he released her, gently tapping her sweat-drenched cheek. "Go change clothes so you don't catch a cold. If you're hungry, we'll grab a bite in the cafeteria later." At this, she protested urgently. "The cafeteria? Not for a first date. That would be embarrassing." She insisted on going to a restaurant with a better ambience, but Lin Sen shook his head. "That'll take too long. Food isn't as important right now. I'd rather head back to the dorm quickly." His gaze hinted at another type of main course, and Elena's face turned a deep shade of red before swiftly nodding in agreement. They walked toward the locker room side by side, her arm wrapped around his, reluctant to part from him. Elena changed out of her drenched. The training uniform was exchanged for something lighter and thinner in a sudden surprise, and she walked into the women's changing room. At this moment, Lin Sen had already stripped down, wearing only semi-transparent shorts that highlighted his sharply defined inverted triangle musculature. Her heart raced as she watched, nearly to the point of a nosebleed. Their eyes met, and the air grew still suddenly. Golden hair clung to Elena's collarbone, sweat mingling with anticipation filling the atmosphere. Lin Sen gave a calm command. "Don't just stand there in a daze. Come here." Step by step, she approached him, the ambience in the changing room growing denser and more palpable, faintly hinting at an imminent eruption of a story yet untold. Lin Sen picked up a towel, but instead of wiping her face directly, he gently draped it over her stunning silhouette. Even through the towel, he could feel the softness and firmness of her skin. Elena leaned closer voluntarily, her sapphire eyes glistening like spring water. She wrapped her arms around him, stood on her toes, and kissed Lin Sen fervently. Their breaths intertwined closely, as if time had come to a standstill. A moment later, they parted. Elena gasped for air, her lace-covered chest unable to restrain the surging vitality within, causing Lin Sen's brow to twitch. He gently massaged the redness on her body, asking if it hurt. Elena bit her lip and replied softly, "It hurts, like being hit by a tank." Lin Sen continued massaging with just the right pressure, and she added, "It doesn't hurt anymore, just feels a bit itchy." He told her to endure it and reminded her to wait until they returned to the dorm room to address it further. After changing, Elena wore tight-fitting jeans and a simple white t-shirt, her flawless figure unhidden. As they stepped out of the gymnasium, Lin Sen paused to advise her not to hold on to him while outside and to maintain some distance. Although Elena felt puzzled, she didn't object. Lin Sen explained that her beauty and physique were too eye-catching. Walking together would draw too much attention and potentially cause trouble. Hearing his compliment, her face flushed with sweetness. Despite some reluctance, she recognized the tenderness behind his words and nodded in agreement. The two left one after the other. In the cafeteria, they kept their distance, sitting at separate tables for their meals. Several girls tried to chat with Lin Sen, but he gave no response, much to Elena's quiet delight. She was the one he truly allowed close. After finishing their meals, the two still parted ways, heading toward the male dormitory. At the entrance, Aunt Wang greeted Lin San with a beaming smile and remarked how good his health looked. Elena caught up but was stopped at the door by Aunt Wang. Lin San smiled and confirmed that she was with him. Aunt Wang gave Elena an evaluating glance, her eyes lighting up. Golden hair, sapphire eyes, a stunning figure. It was like looking at a doll from a magazine. This girl is radiant. Could keep you company for 10 years. Xiao Lin, you're really lucky. Blushing deeply, Elena shyly greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Her cheeks turning as red as ripe tomatoes. Lin Sun chuckled helplessly, asking Aunt Wang to stop teasing. Aunt Wang playfully reminded Lin San to take care of himself. A man's body is precious. Take it slow and steady. Lin San understood the implication, gripping Elena's hand firmly as they headed up the stairs. Upon entering his room, he locked the door behind him. The sound of the lock made Elena's shoulders tremble slightly, but she quickly straightened up, her gaze alight with excitement. She knew that the long-awaited moment had finally come. Lin Sen motioned toward the bathroom. "Go take a shower," he instructed. Elena readily agreed, slowly removing her clothes. Beneath the veil of night, their story was just beginning. With a soft flash of light, Elena slipped into the bathroom like a mermaid. A few minutes later, her velvety voice mixed with the sound of water. "Lin, where's your face wash?" Lin Sun chuckled as his gaze lingered on the prominently displayed large blue bottle on the shelf. He gently pushed open the frosted glass door, where steam swirled and the scent inside was intoxicating. Elena pointed toward the shelf, pretending not to find it, her eyes flickering with mischief. Lin San stepped closer and picked up the bottle from right beside her hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she offered a flimsy excuse. "I mistook it for body wash." Though her explanation was unconvincing, he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he squeezed some face wash into her palm, his gaze locked onto hers. Suddenly, he asked, "Just this one bottle? There are a few others." Elena froze momentarily, then quickly turned away, pretending to search, her face reddening even more. Lin Sen reminded her, "There's more than one bottle here. They're all natural and large-sized." She lowered her gaze shyly, unable to hide her embarrassed smile. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she leaned in without reservation, sealing their lips together. The sound of water intensified, their breathing growing heavier. In a quiet voice, she murmured, "Lin Sen, let's get married." He gently swept her golden hair aside and replied calmly, "It's too soon. Let's take it slow." Elena became more eager, propping herself up as she made a solemn vow. "As long as you marry me, everything at home will be up to you. I'm not like those women from Xia country who play mind games. I'm very obedient." Lin Sun smiled, steering the conversation back to reality. "Marrying you isn't an issue, but how much dowry have you prepared?" "Prepared," Elena replied confidently. "My sister married a local man, and their dowry was worth about 2 million. My family isn't ridiculously wealthy, but my parents are definitely generous. If I marry you, we're talking at least that amount." She raised her hand, signaling 5 million, her face glowing red. Lin Sen did a quick calculation. While her worth might not rank among the top-tier wealthy, her unique foreign charm, perfect figure, and flawless complexion were undeniably captivating. The topic of dowry could be addressed later. Marriage was a major decision that hinged on compatibility. "I don't like clingy women or those with too much jealousy," he confessed. Elena immediately denied. "I'm not jealous. I know you're amazing, and I'm not the only woman who thinks so. As long as you have me in your heart, I will cooperate with your other women." She hurriedly added, "Saying it doesn't mean much. Watch my actions instead." Lin Sen watched coldly from the sidelines. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that the women of this world were gentle on the surface but schemed like characters in a palace drama behind the scenes. Their compliance was just a facade. The law limited people to 28 spouses at most. More required special approval, and even physical stamina metrics had to meet stringent standards. Okay, I believe you. She broke into a smile, feeling hopeful. Suddenly, Lin Sen asked, "Did you often wear completely transparent clothing before? Are you very open?" Elena replied earnestly, "No, I'm very conservative. I only prepared 2 sets." He continued, "Where did you learn that from?" She responded, "Instructional videos." "Do all girls frequently watch instructional videos?" He probed further. She nodded. "Yes, we all have to learn knowledge from those." As expected, girls were pretty much the same everywhere. Elena candidly admitted that she had set her sights on Lin San the moment she first saw him on the basketball court yesterday. Lin San chuckled and rebutted, saying that love at first sight sounded far more romantic than simply targeting someone. Elena revealed that the key she had was borrowed from someone else, her smile full of pride and cunning. Lin Sun kept questioning her. Had she been thinking about him all night? She blushed and excitedly confessed that her mind had been entirely consumed by thoughts of him. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with mutual understanding and satisfaction. Elena never expected that the ultimate handsome man before her would actually become her exclusive. She had secretly conspired during her training and, having gotten her way, was now basking in the pleasure of having him. After the rain cleared, Elena lingered reluctantly, wanting to stay over. But Lin Sen gently declined, afraid he couldn't control himself. Her alluring figure made the atmosphere between them instantly taut. Though reluctant, Elena conceded and backed off. Lin Sen showered and collapsed on the bed, weakly scrolling through his phone. WeChat was lit up with notification dots. The good mornings and good nights from his girlfriends seemed like an endless episodic novel. Chun Yuro sent a message, asking if he had time over the weekend and why he hadn't used the credit card she gave him. Lin Sen replied calmly, saying there was nothing wrong with the card, but he couldn't meet over the weekend as he already had plans for a trip with 3 senior girls. When Chen Yuro saw the words, senior girls and trip, her fingers trembled slightly, and she felt a twinge of heartache. Expressionless, she quickly replied, "Have fun. See you next week." She threw her phone onto the sofa and leaned her head back, staring at the crystal chandelier as turbulent thoughts surged within her. 3 senior girls, a veritable wolf pack circling its prey. Once, she thought her family background and beauty gave her the edge. Reality, however, was making her realize that fighting alone would only lead to exhaustion. Closing her eyes, she could only see Lin Sen's face drifting into her mind. She couldn't afford to remain passive any longer. Lin Sen continued browsing through WeChat and noticed that half the girls on the basketball team had messaged him, while the more timid or less eligible ones stayed silent. He understood well that only a small number of women dared to be truly bold. He replied to a few messages and then prepared to turn off his phone and rest. Suddenly, the screen buzzed nonstop. It was Li Hao, his usual game-addicted friend who was also obsessed with negotiating wedding dowries. But at this moment, Li Hao sounded unusually excited. Li Hao sent rapid-fire messages. "Bro Lin, you awake? Breaking news. The campus site just exploded. Binhai University's top 100 goddesses list. And top 10 gods list just dropped. You took the top spot on the gods list. Total domination." A flash of calm radiance flickered in Lin Sen's eyes. It was clear that things were only beginning. Just as he was about to call it a night, Li Hao's urgent follow-up interrupted. "Photos leaked, bro. HD lifestyle photos of you are online." Lin San was skeptical. He hadn't actively given any photos to anyone. How did this happen? He immediately got up and opened his laptop. The campus network looked dormant, but was completely blocked by a massive pinned forum thread on the homepage. Its title stretched across in bold red, "Top Secret Annual Shock. First ever reveal of the top 10 gods. Number 1 is so hot it'll trigger ovulation on the spot." Clicks skyrocketed, and replies had blown past tens of thousands.
Lin Sen klickade on IT.
After a brief loading lag, the leaked photo gradually loaded. The shot was taken near the chain-link fence by the sports field. with him tilting his head back to drink from a bottle as the setting sun cast golden light against him. Water droplets slid down his Adam's apple, creating a mesmerizing image. Eyes widening in disbelief and helplessness, Lin Sun stared at the screen. The comments section boiled over with hysteria. Screams filled the thread. "I'll have Lin Sen's babies right now. I'll trade a year's worth of my living expenses for one kiss. I'm paying 1,000 yuan for the water bottle. Take this down right now or things could get messy." The frenzy couldn't be stopped. Netizens swarmed in droves, utterly hooked. Lin Sen glanced sideways in exasperation, silently mocking the madness of the world. Once upon a time, he had to carefully measure his words even among his female acquaintances. Now, a simple act like drinking water could incite an uprising among the school's women. Heck, even the discarded water bottle could fetch a high price. Browsing through the gods list, he saw the second-place name Zhou Zhihao. Zhou had a pale, clean-cut look but lacked Lin Sen's captivating charisma. The rest of the list was filled with unremarkable faces. Countless voices chanted, "I'll bear your children," as Lin Sen mused on the endless games people played in this world. My fabricated aesthetic logic left him speechless. Closing the campus male god rankings page, his mouse shifted to another thread with far less activity. Top 100 campus goddesses of Binhai University. The click and reply counts paled in comparison to the male rankings, and the tone was far darker and more convoluted. Under the protection of anonymity, this place was a battleground simmering with undercurrents. Rumors abounded, accusations of vote rigging flew, and temperamental goddesses were publicly roasted. Even those dubbed gentle and good at cooking at the bottom of the list became subjects of controversy. Society may seem glamorous on the surface, but behind closed doors, it was all blades and shadows. Women were treated like rubble, while men were the dazzling diamonds perched at the tower's peak. Lin Sun closed his laptop, his eyes calm yet his mind brewing with fresh insights. The world was changing, and he'd have to re-examine it from this perspective. On screen, the comments section exploded. "Stop making excuses. This list is about looks. No money, no face? Then don't even bring up personality. I don't buy it. My family owns 50 million yuan, and I'm 170 centimeters tall. Am I seriously worse than the one ranked 98th? Some male students even flooded the boards with playful banter, stating that the top 3 beauties of Binhai University were in a realm of their own, while their own schools felt vastly outclassed. Lin Sun sat back, eyes fixed on the screen, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. This so-called top 100 goddesses list seemed more like a vast speed dating event, with beauties tearing each other apart, each clamoring to prove their worth. Scrolling further, Lin Sun finally found the highlight. An account named The All-Knowing One dropped a blockbuster post, a collection of high-definition candid photos coupled with names, grades, and majors. Scanning attentively, Lin Sun spotted familiar names: Ileana, Qin Meng, Su Qianqian. Out of the goddesses, 22 were ranked with beauty scores above 90, lending an air of undeniable credibility to the list. The scene transitioned to Friday morning at the base of the boys' dormitory. In the crisp air, Su Qianqian carried a thermal lunchbox and offered a warm greeting to Aunt Wang, the dorm supervisor, who smiled kindly and praised her as the archetype of the ideal campus girlfriend. Su Qianqian responded with a bashful smile, swiping her dorm card before quickly disappearing around the stairwell corner. Aunt Wang watched her retreating figure, her smile laden with unspoken sentiments. Last night, it had been the blonde doll visiting. This morning, it was Su Qianqian. These young people truly seemed to be running a non-stop marathon. Inside room 302, Lin Sen had just finished freshening up. Su Qianqian placed the breakfast container on the desk, then transformed into her foxy, flirty self, wrapping her arms around his waist, nestling close. The two laughed and teased, the atmosphere warm yet tinged with intimacy. But Lin Sen's gaze remained steady as he lightly pressed her hands, signaling restraint. "There's an important event tonight. Need to save energy." Su Qianqian, though slightly disappointed, suppressed her urge and obediently took a seat. She arranged the table with a spread, crystal shrimp dumplings, century egg porridge, and an array of delicate side dishes. Lin Sen casually picked up a shrimp dumpling, speaking offhandedly, "Don't bring breakfast the next few days." Su Qianqian froze briefly, intending to mention their movie plans, but was met with his explanation. "I've planned a hot springs trip with Senior Qin Meng and 2 others, 4 of us in total." Hearing about this group outing, Su Qianqian's heart turned sour, though outwardly she maintained a tender smile, even volunteering to help pack sunscreen and motion sickness pills for him, exuding a gracious demeanor. Pleased, Lin Sen reached out and gently took her hand, softly massaging the back with his thumb. "You've been working hard, waking up early every day. From now on, let Qin Meng and the others take turns doing these things. You should get more rest." Su Qianqian staunchly shook her head, replying firmly, "It's no trouble for me." Her gaze was filled with fervor and reliance. Every time he saw her, Lin Sen's eyes seemed to emit a certain force. Leaning in, he left a light kiss at the corner of Su Qianqian's lips, his words simple yet resolute. "Let's cherish being together. There will always be a place for you with me." This promise, like a solid reassurance, instantly erased the doubt and unease from her face. Su Qianqian's smile broadened earnestly. Her eyes shone with a determined light as she nodded. Seeing her off, Lin Sen finally slung his book bag over his shoulder and headed toward class. Meanwhile, the smile on Su Qianqian's face gradually faded, replaced by a sliver of anxiety. Qin Meng and her group were escalating their collective moves. The competition was only intensifying. Lowering her head in contemplation, the glow of her phone screen illuminated her face as she edited a long dormant draft text intended to reconnect with an old acquaintance. She hoped to boost her standing in Lin Sen's eyes. At the back of the classroom, the tension was palpable. The empty seat where Wang Bo usually sat emanated an air of unspoken pressure. Li Hao furiously tapped at his phone screen, his brows furrowed deeply, and an expression of frustration and resentment plastered across his face. Lin Sen approached and sat nearby, casually glancing over to see what had drawn Li Hao's vexed focus. It was none other than Zhang Wei, ranked 10th on the campus male god rankings. A boy with a simple cropped haircut. A quick system scan rated Zhang Wei's attractiveness at a modest 59. Compared to Li Hao's own score of 55, the difference was almost negligible. Why the hell is he on the list? This is either rigged or someone tossed a ton of money around.
Liao growlat.
He put down his phone and slumped in aggravation. Lin Sen responded calmly, "Aesthetics are subjective. Some people favor that kind of honest look." Li Hao, however, took it dead seriously. "It's not just about some shallow fame. That's basically a golden ticket to lifestyle freedom." He went on in a hushed tone, recounting the tale of his cousin, a decidedly average-looking guy who'd skyrocketed to fame thanks to his spot on the male god rankings. Overnight, wealthy women from society took notice, and his life transformed. Luxury cars, a 7-figure allowance, multiple wives, the combination of wealth and good looks had crafted a life straight out of a dream. Li Hao sighed heavily, looking as though he'd been born in the wrong era. A longing and unyielding desire was hidden deep in his gaze. The campus heartthrob rankings were no mere popularity chart among the students. To certain affluent women, it became a hunter's list. Lin Sen, the number 1, had his name spread across the elite social circles of Binhai City overnight. His photos were scrutinized by wealthy women, their selection process meticulous. Almost immediately, this created a money-making effect. So much so that the online servers were overwhelmed by the surge in enthusiasm. Behind the curtain were top-tier hunters wielding substantial fortunes. 300 kilometers from Binhai City, in another metropolis, a woman with a face marked by knife scars, a chunky gold chain around her neck, and a robust physique sat commandingly on a leather sofa. She exhaled a plume of smoke with an air of calmness. Beside her, a companion nearly drooled in excitement, their eyes glowing green as they stared at Lin Sen's photo on a cell phone screen, their voice dripping with desire and fervor. To them, Lin Sen was not only a man of striking looks, He was a money-making machine. The boss lady smirked coldly, her words cutting through the room. Earning 100 million a month? Easy. The staggering notion left her companions slack-jawed. Meanwhile, within the second cafeteria of Binhai University, three stunning young women, Qin Meng, Zhao Wanting, and Su Xinyao, gathered around a table. Qin Meng leaned in, whispering instructions. Tonight, at the hot springs, you've got to be bold. Her gaze locked firmly onto Su Xinyao as her tone carried a mix of expectation and admonishment. You have to loosen up. Su Xinyao, her face innocent though betraying an awkward embarrassment from being singled out, made no reply. Unyielding, Qin Meng exposed Su Xinyao's usual aloofness while stressing the particularity of the situation. The warm and seemingly pure Lin San was not as simple as he appeared. Lowering her voice further, she hinted that tonight's trip to the hot springs was destined to be extraordinary. Qin Meng began recalling Lin San's seemingly extraordinary history, mentioning titillating moments from a previous night at a karaoke bar. By the time she got to certain ambiguous details, Zhao Wanting's cheeks turned a rosy red. So much so that her chopsticks slipped out of her grip, dropping her spare ribs back into her bowl. Their eyes briefly met, the thoughts lingering in their minds replaying those fiery scenes from the hotel, heating the atmosphere so tangibly it could burst into literal flames. Turning the topic, Qin Meng highlighted Lin San's combination of initiative and gentleness, his unpredictability blending excitement and care. She reminded Su Xinyao to set aside her pride and quit acting the aloof goddess. This is a rare opportunity, she emphasized, urging Su Xinyao to go all in. Su Xinyao's heartbeat sped up, her palms damp with nervous sweat. Though this was her first time facing such a scenario, she mustered the courage, forcing a confident reply. Don't worry, I'll let go for sure. Last night, I studied the Art of Seduction guidebook. Qin Meng laughed softly, remarking that experience in the field was what truly mattered, promising she and Wanting would be there for moral support. Shifting her focus, she emphasized Lin San's dominance as a campus idol and the wildly viral photo that had taken the internet by storm, leaving Su Xinyao with no room for slack. Wiping her mouth tidily at the end of their meal, Qin Meng let the air of mystery around her fade away. Zhao Wanting casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression carrying a peculiar undertone. Su Xinyao, meanwhile, fumbled to clear her mind of the instructional videos she had watched, her cheeks visibly flushed. No matter how hard she tried to maintain an aloof front, her internal chaos was evident. The trio rose and exited the cafeteria, instantly slipping into the confident and dazzling aura befitting campus goddesses. That afternoon, the sports field was sparse and unusually tranquil, with noticeably fewer male students present. On the attendance sheet, clusters of absent names bore the conspicuous red mark reading, Physiology Leave. This left the teacher both helpless and exasperated. This indulgent opening semester had already pushed many young men into their so-called enlightened monk mode. The remaining female onlookers all riveted their gazes on the lone star among them. Lin's senator there he was, shooting hoops by himself, embodying solitude and determination. On the near-empty court, he became an undeniable focal point. In Lin San's hands, the basketball seemed to come alive. His left hand swung the ball behind his back while his right seamlessly executed a crossover maneuver. The fluidity of his moves, combined with the impeccable rhythmic precision, was mesmerizing. Beads of sweat rolled down his sharply defined jawline and gleamed under the sunlight before dripping onto the floor. Standing at the sidelines, Coach Zhang paced with his hands clasped behind his back. Stopping momentarily, he watched Lin San intently, his eyes betraying growing astonishment as he murmured praise for the young man's rapid improvement. With physical education class over, the basketball team's training began. Carrying a packed duffel bag, Lin San entered the gymnasium after changing into his gear. Inside, the female team members, dressed in shorts and tank tops, were warming up, their graceful curves and fair legs painting a vibrant picture of youthful exuberance. One conspicuous absence was Eilina, who had taken the day off. The exhaustion from the previous night's activities rendered her unable to participate in the intense practice. Coach Zhang blew his whistle, signaling the team to begin drills. Dribbling, passing, catching, and sprints. After completing one circuit, the team was split into smaller groups for scrimmages or individual practice. Lin San opted to practice alone, the effortless control of the spinning ball in his hands drawing attention from over half the people present. Among those whose gazes lingered most were team captain Lu Rulin and Pan Lina, the latter of whom boasted a strikingly curvaceous figure, and had been particularly chatty with Lin San over WeChat. Though attractive, neither truly caught Lin San's eye. The only person who genuinely commanded his attention was Gu Xiaoya, whose beauty easily surpassed a score of 90 on a scale of 100. While her ball-handling skills were fairly standard, her shooting was remarkably precise. The basketball seemed to float lightly yet purposefully from her hands, creating a crisp swish sound as it cleanly went through the basket. She met Lin San's gaze for a fleeting moment, her expression calm, as if he were nothing more than scenery, a demeanor devoid of either arrogance or insecurity. Lin San bristled inwardly, feeling as if he had been underestimated, labeled simply as a pretty face. Resolute, he decided to act. Clutching the basketball tightly, he made his way toward Gu Xiaoya. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and all eyes gravitated toward him, their focus ultimately landing on her. Halting her movements, Gu Xiaoya turned to him with an inquisitive look in her eyes. Breaking the silence, Lin San spoke first, his tone carrying genuine admiration. "Your shooting is incredibly accurate. Would you mind teaching me?" Gu Xiaoya blinked in slight surprise before responding with calm indifference. She reached for. The ball demonstrated the correct positioning of the hand and power application, executed with precision and elegance. The arc traced by the ball landed perfectly in the net. Lin San listened attentively, and when the demonstration ended, he didn't leave in haste. Taking a deliberate step closer, his gaze locked onto hers with determination. A warm and confident smile graced his face, and he met her eyes for several seconds. In a low voice, he said, "You explained it so well, even clearer than the teacher's explanation. Thank you." Though his voice was soft, it hit her heartstrings like an electric shock, causing the atmosphere in the gymnasium to heat up in an instant. Gu Xiaoya's gaze momentarily turned flustered, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Lin San's gentle words made her unconsciously avert her eyes. She stammered, It's nothing. If you've got any more questions about shooting, just ask me anytime." She hurriedly turned to shoot a basket, but the ball bounced off the rim, betraying the disturbance in her heart. Lin San turned and left with calm composure, leaving behind a gymnasium filled with envious and jealous gazes. While practicing, he caught glimpses out of the corner of his eye. Gu Xiaoya's unwavering focus on him, paired with moments of evasion when their eyes met. At the end of the training, Coach Zhang blew the whistle and announced that the training session for next Friday would be replaced with an outing to watch the city's professional basketball league games at the sports arena. Both the women's and men's matches would be played back-to-back. The team members whispered among themselves. People discussed how expensive the tickets for the men's league were and how attractive the male basketball players were, especially the female players who could barely contain their excitement. Coach Zhang swept his gaze over the team's laughter and firmly reminded them to focus on game tactics, making it clear they weren't there to fangirl. As the crowd dispersed, Lin San quietly headed toward the locker room. Opening the door, he was greeted with a blast of cool air. Lin San removed his sweat-soaked training jersey and started tidying up. It was then that he heard footsteps approaching the doorway, a rare moment where paths crossed between the men's and women's locker rooms. Standing at the entrance was Pan Lina, the team's towering and strikingly proportioned center. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin San, who was alone in the room. The air grew heavy, and silence enveloped the space. Her breathing quickened as she stared at him like a predator eyeing a delectable piece of cream cake. Lin San calmly reminded her, "Senior, this is the men's locker room." Pan Lina's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes never leaving him. She replied nonchalantly, "I didn't walk into the wrong place. It's just that the women's locker room is crowded and stuffy. I'm used to changing here where it's more spacious." Her tone was casual, as if everything was under control. Gesturing for him to continue minding his business, she added, "Don't mind me. I'll leave as soon as I'm done changing." Her justification sounded plausible, but it was riddled with flaws. Lin San quietly scoffed at her reasoning. Just 2 days ago, on his first day joining the team, the changing room had been empty when he used it. Panlina's sudden appearance here clearly wasn't a coincidence. It felt deliberate. Before he could say anything, Panlina acted swiftly. With a hook of her finger, she pulled up her sweat-drenched basketball jersey without the slightest hint of embarrassment, even exuding a sense of flaunting pride. The wet garment landed audibly on the bench. The air froze instantly, and Lin San held his breath. Female basketball players often had enviable physiques, and Panlina's striking appearance easily earned her an 83 out of 100 in his mental evaluation, bearing a resemblance to one of his old teammates from his previous life. In the cramped locker room, the very atmosphere seemed charged with palpable intensity. As she adjusted her hair, her gaze strayed towards him unintentionally, and then froze. Her eyes widened, her throat tensed, and the way her tongue unconsciously licked her lips betrayed her unease. Taking slow, deliberate steps, she closed the distance between them, her feminine presence overwhelming. "Junior," she murmured, her voice laced with a mix of allure and feigned concern. "You're drenched in sweat. I'm worried you'll catch a cold." Her tone softened, as she added, "Hand me a towel, and I'll help you wipe it off." Lin San maintained a blank expression, clinging tightly to his composure. With a quiet firmness, he exerted force and pushed her back a few steps. "If you come any closer, I'll call security," he warned. He was well aware that while Panlina's charm didn't go unnoticed, she was far from meeting his stringent personal standards. In a world where men were scarce, losing his principles and letting someone so easily claim his dignity would bring not only humiliation but potentially endless trouble. Panlina stood still, hands twisting the fabric of her shirt as her eyes filled with an almost pitiable sheen, like a wronged and pleading spouse. "Junior," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "I like you." Leaning against the locker door, Lin Sen's voice remained resolute. "I'm not short of admirers. They could line up from here all the way to the school gates. The competition's fierce. I can't promise anyone anything." Biting her lip, she fell silent, her eyes dropping to the floor as though reluctantly acknowledging the harsh truth. Men had become unparalleled treasures on this modern world's landscape, and those who stood out were exceedingly rare. "If I were to give in now, it'd only hurt you in the long run," Lin Sen sighed, adopting a look of empathetic understanding. "You're a good girl, you haven't gotten married yet. Getting involved with me would make other men treat you unfairly." Panlina lowered her head, her expression silent. She slowly bent to pick up her discarded jersey from the ground, her movements sluggish, while her hesitant glances seemed to silently plead for him to reconsider. Lin Sen turned away, resolute. From behind came her faint whisper, "Junior, I'll leave now. I'm sorry." The sound of quiet footsteps retreating accompanied the soft click of the closing door. Lin San immediately strode over, locking the door with a firm twist of the handle. He tested its security twice before letting out a long exhale. Sweat trailed down his forehead. This locker room was no longer just a place for changing. It had turned into a danger zone. If he'd hesitated for even a second, the consequences of being caught in such a compromising situation by the other female players would have been disastrous. The humid air still carried Panlina's lingering scent. 83 points? He muttered, as if in dialogue with an unseen system, reminding himself not to cross the line. If he allowed himself to falter here, the road ahead would only grow more treacherous. With the system enhancing his abilities, sticking to his principles was paramount. His reputation as the campus heartthrob wasn't something ephemeral. Recklessly letting the basketball team take advantage of him would tarnish his honor. And if rumors spread, what would the true goddesses think? "A man must have boundaries," he affirmed, staring into the mirror at the strikingly handsome face reflected back at him. With steadfast determination, he steeled himself. Silence. Only by enduring loneliness can one preserve the splendor. Carrying a sports bag over his shoulder, Lin San had just stepped out of the men's locker room when he bumped into Gu Xiaoya, who had just finished taking a hot shower. Her skin glowed with translucence, a few strands of damp hair clinging to her neck, exuding a natural and alluring aura. Their eyes met, and a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Xiaoya's gaze as she softly asked if he was heading back to the dormitory. Lin Sun smiled gently and nodded in response. Walking side by side out of the gymnasium, Gu Xiaoya praised his stable shooting form. Lin San modestly attributed it to her guidance. Embarrassed, Gu Xiaoya lowered her head. Her face tinged red as she recalled their hands-on coaching sessions. Lin San casually expressed his gratitude, causing her heartbeat to race. Under the sunlight, as he raised a hand to shield his eyes, his taut muscular lines radiated a powerful energy, naturally drawing her gaze. Reaching the fork in the path, Gu Xiaoya hesitated before suggesting, "See you next week." Lin Sen's eyes were steadfast as he acknowledged her coaching with praise, then turned to walk toward the boys' dorm, his retreating figure exuding effortless charm, leaving no traces behind. Gu Xiaoya stood still, looking back, mentally replaying every moment that had just passed, her emotions stirring wildly. Why had he sought her guidance so deliberately? Why had he leaned so close, close enough for her to feel his breath? She bit her lip and sipped water, trying to quell the restlessness in her chest as she walked toward the girls' dormitory. Not far away, Panlina and Lu Rulin were slipping out from a side door of the gymnasium. Casting furtive glances around, Lu Rulin whispered a warning to Panlina. "You've got some nerve. Even if they called the police, they'd catch you." Panlina retorted fearlessly. "The daring thrive, the timid starve." Leaning quietly in the dormitory hallway, Panlina and Lu Rulin radiated gossiping energy. Panlina, propped against the wall, carried a subtle hint of regret in her expression, though her hand gestures betrayed a sense of pride. She had once experienced being close to Lin Sen's stellar physique but had been outright rejected. Lu Rulin's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she eagerly pressed for details, as though fascinated by a celebrity scandal. Panlina made a get-in-line gesture, her lips curling downward in a faint display of unattainable disappointment. Lu Rulin patted her shoulder, half teasing, half envious. "With those looks and this kind of attention, you've already hit the jackpot." Just yesterday, some sophomore girl was auctioning off an empty water bottle Lin San drank from. Starting bid 1,000, and people were fighting for it. Their conversation revealed Lin Sen's extraordinary status among the students. Yet even so, Panlina spoke cautiously, "From now on, don't get too close. What if he really calls the cops?" The gossiping came to an end, leaving a subtle, complex atmosphere lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Sen had just arrived at the foot of his dormitory building. Under the shade of a tree, Li Hao lounged with a cup of iced milk tea in hand, lazily swinging his legs. Nearby, two plainly dressed but visibly nervous young women struggled to move their luggage, offering shy, sweet smiles toward Li Hao, careful not to offend him. Spotting Lin San, Li Hao immediately sprang to his feet, grinning as he casually explained his weekend plans, taking the girls to the beach and giving pursuers a chance. Lin Sen nodded along, mentioning his own plans to invite someone to a hot spring, keeping the mood light and conversational. Inside the dorm's lobby, the air was suddenly tense. Auntie Wang was blocking the entrance at the security desk, standing firm against Zhang Meng from the sports department, a towering guy with a surly expression. Zhang Meng clutched a 3-tiered thermal lunchbox, insisting with restrained aggression that he be allowed to deliver the food upstairs. Auntie Wang, calm yet unwavering, stated plainly, "Wang Bo isn't feeling well today and isn't accepting visitors." The aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, causing her to wrinkle her nose slightly as she rigidly enforced the rules. Casting a sharp glance upstairs, she threw out an explosive revelation. "Someone has already delivered food to him." Zhang Meng's expression darkened instantly, and he barked with anger. "Who sent it?" Auntie Wang maintained an unperturbed demeanor, simply stating, "I don't know." A power struggle was unfolding at the entrance, an undercurrent of tension rippling through. Indifferent, Auntie Wong curtly replied, "It has nothing to do with me. If you want to know, ask Wang Bo." Zhang Meng's face flushed with frustration, his voice trembling as he persisted. "Is it that short-haired girl from the finance department?" Auntie Wong raised an eyebrow, her tone falling an octave, icy and firm. "Stop causing trouble. If you continue, I'll have to report this and dock your credits." Defeated, Zhang Meng stomped his foot, the vibrations resonating through the floor as he stormed away, humiliated. Passing by Lin San, she lowered her head and quickened her pace, as though trying to escape disgrace. Lin San quietly watched her figure retreat, his gaze lingering momentarily before he shifted his eyes to look upstairs, sighing and shaking his head. Back in his dorm room, Lin San pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Meng. The call was answered in an instant. "You're back?" came the delighted voice on the other end. "Just got here," Lin San replied curtly. Speaking rapidly, Qin Meng said, "The taxi's almost at the campus gates. 20 minutes and I'll be downstairs. Take a shower first. I've bought sunglasses and hats. All this season's latest styles." Lin San asked, "What about swim trunks? Where do I get them?" "No need to buy any," Qin Meng said in a hushed tone. "Just bring some of your regular shorts." Lin San hesitated. "The fabric won't hold in water. Might as well be wearing nothing." "You're sure? In public? Don't make it awkward." Qin Meng chuckled softly. "I've already reserved a top-notch private hot spring suite. It's very secluded, the staff won't even come in. Aside from me, Wan Ting, and Xan Yao, no one else will see you. This is a 4-person exclusive territory," Qin Meng added, a trace of mystery in her voice. "You'll know when you get there." Lin San nodded silently, internally holding back a quiet complaint about this. This is essentially a secret gathering play. "All right, I'm off to take a shower. See you in a bit." 15 minutes later, the taxi came to a stop. 3 pairs of long legs stepped out in elegant succession. Qin Meng, dressed in a burgundy spaghetti-strap dress, her collarbone exquisite and aura commanding, led the way. Zhao Wanting and Su Xinyao followed closely behind, their makeup flawless, one exuding purity, the other radiating bold beauty. Their distinct styles complemented one another perfectly. Passers-by cast looks of open admiration, and even the male onlookers couldn't resist sneaking extra glances, all aware that these campus goddesses, idols in their own league, were far out of their reach. Qin Meng had just ended a phone call when she bumped into Supervisor Wang from the dorm. "Well, isn't it the university's celebrated beauty, Qin Meng?" Wang Ai smiled as her eyes flitted over Qin Meng's chest, carrying an amused undertone. "What brings you here today? I don't usually see you hanging around the boys' dorms." Qin Meng stopped in her tracks, a professional smile appearing on her face. "Hello, Auntie Wang. I'm here to pick up Lin Sen, a junior of mine. He's new to Binhai and probably unfamiliar with the area. As a senior, it's only natural to show a few schoolmates around this weekend to help him feel the warmth and care of our community." Wang Ai chuckled inwardly but playfully called her out. "Warmth and care, huh? We've had more than 100 boys over the past 2 years, and I've never seen you extend this kind of warmth to any of them. And now Lin's son shows up, and you suddenly can't resist, rushing to usher him out. Such exemplary awareness." Wang Ai teased with a note of irony. "This type of care feels truly impressive." Qin Meng's face reddened slightly, but she held her ground, replying firmly, "It's what we should do." Footsteps echoed from the hallway as Lin San emerged. In that instant, their auras seemed to collide, and the story was just beginning. Clad in a simple white t-shirt, light gray shorts, and canvas shoes, with a single strap bag slung over his shoulder, his half-dried hair fell casually over his forehead. Bathed in sunlight, the fine hairs on the side of his face shimmered, giving off a glow that made him look as fresh as a dewy peach freshly plucked from the tree. Qin Meng caught sight of him and felt her heartbeat falter. Only a few days had passed, but this junior of hers had grown even more strikingly handsome. Linson smiled and greeted her. "Auntie Wang, I'm heading out now. Go ahead, go ahead." You four, take care of yourselves and have fun, Wang Ai said with a smile that quickly shifted as she waved them off. Lin Sen nodded and made his way toward the taxi parked by the curb. Zhao Wanting blushed and stepped forward. It's been a while, Junior. Indeed, long time no see, Senior Wanting. That dress looks fantastic on you, Lin San said casually, his praise effortlessly leaving Zhao Wanting deep red in the cheeks, her eyes alight with warmth. His gaze drifted slightly before landing on another figure, Su Xinyao. She wore a pale blue floral dress, her long hair cascading gently over her shoulders. With her bold and delicate features, her eyes carried an expectant yet restrained spark of desire. Qin Meng quickly broke the tension, introducing them. This is Su Xinyao, a top student from the drama department. Su Xinyao smiled sweetly, stepping forward with polite confidence. Hello, Lin Senator, I've heard so much about you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she climbed into the front passenger seat. Qin Meng picked up her bag, stowed it in the trunk, and slid into the rear seat alongside Zhao Wanting, sandwiching Lin Sen between them. Qin Meng leaned subtly towards him, her gaze fiery, as if silently declaring, I won't let you go. Zhao Wanting, catching this movement, sidled closer as well, her gestures becoming markedly more daring. The three of them filled the back seat, leaving barely enough room to breathe. The car roared to life and sped off. Outside the dorm, Wang Ai squinted at the cramped interior, shook her head lightly, and heaved a sigh. Just look at them. Qin Meng and the others. They're really offering heartfelt warmth to little Lin. Yesterday, it was a fiery foreign exchange student. Today, it's a pure-hearted junior sister. And now, three stunning seniors have swooped in all at once. With this kind of ironclad stamina, is Lin even going to survive? Will he make it back in one piece? Inside the car, Qin Meng tilted her head to rest against Lin Sen's shoulder, her expression one of mesmerized captivation, as if protecting some priceless treasure. The taxi weaved along the winding tree-lined roads of Binhai University. Sandwiched tightly between the two women, Lin San felt like he was braving a trial by fire. Every turn tested his nerves. His brow furrowed slightly. Being a man is hard. Being an irresistible man is even harder. In the front seat, Su Xinyao stared intently into the sun visor's mirror, the reflection giving her a full view of the backseat dynamics. Biting her lip, envy simmered vividly in her gaze. The silence was soon broken by Qin Meng. Su Xinyao is a pillar of the drama club. Gorgeous and talented. Satisfied. Zhao Wanting chimed in. She's the club's poster girl. The type whose standards are sky-high. Lin Sen's gaze passed lightly over them, locking onto Su Xinyao's flustered eyes in the rearview mirror. He smiled faintly. Senior Xinyao is unquestionably remarkable. With just that simple sentence, it felt as though an electric charge coursed through the atmosphere. Su Xinyao straightened up abruptly, a subtle curve lifting the corners of her lips. She coughed awkwardly to mask her reaction, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue that spread to her ears. Sensing the opportunity, Qin Meng dropped a bombshell. Did you know Su Xinyao is one of the rare girls here who's never been chased by a guy? Even the female driver glanced at Su Xinyao through the rearview mirror, her face brimming with astonished admiration. Lin Sen paused for a moment, visibly surprised. A girl not being pursued by guys was as rare as seeing a pig climb a tree on this campus. Su Xinyao's reflection in the mirror revealed her guarded yet slightly incredulous expression. Her cheeks had turned a deep pink as she rushed to explain. No one's ever really chased me. Her voice carried a mix of urgency and undeniable innocence. To the side, Zhao Wanting played the part of an outlier, softly exposing the truth. She mentioned how Su Xinyao had once been invited to dinner by a male admirer and had even rearranged her club rehearsals to accommodate this weekend trip, a revelation that completely shattered Su Xinyao's defense, leaving her blushing furiously. Glancing askance, the car was filled with laughter and banter, until it suddenly jolted over a speed bump, breaking the tranquility. Outside the campus gates, the scenery transformed into a bustling street. Qin Meng's gaze swept across the rearview mirror, catching the covert glance of Su Xinyao. She cheekily winked and teased, "Learn from your sisters. Being too shy will only make you lose out." Qin Meng deliberately softened her voice into a coquettish tone, playfully calling out to Lin San and joking about how he was neglecting his elder schoolmate. The two volleyed back and forth, their words and breath filling the car with energy. Qin Meng leaned closer step by step, their noses nearly touching, her breath warm. Startled, Lin San's breathing quickened, a tingling sensation rippling down his spine. The road trip had only just begun, and already the atmosphere was heating up. One could imagine how thrilling the hot spring excursion promised to be. Just as the mood was intensifying, Zhao Wanting suddenly leaned towards Lin San's side, her eyes brimming with a soft resentment. In a gentle murmur, she demanded her share of his attention. Lin San blinked and responded with sweet nothings, his words so sugary they could melt anyone's heart. Wasting no time, Zhao Wanting tenderly covered his lips with hers, her kisses like a gentle drizzle, lingering yet inescapable, creating a suffocating sense of intimacy. In the back row, Su Xinyao stared in wide-eyed astonishment, her envy practically bubbling over. Isn't this practically a live mukbang of romance? Watching the two entangled, her own longing and anticipation were impossible to hide. Noticing Su Xinyao's yearning expression, Qin Meng enthusiastically encouraged her, "Don't just watch, since we're all family. You should have your fair share with Lin San too. Get familiar through practice." Before the words had fully landed, Su Xinyao's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Hesitating, she instinctively unbuckled her seatbelt, her body subtly shifting as if to take action. Qin Meng continued to stir the situation. "Who cares about a little crowding? Lin San certainly won't mind you." Sitting in the middle, Lin San looked at the stunning face turning toward him and internally sighed with bitter amusement. It's so hard for a man to stay reserved. But to refuse in this situation, wouldn't that be social suicide? Su Xinyao gathered her courage and leaned in, just about to approach, when the female taxi driver could no longer hold back. With a sudden stomp on the brakes, the screech pierced through the car, shattering the tension. Using the rearview mirror, the driver shouted, "The three of you stacked up in the back is one thing, but now the front passenger is trying to dive back there too? Are you all trying to throw your lives away?" The atmosphere twisted in an instant, the tension dissolving into an awkward interlude. The antics drew attention, eliciting glares and even laughter. Su Xinyao shifted uncomfortably, her toes lightly tapping the car floor, her gaze flickering as if trying to disappear. Lin San, with no way out, leaned in and sealed the lingering awkwardness with a kiss, his lips soft and carrying a faint minty sweetness, igniting Su Xinyao's thrill and elation. As they disembarked, Lin San swiftly donned a hat, mask, and glasses, assuming a thoroughly incognito persona. Flanked by three stunning women like protective bodyguards, he resembled a priceless Tang monk's flesh ***. Their group attracted a barrage of stares as they made their way into the station, leaving heads turning like wolves spotting prey. In the waiting hall, a sea of women, the skewed gender ratio felt both oppressive and bustling. The men who stood out drew significant attention, creating a scene that was both surreal and vibrant. Once on the train, their destination first class, Qin Meng decisively claimed the seat beside Lin San, while Zhao Wanting and Su Xinyao sat facing them. The train began to move, the scenery outside retreating rapidly into a blur. Su Xinyao's phone buzzed with unrelenting activity, her messages overflowing with excitement. "Lin San in person is way more handsome than his photos. That kiss was short, but it practically blew me to pieces." Completely swept up in her emotions, she made no effort to hide her infatuation. Qin Meng replied calmly and confidently, "That was just the appetizer. Tonight's hot springs. That's the main course. Be bold. I've got your back." On this battlefield where men were scarce and highly coveted, Lin San was a gem, and this team effort had become a finely coordinated operation, needlessly effective. Su Xinyao shot back a giddy response, a frenzied emoji nodding its head. Her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat erratic. Qin Meng smiled knowingly, leaning closer to Lin San and claiming his arm with unwavering assertion, her aura dominating the space around her. Meanwhile, Lin San removed his sunglasses and nonchalantly pulled out a complimentary magazine, Travel Companion. As he flipped open the first page, an advertisement immediately caught his eye. An old man with a radiant, ruddy complexion proudly hugging two women. Alongside him were bold words, "Iron kidney capsules. Don't let love wait. Give your husband a surprise. Give yourself happiness." The copy was both dramatic and outlandish, casting doubt on male virility while boasting ridiculous claims. 1 pill for vigor, 2 for never losing steam, even asserting the ability for 10 rounds through the night, still energetic for the next day. Lin San shook his head silently, lamenting the plight of modern men. The wildly exaggerated advertisement reeked of brainwashing tactics, simultaneously laughable and sobering. The magazine's headings grew increasingly absurd as Lin San continued reading, his brow furrowing. Asterisk shocking. How a $3,000 a month bricklayer conquered the campus heartthrob. Asterisk and don't let hesitation send him into someone else's bed. Among the pages, a flyer surfaced for Royal Seduction Boot Camp, promising mastery of pickup artistry for just $9,998, with a bold claim of instant success in landing one's dream man, alongside courses personally taught by a self-proclaimed Grandmaster C. Emperor. The success stories were outright ludicrous. A young woman supposedly used the eye contact web technique on a crowded bus, ensnaring a 22-year-old young man and marrying with twins on the way. Another, dreadfully awkward around men, mastered the CO wall pin move and ended up proposing on the spot. Lin San read in wide-eyed disbelief, marveling at how this new wave of so-called PUA had kept up with the times. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Qin Meng had quietly leaned over, resting her chin there. She caught sight of the boot camp ad in the magazine, her cheeks tinting red as she snorted dismissively. "You actually believe in these scams meant to prey on people's intelligence?" Lin San turned his head. The two were so close that he could clearly see her long, graceful eyelashes. "Senior, you seem to know quite a lot about this. Don't tell me you've tried it yourself." Qin Meng's gaze flickered momentarily, but she firmly denied it. "I was born naturally beautiful. Why would I need something like that?" Lin San teased her with a smirk. "Then why are you always gathering groups to engage in seemingly accidental physical contact? Isn't that one of the classic moves?" Qin Meng's eyes glimmered like flowing water as she coquettishly retorted, "You don't mind, right?" He lowered his voice in warning. "Senior, playing with fire will burn you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, countering boldly, "Bring it on. Let's see tonight who burns brighter. The harsher the better." Just then, the bus's loudspeaker announced the next stop. Lin San immediately withdrew his retort, his expression blank as he hurriedly got off the bus. A taxi came to a smooth stop at the entrance of an opulent hot spring hotel. The luxurious exterior exuded an air of high-end indulgence, hinting at the levels of affluence within. In this world, it was not uncommon for women to spend extravagantly to please men. After checking in, Lin San quickly freshened up and made his way straight to the restaurant. As he stepped into the entrance, his gait froze momentarily. His eyes locked onto a round table near the window where Qin Meng, Zhao Wanting, and Su Xinyao were already seated and waiting for him. The three women stood up as they noticed his arrival, exuding an impressive aura. Each woman had her own unique charm, and if this scene had been captured on film, it would undoubtedly mesmerize millions. Lin San pulled out his phone instinctively, wanting to preserve this remarkable sight. Before he could snap a picture, a sudden mechanical and electronic voice rang through his mind. Detected strong desire from the host to capture moments of beauty, bestowing photography master skill. The host now has comprehensive photography and post-production abilities. He tested the skill with a single photo, marveling as the image's quality reached new heights. His mood instantly lifted as he confidently approached the table. Qin Meng warmly welcomed him, guiding him to his seat. The dishes soon arrived, every plate showcasing luxurious ingredients like abalone rice, black truffle beef, and steamed coral trout. Even their meticulous plating couldn't hide the extravagance they represented. Lin Sun understood all too well. This meal was essentially a battlefield for the women to showcase their grace and capability. And so, he relaxed completely, adopting a freeloader state, generously offering the three women their chance to shine. Qin Meng gracefully used the serving chopsticks to pick a piece of fish. She gently blew away the steam, her actions seamless and elegant, before placing it before Lin Sen's mouth. "Here, open up." Out of habit, Lin Sen opened his mouth, and the fish slid in perfectly, melting warmly against his palate with its delicate sweetness. An unexpected thought sprang into his mind. Record it! As he silently willed it, the scene's visual clarity in his perception elevated dramatically, as if reality had been upgraded to Ultra HD. He cemented the memory of that flawless moment. The smiles of the three women shone brilliantly under the lighting, and even the subtle reflections in their eyes became vividly perceptible, almost tangible. At this moment, the photography master skill he had been gifted found its perfect use. Before Lin Sen could swallow the fish, Zhao Wanting handed him a perfectly peeled, pristine-looking shrimp. There wasn't even a trace of the vein left, and it was draped in a homemade sauce. She said softly, "Try this shrimp from here. It's fresh and nourishing." Across the table, Su Xinyao handed over a glass of fresh orange juice, her voice gentle as she reminded, "Here's some juice, younger brother. Take a sip so you don't choke." Surrounded by their attentiveness, Lin Sun felt as though his autonomy had melted away. All he had to do was eat and drink as a pampered emperor might. Qin Meng maintained her elegant demeanor as she served, then smoothly jumped into conversation, slyly steering it towards Su Xinyao. "So, Lin Sen, what do you think of our Xinyao here?" As if by design, she pivoted to highlight Su Xinyao's esteemed family background, sparking a competitive fire in the senior women. Su Xinyao remained modest, but her fleeting confidence betrayed her. Lin San watched her in silence, the faintest smile gracing his lips. Sensing her chance, Qin Meng shared a tidbit about Su Xinyao's mother, slyly mentioning that the family hoped she could find someone she genuinely liked. "And don't worry, no man will ever feel burdened by the dowry," she added, igniting the women's enthusiasm further. For a moment, the conversation froze, tension hanging as all three pairs of eyes fixed sharply on Lin Sen, examining every flicker of his reaction. Lin Sen remained calm, speaking softly, "Dowries don't matter. Money is just material, it comes and goes. What truly matters is that two people connect deeply, that they can share happiness in conversation. That's what's most important." He turned his gaze towards Su Xinyao, his smile kind and warm. His words dropped like a bombshell in the room. Su Xinyao's eyes widened, her heartbeat momentarily skipping. Even Zhao Wanting looked on in stunned silence, before admiration and respect began to shine in her expression. Qin Meng's subtle maneuver had succeeded, her question perfectly calculated. "Your perspective is really something else," Zhao Wanting murmured under her breath. "It's so comforting to hear you say that," Su Xinyao echoed wistfully, her gaze shimmering with the newborn flickers of affection. When the meal ended, Lin Sen's plate was so clean it could have passed as untouched. Qin Meng handed him a napkin with care, lovingly helping dab at the corners of his mouth. "Go back to your room and change for now. Once you're ready, we'll come find you," she said. Lin Sen nodded, excitement faintly flickering in his eyes. Not long after, the three women knocked on his door once again, the story smoothly advancing. Lin Sen followed the trio into a private lounge. Qin Meng lingered behind and, with a flick of her hand, decisively locked the door behind them. The space was lavishly outfitted. At the center stood a KTV setup, while off to the left was a hot spring pool discreetly hidden behind a wall. The coffee table boasted vibrant fruit platters and a quietly radiant bottle of red wine. Qin Meng tugged him toward the center seat. Despite sitting slightly angled away, her gaze was bright and authentic. From her bag, she brought out a deep blue velvet box and a red envelope. Slowly lifting the lid revealed an exquisite mechanical watch. She handed him the watch with care, then ceremoniously held forth the red envelope. "This is this month's allowance," she said, her tone filled with sincerity and anticipation. Lin San took one look at the envelope, his expression momentarily shifting. He lightly pushed it back with his fingers. "Isn't this a bit much on me?" Qin Meng flushed with color, hurriedly trying to explain, her voice wrapped with anxiety and earnestness. "If you don't take it, I'll feel ashamed to face you. Facing you, it's little, but it represents sincerity. From now on, it will be delivered on time." The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. In the end, Lin San nodded and accepted. Qin Meng's eyes instantly lit up with joy. She threw herself at him, her passionate kiss releasing in a flash. Beside her, Zhao Wanting couldn't hold back anymore. Holding a gift box and a red envelope, her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a soft yet firm voice. "Since that night, I've fallen for you. I want to be your girlfriend." Lin San silently nodded. Zhao Wanting's tears streamed uncontrollably as she tightly embraced him, her tears soaking through his shirt. Qin Meng gently helped wipe Zhao Wanting's tears and comforted her into quietness, shifting the atmosphere into a subtle yet delicate transformation. Then, Su Xinyao, with trembling hands, offered her gift and red envelope, her gaze passionate. "I like you. You're not just handsome, but also genuine and kind. Please let me stand by your side." On the table, the 3 red envelopes were of equal thickness. Lin Sen's lips curved into a small smile. None of the 3 girls were willing to back down in their silent competition. At that moment, Lin San was immersed in their sincere advances. The private room was filled with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Su Xinyao, the campus beauty from the acting department, was known for her delicate features and cheerful personality. Lin San gently put away the red envelope and said with a faint smile, "Moving forward, please take care of me, girlfriends." His words caused Su Xinyao to lose composure as she immediately threw herself onto his neck, embracing him tightly and kissing him passionately, tears of joy and gratitude streaming down her face. The atmosphere in the private room gradually eased. Qin Meng eagerly suggested, "Why don't you sing a song?" Lin San quietly picked a song unfamiliar to everyone. Borrow 500 more years from the Earth Star. Gripping the microphone, he took a deep breath, ready to showcase his talent. However, as soon as the first note came out, he was completely off-key. The sharp and unbearable sound assaulted everyone's ears and left them momentarily dumbfounded. Su Xinyao, startled at first, quickly adapted by pulling out her phone flashlight and waving it like a glow stick, pretending to be deeply engrossed. Zhao Wanting closed her eyes as if carefully listening, her brows slightly furrowed, while Qin Meng's eyes blazed with fervor as if she wanted to devour Lin San. When the song ended, Lin San, out of breath, put down the microphone. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Su Xinyao jumped to her feet, blushing and her heart racing as she enthusiastically exclaimed, "Now that is a man's voice, an authentic masculine timbre." She gripped Lin Sen's hand with an expression full of admiration. Zhao Wanting frowned as she seriously analyzed that broken note. It was a raw expression of vocal cords tearing, conveying intense and heart-wrenching despair. This kind of technique can't be taught even by seasoned professors. It's pure talent. Qin Meng leaned closer, handing him a glass of warm water with a dreamy look in her eyes. "I'm done for. Do you realize how sexy you are when you sing? That wildness in your voice when you hit those high notes made my knees weak." She even joked about wanting to record the song and use it as her morning alarm. Lin San nearly spat out his water as he faced the combined adoration of the 3 women. Here, it seemed that every sound a man made could be regarded as cherished treasure. Even an off-key melody transformed into nature's symphony, elevating him to the status of a musical god. Such pampering was intoxicating beyond measure. Lin San scanned the 3 stunning faces before him, satisfaction creeping into his smile. Qin Meng pulled out a pair of ivory dice, tossing them casually onto the glass coffee table as she playfully suggested, "Feeling adventurous? How about a game of truth or dare?" Lin San stood up, pointing toward the hot spring. "Let's do it by the hot spring." The three senior girls removed their outerwear, left in only their undergarments, their laughter echoing as Qin Meng glanced at Lin Sen dabbing his mouth with a tissue and teasingly quipped, "Are you drooling?" Su Xinyao and Zhao Wanting leaned in closer, their laughter filling the room. Lin Sen denied it sternly, but his eyes quietly scanned the three of them, solemnly claiming that he was moved to tears by their kindness. As the water rippled, the dice clattered crisply in the porcelain dish. Qin Meng scored the highest points consecutively, while Lin Sen luckily ended up losing. Qin Meng squinted, challengingly declaring the punishment game. "Let's see whose heart is the most open-minded. Lin Sen can be the judge." Zhao Wanting's cheeks turned a deep crimson, yet she resolutely participated without hesitation. Lin Sen feigned professionalism as he evaluated the measuring tool, his actions as meticulous as a scientist conducting critical research. A few minutes later, he announced his conclusion. All three contestants performed admirably in the heart-measuring competition, but Qin Meng edged out slightly, deserving the win. Qin Meng looked as proud as a swan, her triumph elevating the mood and amplifying the laughter in the room. Half an hour later, Lin Sen stood up from the hot spring, water droplets sliding down the contours of his muscles, shimmering under the lights. Shaking off his wet hair, he signaled the end of the session. "The water's getting cold. Let's head back to rest." The three women swiftly moved into action. Su Xinyao, barefoot, rushed for a towel, while Zhao Wanting and Qin Meng fumbled for bath towels and robes. Qin Meng gently supported Lin Sen, her voice soft and filled with concern. "Careful, the floor is slippery." As Lin Sen stepped out of the water, Su Xinyao draped a towel over him with delicate precision, as if handling an antique. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Wanting suddenly tugged at Lin Sen's arm with an eager look on her face. "The song borrow 500 more years from the earth. Can you try singing it again? Just once more." Lin Sen raised an eyebrow, the corner of his lips curving into a teasing smile. But Zhao Wanting's gaze remained serious and determined, shaking her head to dispel any misunderstandings of her intentions. She admitted honestly that from the last attempt, she'd already noticed, despite starting off key, Lin Sen's voice carried a raw edge, unmistakably. The melody was almost otherworldly, nearly obsessive in its perfection, and the sound quality was top-notch, carrying the natural resonance of a bass speaker. In an instant, Lin Sen's interest was ignited. No longer content with just relying on his looks, he gripped the microphone tightly and signaled for a restart. The prelude played, majestic and overwhelming. He lowered his voice, stabilizing his breath deep from his diaphragm. The sound was rich, magnetic, and filled every corner of the private room. Each note landed precisely, the falsetto transition carrying a raw, torn emotional depth. Not a single flaw marred the performance of the entire song. As the performance ended, everyone held their breath in stunned silence. Su Xinyao's eyes widened in awe. "Oh my God! Isn't this like a tape recorder?" He changed everything after just one try. Qin Meng flushed, reaching out excitedly to touch Lin Sen's Adam's apple, her gaze filled with greed. "Your learning ability is out of this world. You're practically a treasure trove of genes." Zhao Wanting's eyes sparkled with admiration as she enthusiastically grasped Lin Sen's hand, marveling at his extraordinary talent. A vocal genius like him was surely favored by the heavens. Lin Sen smiled gently and set down the microphone, his heart secretly delighted. His exceptional learning talent was undoubtedly unparalleled. As the gathering wound down and everyone returned to their rooms, Lin Sen checked his phone messages first before heading to Zhao Wanting's room. The door softly clicked shut. She gracefully looped her arm through his, her voice tender. "Shall we take a bath first?" Lin Sen replied calmly. "Together." Zhao Wanting's cheeks turned slightly pink, but she nodded resolutely without hesitation. The two lay side by side on the large bed. Zhao Wanting's snow-white arms wrapped around his neck, her other hand gently caressing Lin Sen's face. Her almond-shaped eyes locked onto him, possessively focused. Her fingertips lightly traced the contours of his brow bone, down his nose, and along his lips, as though she were admiring a precious piece of art. A real man was right before her. A strong chest, warm breath, and the tangibly authentic yearning he stirred in her heart. Lin San, a little embarrassed, teased, "Senior, with you staring at me like that, you're making me feel a bit scared." Zhao Wanting responded softly, her fingertips resting on the tip of his nose. "I could never look at you enough. Not even in a lifetime." Lin Sen's lashes fluttered, that tiny movement triggering an unstoppable heat wave within her. The atmosphere was charged, the air thick with an unspeakable tension. The night deepened. Suddenly, Zhao Wanting leaned forward, her lips pressing tightly and comfortably against his. Her breath mingled with his as her kisses grew increasingly passionate, an endless tide of fervor. Lin San tilted his head slightly, attempting to pause the moment. His lips now tinged with redness. He managed a playful protest through a muffled laugh. "Senior, hold on. Give it a break. You're going to deform my lips." Under the warm glow of the light, Zhao Wanting leaned down, scrutinizing the edges of his lips. They were rosy and sensitive. Slightly remorseful, she rubbed the inflamed area gently, murmuring as though blaming others for the pain he'd endured. Lin San gave her an exasperated look, a playful glint of exasperation sparkling in his eyes. Tentatively, she lifted her head, her eyes slightly misty as she asked, "Then, can I kiss somewhere else?" Lin San consented cheerfully, a smile flickering in his gaze. Zhao Wanting's focus slid down to his neck, following the curve with her eyes. Her fingertips brushed softly against his prominent Adam's apple, feeling the solid line shift with his gulps. She murmured with a gentle admiration, "Lin San, you're so handsome." Lin San, not to be outdone, teased in return, "Is it just my looks? Who was it at KTV that called me a vocal genius?" Faced with the playful jab, she admitted without hesitation and continued her affectionate kisses. From his brow to his eyelids, every motion was meticulous, as if appraising priceless treasure. Lin San chuckled helplessly, remarking that her foreplay was far too long. Zhao Wanting's eyes shimmered with warmth, her voice resolute yet possessive. "Tonight, you're mine. What's the rush? I want to savor you slowly, unhurried and complete." Before the words fully settled, another wave of kisses landed tenderly, soft and captivating. Lin San knew resistance was futile, his initial attempt to fend off diminishing into quiet acquiescence. Late at night, Su Xinyao lay restless under her blanket. Her mind replayed vivid scenes that refused to be dismissed, compounded by the suggestive sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Her cheeks flushed as her heart raced, never quite finding peace. Despite her exhaustion, the undercurrents of emotion tormented her into utter sleeplessness. Only near dawn did she eventually drift into an uneasy slumber. At 8 a.m., the abrupt ringing of an alarm clock filled the air. Su Xinyao got up to wash and prepare, soon running into a disheveled Qin Meng. Their tired eyes met. No words were exchanged, but an unspoken camaraderie passed between them, like comrades sharing a stormy battlefield. Qin Meng complained about how loud Wanting had been last night, her voice surprisingly robust and breath-controlled. The two quickly headed to the dining hall to settle breakfast. They ordered the finest nutritional supplements, including fresh, aromatic oyster and leek dumplings. Su Xinyao was meticulous, ensuring the drinks were the right temperature and flavor. It was certain the man back home would be fully rejuvenated and energized. Stretching as he woke, Lin San felt invigorated. Turning his head, he was greeted by a pair of moist, affectionate eyes. Zhao Wanting lay on her side, propped on her arm, watching him in serene silence. She had woken long before but had remained quietly waiting. This was Lin Sen's first time sharing a bed with someone since arriving in this new world. As their eyes met, she offered a tender kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, my singing maestro." Lin Sen playfully returned the gesture and inquired about any lingering fatigue from yesterday. Zhao Wanting's cheeks turned a deeper red, her body trembling slightly as she failed to suppress joyful reminiscence of last night's intimacy. She rose to pick up her phone, intending to call Meng Meng and the others to send over fresh and steamy breakfast. For now, the space between them held only comfort and warmth. As the phone's dial tone echoed, Lin Sun lay fully awake, ready to embrace. From the other end of the call came Meng Meng's voice. Lin San is awake. Get ready. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wanting thoughtfully suggested Lin San rest while she went to freshen up. Lin San remained cautious, trying not to move, afraid of disturbing her. When she was done, Zhao Wanting handed him a warm towel and gently wiped his face. Lin San felt the perfectly balanced temperature, his furrowed brows relaxing as the exhaustion on his face slowly faded. At this moment, in Meng Meng's room, Su Xinyao whispered to herself, "Was my voice too loud just now?" She looked bashful and nervous, like a student awaiting reprimand. Meng Meng suppressed her laughter and comforted her gently. "It's your first time meeting someone as exceptional as Lin San. Naturally, it's normal to feel a bit nervous." Su Xinyao blushed, her heart racing as she savored the lingering sensation. Her gaze wandered, and she felt restless. On the other side, Lin Sun pinched Zhao Wanting's cheek, teasing her that her high-pitched voice earlier was as melodious as a dolphin's. Zhao Wanting shyly smiled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she invited him to join the choir. "If I guide you, you can definitely be the lead. We could even sing together." Lin Sun shook his head and politely declined, saying basketball was his true passion. "I've already joined the basketball team, so I won't consider the choir." Zhao Wanting showed no disappointment. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Boys should exercise more. Basketball is more masculine, and the girls in the choir would get distracted watching you. Lin San was speechless. He could sense the extreme deference women here had toward men. It was as if they were naturally equipped with a rationalized men's behavior skill, requiring no coaxing and accommodating everything. Curious, he asked Zhao Wanting, "If you didn't know me, would you have approached me to ask for my contact information?" Zhao Wanting shook her head and admitted honestly that while her heart might be moved, she wouldn't take the initiative. "I would find a way to get to know you through someone else. I wouldn't dare to approach you directly. I've been the school beauty since I was young, so I'm used to being pursued and don't know how to take the initiative with men." She softly added that even Su Xinyao didn't have the courage. On Tuesday, when she saw you, she didn't dare to approach either. The conversation ended there, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Zhao Wanting lowered her gaze, her face showing a hint of unease. Lin Sen's eyes swept over Zhao Wanting in front of him. Her gaze was firm, yet there was a trace of unease and expectation in her eyes. Zhao Wanting hugged him tightly, her arms almost leaving marks, as she confessed, "I won't break up with you. I like you too much. Even if it's just a fling, I'd be satisfied." Lin Sen lifted her chin, gazing into her moist eyes, and promised, "As long as we're happy together, we won't break up." Zhao Wanting's eyes quickly reddened, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. The doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Wanting opened the door to find Qin Meng and Su Xinyao holding insulated food containers. Their eyes instantly locked onto Lin Sen, sharp and hungry like predators. Lin Sen's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. "Are you here to deliver breakfast or to eat breakfast?" Qin Meng quickly opened the food containers, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The three women surrounded Lin Sen, attentively taking care of him. Lin Sun asked casually, "Have you eaten yet?" Their movements paused, and a gentle, touched look flashed in their eyes. In this world, men rarely showed such thoughtfulness, which warmed their hearts. Qin Meng softly replied, "We ate a long time ago. We were just waiting to serve you your meal." Lin Sen's sharp gaze seemed to probe whether they had trouble sleeping or were unaccustomed to the bed last night, leaving the two women too shy to respond. After breakfast, Lin Sen stood up and stretched. "I'm going to take a shower. I sweated a lot last night." The two women spoke in unison. "I'll help you. Together. Together." He waved them off and calmly refused. "I'll shower myself. Otherwise, it might take until noon to finish." They were visibly disappointed. Suddenly, Lin San became serious and laid down 3 house rules, commanding everyone's respect. The first rule: no holding his arm while out during the day. His humorous yet pointed reasoning was, you all are well endowed, and if my arm brushes against you, it might trigger a chain reaction. We can't have me saluting everywhere in broad daylight. Qin Meng couldn't help but laugh, proudly puffing out her chest in response. The second rule: any physical affection during the day must be requested in advance because my lips were kissed raw by you all last night. Su Xinyao anxiously asked about the rules for nighttime. Lin San explained, when we're alone at night, one request is enough. Once approved, you can do as you please. Lin San's rules were both strict and laced with humor, subtly warming the atmosphere among the 3 women and hinting at a harmonious household dynamic. Su Xinyao's eyes lit up, secretly rejoicing that it was her turn tonight, giving her the chance to take the lead. Lin San casually responded, mentioning he was going to shower and promising them a reward afterward. Qin Meng's interest was piqued, and she asked what the reward was. Lin San simply replied, you can help me get dressed for 10 minutes. The air froze for a second before they erupted in joy, understanding that this favor was worth its weight in gold. A few minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Lin San tidied up his clothes and calmly said, let's go, we're going hiking. The sunlight outside the hotel was dazzling as the 4 of them set off. 3 stunningly beautiful women carried heavy hiking backpacks, water bottles, snacks, and sunscreen umbrellas, exuding an imposing aura as if they were moving house to the mountain. Lin San, on the other hand, was empty-handed, wearing a baseball cap, black sunglasses, and a mask, with a relaxed demeanor that resembled a top celebrity avoiding paparazzi. Not long after they started, Lin San noticed Zhao Wanting on his left walking unsteadily, her brows slightly furrowed, and her gait peculiar. He stopped and said through his sunglasses, slow down. Wanting isn't feeling well today. The 3 women immediately turned their gazes toward him. Zhao Wanting froze, her eyes brimming with tears. This man's gentleness moved her beyond words. In this world, men on outings often complained about women slowing them down. But Lin San slowed his pace because of her discomfort, like a deity descending to earth. Choking back tears, Zhao Wanting confessed, you're so good to me. I can persevere and climb up for you. Qin Meng and Su Xinyao were also deeply touched, praising his kind and gentle nature. Lin San looked helpless, thinking to himself that a simple slow down had turned into an act of supreme kindness. He silently mocked that the standards for men in this world were so low that even slightly normal behavior was exalted as saintly. He waved his hand to interrupt them. Stop being so moved, or you'll ruin your makeup crying. Let's go. The 4 arrived at the cable car station. Since it was a weekday, there were few tourists. The cable car slowly ascended, offering a broad view but no particularly beautiful scenery. The mountain was sparsely vegetated, with exposed rocks and no breathtaking peaks or waters, just a large dirt slope. Feeling bored, Lin San gazed out the window, his cheeks suddenly feeling a burning sensation. Turning back, he saw the 3 women uninterested in the scenery, their 6 eyes fixed on him with deep and infatuated gazes, as if locking onto prey. Helplessly, Lin San pointed out the window. You bought tickets to see the mountain, not me. Is there a flower on my face? I'm covered up pretty well. Su Xinyao replied confidently, what's there to see on the mountain? It's all rocks. How could it compare to you? You're handsome even with sunglasses. Qin Meng agreed, her gaze inadvertently lingering on the chest muscles outlined by his tight t-shirt. The mountain is barren, but you're captivating. You're the real scenery. Zhao Wanting remained silent, but her eyes were full of approval. Lin San sighed, lamenting how shallow this world was. Handsome men were the ultimate tourist attraction. The cable car stopped, and the 4 stepped onto a secluded viewing platform at the mountain's summit. There were no other tourists around, just a few large rocks and some crooked trees, giving the place a desolate feel. Lin San took off his hat, sunglasses, and mask, and his refined features immediately caught the attention of the 3 women. Sunlight bathed his face, and his tousled hair was gently brushed by the mountain breeze, as if gilded with a golden edge. Su Xinyao was the first to take out her phone, her expression playful. Lin Sun feigned vigilance. "What are you planning to do?" Su Xinyao quickly explained that she wanted to take photos. Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting immediately scrambled to request various forms of physical contact. Holding hands, hugging the waist, and even embracing. With a smile, Lin Sen nodded, and the three women excitedly rushed over. Su Xinyao leaned against Lin Sen, placing his hand on her slender waist. With a click of the shutter, her cheeks flushed as she held his long, strong hand, her heart racing. Next was Qin Meng, who tightly held Lin Sen's arm, her body pressed close, her fiery gaze fixed on him. Lin Sen lowered his head accordingly, capturing a heartwarming photo. Qin Meng smacked her lips in satisfaction, feeling utterly pampered. Zhao Wanting stood to the side, slightly tilting her head to gaze at his jawline, her eyes filled with tender affection. She asked Meng Meng to help take a side-profile photo. In the picture, their clothes touched, the mountain breeze swept through, and the atmosphere was serene like a painting. Her eyes grew moist, as the tranquility of that moment felt like a rehearsal for her ideal wedding photo. After the group photos, the three women began taking solo shots of each other, filling their phone screens with what they considered masterpieces. Accompanied by endless laughter, Lin Sen took the phone and frowned. The photo quality was appalling, and he grimaced in disgust. "You're all so beautiful, but the photos make you look like refugees. Retake them." The three people's expressions instantly turned aggrieved, yet they dared not talk back. Lin Sen took Su Xinyao's phone and activated the photography master skill. A system prompt sounded, and his view of the world suddenly transformed, with every detail of light, composition, and color turning into precise data. He pretended to pick up the phone, exuding an aura of authority, transforming into a strict photographer. "Wanting? Go to that rock. Stretch your legs. Tilt your body 15 degrees to the left. Lift your head. Don't look at the camera. Gaze at that tree. Imagine you're thinking about a man you love but can't have." Zhao Wanting couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Lin Sen's gaze was firm, his smile barely concealed. "Didn't you say a few days ago that you missed me so much you couldn't sleep? Recall that feeling." Zhao Wanting immediately got into character, her expression subtly shifting. Lin Sen adjusted her posture and began directing. "Senior Qin, stand at the back. Lean your hand against the tree. Tilt your body slightly forward, tighten your abdomen, and puff out your chest to exude that broad-minded aura." Qin Meng scratched her head. "How can I pose with disdain while looking at you?" Lin Sen winked. "Imagine the feeling of just stepping in dog poop." Click. The shutter sound echoed. "Senior Xinyao, squat in the front. Turn your side profile toward me." Su Xinyao frowned slightly. "Don't make me stick my butt out." Lin Sen replied seriously. "Be aloof. No fangirling. Channel the vibe of a proud goddess like the first time you saw the boys' dormitory." The three were directed by Lin Sen to move around nonstop. Though tired, their faces radiated happiness. Click. Another shot. The system automatically edited and adjusted the colors, producing a masterpiece in seconds. Lin Sen handed over the phone. Three pairs of eyes gathered on the screen, and their exclamations instantly echoed through the valley. Qin Meng was so excited she cursed. "These legs, this aura, I can't even recognize myself." In the photos, they were sculpted by light and shadow into a queen, an artistic heroine, and a cold goddess, with an overwhelming sense of power and elegance. Zhao Wanting leaned against the rock, her gaze as if waiting for a lover's return, while the chaotic background of dry branches became a perfect accent. Su Xinyao's sharp side profile exuded pride with a touch of liveliness, the photo resembling a top-tier fashion magazine cover. Lin Sen's photography is actually better than international award winners, Zhao Wanting exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Qin Meng's face turned bright red. "This masterpiece deserves to be hung in the most prominent spot at home." Absolutely a family heirloom. The three seniors' eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, their hearts now captivated by Lin Sen's talent, no longer just his looks. Qin Meng couldn't wait to post on her social media, and the likes and comments skyrocketed rapidly. The student council's Li Min was shocked. Where did you find this photographer? Absolutely amazing. The dance club's Wang Na excitedly shouted, Sister Meng, this composition is divine. Please share the contact info. Name your price. Beside Lin Sen, senior students surrounded him, exuding both charisma and talent. They strolled to the pavilion, and Zhao Wanning casually said, I need to go to the restroom. Drank too much water. Qin Meng raised her hand. Me too. Drank a lot to keep my throat hydrated. All eyes turned to Su Xinyao, who sat on the stone bench with a wandering gaze. I'm not going. I'll stay here with Lin Sr. Qin Meng pulled Zhao Wanting towards the distant women's restroom, their footsteps gradually fading. At the scenic area's women's restroom, a long line formed, while the men's restroom was eerily empty, as if abandoned. Their figures disappeared, and the story continued. In the antique-style pavilion, only Lin San and Su Xinyao remained. Lin San leaned against the weathered red pillar, his gaze fixed on her cold yet exquisite face. A graduate of Binhai University's acting department, she exuded the aura of an aloof goddess, completely different from the luxury car goddess he had encountered in his past life. Watching Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting walk further away, Su Xinyao quietly approached Lin Sen, her words shy yet urgent. Junior, now that no one's around, can I request a hug? Lin Sen nodded slightly, setting clear boundaries. A hug is fine, but kisses are limited to the face and neck. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she threw herself into his arms, her soft body tightly pressed against his. Her arms wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his neck, indulging in the scent of a mix of body wash and hormones. Gentle kisses fell like raindrops, a blend of coolness and heat, cautious yet greedy. Su Xinyao's kisses gradually moved upward, pausing at Lin Sen's earlobe, sending a warm current through his ear. The pleasure of being conquered by the contrast exploded with each touch. She breathed lightly, her gaze locked on his lips. I can kiss here, but only for 20 seconds. 20 seconds? She exclaimed, but Lin San began counting down. She protested silently, quickly pressing her lips to his, clasping the back of his head, and passionately deepening the kiss. Lin San gently responded, and in that moment, she felt as if she were in a dream of fireworks bursting. When the time was up, Lin San gently pushed her away. Su Xinyao, as if still intoxicated, stared at him for a long time before slowly coming back to her senses. She smoothed her slightly messy hair, her goddess aura suddenly returning, though the redness of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. She softly extended an invitation. Junior, you're such a perfect fit. Would you like to join the drama club? We often shoot short films and stage plays with professional equipment. You'd be a key member. Lin Sen pondered, his tone indifferent. No rush. I'll come to the next rehearsal and see if it's fun before deciding. Su Xinyao beamed with joy, quickly inviting him. Next Monday at the Grand Auditorium. I'll take you there. As they spoke, footsteps approached from afar. Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting had returned. Su Xinyao glanced at her phone. It was 2:50 p.m. From the time they left until now, only 3 hours had passed. In those brief 20 seconds earlier, Lin Sen's aura had completely ignited the fire in Su Xinyao's heart. She had lost all interest in the broken stones and scenery, only wanting to return to the hotel as soon as possible. Su Xinyao stood up, walked forward, and said with feigned concern, Sister Meng, Wanting, you're finally back. She pretended to be serious and made up a reason to worry about Lin Sen. The mountain wind is strong, and if he catches a cold, it won't be good. Climbing mountains is hard on the knees, and his body is still young. He can't overexert himself. Sitting in the pavilion drinking water, Lin Sen almost spat out his drink. Looking around, the 3 senior sisters were carrying backpacks, while he was empty-handed. The entire path was uphill, and she felt guilty. Qin Meng was momentarily stunned but quickly understood Su Xinyao's scheme. It was her turn today, and Su Xinyao also wanted to return to her room early to relax. Lin Sen, do you want to keep playing or head down the mountain? Qin Meng asked. Lin Sun stood up without hesitation. Carrying so much stuff must have tired you out. There's not much to see on this mountain anyway. Let's head back to the hotel and rest early. It was like an imperial decree. The four of them began descending the mountain, with Lin San walking in the middle, relaxed and carefree. As night fell, in the hotel's private dining room, the table was filled with hearty dishes, all fuel stations, for replenishing energy and blood. Charcoal-grilled oysters, stir-fried kidney slices, scrambled eggs with chives, soft-shelled turtle soup. Su Xinyao kept using the communal chopsticks to pile food into Lin Sen's bowl, as if she wanted to pour the entire table's worth of food into his stomach. Try this kidney slice. It's good for replenishing energy and blood, she said with an expectant tone. The soft-shelled turtle soup was simmered for 3 hours, full of collagen. She also recommended the fresh oysters, her gaze intoxicating Lin Sen. Looking at the mountain of food in front of him, Lin Sen couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly like fueling a race car with high-octane gasoline, ready to hit the track at full speed. Qin Meng put down her chopsticks and half-smilingly questioned Su Xinyao. Are you worried Lin Sen won't have enough stamina? Or are you afraid you won't have enough fun? Zhao Wanning chimed in teasingly. You don't usually put in this much effort. What's got you so excited tonight? Su Xinyao's cheeks instantly turned red as she argued. I'm just concerned about him. Climbing a mountain all day takes a lot out of you. He needs to replenish his nutrition. Qin Meng's teasing gaze swept over her heaving chest. I think it's the fire in your heart that's too strong, and you're in a hurry to find a fire extinguisher. Sister Meng. Su Xinyao was so embarrassed she wanted to bury her face in her bowl, but under the table, her toes secretly brushed against Lin Sen's leg. Her shy yet expectant demeanor made Lin Sen secretly pleased. After dinner, Qin Meng and Zhao Wanting exchanged a knowing look, their eyes full of reluctance and jealousy. Tonight was Su Xinyao's main event, and they had to step aside. The feeling of watching a gold mine they couldn't dig was excruciating.
Lin Sen.
Qin Meng's eyes were slightly moist as she bit her lip and requested a reward. Xinyao gets to have you all to herself tonight. If we can only listen from the next room, isn't that torture? If we can't sleep, how will we accompany you tomorrow? Zhao Wanting quickly nodded, clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture. Lin Sen, just a little sweetness, please, just a little. Lin Sen generously responded, all right, you both did well today. I'll give you 10 minutes to go to Xinyao's room. Same rules as always. Leave immediately when time's up. Yay! Lin Sen, you're the best. The two women instantly lit up with energy, their grievances swept away, replaced by pure joy. With the lights dimmed to a warm yellow, only Lin San and Su Xinyao remained in her room. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Su Xinyao approached the bed, her gaze fixed on Lin San, her breathing growing rapid. She softly tested the waters. Could she kiss him? Lin San smiled, lightly hooking her chin, and responded playfully. Without hesitation, Su Xinyao lunged forward, their lips and teeth entwined, passionate as a volcanic eruption. She wrapped her arms tightly around him, her body pressed against his, her enthusiasm spreading like wildfire. Lin San was swept up in her fervor, responding with equal intensity. The air grew thick with heat. Moments later, they slowly parted. Su Xinyao, weak and limp, suddenly sat up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She pulled out her phone from under the pillow and suggested taking a photo together to capture this moment, something different from the tourist photos taken during the day. Lin Sen agreed, reminding her to keep it safe. Overjoyed, Su Xinyao opened the camera, lying sideways in Lin Sen's arms, her cheeks flushed, her expression content. His face remained calm, the stark contrast adding tension to the image. Photo after photo, Su Xinyao grew bolder with each shot, her expression filled with happiness and affection. Looking at the only male idol of Binhai University before her, Her gaze softened, her heart brimming with countless thoughts of fortune. She even considered recording a video to preserve this moment, but quickly withdrew her hand, cautiously suppressing the adventurous impulse. She asked Lin San to kiss her neck. Lin San leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her. Su Xinyao trembled slightly, her toes curling as she felt the tingling, teasing sensation of his lips. Her silent shivers revealed her unique preferences, and Lin San playfully explored to discover her favored spots. A simple wash your face gently eased the atmosphere. Su Xinyao laughed brightly and immediately invited him to rehearse together next Monday evening. Lin San thought for a moment and readily agreed, preparing to dive into the more exciting world of drama compared to the choir. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Lin San saw a message from Chun Yuro. She asked how he was doing with the senior girls and reminded him to stay warm. Lin San replied briefly but with a touch of warmth. Chun Yuro then invited him to dinner on Monday, but he declined, citing prior plans. After a moment of silence, she suggested another time, Tuesday evening. Lin San considered for a moment and typed, "Tuesday works." The screen flickered with the message, awaiting the unfolding of a new story. "That's great. Lin San, this time I'll introduce you to two friends." Photos were instantly sent. On the left, Chang Iran, dressed in a police uniform, exuding heroic charm with a hint of a shy smile. On the right, Wen Yanxi, in a professional suit, radiating intellectual elegance while flaunting her stunning figure. The system scanned Chang Iran's beauty score, 92. Wen Yanxi's beauty score, 91. Lin San observed coldly. This group of beauties had clearly formed an alliance, and today's sudden invitation was well prepared. He responded briefly, "Sure, let's meet first up." Chun Yuro immediately sent a shy emoji and arranged to pick him up on Tuesday. The phone was set aside. In the past, encountering goddesses of this caliber would have made him rush forward, but now he regarded them with indifference. He knew he was like Tang Seng's meat, coveted by all. Having seen enough, he decided to start as friends. Once familiar, the next steps would naturally follow. "If you want a piece of me, it won't be that easy." The phone was set down, and the scene shifted to Su Xinyao. She clung tightly to Lin San's neck, her eyes misty, her breath entwined, her heart melting like ice. After all, with 28 spots up for grabs, she had to secure one. She probed, "Lin San, is the pocket money we give you really not enough? It feels like we're shortchanging you." Lin San replied with a half-smile, "It's a bit lacking. Even the discarded water bottles I casually tossed could sell for thousands in recycling." Straight to the point. Su Xinyao was astonished and hurriedly explained, "The three of us have different family backgrounds, and this amount was agreed upon by everyone. My mom's company is quite big. I can give you a bit more, and it will be absolutely confidential." The phone was ready to unlock, her expression genuine and earnest. Lin San gently pulled her back. "No need. I know Zhao Wanting is struggling the most, and 5,000 is her limit. Su Qianqian's family is more ordinary, so she can't give that much either. I don't mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyao's eyes instantly reddened, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. In this world, men rarely consider women's financial pressures, yet he was completely unreserved, showing genuine care. "Lin San, you're so wonderful." After refusing the transfer, her anxiety only grew. "If we get married in the future, the bride price will definitely not be small. A large flat in the city center, 5 million in cash, plus a car worth over 800,000 as a minimum. What do you think?" She was full of anticipation, her gaze both fervent and nervous. Lin San understood her intentions, and the atmosphere subtly froze. This wasn't a romantic conversation. It was clearly an investor holding a well-prepared proposal, cautiously demonstrating sincerity, afraid of diluting their shares. Lin San smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor refusing outright. "Let's talk about the bride price later." His tone carried a subtle understanding. "Spending time with Senior Su is very enjoyable." Su Xinyao tightly clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. Give me another chance. Okay? I don't know how to express my feelings, but buying things for you makes me really happy. Lin Sen thought for a moment and nodded. The phone issued by the school is indeed a bit outdated. Let's get a new one. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyao's face lit up with a radiant smile. All right, the top-tier flagship model, maximum storage, I'll order it from the official website right away. Being able to spend money on him made her overjoyed. Sunday afternoon, Binhai City's seafood restaurant. Yesterday, the dining table was Su Xinyao's stage, but today the spotlight shifted to Qin Meng. Peeled mantis shrimp, tender grouper, warm scallop porridge. Qin Meng meticulously fed Lin Sen crab meat, her gaze overflowing with tenderness. Across the table, Zhao Wanting and Su Xinyao watched enviously. Sister Meng's service is way too dedicated, isn't it? Qin Meng calmly wiped her mouth, her eyes seductive as she retorted, Jealous? You had Lin Sen for 2 days, I endured it. Now it's my turn to enjoy. Can't I show it? After the fiery dinner, they arrived at the male dormitory of Binhai University at 6 o'clock. Aunt Wang was sitting at the entrance watching soap operas. When she saw Lin Sen return, her eyes lit up. She had thought he would be exhausted, but unexpectedly, his complexion was rosy, and he walked with vigor, looking even better than when he left. Oh my, Shaolin, you look great. Whoever is your girlfriend is truly lucky. Aunt Wang laughed heartily, while the 3 girls blushed with joy. At the dormitory entrance, Lin Sen carried only a light backpack. Zhao Wanting grabbed one strap of the bag, while Su Xinyao, unwilling to be outdone, grabbed the other, clearly using the excuse of delivering items to linger at the dormitory and curry favor. Lin Sen waved his hand. Stop fighting. Let's go up together. Once the dormitory door closed, Lin Sen tossed the bag aside and sat down, while the 3 girls surrounded him, massaging his shoulders and legs. Stop! He raised his hand. Since you're here, we need to set some rules. The weekend was chaotic. This can't happen again. I'm still in my growth phase, and my main task is studying. I can't handle being worn out every day. The 3 girls felt conflicted inside, but their eyes instinctively glanced at his growth phase, their throats lightly moving. Lin Sen, unbothered, continued speaking. I've made a schedule. First, from Monday to Friday, breakfast will be delivered in turns. Among the 5 people on campus, whoever delivers breakfast will earn 10 minutes of bonus time. The old rule applies. Actions speak louder than words. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became subtle. The rules were set, and a new round of excitement awaited its unveiling. The second rule was clearly defined. Visits after 10 o'clock at night would rotate every 2 days. Lin Sen decisively created a schedule to avoid being overwhelmed by various girls. He knew well that university had just begun, and he couldn't let himself be overworked or indiscriminate. There had to be boundaries and rhythm. When this schedule was sent to Elena and Su Chanqian, the 3 exchanged smiles, calculating their respective shift times. In a competitive environment, a fixed slot was the greatest reward. After the 10-minute check-in ended, the 2 senior girls left reluctantly but obediently followed the rules, slowly departing. Zhao Wanting glanced back, while Su Xinyao reminded Qin Meng to take good care of Lin Sr. The door closed softly, leaving the dormitory quiet except for the sound of the television. The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped, and Qin Meng slowly walked out, her gaze fiery and determined. Lin Sen nonchalantly changed the channel, casually asking, "Had enough of staring?" Qin Meng approached with teasing steps, responding passionately, "How could I?" She sat on the edge of the bed, her hand lightly resting on Lin Sen's thigh, as if declaring her territory. "You really wore me out at the hot spring resort this time." Lin Sen grabbed her playful hand, setting conditions clearly. "Don't rush. Change into that white t-shirt in your bag first." Qin Meng instantly understood his tactics and, without hesitation, put on the new t-shirt she had planned to wear tomorrow. The atmosphere suddenly became intimate. Lin Sen gestured for her to sit with her back to him, her back pressed against his warm chest. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lowered his head, and kissed her neck and earlobe. Qin Meng let out a sweet moan, her eyes hazy, her voice trembling as she softly pleaded, "Kiss me." Lin Sun sealed her lips without hesitation. The intimacy burned like fire, escalating further. On Monday morning, Zhao Wanting brought breakfast. Lin Sun ate while rewarding her with a pat before rushing into the classroom. He happened to run into the long-absent Wang Bo, whose complexion had visibly improved but whose face was full of exhaustion. The two spoke in hushed tones, and Wang Bo smiled bitterly. "These women are really too much to handle." Wang Bo tossed his phone over. The screen displayed the anonymous chat section of the school forum, with two posts generating explosive attention. One post had a title full of positive energy. "Our sports department's Zhang Meng. This is true aesthetic strength." On the surface, everything seemed calm, but undercurrents were surging. Behind the scenes, Wang Bo's two girlfriends were tearing each other apart, while outwardly maintaining a facade of sisterly love, secretly engaging in fierce battles. Lin Sun leaned back in his chair, squinting with a smile, as if a storm was quietly brewing, and he stood at the very center of it. On the forum, Zhang Meng was glorified as a provincial sports champion and a future star athlete, her photos showcasing her heroic demeanor. Scrolling down, the comment section exploded. Anonymous complaints flooded in, exposing her past incident of harassing boys off-campus last year, which led to her detention. The shadow of violence emerged.
Lin Sun smiled indifferently.
This was nothing more than the classic build-up-to-destroy tactic. First elevate someone high, then ruthlessly tear them down. He switched to another post. This time, it was about Zhang Qian from the finance department, portrayed as the epitome of gentle and virtuous. The library was serene, and a cat lounged leisurely on the grass. But the comments turned into a scandalous exposé. Anonymous sources revealed she had dated 3 boyfriends, had a jealous personality, and rumors about the reasons behind her breakups were flying everywhere, with suspicions of her meddling with freshmen. Lin Sun returned the phone to Wang Bo and bluntly stated, "It's obvious this is a catfight between 2 women, orchestrated by someone familiar." Wang Bo frowned, sensing the truth but lacking evidence to expose it. "They usually treat me well. What should I do?" Lin Sun leaned back and calmly advised, "If you have multiple girlfriends, you must have principles. Never tolerate their infighting. The goal is happiness, not internal strife. Don't rush to conclusions yet. Observe first." He added, "Start ignoring the 2 causing trouble on the forum. Ignoring means replying less to their messages and deliberately letting your other girlfriends know the reason. Intimidate them. Make them understand that public disputes will lead to being ignored." Wang Bo's eyes lit up. "Also, don't act recklessly. Make a schedule for yourself. Who to meet on Monday, who to date on the weekend. Good performance gets rewards, poor performance deducts time. People aren't afraid of scarcity, they're afraid of unfairness. Transparent rules prevent private scheming." Lin Sun's words were like a sharp sword, cutting off the root of disputes. Wang Bo regained his confidence and began planning for the future. Wang Bo and Li Hao stared at Lin Sun, as if he were not a freshman but a seasoned expert. Lin Sun meticulously planned a dating schedule, managed performance scores, as if he were running a company. The two suddenly realized that this was the only way to maintain relationships on Blue Star. Wang Bo's expression cleared, silently indicating his gratitude and readiness to act immediately. Li Hao also nodded in thought. Lin Sun waved his hand lightly, saying no more. Though the matter was small, it made him much more alert. During the afternoon PE class, 1/3 of the boys were absent from the field, and the atmosphere was sparse. Teacher Zhang hadn't arrived yet. Lin Sun stood still, his gaze flickering slightly. A tall, thin boy named Yen Tingsan approached politely. He was from another major. Yen Tingsan suddenly asked, "Have you heard of Pink Delight?" Lin Sun shook his head. Yen Tingsan gestured dramatically, introducing it as a top global brand of women's pleasure devices, with his family being the exclusive distributor in Binhai City, selling products to over 1 billion users. He then delivered shocking news. Lin Sen's photo drinking water on the field had gone viral, reaching society. Several female executives admired his image and wanted to connect, even inviting him to be a brand ambassador. The air froze instantly, and Lin Sen was stunned. Endorsing electronic toys? His photo in shorts on the packaging. He asked about the endorsement fee in surprise. Yen Tingsen replied confidently, "Global endorsement starts at 8 figures." Lin Sen nearly choked on water. Then came the key question: would he need to shoot commercials, and what would the limits be? Lin Sen asked with concern. Yen Tingsen shook his head. "I only make the connection. You discuss the details." He then pulled out his phone and sent last quarter's packaging images, causing Lin Sen's pupils to contract and his scalp to tingle. Yen Tingsen eagerly offered to connect him with the advertising department via chat, but Lin Sen calmly took back his phone, deciding to respond within 3 months after investigating thoroughly. This deal was shocking enough, but it wasn't about lacking money. It was too much, and he lacked experience, so he needed to take it slow. A week into the semester, Lin Sen's body quietly grew stronger. System data showed slight improvements in attributes like waist strength, stamina, and speed. During the physical fitness test's 2-kilometer run, his breathing was steady, his legs explosive, and his finish time was 5 seconds faster than last week. Teacher Zhang's eyes sparkled with amazement, repeatedly praising, "Keep it up, full marks at the end of the term." During evening basketball practice, Gu Xiaoye frequently glanced at Lin Sen and initiated conversation, creating a subtly warming atmosphere. Eilina kept her eyes on Lin Sen all day, locking her gaze during training breaks and even offering to wash his face after practice, which he coldly refused. Lin Sen knew well that tonight was important, and her duty day was still far off. He firmly sent her away, leaving Eilina no choice but to leave reluctantly. After dinner, Lin Sen returned to his dormitory. His phone vibrated. It was a script sent by Su Xinyao. The cover was striking. A woman kneeling on one knee, holding a giant diamond ring, facing the aloof silhouette of the male lead, who was actually a woman disguised as a man. Lin Sen quickly browsed through it, shocked by the simp storyline. The female lead passionately guarded the door for 3 months, only to be reported and detained, but later turned into a billionaire. The male lead coldly rejected her, saying, "I don't like women without ambition." The female lead cried and worked hard, kneeling to propose with equity shares, barely becoming the 28th wife. Lin Sen put down his phone, rubbed his temples, and thought the script was practically the simp's autobiography, hilariously labeled as based on a true story. At 6 o'clock sharp, the doorbell rang. Su Xinyao arrived 20 minutes early, wearing a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress with a high slit, her fair, long legs faintly visible, stunningly beautiful. She locked the door upon entering, her gaze fixed on Lin Sen, softly requesting, "Hug me, kiss me." Lin Sen gestured for her to sit on his lap, and sparks instantly flew between them. Su Xinyao took the initiative to embrace him, her red lips filled with urgency. Lin Sen responded passionately, his hand wandering around her waist, but he suddenly pulled himself back to reality. "Senior, don't forget we're here to watch a play, not act one out." As his words fell, the room fell silent for 3 seconds. Su Xinyao smiled and couldn't help but pout. "You're so bad." She gently patted Lin Sen's shoulder, her smile carrying a hint of affection. Lin Sen confirmed with a blank expression that today was his only day off, and rules couldn't be broken. The two dressed neatly, pushed open the door, and stepped into the night, their fingers tightly interlocked, harmonious and resolute. Su Xinyao excitedly brought up the script, Chasing the Light, and Lin Sen nodded, his gaze flickering with complexity. The scene where the female lead proposes using most of the company's shares made him feel a faint sense of absurdity. Su Xinyao loved to dream. Her eyes sparkled with romantic brilliance as she wholeheartedly recited the line, "Everything I have is yours, including my life, as long as you love me." The two entered the grand hall, discussing the male lead in the play. Lin Sen frowned. The male lead already had 27 legal wives, yet Su Xinyao interpreted this as a symbol of supreme glory and strength. Her face was full of conviction, believing that multiple wives sharing responsibilities was solely to ensure the comfort and stability of the rare man. Lin Sen remained silent. He understood that this extreme devotion had long been imprinted in her thoughts, much like the love celebrated in the script, which concealed inequality and compromise. He asked about the actor playing the male lead, and Su Xinyao laughed, saying it was the president cross-dressing as a man. Though absurd, the audience thoroughly enjoyed it. With a shortage of male students in the performing arts department, cross-dressing had become the norm. The audience's screams surged like waves, with some even throwing underwear on stage. Lin Sen imagined the ridiculous scene and couldn't help but shiver. Su Xinyao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Sen, her lips slightly curved, yet she unconsciously let slip the president's female version of the campus heartthrob identity. She turned, gently cupping Lin Sen's face with both hands, her eyes filled with a hint of obsession. She tilted her head slightly, happily leaning on his shoulder. Their steps were firm as they headed straight to the backstage of the Grand Hall. Su Xinyao pulled Lin Sen through the noise, arriving at the deepest makeup room. The door opened, and two beauties turned around, their gaze immediately locking onto Lin Sen, their eyes shining. Teacher Han, Sister Yali.
Su Xinya greeted sweetly.
Lin Sen lowered his head to glance, and the system panel quickly appeared. Han Yume, beauty score 93, height 170. Lu Yali, beauty score 94, height 169. Lu Yali's face slightly reddened, her eyes flashing with both amazement and undisguised longing as she approached step by step. She reached out proactively, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Sen calmly extended his hand, only touching her fingertips. The unexpected delicate and soft sensation made Lu Yali's pupils contract sharply, a tingling current instantly spreading throughout her body. Her legs weakened, almost unable to stand. In an instant, Lin Sen quickly withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting to Han Yume as he greeted her politely. Lu Yali's mood plummeted, while Han Yume's throat moved slightly, secretly anticipating the moment of a handshake. However, she maintained her composure, speaking softly with a gentle demeanor. "You are very suited for acting." Lu Yali snapped back to reality, her face full of anticipation. "The male lead role is perfect for you." Su Xinyao chuckled quietly on the side, already imagining the scenes of her collaborating with Lin Sen. Lin Sen modestly declined. "I haven't had any experience with theater before. Let me observe first." The backstage broadcast urged them forward. Su Xinyao reminded Han Yume, handing over a baseball cap and mask to quickly conceal Lin Sen's face. Han Yume, full of confidence, accepted the mission with ease. The group parted ways, the lights went pop and dimmed, and two spotlights on stage created a hazy atmosphere. Han Yume led the way, Lin Sen followed closely, navigating the narrow passage. In the faint light, the grand hall was packed, the audience almost entirely female fans. The passage was dark and narrow. Suddenly, Han Yume stopped and turned abruptly. A startled cry broke the silence, and Lin Sen, unable to stop in time, was propelled forward by inertia. Lin Sen's cheek was almost pressed against Han Yume's forehead, her soft hair lightly brushing against his chin, and a fragrant scent instantly filled his nose. Immediately after, he felt an astonishingly soft and elastic pressure against his chest. He instinctively took a step back, his brows slightly furrowed. In the darkness, Han Yume's cheeks flushed red, her heartbeat quickened. Although the collision was intentional, it exceeded her expectations, and the sensation of their skin touching was unusually intense. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of feigned composure. "It's too dark here, and the steps are uneven. You're not familiar with the terrain, so you should hold my hand." In the darkness, her hand found Lin Sen's, soft and fitting perfectly. Lin Sen said nothing, only nodding in agreement. The two held hands tightly, walking slowly through the dim corridor. Han Yume deliberately slowed her pace, their breaths gradually intertwining. When they reached the VIP seats on the second floor, the view was excellent and private. They sat side by side as a stirring piece of music marked the beginning of the evening's performance. On stage, Lu Yali, dressed in a men's suit, made her entrance, and the auditorium instantly erupted. The girl's screams rose and fell, wild and infatuated. Lin Sun watched coldly, a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. The scene of girls going crazy over a fake man struck him as absurd. The plot quickly progressed, and the female lead, played by Su Xinyao, appeared. She encountered the male lead at a street corner, their eyes meeting like a spark of electricity. The subsequent 3 months of waiting and secret tracking drew sighs and envy from the audience. At that moment, Lin Sun felt a sudden warmth on his thigh. Han Yumei's long legs, clad in black stockings, had quietly pressed against his, radiating an enticing heat. Her eyes were focused on the stage, her expression serious, yet her leg, like a wild horse off its reins, pressed closer and closer, her breathing growing heavier. Lin San frowned slightly, sensing the movement, and subtly shifted to create some distance. The warmth faded, and Han Yumei's brows furrowed slightly, a sense of loss welling up in her heart, which only fueled a stronger desire for conquest. She gently turned her head, gazing at Lin Sen's profile under the faint stage lights. His high nose bridge and deep, dark eyes seemed to burn with desire. The stage plot reached its climax. Su Xinyao's character was reported to the police by the male lead and imprisoned, her face streaked with tears in her cell. 3 years later, she returned, laden with luxury goods. The male lead, in a cold and arrogant tone, delivered the classic line, "I don't value material things. Back then, I rejected you because I didn't like a woman without ambition." The two then reconciled emotionally, leaving the audience sighing and in tears. The audience's commentary was almost reverent, praising the male lead's righteous values and the touching portrayal of mutual love. Listening to the clamor, Lin Sun felt a pang of pain in his heart. The scene before him was clearly a live demonstration of a classic PUA tactic. Just at that moment, a faint fragrance wafted over. Han Yumei leaned her whole body toward Lin Sen, her upper body almost pressing against his arm, the soft pressure bringing a tingling sensation. She slowly leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, her breath warm and moist, as if plucking the strings of desire. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and 2 beautiful women slowly stepped into the center. They were the protagonist's wife and girlfriend, the venomous villains in the play. They exchanged photos in their hands quietly, their faces showing cold smiles full of calculation. "That little Yao Yao has been quite popular lately," the wife snorted coldly. "She actually emptied the company's funds just to buy a limited edition aircraft." The girlfriend sneered disdainfully. "The stench of a merchant is all over her, and she dares to think she can enter our family?" "Exactly. My husband despises women like her who are so eager for quick success," the wife said coldly. "Tonight, let's add something to the soup and make her take the blame." The audience below erupted in an uproar, their angry voices shaking the air. "So disgusting. Women making things hard for other women. Such narrow-minded women deserve to be taught a lesson. If you love someone, you should accept everything about them. These 2 venomous women are a disgrace to women." In the second-floor audience seats, Lin Sen felt the intense reactions of the audience, and his worldview crumbled instantly. This world is truly strange, criticizing scumbag men in his past life, but now condemning villains for not knowing how to share. Beside him, Han Yumei noticed Lin Sen's resistance, slightly restrained herself, sat upright, and occasionally stole glances at him. Without her close assistance, Lin Sen could finally focus on enjoying the play. On stage, the story reached a heart-wrenching climax. Su Xinyao, playing the female lead, was framed, kneeling in the cold rain, her tearful eyes forcing a smile. The male lead, Lu Yali, turned his back to her, his cold voice resounding, "You are so scheming. You even dared to drug someone to climb up? Get out. I don't want to see you." The female lead's cries were weak yet resolute. "It really wasn't me. As long as you're okay, misunderstandings don't matter. I'm willing to endure the grievance." Lin San unconsciously coughed twice, and Han Yumei quickly patted his back with concern. "I'm fine." He shook his head lightly, his gaze still fixed on the stage, watching the ironic palace intrigue drama unfold. The girls in the audience below stared intently at the stage, nodding in agreement, their eyes shining with approval. Su Xinyao's figure on stage endured the schemes and intrigues of the business world, as well as the attacks from the two venomous wives. She pushed herself to the limit time and again, fainting and waking up, and her first words were still about the critical project funds, bearing endless responsibility and concern. The girls in the audience were tearful, feeling her pain and determination. They whispered, "This is true love. The ones at fault are those scheming women. The man is innocent and pure, deceived by them." Lin San sat on the second floor, listening to their ironclad logic, his mouth twitching. The portrayal of men as pure and innocent flowers made him shake his head and smile wryly, the contrast between reality and drama both amusing and absurd. The plot took a sudden turn, as the two venomous wives fell into chaos due to conflicts of interest, and the truth was revealed. The male lead finally realized his mistake, the fog of blind trust gradually lifting. In the final scene, the stage was bathed in spotlight. Su Xinyao, dressed in a white suit, knelt before Lu Yali, holding a thick stack of equity transfer documents and a dazzling pigeon egg diamond ring. The background music slowly played, the atmosphere filled with tension. She looked up, her gaze resolute and devout, offering most of the company's shares and even proposing to willingly become the 28th wife. Just for a title, a right to care for and accompany him. The audience held their breath, waiting for the moment of judgment. Lu Yali slowly turned around, his eyes showing a trace of helpless and complex emotion. He reached out to accept the equity and the ring, sighing softly, compromising by arranging the only storage room converted into a guest room in the house for her. Su Xinyao's face instantly lit up with a relieved smile, her tears glistening as she excitedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, husband. I will make you happy." The curtain slowly fell, and the auditorium erupted with thunderous applause and screams. The girls were so excited that they hugged each other and cried, shouting, "Finally a happy ending. This is the life I want. My husband is so smart. He finally saw through the deceit. I want to be like Yao Yao too, using billions of wealth to secure true love." In the VIP seats on the second floor, Lin Sen's head buzzed with confusion. He rubbed his temples, feeling utterly shocked. Was this supposed to be an inspirational drama? It was clearly an advanced tutorial on self-cultivation for the exploited. Trading the majority of shares for a desolate storage room and still feeling grateful. This deal was so touching it could make capitalists cry. No wonder the scene was so frenzied. Despite the absurd plot, Lin Sun couldn't help but admire their ability to stir emotions and create an atmosphere. He smiled and commented, "Great acting."
Han Yumei glans sideweis, observing Lin Sens engrossed expression.
She breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with even deeper fascination. The stage lights lit up again, and Lu Yali and Su Xinyao took their bows hand in hand. Su Xinyao had changed back into her wine-red gown, her smile confident and radiant. Lu Yali remained in her male attire, exuding a heroic charm, with every wave of her hand eliciting fervent screams from the audience. In the auditorium, the names Su Xinyao and Lin Sen echoed back and forth as they stood side by side in the center of the crowd, their brilliance intertwined. Their pairing combined the allure of a mature woman and the charm of a cross-dressing male idol, drawing countless admiring gazes. As the lights dimmed and the crowd began to disperse, Han Yumei gracefully stood up, reverting to her composed demeanor as a counselor, discreetly guiding Lin San backstage. In the bustling makeup removal area, people sneaked glances at the mysterious guest under protection. Su Xinyao quickly spotted Lin San, her smile radiant as she rushed forward and tightly held his hand, openly expressing her anticipation for the performance. Lin Sen responded warmly, praising her dedication during the kneeling scene, which made her proudly puff out her chest. Lu Yali, now out of her male attire, approached with a fiery gaze, speaking sparingly but showing a shy yet satisfied expression under Lin Sen's glowing review. She and Su Xinyao, one in front and one behind, shared a complex yet harmonious dynamic, creating a subtle atmosphere. Han Yumei stood nearby, her expression smiling, as a sudden sense of tacit understanding emerged in the air. The two women almost simultaneously invited Lin San for a late-night snack. They exchanged a glance, sharing a gentle smile, silently conveying their mutual understanding. Lin San hesitated, checking the time on his phone. Su Xinyao immediately tightened her grip on his hand, her soft voice repeatedly inviting him, eager to extend their time together. Lin San finally nodded, with her leaning on his shoulder, her face full of joy, sweetness overflowing. Beside them, Lu Yali and Han Yumei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy. Han Yumei teased Su Xinyao's contradictory personality, to which Su Xinyao responded by gripping Lin Sen's hand even tighter. The transformation between her icy demeanor and gentle warmth was fully displayed. Her unreserved gaze revealed her willingness to lower herself for Lin San, brimming with deep affection. The four of them walked out of the auditorium, the night breeze gently blowing. Han Yumei arranged for a spacious business car to head to a nearby restaurant. In the private room, a sumptuous feast was served one dish after another, the aroma filling the air. Su Xinyao smiled brightly, handing a plate of nourishing food to Lin San, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Xinyao carefully peeled open an oyster and gently held it to Lin Sen's lips. He opened his mouth to taste it, his eyes showing satisfaction. She then brought over a steaming bowl of turtle soup, serving it to him as if he were royalty. Not far away, Lu Yali and Han Yumei watched quietly, their eyes filled with envy. Lu Yali seized the opportunity to pick up a large piece of beef, her chopsticks reaching across half the table to place it in front of Lin Senator. Her voice trembled slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on him, passionate and determined. Lin San understood the custom. When a woman serves food to a man who is not her romantic partner, it signals pursuit. He calmly observed Lu Yali, her delicate features and cool demeanor, capable of captivating countless girls in her dashing male attire, yet equally striking and authoritative in her elegant female attire, brimming with talent. He offered a polite smile, his tone calm and slightly distant. "Thank you, Senior. I can't eat any more right now. You can put the food on the plate, and I'll eat it later." Lu Yali finally breathed a sigh of relief, her trembling chopsticks gently placing the beef down, her smile full of anticipation. Lin San leisurely finished his soup and picked up a piece of beef to savor it carefully. Lu Yali stared at his lips, her heart pounding like a drum. As the beef slid down his throat, Lin San nodded and said, "The cooking is just right. This beef is indeed excellent." His words subtly hinted at his approval of her. Lu Yali's smile bloomed like a flower. "Yes, this place has the best food. We should come here often." Beside her, Su Xinyao peeled shrimp without a trace of jealousy, her face full of smiles. She knew that Lu Yali and she shared a close bond, and a different kind of emotion welled up within her. Han Yumei suddenly interjected. "Lin San seems quite captivated, staring so intently." The three of them froze in their actions. Lu Yali and Su Xinyao exchanged a glance, full of tacit understanding. Lu Yali cleverly responded, "Since Junior Lin Sen likes acting, why not play the male lead in this drama? My cross-dressing as a man can't compare to your natural performance." Lin Sen was momentarily stunned, put down his chopsticks, and humbly declined, No, I've never learned acting. I'm afraid I'd mess it up." The atmosphere grew subtle, and suspense arose. Lu Yali, unable to hide her excitement, candidly stated that a male actor only needed to be handsome to become the center of attention on stage. She enthusiastically offered to personally teach Lin Sen how to play the male lead, brimming with confidence. Han Yumei, on the other hand, gracefully added that she was also willing to help Lin San improve his acting skills. Having been a star herself, she was well-versed in the art of performance. Su Xinyao, with a face full of admiration, introduced Han Yumei's background as a star and her accolades, her words brimming with hope for Lin Sen's future. as if she were already envisioning him stepping onto a brighter stage. Faced with this scene, Lin Sun remained silent, but his eyes revealed a subtle mix of helplessness and vigilance. He felt as though he was being pushed onto a dazzling path. Han Yumei spoke gently, extending an invitation to guide him one-on-one. Her tone carried an undertone that made Lin San instinctively wary, yet he also felt a faint sense that acting might be more interesting than basketball. Seeing Lin San hesitate, Lu Yali quickly and confidently promised to revise the script, making herself the male lead's supportive wife, while retaining her cross-dressing scenes. The added plot conflict would make the story even more exciting. Han Yumei approved of this adjustment, believing the new script would have more depth. Meanwhile, Su Xinyao secretly rejoiced, happy to have more allies in the future and no longer feeling alone. Su Xinyao imagined Lin Sen shining brightly on stage, with girls in the audience going wild for him. Meanwhile, Han Yumei calmly strategized, preparing to mobilize student leaders to maintain order and ensure the performance's safety. Lin Sen finally nodded, deciding to give this unexpected path a try, playing the male lead, leaving the basketball court and stepping into the spotlight on stage. Lu Yali excitedly raised her glass and immediately began contacting the scriptwriter to revise the script. The atmosphere in the room quickly heated up, filled with laughter and enthusiasm. Just as Lin San was immersed in the moment, a pair of chopsticks quietly extended in front of him, holding a piece of glistening stir-fried kidney. Han Yumei softly said, "The kidneys here are tender and nourishing. Try it." Lin San looked around in confusion and turned to face the poised and mysterious counselor. Her eyes no longer held the sternness of a teacher. Instead, they were filled with deep affection and fiery anticipation, as if all her desires were concentrated in that single piece of kidney. That gaze, both suggestive and implicit, unabashedly revealed urgency and longing. Lin Sun was instantly stunned. Han Yumei's betrayal had become blatant, inviting him to embark on a unique and extraordinary stage. Lin San stared at the piece of kidney flower on the plate, his expression slightly shifting. Blue Planet's concept of teacher-student relationships surprised him. Beside him, Su Xinyao and Lu Yali were all smiles, clearly unbothered by the idea of teachers pursuing students, and even showing a hint of anticipation. As a counselor, Han Yumei openly expressed her interest, leaving Lin San with no room to maneuver. However, he understood well that here women pursuing men was considered normal. Weighing the pros and cons, he smiled proactively and responded, "Thank you, Teacher Han." His words subtly conveyed rejection while remaining polite. Han Yumei's mood instantly lightened upon hearing this, her cheeks flushing red. She carefully placed the kidney flower onto Lin Sen's plate, her gaze fixed on his reaction at that moment. Lin Sen tasted it meticulously, slowly eating the piece of kidney flower, and commented lightly, "Handled well. No fishy taste. Quite delicious." His brief praise delighted Han Yumei, her eyes brimming with tenderness and charm. Looking at these expressions, Lin Sun silently thought to himself, "This is merely a comment on the dish, but explaining might make things messier. Better to let it be." As the dinner approached its end, Lu Yali interjected, "Junior, since you've agreed to be the male lead, do you have time tomorrow night? I can go over the lines and acting tips with you." Lin Sen replied, "I have a dinner engagement tomorrow night, but I'm free in the afternoon. I can skip PE class." Su Xinyao suddenly spoke up, "To review the script, I'll accompany you for a rehearsal tonight." Lin Sen held her hand and responded indulgently, "Then it'll be a bit of a hassle for you tonight." Han Yumei handed over her phone. "Add me on WeChat. For acting or life challenges, you can reach out to me. I have connections at the school and can help anytime." Lin Sun scanned the code, and Lu Yali joined in as well. The atmosphere was subtly warm. As it grew late, Lin Sen suggested wrapping up. Han Yumei took the initiative to pay the bill, dismissing the idea of the boys footing the bill. Although Lu Yali wanted to compete to pay, she respected the elder and silently noted to treat them next time. The group exited the restaurant, and Han Yumei arranged for a business car to take Lin San and Su Xinyao back to the dormitory. The two walked shoulder to shoulder through the heavy doors of the male dormitory. Under the streetlights, Lu Yali and Han Yumei's figures appeared cold and distant. "Teacher Han, I'll head back now." Lu Yali politely said goodbye. "All right, see you tomorrow," Han Yumei responded. In the night, a complex story was quietly unfolding. Although Han Yumei nodded, her gaze remained fixed on the male dormitory building, unmoving for a long time. At 11 o'clock at night, the campus was silent, and the streetlights stretched the shadows of the trees. Lu Yali did not return to her dormitory. Her face was filled with anxiety, and her mind conjured up an unbearable image of the handsome man and beautiful woman rehearsing the script in the dormitory. She pulled out her phone, her fingers sliding rapidly, and dialed Su Xiuji's number. A groggy voice came from the other end of the line. Su Xiuji wanted to brush it off and go back to sleep, but Lu Yali urgently summoned her to E-Building, room 502. 20 minutes later, the empty room 302 was brightly lit, and Su Xiuji, yawning helplessly, looked at the energetic Lu Yali. "Rewrite the script," Lu Yali said succinctly and firmly. "It's so late, and the performance is in just 2 weeks. Can the actors memorize their lines?" Su Xiuji blinked in surprise. "Not much. The key is that the male lead has been replaced. Lin Sr.
Lin Sen.
The top heartthrob of Binhai University town? The legendary Lin Sen who can supposedly make people pregnant with just one look." Su Xiuji's eyes widened in shock. "He agreed to be the male lead tonight." Su Xiuji excitedly grabbed Lu Yali's hand, her emotions a mix of shock and excitement. "President, you're amazing. This time it's going to be explosive. The tickets will definitely sell like crazy." Lu Yali remained composed. "The script needs to be revised. The original male lead was too weak and doesn't match Lin Sr." The two quickly buried their heads in their keyboards, adjusting the storyline. Lu Yali suggested adding a new character, herself as another wife of the male lead, transforming from silent devotion to deep affection, moving the male lead with heartfelt dialogue. But that wasn't all. Lu Yali insisted on adding more hugging scenes. Su Xiuji raised an eyebrow and teased, "Are you trying to benefit yourself?" Lu Yali responded smugly, "Hugs are essential to show the warming of emotions. Don't you get it?" Su Xiuji added a note with a mischievous smile. Immediately after, Lu Yali's eyes sharpened. "Since there are hugs, kissing scenes are a must too. It's not over the top, right?" Su Xiuji almost spat out her water, her face filled with panic as she tried to dissuade her. "Kissing scenes? Are you serious? Lin San is the dream guy of every girl in school. If you kiss him on stage, the girls in the audience will go crazy. It might even cause a stage incident." "No problem," Lu Yali said calmly. "At it first, we can always use camera angles to fake it." Su Xiuji was half convinced, but Lu Yali quickly urged her. "I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Now, about the kissing scenes, arrange them like this. The first one in Act 2 during the emotional reunion, the second one in Act 4 as a heartfelt kiss, and the third one." The more Su Xiuji listened, the more her head hurt. "President, aren't you just inserting yourself into the female lead role?" The president's face lit up with a sly grin, determined to amp up the script, with hugs, kissing scenes, and a dual female lead setup, sweet enough to make Lin Sen hard to refuse. Screenwriter Su Xiuji shook her head helplessly but secretly plotted. She'd give herself a minor role, a passerby who accidentally bumps into the male lead's arms. Totally reasonable. Lu Yali immediately approved a maid role for her, joining the feast of romantic drama. Meanwhile, Su Xinyao boldly made a request. "Junior, I want to kiss you." Lin Sen raised an eyebrow and casually agreed, with the sole restriction of no going all the way. She beamed with joy and suggested taking a shower first. The two turned and disappeared into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Su Xinyao's skin glowed like crystal, dazzling under the lights. Lin Sun sat on the edge of the bed, pulled out a tablet, and summoned her to rehearse. She leaned into his arms, and he embraced her, his low voice wrapping around her ears like silk. Su Xinyao's gaze shifted between the script and him, her expression torn yet captivated. Lin Sun suddenly teased her for being too handsy. She turned her head in mock grievance, pouting in protest, the atmosphere both flirtatious and tinged with playful affection. The two bantered back and forth, using the script as an excuse, their laughter mingling as unspoken feelings began to bloom. However, Su Xinyao was astonished by Lin Sen's proficiency with the script. Every line, every detail he could point out with precision. For her, the female lead who had rehearsed for a month, it was simply unbelievable. Lin Sen casually revealed that he had only read the script 3 times. Once in the afternoon, once after dinner, and once now. Su Xinyao was shocked. A 20,000-word script, and you memorized it all in 3 readings. You're not human. He smiled faintly, hiding the system behind his identity, with extraordinary memory. Unconvinced, she immediately proposed, "Test me then." And the challenge had just begun. Lin Sen calmly handed the tablet to Su Xinyao, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. Su Xinyao quickly scrolled through the screen, suddenly stopping on a page, and asked a tricky question. "What is the male lead's dialogue on the rainy night?" Lin Sen answered without hesitation, word for word, showcasing his exceptional memory. Su Xinyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly flipped to the end of the script and asked for the first line of the bit part butler. Lin Sen effortlessly recited it, making her feel as if she were witnessing a genius. The tablet in her hand almost slipped, her face full of shock and admiration, her mouth agape for a long time. Lin Sen, however, smiled self-deprecatingly and gently pinched her cheek. Their gazes intertwined, and Su Xinyao's affection was evident as she caressed Lin Sen's face, softly expressing her reasons for liking him. A smart head meant their future baby would surely be intelligent, but what she loved most was his other side. Lin Sun rolled his eyes, teasing her for being like a rogue, while Su Xinyao wrapped her arms around his neck, gently pressing against his Adam's apple, the atmosphere both ambiguous and sweet. She invited him to wash his face, and he agreed but reminded her not to stay too late. Lin Sen turned on the TV, the noisy sound of a variety show filling the room. Around midnight, Su Xinyao reluctantly left, bearing a few marks. Lin Sen seized the time to rest, preparing for the gathering with Chun Yuro the next day. The following afternoon, Lin Sen arrived punctually at the Grand Hall's dressing room, where he met the poised and elegant Lu Yali. She briefly showed a flustered expression but quickly masked it, handing over a new script and seriously explaining the male lead's core traits of being noble and aloof. Lin Sun pondered. This role required a stoic demeanor, as steady as a rock, indifferent to money, yet possessing a sharp tongue adept at soft rice hard eating. But whenever a woman offered a check worth billions or a villa, he never refused. The reason was simple. This was respecting women's sincerity. Otherwise, it would be disregarding their affection. Lin Sen inwardly mocked. This isn't a male god. It's clearly a top-tier PUA master and king of freeloaders. In the Blue Star Circle, this performance was called Male Virtue, supposedly giving women the opportunity to express their love. Lin Sun closed the script, pointing to several highlighted sections. "Senior, aren't these scenes a bit too much? Completely unnecessary." The originally simple script was now covered in dense red annotations. Act 2. Deep embrace, at least 30 seconds. Act 3. Accidental fall, lips brushing. Act 4. Passionate kiss in the room, emotional climax. Lin Sun chuckled and teased. During yesterday's rehearsal, it seemed like we barely even held hands. Revising the script like this is like adding sugar, it's overly sweet. Lu Yali's cheeks flushed slightly. As the club president, she tried hard to maintain composure. This is for the sake of art. The previous plot lacked tension. The audience wants to see emotional struggles and the collision of soul and body. Physical contact can express the female lead's intense love. Lin Sun looked at her serious demeanor and secretly laughed, knowing she was clearly craving him. Hugs are fine, but for the kissing scene, let's use camera angles. Lu Yali's eyes dimmed, appearing disappointed. Using angles means cleverly positioning the shot to make it look like a kiss without actual contact. It protects both of us. Lu Yali understood Lin Sen's intention, to avoid misunderstandings and not give others any chances. Although she secretly wished for the real thing, Lin Sen's reasoning was sound. Agreeing to a hug was already a significant breakthrough. She couldn't ask for more. All right, we'll do it your way with camera angles. She immediately got into character, her gaze firm. Junior, rest assured, once I set my sights on someone, I won't waver. Lin Sen pretended not to hear. Start the first scene, long-lost reunion. Two high school sweethearts reunite, memories blurred over the years, losing contact after moving to different places. Action. Lu Yali quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with shock, grievance, and excitement. Lin Feng? Is that you? Lin Sun turned back coldly, sizing her up from head to toe. Who might you be? That stiff and distant acting perfectly captured the feeling of strangers. Lu Yali froze, hurriedly adjusting. I'm Lily, your high school deskmate. I brought you breakfast every day, carried your backpack, copied your homework. Lin Sen frowned slightly as if recalling, then nodded. Oh, it's you. After all these years, you're still so spirited. Lu Yali followed up. You too, still as handsome as ever. Her gaze was filled with 100% genuine emotion, completely unfeigned. My family went bankrupt and moved away, losing contact. Her eyes reddened as she stepped forward, opening her arms for a hug. Lin Sen, however, stepped back half a step, sidestepping to avoid her. Stop, he interrupted, his expression indifferent. Senior, here you need to show more urgency, and after being avoided, reveal a sense of hurt. Don't keep rushing forward. Lu Yali felt uneasy. Sorry, I haven't fully memorized it yet. Clearly, she and screenwriter Su Xiuji had revised it, yet Lin Sen mastered it after just one read. Handsome and clever, this guy was no ordinary person. It's okay, let's try again. The second time, Lu Yali's emotions finally hit the mark. Lin Sen dodged the hug with a swift move, and Lu Yali's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. She stared intently at Lin Sen, her voice trembling yet resolute. Lin Feng, I have never forgotten you. After high school, I thought about you every single day. I worked tirelessly just to be worthy of you. She suddenly raised her hand, her gaze filled with fiery hope. I have kept my heart and body for you all this time. I haven't even dated anyone. If you don't believe me, you can check any time tonight. This heartfelt confession made Lin Sen's scalp tingle. He took a deep breath, his gaze softening slightly. Really? Lu Yali nodded eagerly, her eyes full of fervent longing. Lin Sun spoke in a deep voice. Lily, ever since you moved away, I often thought of you too. After all, you were my first love. The situation instantly became delicate. A trace of anxiety flashed in Lu Yali's eyes. Lin Feng, are you married now? How many wives do you have? Lin Sen's eyes carried a faint smile. 26. This answer was like a bolt from the blue. The sadness on Lu Yali's face instantly disappeared, replaced by ecstatic joy. 26? That's great. The law allows 28, so I still have a chance. With that, she suddenly lunged at Lin Senator. This time, he didn't dodge. She crashed heavily into his embrace with a bang, holding him tightly. Lin Sen's chest felt the softness of her body, and the scent of hormones quickly spread. Lu Yali's eyes became hazy, immersed in the warmth and sense of security, as if she were floating on clouds. Her body relaxed to the point of melting. She clung tightly to Lin Sen, as if time had stopped. The script said, "Speak after hugging for 10 seconds." But a minute passed, and Lu Yali remained silent. Lin Sen gently called out, "Senior, it's time to say your lines." She responded dazedly, still hesitating to speak the truth. Lin Sen had to lightly pat her back to help her regain clarity. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes welled with tears, and her gaze wandered. Suddenly, she blurted out, "I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Lin Senator, I want to marry you." Then, she quickly added, "Although I'm not that wealthy, I own 3 houses, 2 cars, and have an 8-figure savings. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to be a servant, do laundry, cook. Just being able to see you every day would be enough for me. Lin Sen frowned slightly. This being a servant was an earnest sentiment not arranged in the script. He calmly replied, I'm not someone who values money. Lu Yali's voice trembled, full of conviction. If you cared about money, you would have been kept by a billionaire long ago. The fact that you let me hold you is the greatest gift you could give me. After saying this, she buried herself deeply in Lin Sen's embrace again. Time passed, and Lin Sen felt the person in his arms growing heavier, almost pressing all her weight onto him. He looked down and asked, Senior, what's wrong? Lu Yali's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, trembling as she said, Don't let go. It's my first time hugging a man. My legs are weak. I can't stand. Lin Sen became secretly alert, holding her tightly, silently wondering. Senior Yali's acting is quite convincing. Could this be real or just part of the act? His composure, surprisingly, remained steady. This week, Lin Sen had been surrounded by beautiful women. By now, he should have developed an iron will, remaining unaffected even by the allure of top-tier beauties like Lu Yali. However, the crisis wasn't in words but in touch. Lu Yali clung to Lin Sen like a ghost, her body soft as jade, pressed tightly against him. On Blue Star, where the male-to-female ratio was 1 to 188, women with Lu Yali's level of beauty were exceedingly rare, making her existence akin to a priceless treasure. This giant panda-like woman was employing an unrelenting physical offensive, firmly locking Lin Sen in place. Lin Sen suppressed his inner turmoil, maintaining a steadfast demeanor without showing any signs of panic. Lu Yali sensed the ambiguous atmosphere, and countless images flashed through her mind. Her face turned slightly red, yet she chose to move even closer. The two remained in this embrace for quite some time. Lin Sen coughed lightly, breaking the silence, his tone tinged with helplessness. Senior, you can't stand steadily. Let me help you to the sofa to rest. As he spoke, he felt the hidden strength within her slender frame. Finally reaching the sofa, he set down Lu Yali, quickly turned around with his back to her, and took a deep breath to steady himself. Lu Yali, sitting on the sofa, had a triumphant smirk in her eyes. Lin Sen adjusted his breathing and spoke seriously. This hugging scene is too difficult and prone to accidents. Perhaps we should postpone it. Lu Yali sat up straight, spiritedly refuting him. Giving up artistic pursuit was not an option. She admitted her lack of experience in hugging men earlier and said that only through practice could she get used to it. Lin Sen became secretly wary, realizing the ongoing nature of this storm of opportunism. He weighed his thoughts. Though tempted, he couldn't afford to dwell on it, as his schedule was packed and there were unknown risks. So he compromised. Since you're so persistent, Senior, let's continue. The two returned to the script and began rehearsing the dialogue scenes. The more Lu Yali watched, the brighter her eyes became. Although Lin Sen was somewhat inexperienced, he memorized his lines flawlessly and delivered them with precision. Her admiration gradually transformed into a blatant possessiveness. The next scene, a passionate kiss in the room, she read out in a trembling voice. Lin Sen frowned slightly, pointing at the script. Even hugging is hard to manage. A kissing scene would make me faint from borrowed positioning. Let's save it for later. Lu Yali struggled painfully, but ultimately her gaze became resolute. You're right. Lin Sen breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to change scenes. But her tone suddenly shifted. The performance schedule is tight, and no scene can be skipped. Since you can't stand, then sit. She pointed to the sofa and then to Lin Sen's lap. Change it to you sitting on the sofa and me sitting on your lap. Problem solved. Lin Sen was speechless. This logic was nothing but a blatant excuse to continue taking advantage. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face and her long, slender legs in black stockings, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. Who's really taking advantage here remains uncertain. All right, come. Lin Sen sat down. Lu Yali's movements were subtle, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wait a moment. Lin San hadn't even finished speaking before making his stance clear. Hugging for the scene was just rehearsal, no personal feelings involved. He drew a clear boundary, adhering strictly to the 3 principles of a scumbag: no initiative, no responsibility, no commitment. Lu Yali's eyes flickered as she nodded obediently. Understood. She carefully sat on Lin Sen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck sideways. Her gaze was tender and affectionate, and the atmosphere immediately turned ambiguous. Lin Sen's eyes were alert as he reminded her of the lines, but Lu Yali frowned. This doesn't feel right. Your hand should be on my waist to make it more natural. Lin San complied, adjusting his hand's position, inching it upward until it touched her ribs. Lu Yali was still dissatisfied, hinting repeatedly, a little higher. Lin San stopped seriously. No higher, that's off limits. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she compromised. Then here, just hold tighter. The two were pressed close, their breaths intertwining. Lu Yali adjusted her posture, instantly transforming into a love-struck first-love girlfriend. Lin Sen, my heart has always been pure and reserved for you. I want to marry you. Lin Sen shook his head and sighed, setting a condition. 26 wives, we just reunited. Let's start as boyfriend and girlfriend and take it slow. Lu Yali clung to this lifeline, passionately confessing, I don't mind being ranked 29th, as long as we're together. I have 3 properties, 2 sports cars, and an 8-figure savings. All as a dowry. Lin Sen frowned, his expression displeased. What do you take me for? Someone greedy for money? She hastily defended herself, her eyes reddening. I know you don't care about money, but this is my sincere expression. If you don't accept it, it means you despise me. Lin San hesitated, internally conflicted, before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Lu Yali was overjoyed, her eyes full of gratitude. You're the kindest and most understanding man. Let's transfer the property ownership tomorrow. He agreed, and the time was set. Her gaze was infatuated, her deep affection unmistakable. Lin San, I love you. Before the words had fully landed, Lu Yali suddenly kissed him. Lin San was shocked, his eyes widened, his chest tightened, and he struggled for over 10 seconds before breaking free. Senior, you promised it would just be a fake kiss. Why did you actually kiss me? Lu Yali, on the other hand, was even more delighted, her heart pounding with excitement. Her aura was fully unleashed. So adorable. In this world where men with even a hint of good looks are treated like commodities, Lin Sen's innocent yet sharp expression made him a perfect contrast. Lu Yali couldn't help but laugh. Before he could react, she planted 2 more kisses directly on his cheeks. She mischievously explained the out-of-control kisses, while Lin Sen's eyes widened like saucers. This was clearly the mark of a habitual troublemaker. He pretended to warn her sternly, if you kiss me again, I won't act anymore. Whoever wants to be the male lead can take over. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yali panicked, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck, leaning close to his cheek, and coquettishly begging for forgiveness. The anger in Lin Sen's heart quietly dissipated, but his face remained stern. The dignity of a male god must be upheld. He half-jokingly said that next time he'd bring a lock to prevent her kisses. Lu Yali's eyes sparkled as she curiously asked what kind of lock. Lin Sen replied coldly, the kind of chastity lock they used for women in ancient times. She immediately burst into laughter, doubling over and throwing herself into his arms like she was holding a treasure. Junior, you're too funny. A man wearing that? If you want one, I'll order you a pure gold one, and I'll keep the key. Lin Sen shook his head helplessly. These women, the moment no one was watching, would instantly turn into spoiled little tyrants. Senior, it's getting late. This scene is over. You've kissed enough. Time to get down and prepare for the next one. Lu Yali appeared obedient on the surface, but her arms clung tightly around Lin Sen's neck, a smile playing on her lips. She pretended to be weak, pouting as she said her legs had gone soft and she needed to lean on his lap to recover. Lin Sun sneered inwardly. She was kissing with all her might just now, and now she's suddenly playing the weakling? He let her sit down and demanded she let go of his neck. She pouted adorably. No, no, I'm afraid I'll slip and fall. She leaned her body to the side, deliberately acting as if she was about to collapse. Lin Sen, quick-eyed and swift, caught her in his arms. She smiled smugly, clinging to his embrace and refusing to leave. All right then, let's do it this way. Just focus on the lines for the next scene. The posture doesn't matter. Seeing her shameless expression, Lin Sen completely gave up and held her even tighter. Lu Yali obediently found a comfortable position, leaning against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, as sweet as drinking honey. She sneaked a glance at his well-defined jawline and asked about the next scene. Lin Sen blurted out, Act 5, the male lead and Lily discuss the female lead. Your line is, Lin Feng, I think Yao Yao is a good woman. Lu Yali was stunned. The story had just begun. She suddenly stood up straight, her eyes staring at Lin San in surprise. Lin San nodded nonchalantly, his face exuding confidence. I just read through it once, and I pretty much memorized it all. A flash of amazement crossed Lu Yali's eyes, quickly turning into admiration. Her gaze burned with excitement. You memorized the whole thing? Even my lines? Junior, you're incredible. She smiled like a love-struck fool, as if holding a treasure. Rehearsing with you is such a joy. I can just ask you directly. I don't even need to flip through the script. In this world, as long as a man is handsome, he's already a perfect score. Add intelligence to the mix and the score instantly doubles. Seeing her so engrossed, Lin Sen waved his hand calmly on the surface. Stop flattering me. Let's start. But inside, he was secretly pleased, thinking, this isn't even my best move. Wait until she sees my photography skills. She'll be worshipping me even more. Lu Yali was captivated by his aura, her eyes full of admiration. Handsome, talented, and a gentleman. He was undoubtedly the perfect man. Her red lips parted slightly as she leaned closer to Lin Sen. Lin Sen's eyelid twitched, and he immediately raised a hand to block her. Stop! If you kiss me again, I won't hold you anymore. All right. Lu Yali obediently sat up straight, adjusted her breathing, and looked at him with anticipation. Let's start then. Lin Sun let go of her and calmly urged, say your lines. Lu Yali quickly switched her expression from infatuation to tentative, with a hint of hesitation. Lin Sen, I think Yao Yao is a good girl. The way she looks at you, there's love in her eyes, just like me. If you're willing, I'd be happy to have a sister like her. The two of them performed the remaining scenes with tacit understanding and a hint of ambiguity, as time ticked by. Lin Sen's acting skills and memory increasingly impressed Lu Yali, making her more and more captivated, until nearly 5 o'clock in the evening. Let's call it a day. Lin San moved Lu Yali off his lap and stood up to stretch his numb legs. I need to head back to the dormitory. Lu Yali was reluctant but knew how to restrain herself. Do you want me to walk you back? No need. It's just a few steps away. Lin San sternly warned, Senior, it's fine for us to mess around privately today, but don't be so bold when others are around. Otherwise, I'll really get upset and quit. Lu Yali nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Sun waved his hand, put on his jacket, and left with flair. She watched his disappearing figure, touched her lips, and revealed a satisfied smile. Worth it. While tidying up, she hummed a tune, her mood soaring. She picked up her phone and dialed Su Xinyao. Xinyao, are you done with class? Let's meet and chat. 20 minutes later, in the campus cafe, Su Xinyao stirred her coffee, her eyes smiling as she looked at the spring-like glow on Lu Yali's face. Judging by your expression, you must have taken full advantage this afternoon, huh? Lu Yali smugly sipped her black tea. Of course. Her eyes sparkled. Besides being handsome and smart, what else is special about Lin Sen? You know what I mean. Su Xinyao smiled confidently, exuding mystery. Information is scarce. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Pick the place. I'll tweak the script for the play to ensure you get some bonus scenes. She curled her lips. Lin San and I are very honest with each other, and you're still hung up on this? But Su Xinyao was genuinely trying to help, thinking that having one more ally could steady the situation and secure the spot firmly in their hands. She put down the spoon. First, he gets irritated very easily. Lu Yali's eyes lit up. Yes, I noticed that too. Su Xinyao's smile deepened. You noticed so quickly? Looks like your progress this afternoon went well. Lu Yali's face turned slightly red, coughing to hide her embarrassment. Well, during the rehearsal, I held him for a while, and he started getting irritated. Su Xinyao replied calmly. Of course. Su Xinyao leaned in mysteriously, wearing a knowing expression, and whispered. He seems cold on the surface, but he can be easily stirred with just a little provocation. Lu Yali quickly took out her phone to take notes. Su Xinyao continued in a lowered voice. He likes wearing completely sheer clothes, the thinner the better, and the more see-through, the more it attracts him. She pointed to her own stockings, recalling how his gaze had been glued to her when she wore a light gauze nightgown, unable to look away. Lu Yali kept jotting down notes, visibly excited. Su Xinyao added. He also loves washing his face, not because of a cleanliness obsession, but for a very particular reason. The two of them discussed Lin San's personality and body language in detail as time ticked by. Half an hour later, Lu Yali, satisfied, put away her phone and called screenwriter Su Shuqin. Don't go to the cafeteria tonight. I'm treating you and Xinyao to a big meal. We need to adjust some details for the script. Lin San returned to the dormitory and collapsed onto the sofa, his mind replaying the scene in the rehearsal room. Lu Yali's alluring demeanor, that intense attraction, was a stark contrast to her usual aloof and cool image. In men's clothing, she was so dashing she could almost turn countless girls. But in his arms, she was soft and boneless, using all her strength to earn a kiss from him. Her limbs weak, she leaned in closer, trying every trick in the book. When their lips met, the satisfied expression on her face was brighter than winning the lottery. Lin Sun felt an unprecedented sense of conquest. The ambiguous push and pull was far more thrilling than straightforward honesty. On the surface, it seemed like she had the upper hand, but the initiative was always in his hands. For now, he let her taste a bit of sweetness. Want to go deeper? Not so easy. It had only been a week since the semester started, and he was already surrounded by women. Felt good, but he also realized how hard it was to be a man. The women around him were so tempting that a moment of carelessness could turn him into prey. It wasn't just him. Wang Bo and Li Hao were also surrounded by beautiful women, though at different levels of competition. Lin Sun thought of Wang Bo's wild night playing eagle-catching chicks at the KTV and felt conflicted. A man's genes made it hard to resist temptation, especially in this world where women were almost shamelessly proactive. He had to be careful not to follow Wang Bo's path. At this moment, Chun Yuro appeared to pick up Lin Senator. The car drove into the underground parking lot of a skyscraper in the CBD, and the elevator went straight to the top floor. At the entrance of a luxurious private dining restaurant, the walls were adorned with authentic calligraphy and paintings, exuding grandeur. The door to the private room opened, and two women stood up to greet them simultaneously. On the left, a casually dressed woman sat upright, her features exuding a heroic spirit. On the right, a woman in a professional skirt suit appeared quiet, but the tightness of her blouse silently declared her hidden charm. Chun Yuro walked in with a smile, taking Lin Sen's coat. Lin Sun removed his hat and mask, and the two women's eyes lit up instantly. Chang Aran, the queen flower of the police force, a fierce character who could subdue 3 criminals barehanded, was now stammering, her hands and feet at a loss. Hello. When Yanqi was slightly more composed, though her fingers trembled slightly, and her gaze burned as if she wanted to melt Lin. Senator Lin Sun smiled and nodded, polite yet distant. System scan activated. Name: Chang Iran. Age: 23. Appearance: 92. Name: Wen Yanqi. Age: 24. Appearance. 91. The scene transitions, building anticipation for the next exciting development. Lin Sun sat at the head of the table, with Chun Yuro beside him. Chong Iran and Wen Yanqi were seated on either side, creating a subtle yet orderly atmosphere. The dishes on the table were all premium selections. Chun Yuro proactively picked up a piece of deer tendon and held it to Lin Sun's mouth. Lin Sun tasted it silently, his expression calm. Wen Yanqi immediately followed by offering a piece of tender lamb, explaining that it was a famous dish flown in. Lin Sun politely shook his head, indicating he would save it for later. Chong Iran tentatively picked up a rib, but Lin Sun responded with the same indifference. After the probing through food offerings ended, the young people began to converse more smoothly. Lin Sun casually asked Chong Iran about her work. She straightened her back and replied firmly, "Criminal investigation. We just cracked a prostitution ring and are currently interrogating suspects." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, looking up in confusion. "Prostitution still exists these days?" He then asked, "Is it women selling themselves?" Chong Iran chuckled lightly and answered decisively, "Not women, men." Lin Sun was utterly shocked and pressed further, "Is it forced or voluntary?" "The vast majority are voluntary." Lin Sun pondered deeply, unable to comprehend. "This logic doesn't make sense. Aren't men here a scarce resource? Getting married is easy, bride prices are high, and marrying multiple wives is the norm. Who would sell themselves?" He compared, "Isn't it as absurd as a panda refusing its exclusive bamboo supply and going to the streets to perform?" A trace of helplessness flashed in Chong Iran's eyes as she looked at him with gentle understanding. "You've always lived in an ivory tower and don't understand the reality of men at the bottom of society. They have nothing to do, lack skills, and their empty lives lead to bad habits." Her tone turned stern. "Gambling, betting on women's soccer matches, underground lotteries, and even consuming contraband. Their money disappears quickly, leaving them buried in debt." Lin Sun fell silent, seemingly beginning to grasp something. Chong Iran continued, "Wanting to find a wife? That's even harder. Women at the bottom often drain their family savings for bride prices, even going into debt. After marriage, they still have to pay for living expenses. Where would they find spare money to fill their husband's financial holes?" She spread her hands and sighed lightly. The harsh reality was like an invisible shackle, enveloping these struggling men at the bottom. In their eyes, that job was the fastest and most lucrative way to make money. Lin Sun felt as if his mind was hit by a smoke bomb, as if witnessing a bizarre reversal of fortune. Chong Iran calmly listed the facts. Even a 50-year-old man, as long as he's willing, can easily earn thousands in a single night. Lin Sun was stunned. 50 years old and still selling? And there are buyers? Chong Iran found it perfectly natural, explaining that market demand truly exists. She emphasized that the men in this world are different from what Lin Sun imagined. On this planet, men maintain a polished appearance but are already depleted of resources, their bodies long worn out. Yet for women, this job isn't about capability. As long as the man is alive, able to be touched, embraced, and felt breathing, it's enough. For a moment, Lin Sun understood. It was about fulfilling the psychological comfort of lonely women. He was puzzled. If it's mutually beneficial, why do the police crack down on it? Chong Iran's expression turned grave as she shifted focus. Illegal transactions hide risks, and the environment is extremely unsanitary. But more importantly, some young boys are trafficked and forced into prostitution.
Lin Sun frotse abruptly.
Trafficked. The lure of high profits drives crime, with young, handsome men doubling in price, becoming the biggest commodity on the black market. Suddenly, when Yanqi interjected, "What about someone as handsome as Lin Sun?" The atmosphere froze, and Chen Yuro narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Chong Iran's professional gaze swept over Lin Sun, as if assessing a top-tier prey. After a long pause, she said, "Someone as handsome as you would start at 70 to 80,000, possibly even $1 million per night." Cold sweat broke out on Lin Sun's forehead. His value far exceeded any luxury item from his previous life, but he felt no pride, only a chilling fear. He asked, "How do they carry out the trafficking?" Chang Yaran explained in detail, luring to remote areas, drugging and capturing, or even direct abduction at night using force. The methods are varied, cruel, and ruthless. The dark chain of transactions gradually became clear, revealing a brutal human tragedy before Lin Sen's eyes. Lin Sen instinctively shrank his neck, his gaze instantly becoming alert. The tight security in the boys' dormitory was not just to prevent girls from sneaking in, but was more due to the shadow left by a malicious incident decades ago when girls raided the boys' dormitory at night. The dormitory was like an impregnable fortress, guarded by female soldiers at the entrance, with strict vehicle registration, resembling a heavily guarded military base. Chang Yaran emphasized that the real danger often came from outside the campus. Boys who were tricked into leaving the campus or ventured into remote areas on their own were more likely to encounter trouble. Lin San instinctively glanced at Chen Yuro beside him, feeling a wave of panic. On the first day of school, she had led him out of the campus, and with his face unmatched by fewer than 100 people nationwide, he was like a walking gold ingot with danger lurking at every turn. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Chen Yuro awkwardly poured Chang Yaran a cup of tea, softly interrupting the gloomy conversation. She hinted for Chang Yaran to change the topic, instantly lightening the mood. Realizing she had been too frightening, Chang Yaran quickly shifted gears, emphasizing that the city, especially under their protection, was safe, and as long as one stayed away from chaotic areas, no one would dare act recklessly. As everyone relaxed, Chang Yaran pointed to Wenyenshi, asking her to share some interesting stories about the old residential area on Jianxi Street. Wenyenshi immediately took over the topic, sharing a true story from the neighborhood. A 19-year-old boy named Xiao Lu was walking his dog in the garden of the residential area, wearing sports shorts. On a hot afternoon, the delicate-looking boy caught the attention of a 45-year-old woman, whose glances were perceived by Xiao Lu as sexual harassment. Xiao Lu exploded instantly, angrily accusing the woman of being a female pervert, and pulled out his phone to call the police. Within 5 minutes, the police arrived and arrested the woman on the spot. Lin San was stunned, looking at Wenyenshi in disbelief. Just for a few glances? She was really arrested. Wenyenshi shrugged helplessly and continued with the aftermath. The woman was detained for 3 days, and the police conducted thorough investigations into her background and interviewed neighbors. Although no concrete evidence of a crime was found, she was released, but she lost her job, her reputation was ruined, and everyone in the neighborhood avoided her, calling her old pervert behind her back. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu remained completely unscathed. The story was not just absurd but seemed to serve as a reminder. In this city, the situation was complex. Who was truly safe, and who harbored hidden dangers? Lin Sen's gaze grew deeper, and the surrounding air seemed to tighten. A neighborly aunt specifically visited to offer her condolences, handing over a shock fee and advising him to dress more conservatively when going out, not giving bad people any opportunities. Lin Sen was shocked as if slapped by reality. This world had placed men on a pedestal, where even a simple glance could be deemed a threat. He stared blankly at Chang Yaran, asking in confusion, "Do you really handle such matters?" Chang Yaran put down her teacup, her expression calm, and responded firmly, "We must handle them. This is potential threat elimination. Men's sense of security is paramount. As long as they feel threatened, the police intervene immediately. Better to arrest mistakenly than to let it go." She explained that men were scarce. Any threat must be blocked, even if it's just a glance. Male sensitivity is self-protection. We advocate reporting to the police. It's far safer than losing control. Lin Sun fell silent, finally understanding the cold logic behind the rules. Feelings were evidence. As long as he felt uncomfortable, he could call the police. By this standard, many girls around him could potentially be arrested. Chun Yuro noticed the heavy atmosphere and promptly brought over braised pork. "Don't overthink it, eat more. You've lost weight." The topic lightened, and the three began chatting about coastal cuisine, travel, and school anecdotes. As the meal neared its end, Chun Yuro glanced meaningfully between the two of them, saying, "Boys are inherently at risk, and you're so eye-catching. You'd better learn some self-defense." Lin Sun smiled wryly, thinking to himself, here comes the routine again. Exactly like the fitness sales tactics from his previous life. Only this time, Chun Yuro wasn't selling a membership card, but pushing him into Chung Iran's training class. Chung Iran's bright, piercing eyes reminded him of a police skills champion. Without hesitation, she took over the conversation. "I can see you have a good build and a strong physique. You just lack systematic training. Learn a few grappling and combat moves from me, and no bad guy will dare come near you." She spoke with confidence, but her gaze held a subtle, different kind of light. This was clearly more than just teaching self-defense. Comic-style narration. Reality is like this, with strict rules, where protection and sales intertwine into a complex picture. Lin Sen's eyes caught Chung Iran's hand, which was slightly gripping the tablecloth out of excitement, and he almost believed in her sincerity. Chung Iran firmly dismissed Lin Sen's concerns about the hassle, her tone filled with determination. She quickly reverted to a standard official demeanor, emphasizing that teaching self-defense to men was a police duty. Lin Sun smirked, knowing that this so-called duty actually came with a hidden special course. The two reached an agreement. Chung Iran chose a training room within the unit that was well-equipped and highly private, promising to personally coach him. Lin Sun secretly calculated this training was not just about imparting skills. It felt more like a secret, close encounter. After all, Chung Iran and Chun Yuro, with their experience and abundant resources as mature women, were far more practical and mysterious than ordinary senior classmates. The label of good cop brought a faint blush to Chung Iran's cheeks, her stern exterior hiding a trace of delight. Lin San, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation, looking forward to this strange yet thrilling course. At the end of the dinner, when it was time to pay, when Yenshi calmly took out her phone, quickly scanned the code to complete the payment, and deftly blocked Chung Iran's hand, challenging her, "I'm treating today, promise." Time skipped forward. Lin Sen lay on the hotel bed after taking a shower. Chen Yuro, also freshly showered, walked out of the bathroom, her gaze fixed on Lin Sen, her eyes burning like flames as she approached step by step. She pressed her body against his, her hands caressing him, her voice soft and low. "From now on, can I do whatever I want?" Lin Sen responded calmly, "You can." Her breath caught for a moment, and she suddenly leaned in for a kiss, only to be gently stopped by a long finger. "Wait a moment, Sister Yuro." Chen Yuro looked confused. Lin Sun smiled, his eyes glinting with playful calculation. "You have to tell me the truth. Are you a human trafficker?" Chen Yuro laughed charmingly, throwing herself into his arms, her fingertip lightly tapping his Adam's apple. "That's right, I am a trafficker." Her voice was soft and teasing. "But I'm only abducting you to bring you into my arms, lock you on the bed, and take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to stamp the red marriage certificate." This passionate kidnapping made Lin Sun feel an unprecedented allure. His breathing unconsciously quickened, and a spark of emotion flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Chun Yuro's cheeks flushed. Shy yet bold, she said, "Lin San, give me some hickeys." He raised an eyebrow and asked in return, "More? Didn't I give you plenty last time? Didn't it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." She shook her head, her eyes filled with infatuation. "The hickeys you gave me made me so happy. Last time, they almost disappeared after just 2 days. This time, give me more." "Where should I leave them?" Chun Yuro swayed her alluring figure. "Here." Her snow-white skin and voluptuous, tempting curves came into Lin Sen's view. His Adam's apple moved slightly. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Faced with Chung Iran's description of the kidnapping and trap, Lin Sen frowned slightly, his inner alarm bells ringing, but he didn't act immediately. He recalled blindly following Chen Yuro off campus when he first enrolled, being deceived by her beauty and luxury car, and almost falling into a trap. Suddenly, Chun Yuro grabbed his arm tightly and warned him seriously, "From now on, if anyone drives up to flirt with you, No matter how beautiful the car or the person, ignore them. Her eyes revealed tension, clearly not worried about bad people but potential competitors. Lin Sen nodded indifferently, unwilling to expose her little schemes. Out of the blue, Chen Yuro frowned. Why hasn't that secondary card been used? The bill is silent. Are you looking down on my money? Her tone carried slight dissatisfaction, as men spending women's money had become the norm here. Lin San spread his hands helplessly, explaining that the school cafeteria was free, and everyone scrambled to pay, leaving him no chance to spend money. Hearing this, Chun Yuro felt distressed. She hugged his neck, gently sniffed his collar, and asked softly, "What do you want to buy? Tell me. I'll buy it for you." Lin Sun shook his head. The school had everything he needed, and he wasn't into games, so he had no real desires. Her eyes lit up as she suddenly suggested, "How about buying a limited edition godly pink supercar? It totally matches your vibe." Lin Sen raised an eyebrow, disliking the name for being too feminine and finding the car impractical, so he flatly refused. She grew anxious, having heard from Chung Iran that boys were highly sought after, and was eager to solidify their relationship. Chun Yuro pulled out her trump card. "I'll give you 2 million in cash to buy whatever you want any time." The enormous amount left Lin Sen silent, his brows furrowed. "Sister Yuro, what do you take me for?" He coldly rejected. "I'm not after money." Chun Yuro panicked, throwing herself at him, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to his hand, incoherently defending herself. "I know you're noble and pure. That's what I love about you. But if I don't give you money, I feel uneasy. I can only express my sincerity with money. If you don't accept it, it means I'm not worthy of supporting you." Lin Sen was momentarily stunned. The lines were identical to the ones he had rehearsed with Lu Yali in a play a few days ago, a textbook groveling scene. He chuckled bitterly to himself. In this world, even freeloading was done with the other party kneeling to offer, begging him to take it. The comic-style narration humorously wrapped up the scene, vividly portraying Lin Sen's confusion and helplessness. Lin Sen furrowed his brows tightly, but ultimately nodded reluctantly, knowing that further refusal would only hurt Chun Yuro's feelings. She seized the opportunity to throw herself into his arms, her face blooming with a radiant smile. She kissed his cheek, her voice filled with joy and possessiveness. The phone screen displayed a transfer notification. 2 million successfully deposited. Chan Yuro's eyes sparkled with calculation, mentally weighing the high cost-effectiveness of this transaction. She hugged Lin Sen tightly, her gaze seductive, her hands restless, and softly demanded to leave a mark. Lin Sen's emotions were stirred, and he swiftly pressed Chen Yuro beneath him, calmly responding to her sincere request. The atmosphere between them escalated rapidly. Back at the dormitory, Lin Sen collapsed onto the bed, the screen showing 99+ unread messages. Greetings from girlfriends and teammates were smoothly dismissed with his usual replies. His finger paused on a sophisticated profile picture. Teacher Han Yume. She had privately messaged him, inviting him for one-on-one tutoring. Lin Sen recalled Lu Yali's physical attack that afternoon and felt a hint of anticipation for this mysterious training. Meanwhile, Lu Yali's message popped up, offering a sweet breakfast delivery, which he politely declined. His tone was calm, showing no interest, and he suggested replacing solo time with group rehearsal on Saturday. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Yali stared at her phone, a mix of exhaustion and anxiety on her face. The ambiguous feelings she had indulged in during the day seemed to have been extinguished by Lin Sen's indifference before they could even ferment. Recalling the burning sensation of that touch, she found it hard to sleep. Finally, she decided to seek Su Xinyao's help, but even after mastering more techniques, she realized she was still at a loss. Lu Yali and Qin Meng were merely acquaintances and had not been invited to participate. She instead called Han Yume, her tone revealing urgency as she brought up the matter of Lin's senator. The two chose a quiet spot to talk in detail, and Lu Yali recounted the day's events without reservation. Han Yume analyzed Lu Yali's situation, her tone mocking yet insightful. "Yali, Your approach to chasing men is still at an elementary school level. Lu Yali defended herself, saying she was merely imitating the female classmate who brought breakfast. But Han Yumei sternly interrupted. Lin Sen isn't an ordinary guy. He's the campus heartthrob of Binhai University town, with countless girls lining up to bring him breakfast. In the silence that followed, Lu Yali understood that Lin Sen commanded the attention of all the girls on campus, and his meal card was always being swiped. She sought advice. Teacher, what should I do? I want to see him, to be good to him, but he seems completely unmoved. Han Yumei spoke bluntly. Just wanting it isn't enough. I've heard Lin Sen already has 6 girlfriends, and the remaining spots are tightly contested. She continued to explain how to win a man's heart. You need to make him feel you're different. While others only see his looks, you should recognize his talents. Don't just bring him breakfast. Find resonance with him during rehearsals and let him feel your uniqueness. She emphasized that one must not grovel or be overly submissive but instead maintain an air of mystery, a push-and-pull dynamic to pique his curiosity. Lu Yali nodded, asking for specific suggestions. Han Yumei admitted that Thursday's special training would be the perfect opportunity to test Lin Sen's boundaries. Originally, she had planned to use physical attraction to draw him in, but Lu Yali's experience made her decide to change her approach. Lu Yali's eyes were filled with anticipation, but Han Yumei calmly responded, "We'll discuss the next step after the special training." The two joined forces with a clear goal, no longer scheming against each other as they had in their past lives. The battle for the 7th and 8th spots had only just begun. On the other side of the city, in a high-end apartment, Chang Iran sat on the sofa, facing her identical twin sister Chang Yueran, who had a completely different aura. One exuded boldness, while the other radiated scholarly charm. Chang Yueran lightly tapped her tablet, her gaze fixed on a photo of Lin Sen, and asked softly, "Is this the Lin Sen you mentioned?" Chang Yueran bit into an apple and replied nonchalantly, "He's even more captivating in person, like a blank sheet of paper waiting to be written on." Her sister stared at the photo for a long time, her Adam's apple moving slightly as a complex emotion surfaced. As a lawyer, Chang Yueran was usually calm and rational, but at this moment, a flame of possessiveness burned in her eyes. She set down the tablet and said casually, "We're twins, so it's only natural our tastes are the same. What you like, I like too." Then, with a sudden shift in tone and a fiery gaze, she added, "A gem like this is rare even on TV. When are you planning to ask him out for dinner?" Chang Yueran was in no rush, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Dinner is too ordinary. I've arranged for him to join me in special training tomorrow." "Special training?" Chang Yueran frowned. "Women's self-defense? No, men's self-defense, to be precise." Chang Yueran shook her head lightly. "Purely to ensure his safety." Chang Yueran immediately understood, half teasing and half reminding, "Officer Chang, you're quite adept at mixing business with pleasure, but make sure no one beats you to it." "Don't worry," Chang Yueran replied with a confident smile. "We're twin sisters. What's mine is yours. Once I teach him, I'll naturally pave the way for you." The scene shifted to another part of the city. When Yanxi had just finished her shower, on her phone screen was a woman with short, military-style hair, one Jianjun. Her skin was tanned, and her sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk. When Jianjun got straight to the point with her first question, "Sis, is this guy really that handsome?" When Yanxi smiled and replied, "Lin San has an innate purity and nobility. Just watching him eat dinner tonight made my heart race." On the screen, when Jianjun's eyes widened, and a loud gulp could be heard from the other end. "Sis, he's too handsome. Can you win him over?" When Yanxi spoke calmly, "The competition is fierce, but I'll do my best to pave the way for him. When you're back from your vacation, we'll join forces as sisters." "You're the best, sis. When I return, I'll use all my allowance to buy him supplements." When Jianjun beamed brightly, time moved to Wednesday evening. Lin Sen had just finished training, had a simple dinner, and returned to his dormitory. Moments later, Chang Yueran called, and Lin Sen went downstairs. A black, old-model sedan was parked downstairs. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Chang Iran's strikingly bold face. The car had no police lights or markings, looking completely ordinary. "Get in." She raised an eyebrow slightly, her ponytail swinging like a blade. Lin Sen got into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Chang Iran started the engine, and the car sped away. The destination was an independent building in the backyard of the police station, equipped with a training hall. The floor was covered with professional fighting mats, and the space was empty. Chang Iran took off her jacket, revealing a black, form-fitting quick-dry shirt. Her long, well-defined legs appeared sharp and powerful under the lights. "Warm up first." She handed Lin Sen a set of protective gear. "Put it on, don't get hurt." After half an hour of training, Chang Iran taught with strict professionalism. "Lower your center of gravity. Don't act all dainty like a woman," she commanded. "Punch with your waist strength, not by swinging your arms. Learn the groin kick. It's crude, but it's a life-saving skill for men. When dealing with thugs, don't talk about honor." Her movements were precise, and she corrected him with only light taps using the back of her hand. Lin Sen gradually relaxed, convinced she had no ulterior motives. Focusing on the training, he displayed exceptional intuition, and his movements became increasingly fluid. As Chang Iran wiped her sweat, she praised him. "You have great intuition and better coordination than I expected. Seems like playing basketball paid off." Lin Sen smiled. "Not bad. I do enjoy basketball." Chang Iran stood behind Lin Sen and announced the start of practical technique training. When Lin Sen followed her instructions and turned his back to her, a warm breath instantly brushed against the back of his neck. She tightly wrapped her arms around his wrists, her body pressed closely against his, her chest exerting a mix of softness and strength. Chang Iran spoke softly, her actions growing increasingly intimate, her fingers lightly brushing Lin Sen's abdominal muscles, creating an indescribable sense of ambiguity in the air. Lin Sen's heart tightened, realizing this was far from ordinary training. It was an overt excuse for contact. Unable to resist, he reminded her with a teasing tone, "Iran, staring at men's thighs in the community garden could get you detained." "What about this?" Their faces were close, sparks flying. Chang Iran immediately restrained herself, stepping back with a serious expression, as if reprimanding a distracted student in class. "Lin Sen, the biggest taboo in martial arts is distraction." She admonished him earnestly, emphasizing that her proximity was purely for professional analysis, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Sen secretly admired her skillful reversal, knowing full well that the one whose heartbeat was racing like a drum was clearly her. Seeing Lin Sen remain silent, Chang Iran's expression grew serious as she approached step by step, her voice low like the prelude to an impending storm. "Don't think you're just an ordinary handsome guy. This world is far darker than you imagine." He had just learned that his photo was being wildly circulated on the black market, valued at nearly $1 million, with plans for him to entertain 3 clients in one night. Even a dangerous woman had set her sights on him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This transaction wasn't about kidnapping for ransom. It was about turning him into a living money-printing machine. Chang Iran spoke resolutely, explaining that in big coastal cities, wealthy women would fly in overnight to visit, and the syndicates could earn nearly $1 billion a month without paying taxes. Girlfriends and ordinary people were useless. Only someone like her, with a police background and strong connections, could truly serve as a protective shield. His face changed drastically. Seeing this, Chang Iran softened her tone, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Reality was harsh. Campus tricks and flashy martial arts were worthless in real combat. Those dangerous women had strong fists and immense power, and a few of them working together could deliver a fatal blow. She told him that her ability to win medals came entirely from real combat experience, relying on the advantage of wielding weapons. She sighed, lamenting her efforts to train him in real combat for self-defense, only to be misunderstood as having ulterior motives. Her eyelids lowered, long lashes trembling slightly, as if she had been wronged. The logic suddenly became clear. Refusing real combat meant being kidnapped, and being kidnapped meant entertaining 3 clients in one night. The way to save himself was to accept her embrace. He took a deep breath. Weighing the pros and cons, teaming up with a top-tier beauty and policewoman was far better than being tortured by muscular, dangerous women. Even if it meant losing face, he had to learn the sword. If he couldn't endure, he'd take the hit. It was worth it. Switching his tone, he softly apologized and admitted his mistake, acknowledging that he had been misled and vowed to continue real combat training. Chang Iran's lips curled into a sly smile, but she still reminded him with composure. Frequent contact during training shouldn't lead to accusations of harassment. He responded firmly, "To escape 3 nights of captivity, I'll fight." Her expression immediately brightened, like a master of quick mood changes, and she cheerfully promised to hold him tightly, even possibly touching sensitive areas, reminding him not to mind. He adopted a look of resolve. "Iran, stop dawdling, hug me now." She stepped forward decisively, her movements more professional this time. Approaching from behind, she pressed her body against his, her knee against his thigh, firmly restricting his lower body. Their bodies fit together seamlessly, as if an iron cage had locked him in place. The astonishing elasticity pressed against Lin Sen's back once again. Chang Iran deliberately adjusted her center of gravity, making their contact even closer. Her arms wrapped around his waist, tightly gripping his abdomen, gradually tightening. Her low voice instructed by his ear, "Don't panic. Breathe deeply, tighten your core, and brace your waist and abdomen against the force." Lin Sen gritted his teeth, focusing entirely, but behind him was a fiery top-tier beauty, her breath intimate, her posture close. Heat surged to his head, instantly activating his combat readiness. After a brief pause, Chang Iran continued teaching as if nothing had happened, her body pressing even closer, her voice trembling slightly with joy. "Good. Keep your core tight." Sweat soaked through her thin clothes, revealing her contours. When they finished, she stepped back lightly, tidying her disheveled hair, her cheeks flushed. "You're starting to find the right points of force." She changed positions. "Now you play the attacker and learn how to lock me down." Lin Sen didn't hesitate, stepping behind her, spreading his arms to encircle her waist, and suddenly tightening his grip, his chest pressing firmly against her. Chang Iran let out a muffled groan, completely caught off guard. This time, the cycle was filled with a strong and fiery masculine presence, leaving her head buzzing. Lin Sen's iron-like arms felt like steel clamps, and the scent of sweat from his recent exertions stimulated her senses. For a moment, Chang Iran's body tensed before softening, their proximity causing residual warmth to rise. Her entire body went numb, her legs weakened, and she could barely stand. The once formidable policewoman was utterly shaken today. The atmosphere grew silent, breaths quickened. Lin Sun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Now it's your turn to break free. No attacker would hold you still for a full minute." Chang Iran snapped back to reality, her body limp, wanting nothing more than to stay in his embrace forever. Her voice trembled, carrying an unprecedented softness. "Right now, I have no strength left." If her colleagues saw this, they'd be stunned. Lin Sun chuckled inwardly. "Who said they were free of distractions?" She responded coquettishly, "That's what they say, but saying it and doing it are 2 different things." He chuckled softly, tightening his arm around her. "No strength? Perfect, no need to train then. Sister Iran, turn around." She obediently turned, facing him at close range in the narrow embrace. Their breaths intertwined, cheeks almost touching. Lin Sun held her tightly, his gaze firm. "I have something to ask you. Be honest, I don't like people who lie." Chang Iran nervously stared at Lin San, her eyes flickering, lips trembling slightly. Lin Sen's gaze slowly fell to the corner of her lips, then locked directly onto her eyes. "Do you want to kiss me?" Chang Iran froze for a moment, then softly confirmed. Lin Sun smiled faintly. "Then what are you waiting for?" Hesitation flashed in her eyes, and she softly said she was afraid he'd call the police. Lin Sun burst out laughing, waving his hand to correct her. Just teasing you. I know you're doing this to teach me self-defense. A spark of light danced in Chang Iran's eyes. Lin Sun suddenly laid down a rule. From now on, if you want to kiss me, you have to apply. I don't like sneak attacks. Chang Iran nodded, her heart blooming with joy. All right, as long as I can kiss you, it's all worth it. He let go of her, slightly lowering his head. Kiss or not? If not, I'm leaving. Without warning, Chang Iran stood on tiptoe, grabbed his neck with her hands, and pressed her lips firmly against his. This time, passion surged, and the long-suppressed desire was released without reservation, clumsy yet fervent. Lin Sun responded with equal intensity. A few minutes later, he stepped back, reminding her that there was still plenty of training time left. Chang Iran blushed, her eyes filled with affection, nodding in agreement. After training, Chang Iran had long shed her authoritative demeanor as an instructor, bustling around to hand him water and wipe his sweat, her gaze incredibly tender. She softly reminded him and offered to take him out for a good meal to replenish his energy. Lin Sun asked if it was the cafeteria. She shook her head, smiling mysteriously. The cafeteria's already closed. We're going to a bar my friend owns. Dressed in casual clothes, Lin Sun wrapped himself up tightly and followed into the dim and quiet bar, where soft jazz music gently echoed. Chang Iran led him to a secluded booth surrounded by greenery, where the private atmosphere grew more intense. She quickly went to place the order, while Lin Sun took off his mask and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Soon, she returned to the seat and softly said, I want to apply to kiss you. Lin Sun was slightly stunned but then smiled and agreed. Chang Iran couldn't wait to kiss him again, this time slow and delicate, their breaths intertwining passionately. Only when the sound of the waiter's footsteps approached did the two reluctantly separate. After dinner, Chang Iran drove Lin Sun back to the dormitory building. She leaned against the car window, looking at him, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. Are we still practicing tomorrow? Lin Sun nodded firmly. Absolutely, can't escape being kidnapped. She responded cheerfully. Great, I'm off duty tomorrow night. I'll come pick you up. Late at night, back at the apartment, the lights were still on. Chang Yueran was sitting on the sofa, her gaze sharp. You look so radiant. Had quite the harvest tonight? Chang Yueran changed her shoes and collapsed onto the sofa, her face still wearing a wild grin. She hugged a throw pillow, her eyes dreamy, savoring the memory of that passionate kiss. The topic between Chang Iran and Chang Yueran inevitably revolved around the handsome and intelligent Lin Senator. The two sisters' expressions revealed their admiration for him, especially praising his physical fitness. Chang Yueran keenly noticed that Lin Sun seemed to show some signs of getting heated, a different look flashing in her eyes. Chang Iran recounted the events at the training hall and the bar, revealing Lin Sun's proactive control of the rhythm. Chang Yueran listened intently, her fingers clenched, showing her inner anticipation and longing. After she straightforwardly answered, I want. Chang Iran took out two identical red dresses from the cloakroom and mysteriously said, Open and take a look. Meanwhile, in the international student dormitory at Binhai University, Elena, dressed casually, found her mind wandering far away. Her thoughts kept replaying the warm scene of secretly borrowing face wash to help Lin Sun wash his face that afternoon. The anticipation made her look forward to Friday night's duty. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Shimizu Kana entered the room, polite yet with underlying implications, expressing concern about Elena's fatigue and the basketball team's training. She took the opportunity to give her muscle-relaxing patches. The two casually chatted about the weather, while Kana's gaze gradually focused on the school team and that mysterious boy. She cautiously probed, asking about Lin Sun's strength and background. Elena responded indifferently. Though he has almost no foundation, he is smart and handsome, hailed as the campus heartthrob. Xianai's eyes lit up, her tone turning ambiguous and curious as she repeatedly inquired about their relationship. Elena openly admitted, He's my boyfriend. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xianai's face changed dramatically in shock, her small mouth slightly agape, unable to hide her envy of Elena. "Sugoi!" she exclaimed excitedly. "You got him so quickly?" Elena, full of pride, raised her chin, hinting that her desired target was already in her grasp. Shimizu Xianai blinked her bright eyes, shy yet expectant, and suggested, "Can I deliver water to the basketball team next time?" Elena rolled her eyes helplessly, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. "Deliver water?" Elena waved dismissively. "The training hall is closed, and the sweaty smell isn't suitable for a delicate girl like you." Shimizu Xianai's shoulders instantly slumped, disappointment written all over her face. Switching the topic, Elena blinked. "However, I have a way for you to see him every day and even interact with him openly." She pointed at Shimizu Xianai. "Your drama department has 2 theater clubs. You're the star of the Curtain Rise Club, while Lu Yali and Su Xinyao are in the Timelight Theater Club. Lin San is currently playing the male lead in their club. You can invite him to participate in your club's activities." Shimizu Xianai, nervous yet expectant, said, "But I don't know him. Wouldn't it be abrupt to ask directly?" Elena casually took out her phone and quickly sent a message. "Dear, are you back at school? A girl from Sakura Country wants to pursue you." In the dormitory, Lin San was just drying his hair when he saw the message and raised an eyebrow. Elena had formed a team? Was this an international brigade? He replied, "Send me a photo to see." Elena immediately caught Shimizu Xianai off guard and snapped a photo. "Say cheese!" Click, the photo was taken. Shimizu Xianai's innocent and startled expression was heart-wrenching. Elena nodded in satisfaction and sent it to Lin Sen. "What do you think? Her name is Shimizu Xianai. Isn't she pretty?" Lin Sen glanced at the profile. A Japanese-style beauty, long black hair, JK fashion, beauty score 93, with a helpless look in her eyes that seemed to crave pampering. He replied, "Quite pretty. Let her pursue me." Elena continued to explain. "She wants to interact with you more by having you join the drama club." Lin Sen replied, "I'll meet with Counselor Han tomorrow afternoon to find out more before deciding." Elena relayed the message truthfully. He'll meet with Teacher Han tomorrow to understand the situation before making a decision. Shimizu Xianai's eyes lit up. Han Yume managed both clubs, and she understood. Excitedly, she grabbed Elena's hand, bowed deeply, and expressed her gratitude. After a brief chat, she hurriedly left, returned to her dormitory, and made a phone call. "President, this is Shimizu." A slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the line. The next morning, Lin Sen's steps seemed tired, but his expression was much calmer. The frustration stirred by Chang Iran last night had been hard to quell. He had switched shifts to find Su Qianqian, played until late at night to suppress his restlessness, and finally slept soundly. On the way, the girls' gazes were still intense. Lin Sen had learned to automatically block them out, smiling politely at every attempt to strike up a conversation but responding to none. The first class was Art Appreciation. A middle-aged female teacher in professional attire entered the classroom, adjusting her glasses. Her gaze swept across the room and paused on Lin Sen for 3 seconds. "Class, today's theme is the timelessness of human beauty." She pressed the projector button, and the classic statue of David appeared before everyone. The female teacher passionately explained, the screen vividly displaying the muscle and bone structure, the pinnacle of male beauty from a century ago. Her gaze shifted, pointing at Lin San, praising his excellent body proportions, likening him to a rare sculpture. At 2 p.m., in the 302 rehearsal room of the Art Academy, Lin San pushed the door open. Expecting another physical assault class, he instead encountered the serene Han Yume. She stood by the window, wearing a fitted knit dress, exuding maturity with a hint of irresistible allure. Han Yume smiled and signaled for the class to begin. But Lin San was surprised to find that there was no physical contact, only a professional and rigorous explanation of acting theory. Her lecture was clear and insightful, dissecting each layer while maintaining a respectful distance from him. Lin Sen listened attentively, answering questions continuously. Han Yumei looked at him with admiration, praising his extraordinary comprehension, calling him a rare genius in her more than 10 years of teaching. Time was limited. After finishing the theoretical part, Han Yumei calmly announced the start of the practical session. Lin Sen's internal alarm bells rang, suspecting that things were about to get serious. However, she did not make him recite lines in front of everyone. Instead, she walked lightly to stand before him. As she approached, the air was filled with a mix of the scent of books and the fragrance of a mature woman, causing a slight tremor in his soul. The most important thing in acting is the eyes. She extended her snow-white, slender hand lightly toward Lin's senator after hesitating for a moment. He reached out and held it. Her hand felt warm and soft, smoother than jade.
Han Yumei softly commented, "Hold tighter."
Imagine we are lovers who have been apart for many years, and our eyes see only each other. The distance between them suddenly shrank to half a meter, and their eyes met. Her gaze was deep and gentle, transforming in an instant into an ocean of tenderness, concealing longing and affection. She subtly hinted that they were no longer teacher and student but a man and woman deeply in love. His defenses gradually crumbled, and his gaze began to follow that invisible invitation. At that moment, the classroom seemed to contain only the two of them. The air was frozen, emotions ran hot, yet there was a faint, hidden tension. When Lin Sen's gaze collided with Han Yumei's deeply affectionate eyes, his heartbeat skipped uncontrollably. Unlike Chang Iran's fiery directness, Han Yumei's gaze was as gentle as water, silently penetrating his mental defenses. His breathing quickened, and he seemed to see the lover he had cherished for years, wanting to pull her into his arms. Han Yumei's thumb gently stroked the back of his hand, the delicate touch sending a tingling sensation through him. She whispered, "Hold on to this desire, this deep passion to consume the other." Their eyes locked, the air solidified, and the rehearsal room fell silent, with only the sound of their breathing echoing. Lin Sun felt as if he had fallen into a gentle trap, unable to extricate himself. After a long time, Han Yumei slowly withdrew her hand, instantly breaking the ambiguous atmosphere and resuming her dignified demeanor as a counselor. "Very good," she said. "Do you remember the feeling just now?" Lin Sen nodded with difficulty, cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, his heart had truly been moved. Exercises like this, expressing genuine emotion, need to be done often, Han Yumei said. Eye contact and touch are the soul of acting and the key to moving the audience. Lin San felt helpless inside. This wasn't acting. It was a test of willpower. She walked to the window, took a sip of water, and the sunlight cast a golden edge on her profile. Turning back, she said softly, "Your talent is too extraordinary. It's a waste for you to just play the male lead." Lin Sen looked at her warily. "Teacher, my energy is limited." She interrupted, "I know." Han Yumei introduced a new opportunity. Besides Lu Yali's Shiguang theater troupe, there's also the Muki troupe. They're preparing a major production and are still looking for a male lead. The director and actors have repeatedly requested to borrow you for an audition.
Lin Sen smiled wryly.
I haven't even sorted out Senior Lu's play yet. She had already planned it out. The schedules don't conflict. Lu Yali's play will end its run in a week, and the Muki troupe will start rehearsals in a month. The timelines of the two troupes don't overlap at all. Her gaze was gentle. The two troupes have very different styles. Shiguang leans toward classical emotions, while Muki is more avant-garde and diverse. It will be a great experience for you. This reasoning sounded grand and convincing.
Lin Sen secretly admired Han Yumei's eloquence.
Clearly, she was arranging things for others, yet she made it sound as if it was all for his benefit. Han Yumei suddenly added, "The Muki troupe has an international student, Kayamizu Kane, whose acting is lively and dynamic. She's their star performer. If you work together, sparks are bound to fly." Lin Sen pretended to think, remained silent for a few seconds, then looked up and said, "Since the teacher says so, I'll consider it." She nodded with satisfaction. "All right, I'll have Shimizu Kanai or the president contact you. Communication will be up to you, I won't interfere." The story revolves around the subtle interactions between Lin San and Han Yume, with emotions and glances flowing like an undercurrent. New challenges and opportunities emerge one after another, naturally advancing the plot. She approached calmly, gently tidying Lin San's collar. The action was tender yet carried a hint of intimacy, as if a wife preparing her husband for departure. Her gaze was filled with deep affection, as though she could see through his thoughts. Lin San suddenly stiffened and quickly stepped back. "Thank you, Teacher Han. Goodbye." He fled from the elusive aura. Stepping out of the rehearsal building, he took a deep breath, secretly marveling at Han Yume's seductive tactics, which were even more disarming than a direct approach. Her gaze was like a silent net, keeping him tense and his thoughts unsettled. At 5 in the evening, Chung Iran appeared. Lin San went downstairs and was immediately surprised by her transformation. Yesterday's uniform had been replaced by a fiery red dress, wrapping her perfect curves like flames, radiating youthful beauty. As the car door opened, Lin San froze, his gaze unconsciously lingering. Chung Iran noticed his surprise and teased with a smile. "Don't recognize me?" He candidly praised her beauty, causing Chung Iran's cheeks to flush slightly, though she feigned composure. "I was beautiful before too, but the uniform concealed the softness of a woman. Now, I look like a blooming red rose." Her smile grew. "As long as you like it, I'll wear more of these in the future." The car sped swiftly, arriving at the city's exclusive training room. Chung Iran decisively locked the door, hung a under-maintenance sign, tossed her bag aside, and hurried into the changing room. Moments later, the door opened, and she emerged in a black, tight-fitting quick-dry suit, clinging to her body like a second skin, showcasing her graceful figure. Lin San's breathing suddenly quickened, his heartbeat racing. Unlike the subtle allure of the red dress, this outfit revealed every inch of her curves, and it was evident she wasn't wearing underwear, adding to the temptation. Chung Iran approached, smiling as she noticed his flickering gaze. "Had enough of a look? If so, let's begin." Lin San collected his thoughts and focused on training. Half an hour of punching and kicking practice showed results, with each punch slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Chung Iran's eyes revealed surprise at his remarkable progress. As she wiped her sweat, she announced the start of the combat session. In front of the boxing ring, she sat down, stretched her legs, and called Lin San over. Referring to the escape techniques from the previous day, this time she intended to teach ground control, the method most favored by criminals. She pointed ahead. "Sit here." Lin San's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his hesitation interrupted by her urging, "Don't just stand there. Come on." Bracing himself, he turned and sat in Chung Iran's lap. She locked her arms tightly around his waist, her body pressed closely against his back. The soft, elastic sensation sent a shiver through his entire body. The pressure from behind enveloped him seamlessly, the control feeling real and direct. Chung Iran whispered, "This type of ground control is the most common. You need to get used to it." Suddenly, Chung Iran exerted force from behind, wrapping her legs around Lin San and pulling him backward. The two fell heavily to the ground, with Lin San tightly locked in her embrace, unable to move. Chung Iran's movements grew tighter, simulating the realistic scenario of being subdued by a female criminal. Lin San, however, seemed to enjoy the restraint, even joking, "If I were kidnapped by such a beautiful female criminal, who would want to resist?" Chung Iran blushed, slapped him lightly, and scolded him for his wild thoughts. Lin San, however, confidently retorted, arguing that surrendering would mean less suffering. Chung Iran sneered, reminding him that what might await could be an old rich lady, instantly terrifying Lin San. "Don't even think about surrendering. A handsome guy falling into the hands of a female criminal is worse than death," she warned. Switching the tone, Lin San smirked mischievously and said softly, "Then let me break free." Chang Iran encouraged him to struggle free, but he leisurely shook his head. Words, not actions. We civilized people negotiate. She froze for a moment, and Lin Sun seized the opportunity to exert force from his waist, swiftly turning his body. In an instant, their positions shifted from back to face, their noses almost touching. Chang Iran instinctively tried to regain control, but was momentarily captivated by the handsome face so close to hers, her movements halting. Iran, I've moved over. Now I'm going to use my way to subdue Daijia, he whispered, then suddenly kissed her. Chang Iran's eyes widened, feeling the hormones and sweat permeating the air in her daze. The lazy yet fiery kiss made her completely abandon the pretense of teaching and respond with a kiss. Time froze. After their lips parted, she smiled and handed him the facial cleanser. After washing up, Lin Sun proudly demonstrated. See? With this move, I got rid of it, didn't I? Chang Iran chuckled, her lips curving into a bow. His little cleverness amused her to the point of laughter. Fine, you got rid of it. Want to go another round? Without a word, Lin Sun leaned down and kissed her again. At this moment, she acted like a kitten, coquettish, and his sense of conquest soared. After the kiss, Chang Iran burst into laughter. But don't get too cocky. Just now, when you were washing your face, if other Daijia had swarmed in, you'd still be doomed. They're a team. Lin Sun sat back on the cushion, his face slightly changing as he felt the invisible threat. Chang Iran provocatively said, Come on, Lin Sun, try to see how I escape Daijia's control. She stood up, gently pulling down her quick-dry clothes, and the dazzling white light instantly disappeared. Lin Sun sat on the ground to face her, leaning against her, his arms tightly wrapped around her slender waist, his breath warm, with a playful smirk. Start the performance, Iran. Just as Chang Iran gathered her strength, she suddenly felt her whole body go soft as if losing power, her voice trembling. In this situation, you have to seize the moment when the opponent exerts force. Before she could finish, Lin Sun interrupted her. He whispered in her ear, lightly biting her lips, his hands roaming freely around her waist. She sighed helplessly, softly leaning into his embrace. All right, I surrender. Lin Sun blew into her ear. Surrender? Who said earlier that surrendering wasn't an option? Chang Iran's eyes were moist as she muttered. Kidnapped by you? How will you deal with me? Rob my money or my beauty? He released his embrace, looking at her delicate face. Then I'll tie you up and take you to a hotel to discuss the ransom. Her eyes instantly lit up, turning back in surprise. Really? Lin Sun's face was full of I'm serious expression. But the good times didn't last long. She suddenly looked upset. Not today. She bit her lip tightly. Lin Sun raised an eyebrow. What? The chance to crave my body is here, and you're not taking it. She sighed. It's here. Next week then. Okay. Chang Iran breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to tightly hug Lin Sun's neck, her face buried in his neck. I don't just crave you. I truly like you, really like you. Lin Sun calmly patted her back. I can tell. Are we still practicing? She glanced at the time. Let's not practice today. The two got up. Chang Iran carefully wiped sweat and handed him water. While tidying up, she picked up a red dress and pointed to the changing room. I'm going to change. He lazily sat on the bench. Why bother with the changing room? Just do it here. I don't feel like waiting. Her face turned red, and she bit her lip, turning away to quickly change clothes with her back to him. Lin Sun stared intently, his gaze bold. All right, she whispered. Let's go to the bar to recharge. The bar had a vintage charm, with dim lighting and quiet booths. Chang Iran stood up. You sit first, I'll go order. Lin Sun scrolled through the news on his phone. Footsteps sounded, and she approached slowly in a red dress, sitting beside him. Lin Sun put down his phone, noticing the mix of curiosity and shyness in her eyes, his expression subtly changing. He teased with a smile. Iranjia, we see each other every day, And you still can't get enough? She pursed her lips into a faint smile, shy and reserved, no longer carrying the overwhelming passion of the past, leaving only a trace of gentle warmth. Chang Yueran stood in front of Lin San, her gaze full of amazement. This man had flawless skin and perfect features. It was no wonder her sister was utterly captivated by him. "I'd like to apply to kiss you," she said cautiously, her words tinged with practiced shyness. Lin San chuckled lightly and pulled her into his arms without hesitation. "Even kissing every day isn't enough. Why would I think you wouldn't dare?" The two kissed deeply, holding each other tightly as the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Afterward, Chang Yueran's cheeks were flushed, her head lowered in silence, her heart pounding like a drum. Lin San blinked and teased, "Iranjie, your kissing skills have regressed." Chang Yueran panicked for a moment but quickly feigned composure, mimicking her sister's soft yet spirited tone. "Trying something new. Don't you like this youthful touch?" Just as she finished speaking, the waiter arrived with 2 plates of appetizing fitness meals. "Let's eat first." Chang Yueran hurriedly changed the subject, personally feeding Lin San. Lin San devoured the food, replenishing his energy significantly. After finishing the meal, he leaned back on the sofa, satisfied, and said, "I'm full. Iranjie, you should eat now." Faced with the mountain of beef and vegetables, Chang Yueran froze. "I ate too much this afternoon. I'm not hungry." Lin San raised an eyebrow. "With such intense exercise, sweating buckets, how can you not eat? Yesterday you finished a whole plate. You'll have to force it down this time too." Chang Yueran gritted her teeth, scooped up a large spoonful of beef, and stuffed it into her mouth with determination. 10 minutes later, she looked pained, chewing mechanically. A sudden burp escaped, and she quickly covered her mouth. Lin San chuckled and handed her water. "Eat slower. No one's rushing you. You look exhausted, even burping now." Chang Yueran's eyes were moist as she drank water awkwardly. With half of the food left on her plate, she gave up, saying, "I'm full. I'll go pay the bill." She hurriedly stood up and walked away quickly. Lin San watched her leave, his brows slightly furrowed. After a while, her sister Chang Yueran appeared and said casually, "Let's go." In the apartment, Chang Yueran slumped on the sofa, her face full of pain as she groaned, "I'm stuffed to death." Chang Yueran raised an eyebrow with a smile. "So, how was it? Fun?" Chang Yueran weakly turned over and complained, "Sis, you really set me up. That plate of beef, was it meant for a tiger?" Chang Yueran dismissed her complaint. "How can a police officer work without being full? You burned a lot of energy yesterday, so you had to force it down." Chang Yueran grumbled, "Lin San is already suspicious of me." Her sister remained calm. "I'm not stupid. While you were eating, I ordered another takeout and secretly finished it in the alley behind the bar." Chang Yueran widened her eyes and gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Sis, now that's what I call experience." Chang Yueran sat down, her gaze flickering. "Now that we're full, let's stop talking about food. Tell me, how are things going with you two?" At the mention of this, Chang Yueran suddenly perked up, her face flushed, ears hot, and her eyes sparkling. It was so thrilling. The moment he leaned in to kiss me, my mind went blank. I felt like I was floating, completely weak and powerless. Chang Yueran scoffed, "That's all you've got?" Chang Yueran focused intently. "There's an indescribable taste to it, so unique, and also, having just kissed him." Chang Yueran was asked if her kissing skills had declined. She stammered and insisted she had changed her approach to keep things fresh. Chang Yueran listened quietly, a hint of amusement in her expression. Suddenly, Chang Yueran grabbed her sister's arm tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Sis, thank you. This is the happiest day of my life." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked about her sister's progress. Chang Yueran's cheeks turned red as she responded vaguely, "The progress is significant. I went in without any barriers today. When the heat rose, he couldn't control himself when he touched me, and his hands weren't exactly well behaved during the kiss." Her words trailed off, her gaze hinting at unspoken secrets. Chang Yueran's eyes lit up with envy, her gaze almost fixed on her sister. Chang Yueran gently patted her hand, cautioning her not to take too many risks. We can't keep playing like this. Don't let him find out. Next time, I'll formally introduce you to him. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and the air was filled with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere. On Friday afternoon, the minibus of the Binhai University basketball team stopped in front of the cafeteria. After finishing his meal, Lin's son came out, and Eilina hurriedly ran over, grabbing his hand tightly, with Gu Xiaoye following behind, her eyes filled with envy. The three got into the car. The basketball arena was located in a newly developed area, and the traffic was slow and difficult. Upon arriving at the venue, Lin's son quickly equipped himself with a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses before stepping into the sparsely populated arena. A giant electronic screen looped advertisements, all endorsed by men. The women's professional league began, and Lin Sen removed his sunglasses, his gaze focused. The game was intense, the tactics precise, and the players' skills exceptional. Lin Sen silently compared, noting that the level of the women's league was clearly superior, with a fast-paced rhythm. 15-minute halves, a 3-minute halftime, and the referee's whistle was sharp and frequent. Elena handed him some chips and explained, "This is just a warm-up. The prime time is reserved for later." When the women's game ended, the stands suddenly filled to capacity. The audience, entirely composed of screaming female fans, waved support banners, glow sticks, and wore glowing headbands. Banners fluttered, and the atmosphere resembled a concert. The players entered the court, and the deafening screams shook the arena. Lin Sen was shocked, curious as to why the visiting team was receiving such fervent support. Gu Xiaoye whispered an explanation. There are only 6 men's professional teams, and the players are incredibly sought after. The lights dimmed suddenly, and a spotlight swept toward the players' tunnel. The female DJ roared, "Welcome, the Binhai Aurora team." The sound wave nearly lifted the roof. An extravagant men's basketball event had officially begun. Just as Lin Sen was about to get into game mode, an abrupt electronic dance track shattered his expectations. A group of handsome young men, dressed in basketball uniforms but without basketballs, held microphones and lined up in 2 neat rows. Their dance moves and singing instantly ignited the crowd, with the girls waving glow sticks and screaming like a tidal wave. Next, the visiting team followed with their own singing, dancing, and rap performance. Half an hour passed, and the basketball game had yet to start. Lin Sen, resigned, munched on chips until the game finally began. The players on both teams were ordinary-looking men with dark skin tones. Their movements were standard but lacked highlights, and the audience's reaction was lukewarm, with phone screens lighting up across the stands. The first half ended with a close score, but the dull atmosphere was undeniable. The audience eagerly awaited the handsome players to take the court, but halftime brought another 20 minutes of song and dance performances. Finally, in the second half, the initial group of handsome players took the court, and the screams were deafening. Lin Sen focused intently on the court, anticipating top-tier performance. Instead, he saw them dribbling loosely, frequently making flashy but error-prone moves, and repeatedly losing possession. Yet the audience remained fervent, interpreting every mistake as a charming gesture. Lin Sen was speechless. This level of play wouldn't even qualify for an elementary school basketball class. With 2 minutes remaining, the so-called national number 1, Zixuan, grabbed a rebound, jumped for a shot, and the ball brushed past the rim. During free throws, the entire crowd chanted MVP. Zixuan struck a standard pose, but his first free throw was an airball, prompting a collective sigh that quickly turned into encouragement. His second free throw barely made it in after a struggle, and the cheers exploded with confetti raining down. Gu Xiaoye provided a voiceover to reveal the truth. Zixuan's annual salary was 200 million after taxes, and his net worth would be in the billions after retirement. Meanwhile, those who could actually play well only earned a few million. Lin Sun stared at the wealthy man on the court, struggling even to dribble, and remained silent. Elena leaned against him, whispering confidently, her eyes full of triumph. "He's not handsome. You're the strongest." Lin Sun turned to look at Elena, his gaze filled with acknowledgement. Smiling, he tightened his grip on her hand. Though Elena was usually carefree, her precise sense of aesthetics earned his admiration. The game ended, but the crowd didn't disperse. The handsome players from both teams changed into performance outfits and took turns on stage. During the interaction segment, lucky fans were selected for handshakes, and the screams erupted once more. Lin San, with his cap pulled low and sunglasses on, remained calm, avoiding the gaze of the fervent fans. On the way back, Gu Xiaoye explained the competition system. Game results accounted for only 30%, while the remaining 70% depended on nationwide audience votes over the next 2 days. Lin Sen nodded calmly, his heart unperturbed. "Makes sense." Back at the dormitory, Lin Sen lightly patted Elena's toned waist and back. The two exchanged a glance, their tacit understanding unspoken. "Go shower." Together. Elena's eyebrows arched with a smile, her blue eyes brimming with allure. The bathroom was filled with steam, the white light glaring.
Lin Sen squinted torstai adjust.
Elena proudly displayed her well-toned figure, her elastic skin silently speaking of dedication and discipline. Lin Sen's Adam's apple moved slightly as he jokingly asked for her facial cleanser. Elena's lips curved into a faint smile. "No, I use it myself." Her tone carried a mix of amusement and indulgence. Lin Sen playfully leaned closer. "You have 2 bottles. What's wrong with lending me one? If you don't, I won't kiss you." Unable to resist, Elena laughed and pushed both bottles of facial cleanser toward him. Under the light, Lin Sen lay back on the bed, softly praising the effects of the facial cleanser as he gently touched his cheek. He then suggested a way to repay her by giving her a massage. Elena's eyes lit up, and she immediately lay down to release her fatigue. Lin Sen's hands landed on her smooth back with just the right amount of pressure. She melted into the comfort, letting out soft moans like a contented kitten. In her relaxed state, Lin Sen casually asked, "As a Chinese major, how many classical poems have you memorized?" Elena confidently replied, 300 Tang and Song poems." Lin Sen held her shoulders and quizzed, "Do you know the origin of the name Lin Sen?" Elena's eyes sparkled with mischief as she jokingly guessed, "Were you born during a windy day in the forest?" Her answer drew a good-natured laugh from Lin Sr. "You'd be a great fairy tale writer." He leaned in mysteriously and said, "It comes from a famous line by Du Mu, stopping to admire the forest at dusk." Elena pondered, letting the poetic imagery flow through her mind. The massage roles reversed, and Elena confidently demonstrated professional sports relaxation techniques. Lin San held his breath, captivated by the rippling light in her blue eyes, silently marveling at her. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, inspiration surging, and recited slowly. "The window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks. The undulating ridges exude a biting chill. Suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, the snow-capped mountains collapse, burying all beneath." Elena couldn't hold back her laughter, covering her mouth as she leaned forward to hug Lin Sen's neck tightly, laughing so hard she shook. The scene was both warm and lively. "Such a sharp tongue. You really know how to tease." Lin San pulled her into an embrace, leaning close to the snowy ground, just to give her a warm place to rest. The next morning, Lin San appeared backstage at the school auditorium. The lively atmosphere of several clubs rehearsing together hit him instantly. Amid the chatter, Han Yume called him over. She was dressed in full professional attire, her expression serious, a stark contrast to the wildness of her magical antics the day before. To one side stood the stern and capable president of the Curtain Rise Club, Wang Yunqi. Behind her black-framed glasses, her eyes flashed with a moment of astonishment. "I've heard a lot about you, Junior Lin Sr." On the other side, the quiet and shy Shimizu Kanai bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, her eyes moist and carrying an indescribable charm. Like a shy mimosa, She exuded a delicate vulnerability that made one want to tease her. After introductions, Wang Yunqi straightforwardly invited him to play the male lead in an original drama. Lin Sen, mindful of his limited energy, said he needed to see the script first, politely declining to agree immediately. A quick exchange of contact information was completed, and the script was pending delivery. Lu Yali watched coldly from the sidelines, offering no objections. Rehearsals officially began. The auditorium doors and windows were tightly shut, and the stage lights focused on a few individuals. Act 1, Action. At the cue, Lin Sen quickly got into character. His hollow, detached gaze exuded an aura of everything in life is fleeting, perfectly embodying the character's sense of despair. Han Yumei's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she nodded slightly, acknowledging this real man aura, far surpassing Lu Yali. Wang Yunqi adjusted his glasses more frequently, while Shimizu Kanai covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. As each actor took the stage in turn, the filming proceeded intensely. Lin Sen noticed something unusual about Lu Yali. She burst into emotion, tears welling up in her eyes, and recited her lines in one breath with flawless execution. Afterward, she gave a polite hug, her movements swift and clean, leaving a subtle pause before quickly letting go. Lin Sen was utterly confused, and what followed was a heart-pounding kissing scene. That day, Lu Yali's cheek kiss almost turned into a real kiss, producing a loud smooch. Now, at this critical moment, she leaned in with deep emotion, her lips stopping precisely 2 centimeters away from Lin Sen's. Cheek kiss, a perfect cheek kiss. From the audience's perspective, it looked intimate, but in reality, Lin Sen couldn't even feel the slightest change in her breath. Lu Yali was calm and professional, like an emotionless machine. The director called cut, and Lu Yali immediately stepped out of character, tidied her hair, and gave a polite smile. "Junior, well done." She turned to grab some water, leaving Lin Sen standing there, utterly bewildered. Just last night, she was like a ravenous wolf, and today she had become a saint? Lin Sen's mind was flooded with speculations, but he ultimately chose to let it go. At that moment, Su Xinyao hurried onto the stage, holding a bottle of mineral water and a soft towel. She thoughtfully handed him the water and towel to wipe his sweat, her delicate actions and unspoken care warming Lin Sen's heart. Han Yumei also came over to offer a few compliments, instantly lightening the atmosphere. She called everyone over to gather around the laptop to view the promotional footage they had just shot. Images flashed across the screen, and Lin Sen frowned deeply. The visuals were chaotic, with distorted lighting and shadows. What was supposed to be a deep, affectionate gaze was captured as a blind person rolling their eyes, and Lu Yali looked like a terrifying ghost. The full-body shots had overly harsh top lighting, making legs look short and faces dark, completely unpresentable. Lin Sen bluntly criticized, "This could have been much better." The head of promotions quickly defended, "This is a top-tier DSLR, but the stage lighting is limiting." Wang Yunqi chimed in, "Even though the composition is lacking, it has a raw charm. With your face, it looks good no matter how it's shot." Raw charm? Lin Sen was unconvinced. His debut performance had been turned into a disaster. Shaking his head, he sighed, "This is a mess. If we release this, the effect will definitely be bad." Su Xinyao immediately supported him. "If it looks bad, I won't be satisfied either." Even Lu Yali silently expressed her discontent. "How about we reshoot?" the head of promotions suggested. Lin Sen directly took the DSLR. The camera's heavy feel in his hands exuded a top-tier quality. He skillfully adjusted the settings with smooth movements, his aura suddenly changing. Han Yumei was surprised and asked, "You know how to shoot?" Lin Sen replied nonchalantly, "I know a little." He ordered the left light to be turned off, leaving only the top light and the rear right rim light. The head of promotions hesitated, but Lin Sen left no room for objection. Once the lighting was adjusted, the atmosphere immediately became more dramatic. He directed Lu Yali to move into the shadowed part of the stage, lean against a pillar, Turn her face 15 degrees to the left, slightly tuck her chin, and direct her gaze at the dust on the ground. Everything was ready, and a new image was about to be born. Following Lin Sen's instructions, Lu Yali adjusted her posture. Though her expression showed slight confusion, her body cooperated obediently. Su Xinyao cheerfully picked up the reflector, dashed to the designated spot, and positioned it at a low angle in front of Lu Yali's right side. The camera angle subtly shifted. The previously chaotic stage background was swallowed by darkness, leaving only a beam of top light outlining the contours of Lu Yali's profile. Her golden hair shimmered in the backlight, creating a stark contrast between darkness and light. Click! The shutter clicked crisply. Lin Sen half-squatted and checked the playback, raising his eyebrows slightly and nodding in satisfaction. The crowd gathered closer to the screen, exclamations rising one after another. On the screen, Lu Yali appeared like a lonely goddess, the beam of light both a salvation and a judgment, blending cold elegance with fragility, stirring hearts. Shimizu Kanai covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, while Wang Yunqi took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly, unable to believe what he saw. Han Yumei's gaze changed. Lin Sen's work shattered the artistic pride of all the women present. Lu Yali stared at the photo of herself, her heartbeat racing, everything feeling like a dream. Lin Sen calmly handed back the camera, his tone simple, basic operation. He requested the deletion of the previous photos and a reshoot for the finalized portraits and promotional video materials. Everyone agreed unanimously, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. Lin Sen was no longer the underestimated pretty face. He turned to the still-dazed President Wang and Senior Kanai, issuing orders. Help scatter some paper pieces to create a snowy atmosphere. Wang Yunqi busily responded, turning the entire grand hall into his exclusive stage. Yali, your gaze needs to be dreamy, like when you were thirsty a few days ago and wanted ice cream. Lu Yali's cheeks flushed slightly. Su Xinyao pursed her lips in a smile, reminded by Lin Sen to act as the heroine's best friend, with an expression of frustration and disappointment. Senior Kanai was guided on hand gestures, scattering paper pieces like snow. The shutter clicked continuously, the studio buzzing with energy. Photos and videos were completed one after another, and Lin Sen, rubbing his slightly sore wrist, announced the wrap-up. The women gathered around the screen, staring silently, the photos stunningly beautiful, like a criminal invitation to their hearts. Especially Lin Sen's solo shot. Hidden in shadows, playing with a coin in his hand, his expression indifferent, his slightly open shirt revealing his collarbone. Restrained yet alluring. This photo was posed by Lu Yali, with Lin Sen adjusting the camera position and monitoring the shot. Lin Sen handed the camera to her, straightened his cuffs and said, "The materials are on the card. Export them and send them to me. I'll edit them later." Lu Yali took it and smiled in thanks. Su Xinyao and the others hurriedly left, while Lin Sen walked out of the grand hall alone. After lunch, on his way back to the dormitory, he was calculating the direction for photo editing in his mind, his steps steady. Suddenly, a wisp of fragrance wafted by, fresh and enticing. Lin Sen looked up, his gaze fixed on the area near a bench not far away. A woman was dressed in a well-tailored cream-white suit, a thin belt cinched tightly at her waist, accentuating her curves. She wore 7-centimeter stiletto heels, her exposed ankles fair and delicate. She had her back to Lin Sen, bending down to pick up scattered documents. Hearing footsteps, the woman turned around, and the scene froze instantly, a wave of shock hitting. Boom! Lin Sen's gaze was firmly captured by the woman before him. She had a perfectly oval face, her features exquisitely flawless. Her slightly upturned eyes naturally exuded charm, yet they were as clear as a spring. Her opposing yet harmonious aura was irresistibly captivating. The woman anxiously spoke, seeking help, pointing at the scattered documents on the ground and the heel of her shoe that was stuck. Without hesitation, Lin Sen squatted down and carefully picked up the documents. Her cheeks flushed red, her grateful gaze softened. She gently lifted her heel, and the stuck shoe heel was smoothly freed. The woman extended her slender fingers and introduced herself, Shin Juchi, a young and capable businesswoman. Lin Sen's internal system activated. Scanning her data, Shin Juchi, 23 years old, beauty score, 95, height, 170 centimeters. This score far surpassed the campus socialites, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Shin Juchi softly recited his name, praising its poetic quality. She shyly took out her phone, inviting Lin Sen for coffee or suggesting they exchange WeChat as a token of gratitude. Lin Sen calmly accepted, smiling faintly. Just helping you pick up the documents. No need for coffee. The friend request was quickly accepted. Shin Juchi smiled radiantly and walked away in high heels. Lin Sen turned around, his steps firm, heading towards the dormitory that resembled a 5-star suite. Lying on the bed, the 95 points shock resurfaced in his mind. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the current situation, he would have already been captivated by this stunning mature beauty. But for now, his focus was on the unfinished matters from last night and this morning. 2 semi-transparent virtual screens appeared in his vision. On the left was the training room sink, and on the right was a booth in a bar. Lin Sen scanned back and forth like a seasoned expert, noticing that the 2 faces were identical. The only difference was that on one side, the clothes were lifted, while on the other, they were not, making the details hard to discern. He murmured softly, "Sister Iran, you really know how to play with variety." Picking up his phone, Lin Sen opened WeChat. At the top were messages and photos from Chen Yuro, Lu Yali, and Elena. He scrolled down and found Wen Yanqi's chat box. This longtime friend of Chung Iran had been persistently showing care every day. While importing photos, Lin Sen typed a reply. "Sister Yanqi, there have been too many school activities recently, so I haven't had time to go out. I'll definitely hang out with you another day." The message was sent, and the screen quietly awaited a response. When Yanqi sent a caring text, gently reminding Lin Sen not to forget to rest, and casually inviting him to enjoy some gourmet food together over the weekend. Lin Sen replied, expressing gratitude for her sisterly warmth and revealing his orphan background. When Yanqi mentioned that she had a younger sister in the Special Forces and promised to introduce her to Lin Sen as a bodyguard when she returned on leave, Lin Sen, envious, brought up another friend, Iran. When Yanqi then introduced her twin sister, Chang Yueran, who was almost indistinguishable from Iran, the scene shifted to Lin Sen busily editing photos and videos. Using his master photographer ability, he quickly produced a movie-quality promotional video. However, upon playback, he realized the background music was shockingly mismatched. The repetitive, tacky beats and lifeless ballads completely ruined the visual quality, making him frown and sigh. At that moment, a mechanical system voice echoed in his mind, notifying him that his disdain for the artistic work had triggered a reward. He had obtained the Master of Music Divine Skill Package. A stream of information poured in, and he instantly mastered sheet music, chords, orchestration, conducting techniques, and more. His mind became a top-tier recording studio capable of directly exporting music. Overjoyed, Lin Sen was about to start composing when he noticed a passive skill called emotional resonance. His music could amplify the listener's emotions by up to 3 times. Whether it was ecstatic joy, profound sorrow, or overwhelming fear, it could evoke them all, akin to pressing a nuclear launch button. He activated his inner composition mode with excitement in his eyes. In less than 20 minutes, a masterpiece perfectly matching the promotional video was born. Satisfied, he decided not to send it to Lu Yali immediately, fearing it might shock them. Next, he opened the script sent by Shimizu Kana. Compared to Lu Yali's melodramatic plot, this script was even more impressive. Reading it with the perspective of a seasoned bookworm, he found several details that could be improved. Lin Sen picked up his phone and called Shimizu Kana, telling her the script had potential but needed refinement. On the other end of the line, Kana was overjoyed and suggested meeting in person for an in-depth discussion, hoping to optimize the script together. Lin Sen invited President Wang to join the discussion, but worried that the bold script ideas might scare her, insisted on first having a one-on-one conversation with Shimizu Kana. Kana, dressed in a delicate JK uniform, her legs accentuated by white stockings, caught attention as she stood at the door, her breathing slightly hurried. Entering Lin Sen's tranquil dormitory, which carried a faint lemongrass scent, she sat down somewhat nervously, her gaze wandering. Her pure aura made her seem less like the leading actress on site and instead exceptionally endearing. They quickly got to the main topic. Kana took out the script, and Lin Sen pointed out the critical areas that needed significant revisions. The most impactful change was adding a rebirth element, instantly amplifying the story's tension. Kana listened with excitement, her eyes sparkling. This would increase the drama tenfold. Lin Sen solemnly confirmed, "Only with these changes will I consider playing the male lead. Otherwise, I won't take it." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Kana bit her lip in contemplation. After all, this was the club's meticulously crafted old script. Ultimately, she nodded firmly, "I agree. I'll convince President Wang. She'll definitely approve." This was the only chance for the Curtain Club to make a comeback, and Lin Sen's involvement hit the mark. Lin Sen decisively requested to stop being addressed as Lin San, and the atmosphere relaxed. Senior Shimizu's enthusiasm was ignited, suggesting an immediate rehearsal to feel the deep emotions of crossing life and death. The two stood ready, performing the opening dialogue. Shimizu Kana instantly immersed herself in the role, her gaze shifting from shy to deeply emotional, as if reborn through hardship, each word filled with genuine sentiment. "This time, I will never let go of your hand again." Their chemistry was exceptional, the atmosphere intense. Lin Sen smiled, inwardly confident about the opening victory in this battle for the lead role. "Amazing!" the narrator exclaimed. Shimizu Kana snapped out of her role, her cheeks flushed red. She candidly admitted that Lin Sen's acting skills far exceeded beginner level, and working with him felt much better than acting opposite female impersonators. Lin Sen smiled and shook his head, his gaze profound, still lacking chemistry. He pointed out that Kana's deeply emotional gaze was mostly acted. What was truly needed was an emotional outpouring from the soul. Kana nervously asked, "Then what should I do?" Lin Sen stepped forward, mimicking a teacher, and suggested a method to cultivate chemistry. Holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes, forgetting the script and techniques, leaving only the thought, "I am your one and only true love." Kana, showing her top student comprehension, extended her hands. Lin Sen held them, warmth passing through his palms. He fixed his gaze on her, their eyes meeting. Kana's gaze gradually softened, shedding its deliberate nature, becoming dreamy and lingering. Her breathing quickened, and the emotions within her began to surface. Lin Sen waited until she was motionless, then, without warning, leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Kana's pupils contracted, her mind blank. It was truly a kiss. A surge of electricity swept through her body instantly, her knees nearly giving way, but Lin Sen held her firmly. She hastily turned her head to avoid him, her voice trembling in refusal. Lin Sen froze, puzzled. She clearly liked him, so why reject such a long-desired kiss? He casually gestured and tentatively asked, "Kana-senpai, do you dislike me?" She shook her head vigorously, hurriedly explaining how she could never dislike someone with his talent and looks. "Then you like me?" Lin Sen stared at her intently. Kana, cornered by his gaze, blushed deeply. Like, a guy like you? Which woman wouldn't like you?" Lin Sen asked. "If you like it, why did you avoid it just now?" She bit her lip, lowered her head, and dodged his gaze, saying, "We just met, and our feelings aren't deep yet."
Lin Sen sneered inwardly.
In his previous life, he might have believed such an excuse, but the world was different now. This was nothing more than a pretext. There's an old saying in Xia country, feelings grow over time. With close contact, emotions naturally develop. Can people kiss without any feelings? Impossible. He spoke of his past girlfriends, using examples of how attraction came first and feelings were cultivated later. Shimizu Natsuna remained silent, immersed in the warmth of his embrace. Her mind was in turmoil, as if she had downed half a liter of strong liquor, yet she couldn't allow herself to sink into it. Sensing her subtle struggle, Lin-san asked if she was hiding something and assured her he was willing to help. Shimizu Natsuna hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. His brows furrowed. Suddenly, he let go and stepped back. The cold air filled the space between them, and his demeanor turned abruptly distant. If you don't want to talk, forget it. I hate sneaky women the most. Natsuna panicked, her eyes almost brimming with tears. She grabbed Lin-sen's wrist, her voice trembling, emotions overflowing. The two sat side by side on the sofa. Shimizu Natsuna kept her head down, her eyes filled with helplessness. Her words revealed the pressure from her family. Her mother's iron-fisted command forbidding her to study abroad, demanding she return home after her sophomore year, or else her financial support would be cut off. Her voice quivered, still tinged with sobs. The traditional values of her family bound her like chains, not only restricting her future but also imprisoning her love life. If she returned home, she would have to go on arranged dates and marry. If she pursued a relationship in Xia country, she would be seen as damaged goods, making it hard to find an ideal partner. Natsuna's words grew more urgent as she revealed the awkward financial predicament. She understood that love required financial support, and without funding, she couldn't provide Lin-san with a happy life. Lin-san listened, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes betrayed a hint of emotion and defiance. No money? I'll take care of it. He made a decisive promise to cover her living expenses, tuition, and fully support her. Unexpectedly, Natsuna turned her back to him, her expression one of shock as she firmly refused. No. A woman must never rely on a man to live. That's humiliating. Her words were like a barrier, cutting off any further approach. Lin-sen was left speechless. This peculiar belief became a trial between them. The intertwining of restraint and dignity formed a deadlock, as the conflict between tradition and reality tore at them both. After much thought, his gaze softened but remained resolute. He pulled her into his arms once more. Changing his approach, he said, "Let's not talk about money for now. Let's discuss that body issue instead." A kiss, a simple act, could bypass all the rules. Lin-sen's words were like a spring breeze, gently teasing the defenses of her heart. Shimizu Natsuna gazed at him, her eyes hesitant but gradually softening. The charm of the campus heartthrob was irresistible, and this fleeting intimacy carried no lingering consequences. She finally mustered the courage, closed her eyes, and clumsily yet passionately pressed her lips to his. Sparks exploded in an instant, and the fervent advance completely consumed her, as if breaking free from the constraints of the mortal world, drifting in the clouds of freedom. When their lips parted, Shimizu Kanai's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. The wonder of her first kiss transformed into a silent vow, breaking through the shackles of the trap. "Junior, can I kiss you again?" she murmured softly, the dam in her heart completely collapsing. Lin-san smiled in response, their lips meeting once more. In the heated kiss, she felt the chains gradually loosen, and a brand new world slowly unfolded. Lin-sen's fingers gently traced Shimizu Kanai's curves. She murmured in soft resistance, "This doesn't seem right." Lin-sen chuckled lightly and whispered, "What are you afraid of? No one will find out." Shimizu Kanai hesitated, then nodded, her gaze slightly relaxing. She clung tightly to Lin-sen's neck, deepening the kiss. A few minutes later, their lips parted, and a satisfied smile appeared on Lin-sen's face. The imported facial cleanser from Sakura country brought a soft, smooth, and moisturizing sensation, clearly with remarkable effects. Lin-sen looked at the slightly dazed Shimizu Kanai with concern and asked softly, "Are you happy?" She nodded, her smile gentle. "See, this way, it won't affect your plans to find a partner back home, and you can still enjoy the sweetness of love," Lin-sen said tenderly yet firmly. Shimizu Kanai smiled and admitted, Junior, you make a lot of sense. Since you're happy, help me wash my face, Lin-san suggested. Shimizu Kanai's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. A few minutes later, Lin-san looked up, feeling refreshed, and touched his smooth cheeks, exclaiming, "This facial cleanser is amazing. My skin feels like it can breathe after washing." Shimizu Kanai smiled brightly, gently pinching his cheek with her fingertips. "Your skin is already tender, like a peeled egg. If you're willing, I can help you wash it often." Lin-sen put away his smile and asked, "When will this play officially begin?" Shimizu Kanai adjusted her clothes and replied, "In about 2 weeks. Rehearsals have already started, and the theater club members are cooperating well. The main thing is to integrate you into it. If progress goes smoothly, we can launch it earlier." "All right, then inform President Wang of the revised plan, and I'll cooperate with the adjustments." Lin-san nodded. Shimizu Kanai's gaze was resolute. "I'll tell her right away, and once I'm done, I'll come back to rehearse the remaining scenes with you." She left briskly, her steps light yet tinged with urgency. Lin-san chuckled inwardly. This enthusiasm was clearly addictive. An hour later, there was another knock at the door. Shimizu Kanai, slightly out of breath, with a sheen of sweat on her forehead and flushed cheeks, was brimming with excitement. "Junior, President Wang was thrilled to hear you're willing to play the male lead. She said she'll revise the script according to your ideas."
Lin-sen smiled, unsurprised.
"They're revising it now," Shimizu Kanai said as she set down her bag and sat beside Lin Sr. "Let's rehearse the parts that don't need changes first." "Let's do it." During the rehearsal, the two worked seamlessly together, their rapport quickly improving. Shimizu Kanai closed the script, her eyes sparkling as she slowly spoke. "Junior, although we can't take things further, I've thought of a good way to cultivate our feelings." Lin-sen was curious. "Let's hear it." "The script has many scenes where the female lead takes care of the male lead's daily life," she said earnestly. "Art comes from life. I want to start taking care of you, genuinely treating you as my boyfriend, so that our love can naturally shine on stage." "How will you take care of me?" Lin-sun raised an eyebrow, intrigued, silently hoping it wouldn't be something cliché like making breakfast. Shimizu Kanai glanced around the dormitory. Though it was spotless, she picked out details. "I'll start by cleaning for you. The floor looks a bit dusty, and the desk isn't shiny enough." Lin-san explained helplessly that the boys' dormitory had a dedicated cleaning lady, and weekends were her days off, ensuring their private space. However, Shimizu Kanai frowned, shaking her head disdainfully, criticizing the cleaning lady's work as sloppy and emphasizing that cleaning must be done with love. Saying this, she picked up a cloth and, without hesitation, knelt down to start scrubbing the floor. Lin-san leaned against the headboard, his fingers sliding across the phone screen, occasionally stealing glances at her focused demeanor. Shimizu Kanai worked meticulously, her hands skillfully moving the damp cloth, gradually making the floor spotless and shiny. The camera zoomed in. She was dressed in a standard JK uniform. The hem of her skirt rolled up high due to her cleaning movements, revealing her evenly toned, fair legs. The visual impact made Lin-sun slightly tense, his throat dry. The vibration of his phone interrupted his gaze, and a message from Teacher Han appeared on the screen. "The rehearsal went well, but the emotional details still need polishing. There's a preview the day after tomorrow. Do you have time in the evening?" Lin-sen replied briefly, saying they could discuss it after dinner. Putting down his phone, he saw that Shimizu Kanai had already finished cleaning the floor. She knelt by the bed, her bright eyes showing off her spotless hands. "Good job. What reward do you want?" Lin-sen asked with a smile. Shimizu Kanai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "A kiss." She blushed as she spoke. Lin-sun pulled her into his arms. The restraint lifted. Their lips collided, igniting a fiery passion. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, and exploration seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a delicate hand tightly gripped his wrist. Shimizu Kanai's face was flushed. "No, not that." She shook her head in refusal, her expression shy yet firm, rejecting the final step. Lin San lowered his gaze helplessly, the atmosphere subtly frozen. Lin San avoided Shimizu Kanai's hand, his face showing a hint of displeasure. She quickly withdrew her hand, fearing to provoke his anger. The two were close, the atmosphere delicate, and Kanai tried to soothe him with a gentle voice. She hugged Lin San tightly, reminding him that their relationship was purely emotional, with no intention of progressing physically. Lin San sneered, seeing through her eyes that she was calculating how to avoid offending either side, enjoying the sweetness of romance while planning to return home to find stability. Quite the clever plan, he said, his gaze sharp. His mind already set on breaking through her defenses within 10 days to see if she could still leave so easily. Kanai immediately changed her attitude, trying to please him. Junior, don't be angry. Let me help you wash your face.
Lin San nodded reluctantly.
Kanai lifted her shirt, revealing flawless skin, her movements gentle and cautious. The scene shifted. Lin San sat up from the bed, his expression refreshed, his collar slightly disheveled yet exuding masculinity. He was impressed by Kanai's service. Though clumsy, it was sincere and enthusiastic. Lin San suddenly checked the time and stood up, saying, "I'm hungry." Kanai suggested they eat together, but he coldly refused. "You go by yourself. I have something to discuss with Teacher Han." Kanai's eyes briefly showed disappointment but quickly concealed it. She nodded obediently. "I'll come to clean tomorrow." He waved her off indifferently. Kanai walked out of the dormitory, her steps light, her face radiating a satisfied smile. Their relationship had undoubtedly taken a significant step forward. Their first hug, their first kiss, and she had held her ground perfectly. Back in her room, she quickly showered and changed, her heart brimming with joy as she sought out President Wang to invite everyone to dinner. The president was curious about her change, and she calmly replied. Lin San agreed to perform and even suggested some great ideas. "Of course, I'm happy." The scene shifted to the cafeteria, where the food remained exquisite, and the abalone was impressively large. Lin San ate slowly and methodically. After finishing, he took out his phone and sent a message to Teacher Han. The other party almost replied instantly, 7 o'clock, see you at the usual place. At 6:59, Lin San appeared at the rehearsal room door. The door opened, and Han Yume, dressed elegantly, waited by the window. She wore a black turtleneck knit sweater, a tight-fitting pencil skirt with a slit revealing a portion of her stocking-clad calf, high heels, and her hair neatly pinned up. Her attire was both dignified and graceful, exuding an air of restraint, completely different from her usual self. Han Yume smiled and gestured for Lin San to sit on the sofa opposite her. She crossed her legs, the hem of her skirt slightly rising, and the stockings shimmered delicately under the light. In the air, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Han Yume stood firm, her face serious, holding a script as she sternly critiqued Lin San's performance flaws. His emotions were too subdued, lacking intensity. Lin San leaned casually against the sofa, a smile in his eyes, a hint of teasing at the corners of his mouth, yet he listened earnestly to her guidance. Han Yume shifted her tone and issued a challenge. "I'll take over for Senior Yali, and you act with me." Her gaze flickered, both hesitant and expectant. Lin San agreed without hesitation, reminding her of the lines. The two quickly immersed themselves in their roles, cooperating seamlessly, the flow of the scene smooth, and the atmosphere growing more intense. Next scene, Lin San pointed at the script, his eyes playful. Act 3. The female lead sits on the male lead's lap, deeply kissing. Han Yu's face flushed with shyness as she quickly adjusted her skirt, trying to suggest using a stand-in, only to be seriously countered by Lin San. "Even you don't believe that lie." He decided to lock the door, ensuring no interruptions. The sudden shift in atmosphere blurred the boundaries between teacher and student. Han Yume, her high heels clicking softly, moved with a slight tremble and sat on Lin San's lap, her hand resting on his neck, her breathing growing closer. Her voice trembled but was deeply immersed. I don't care about societal judgment. I just want to be with you. In an instant, sparks flew between their lips. Han Yu shed her usual composure, completely surrendering to softness, her hands tightly clasping his neck. Lin San smirked, taking the lead, pressing forward step by step. Just as they were lost in the moment, a sudden vibration pierced the air. Han Yu's eyes flew open, and she hurriedly stood up in a panic. The words Principal Zhang flashed on the dimly lit rehearsal room's phone screen. Her expression tightened as she lowered her voice, signaling for silence, and turned her back to Lin San to answer the call. "Hello, Principal Zhang." Her tone was barely steady, the tremor betraying her inner turmoil. Late at night in the theater, Han Yumei remained alone in the rehearsal room, with Principal Zhang's concerned voice coming from the other end of the phone. As she focused on explaining, a pair of soft yet firm hands suddenly encircled her waist from behind, a smile hidden in Lin Sen's eyes. His breath was so close it was impossible to ignore, his hands slowly slipping under her clothes, bringing a sudden wave of tension and a startled gasp. Principal Zhang on the phone sensed something unusual, his tone turning concerned. Han Yumei hastily fabricated an excuse about a mouse sighting, forcing herself to continue the conversation. She was panting, her voice dry, doing her best to conceal her disheveled state and the awkwardness of being intruded upon. Finally hanging up, she leaned into Lin Sen's embrace, a trace of shyness and helplessness flashing in her eyes. Lin Sen chuckled lightly, his fingers gently tidying her messy hair, teasing in his tone. "The principal didn't notice your truth, which proves your acting skills are top-notch." Blushing deeply from his teasing, Han Yumei pretended to scold him, though her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Her emotions erupted in an instant as she hugged Lin Sen tightly, passionately responding to his kiss. The two of them let go of all their reservations, releasing their suppressed emotions. Just as the atmosphere grew intense, a sudden knock on the door interrupted everything. A young female voice outside was looking for a forgotten power bank. Han Yumei quickly withdrew her hands, tidying her disheveled appearance, and lowered her voice to urge Lin San to sit still. The door opened, and two female students, seeing their teacher's flushed face, looked a bit surprised. Han Yumei remained composed, fabricating a burst of emotional acting as an explanation, emphasizing the need for full immersion in performance. The students were half convinced but were soon drawn to Lin San, who was calmly reading a script on the sofa, and they praised his dedication. Once the door closed, the girls' chatter echoed down the hallway. Han Yumei leaned against the doorframe, her blush still lingering, her breath unsteady, with an unspeakable secret passion behind her. Han Yumei's gaze was complex, filled with shame and reluctance. She repeatedly tightened the door lock and walked briskly toward Lin San on the sofa, spreading her arms to dive into the embrace she couldn't resist. Her shoulders were held down as Lin San leaned back slightly, pointing to the script with a calm tone. "The emotional scene is over. Next is the dialogue scene. We need to rehearse quickly. The preview is the day after tomorrow." Han Yumei froze, shocked and incredulous. Lin San emphasized that this was immersive teaching for art, and in reality they were just teacher and student, needing to maintain boundaries. She was speechless, her mind in turmoil, but the firmness in his eyes forced her to retreat, leaving her no choice but to sit down calmly. Over the next half hour, Lin San was professional and precise, his emotions restrained, as if the earlier flames had never been ignited. Han Yumei endured and cooperated, her gaze drifting to Lin San's collar and collarbone, unable to calm the turmoil within her. When the rehearsal ended, Lin San closed the script, politely thanked her, and got up to leave. Han Yumei hurriedly chased after him, suddenly hugging him tightly from behind, her face pressed against his broad back, pleading with him not to leave. Lin San stopped helplessly, advising her not to get too immersed in the role. But she clung to him tightly, questioning whether he was moved, whether he liked her. He gently pried her hands away, a hint of helplessness in his clear eyes. "Not liking you would make it impossible to perform that kind of kiss scene, but this isn't the right place." She eagerly invited him to the teacher's apartment to discuss the scene alone all night. He shook his head and refused. Feelings need to develop. If I don't like you enough, it has to happen gradually. She blushed shyly, softly mentioning the earlier interruption and her discomfort, demanding compensation. Lin Sen reluctantly agreed, limiting it to 5 minutes, with 2 additional conditions. No random touching, and any intimate behavior outside rehearsal time required prior approval.
Han gjorde mig nodded förväntlig, eagerly leaning in.
20 minutes later, Lin San returned to his dormitory, his phone notifying him of a message. Chan Yuro inviting him to a weekend villa gathering. He replied, "Sure. I'll call my girlfriends together, so everyone can get to know each other and get along." Chun Yuro replied instantly, "No problem. I'll prepare more ingredients." That night, joy and sorrow intertwined. Kayamizu Kanai tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her thoughts surging. Under the night sky, she hugged her quilt, gently rolling on the bed, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. Her mind was filled with the face that had been so close during the day, that breathtaking first kiss, and those shy moments. Although it had only been a short year, and though she would have to return to her country in the future, she felt that this beautiful year was enough to make her life without regrets. She began to secretly plan. Should she try to negotiate with her mother for more time, perhaps pursue graduate studies and stay a few more years? Delaying her return home would also postpone the days of arranged matchmaking. At 9 o'clock the next morning, there was a gentle knock on the door. Lin San opened it to find Shimizu Kanai dressed in a maid outfit with a short skirt, a lace headband adorning her hair, her smile radiant and her eyes full of anticipation. She had originally wanted a good morning kiss, but seeing Lin San yawning and looking uninterested, she swallowed her words. Changing her strategy, she took the initiative to kneel and start cleaning. Lin San sat quietly on the edge of the bed, sipping milk, his gaze tenderly fixed on her as she cleaned the floor. The ground was wiped spotless. Even the corners and crevices were meticulously attended to. She occasionally stole glances at Lin Sen, her eyes brimming with almost overflowing affection. Half an hour later, Shimizu Kanai finished her task and stood expectantly in front of Lin San, her eyes sparkling. "Junior, I finished cleaning. Is it clean enough?" The subtext was crystal clear. "Praise me, give me a reward." Lin Sun put down the empty glass, slowly stood up, and adjusted his collar. "You've worked hard, senior. I'm leaving now. I have plans with friends today. Please help me close the door." Shimizu Kanai was caught off guard by his sudden words, stunned into a dazed response. It wasn't until Lin San had his hand on the doorknob that she realized the situation had completely gone off track. "Wait!" She rushed forward to block Lin Sen, her face as red as a ripe cherry. "Junior, could you kiss me? I thought about you all night last night." Lin Sen's gaze turned serious, his emotions fading, replaced by cold rationality. "Senior, I thought about it a lot last night too. You still want to return to your country, don't you?" Shimizu Kanai froze, silent as a cicada in winter, and finally nodded in silence. Lin Sun sighed, his tone like that of an elder offering advice. "If we were to be together now, it would inevitably lead to complications. Returning to your country and finding a partner would be troublesome. Relationships require time and emotional investment, and feelings without a future will only become poison later on. Long-distance breakups, we would both get hurt. Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering." His piercing gaze and every word struck deep into Shimizu Kanai's heart. "You deserve a complete future, not to waste your time with me. Let's just be friends." Her face turned pale, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. "No, please. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm not afraid of hardship. I just want the present, even if it's only for a year or even a month." She clung tightly to his sleeve, her voice trembling. Lin Sun calmly pushed her hand away, his gaze resolute. "I don't like relationships without an outcome. Do you really want to return to your country?" Shimizu Kanai stood frozen, unable to answer. The invisible and silent pressure from her family bound her tightly. In the end, silence became her answer. Lin Sun smiled faintly, a smile tinged with polite detachment, as if everything had already been decided. Shimizu Kanai sat alone in the spotless dormitory, Lin Sen's figure just disappearing from the doorway. The door closed with a loud bang, the echo striking her heart. Loneliness surged like a tide, and she collapsed to the floor, tears slipping through her fingers, the emptiness of the dormitory silently voicing her sorrow. On the street, her shadow wavered, her mind adrift, like a boat that had lost its direction. The beautiful moments of the past had been mercilessly stripped away, leaving behind an even more intense desolation. Just as she was sinking into confusion, Club President Wang Yali excitedly handed her a stack of rewritten scripts, eagerly anticipating a new emotional spark. Shimizu Kanai's gaze was dazed, the words on the paper turning into a blur of black dots. In her dizziness, she could only dryly utter, "I didn't sleep well last night." On the other side of the city, in the seaside villa district, Lin Sen's convoy slowly came to a stop. Chen Yuro had been waiting at the door to greet him, meticulously prepared, as she was cooking alone today. Qin Meng, Su Xinyao, Zhao Wanting, Su Chanqian, and Eilina got out of the car one after another and gathered in the kitchen. They eagerly showcased their culinary skills, preparing dishes like braised pork, borscht, and pizza, each demonstrating their unique talents. The kitchen was bustling, filled with laughter. Lin San reclined on the sofa, savoring the sweet taste of cantaloupe. The rhythmic sounds of knives and spatulas in the kitchen became the most beautiful symphony. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, and the table was adorned with a tempting array of Chinese and Western delicacies. Amid a few gentle reminders and soft blows to cool the food, Lin Sen's face was constantly lit with admiration as he lifted his chopsticks. In the blazing afternoon sun, the women changed into swimsuits and stood by the pool. Chan Yuro's black one-piece swimsuit highlighted her mature elegance and fair skin. Qin Meng's red bikini showcased her stunning figure. Eilina's blonde hair and blue eyes paired with her minimalist swimsuit created a striking visual. Su Chanqian's floral swimsuit revealed her shy curves, and the unique charm of Su Xinyao and Zhao Wanting added to the scene. The water rippled, waves danced, and amidst the heat, they called out to Lin Sen, "The water's perfect, come on in." Qin Meng waved from the water, catching Lin Sen's attention. He changed into beach shorts, confidently showing off his toned physique, and jumped into the pool. Instantly, he was surrounded by the mermaids around him. Eilina boldly swam up to Lin Sen, deliberately puffing out her chest in a show of confidence. Leaning against the pool's edge, Lin Sen's gaze swept over the group as he casually remarked, "Each of you has your own charm, and I like you all." The girls burst into radiant smiles at his words, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. After swimming, they gathered around a table to play mahjong. Lin Sen had never played before, so they patiently taught him the rules. Whoever won first would get a kiss from Lin's senator. The sound of mahjong tiles clinking filled the air, creating a lively and exciting scene. Chen Yuro was the first to win with a pure color hand, eagerly leaning toward Lin San for her kiss. Qin Meng followed closely, winning with a self-drawn tile, and commanded, "Lin San, kiss me." As the kiss ended, Su Xinyao handed him a piece of cantaloupe. Surrounded by the group, Lin Sen's face was full of contentment. Eilina forced a smile, but her eyes betrayed a hidden worry. The fact that she and Su Chanqian were being sidelined weighed heavily on her heart. Though she couldn't put it into words, her disappointment was evident. As night fell, Chun Yuro drove Lin Sen back to his dormitory. Just as he sat down, his phone buzzed with WeChat notifications. Eilina had transferred 5,000 yuan to him, accompanied by a sweet message. Shortly after, Su Chanqian transferred 3,000 yuan with a simple and reserved note. Lin Sen understood that the two had reached some sort of unspoken agreement. Without hesitation, he accepted Eilina's transfer. However, Su Chanqian's gesture made Lin Sen pause. Coming from an ordinary family with limited monthly living expenses, she had sent him more than half of her allowance. Lin Sen decisively returned 2,500 yuan to her, advising her to keep some money for herself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the screen before a grateful and tearful emoji popped up. Su Qianqian replied, "Lin-san, you're so kind. I'll work hard at my part-time jobs to support you." The next morning, Lin-san woke up to the sound of a system notification in his mind. Detected that the host's romantic luck is off the charts. Awarding hidden achievement power accumulation technique, increasing base stamina and strength by 10 points each. The skill allows the user to store excess energy and unleash it at critical moments, even enabling feats like breaking bricks with bare hands. Lin-san quickly got up to test it out, striking the wall twice with his right palm. He felt a significant increase in strength, with no pain and a newfound hardness in his hand. His eyes lit up as he immediately grasped the offensive and defensive potential of this skill. Recalling last week's conflict with Eilina, he imagined using the power accumulation technique, feeling a surge of strength and confidence. With an additional 12 points of strength for the new semester, combined with the power accumulation technique, Lin-san felt like a tiger with wings, brimming with confidence for future challenges. In the afternoon, the sound of basketballs bouncing echoed across the court. Standing at the free throw line, Lin-san held the ball, activating the power accumulation technique to focus his strength precisely at his fingertips. The basketball felt like an extension of his body, its touch sharp and precise. Jumping, raising his arm, and flicking his fingers, the basketball traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. Lin-san made 50 consecutive shots, his accuracy significantly improved. He picked up the ball, started dribbling, his movements agile, and his aura increasingly sharp. The basketball landed steadily in Lin-san's hands, as if magnetized, his swift actions leaving only afterimages. He bypassed several players, his ball control skillful, drawing the admiring gaze of the PE teacher, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan approached and said affirmatively, "Lin-san, your ball control has improved significantly. You'll definitely be on the court for Wednesday's warm-up match." Lin-san responded humbly, full of confidence, and continued practicing his combat techniques, each punch powerful and imposing. Under the night sky, the auditorium of Binhai University was brightly lit. The rehearsal of Chasing the Light was underway, with die-hard fans whispering softly, focusing on the rumors about the newly crowned campus heartthrob Lin-san and the campus belle Su Xinyao. The girls' gossip spread like wildfire. Su Xinyao actually managed to win over Lin-san? Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her family is wealthy too. The gifts she gives are extravagant. Money can't buy true love. I wish I could spoil him too. Haha. Stop dreaming. The money in your account isn't even enough for skincare products. Look at Su Xinyao's looks and figure. Ordinary people like us can only admire from afar. In the front row, Qin Meng, Su Qianqian, and Zhao Wanning exchanged glances, unable to hide their smiles, feeling proud that their male idol had been eating the braised pork they cooked last night. In the brightly lit backstage dressing room, several aloof senior girls gathered quietly, their eyes constantly following Lin-san's figure. He sat upright in front of the mirror, Lu Yali applying makeup with steady hands, while Su Xinyao, completely disregarding her image, dragged a chair to sit close to him, holding his hand, her gaze filled with infatuation. "Your skin is flawless, without a single pore." Su Xinyao stared intently at his face. Lin-san's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Lu Yali gripped the eyebrow pencil tightly, her emotions surging, jealousy and complex feelings intertwining into a sour bubble that spread throughout the room. Taking advantage of the makeup session, Lu Yali's fingertips lightly brushed Lin-san's cheek, the delicate warmth of his skin creating a subtle ripple in the air. The noise in the dressing room was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Han Yume entered, her suit impeccably tailored, her black hair neatly tied up, holding a script with an air of authority. She calmly inspected the lighting and costumes, her gaze sweeping over Lin-san without lingering, treating him as just another ordinary student. As she turned away, her eyes briefly met Lin-san's in the mirror, and in that fleeting moment, the longing and sorrow in her gaze completely overturned her usual stern demeanor. Lin-san's lips curled into a faint smile, his mind recalling Han Yume's vulnerability and dependence in the rehearsal room the previous night, the stark contrast stirring his emotions. Lu Yali held a rosy lip gloss, leaning slightly to apply it to his lips. Her loose V-neck knit sweater shifted subtly with her breathing, revealing glimpses of snow-white skin and lace edges, undulating like waves, drawing Lin Sen's gaze. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he sighed helplessly. His recently strengthened body now felt like ignited gunpowder, making self-restraint increasingly difficult. Inside the grand auditorium, Qing Shui Xianai and President Wang also arrived. Shen Juqi sat alone in a corner wearing a hat, and Elena and Gu Xiaoye gradually took their seats. The lights suddenly dimmed, and glow sticks swayed in the darkness. The opening scene of Chasing the Light began. In the study, the male lead stood with his back to the audience, his white shirt and black trousers outlining a perfect silhouette. The audience whispered, speculating about a replacement actor. As the music played, the male lead closed his book and stood up. At the moment he turned around, the entire audience fell silent. That sculpted, three-dimensional face appeared under the lights, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a refined and distant charm that captivated every gaze. Lin Sun slightly furrowed his brows, looking out the window, his deep and magnetic voice resonating. Tonight's wind is rather restless. That voice, like an electric current, pierced through every heart. In the darkness, the man's aura firmly dominated the entire stage. Boom! The auditorium instantly erupted, screams piercing the sky, filled with shock and excitement. Lin San had appeared. The girls in the audience were in an uproar, screaming incessantly. Some were so excited they pinched their philtrum, while others shouted alone, "It's the real Lin San!" In the corner, Shen Juqi calmly pressed down the brim of her hat, her gaze steady. On the other side, Shimizu Kanai's face was deathly pale, clutching her seat tightly, her eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Backstage, Han Yu frowned deeply, urgently calling the publicity minister to control the situation. The sound of static burst from the broadcast room. "Silence in the hall. Please remain quiet, or the performance will be terminated." The phrase, "terminate the performance," exploded like a nuclear bomb, instantly suppressing the commotion, and the auditorium fell silent. The girls held back their screams, leaving only a few helpless gasps in the air. On stage, Lin Sen's expression remained calm, his gaze resolute. He turned and continued the performance with Su Xinyao. As the plot progressed, Lin San and Lu Yali reunited after a long separation, embracing each other passionately. Gasps filled the audience, countless eyes fixed on Lu Yali's hand around Lin Sen's waist, their gazes brimming with hostility. Someone muttered quietly about wanting to switch places, full of envy and jealousy. The publicity department coughed again, suppressing the commotion. At this moment, crowds surged throughout the grand auditorium, packed to the brim, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The plot reached its climax. Lu Yali boldly sat on Lin Sen's lap. Boom! The powder keg was ignited. Lu Yali wrapped her arms around his neck like a predator snuggling its prey, while Lin Sen's fingers slid across her slender waist, elevating the pose. Discipline completely collapsed, and shouts erupted from the audience. "President Lu, that's not fair. That's my spot. I want to go up. I can't take it anymore. This isn't a performance, it's public-funded romance." The propaganda minister's uncontrollable warning sounded again. "This is the last time. Any troublemakers will be directly escorted out." The crowd fell silent like a tide, but the anger was evident in the sound of teeth grinding and chips being crushed. The ultimate act, a staged kiss. Lu Yali cupped her face and leaned affectionately toward Lin Sen. Using the angle, their faces overlapped under the lights, perfectly creating the illusion of a passionate kiss. The atmosphere in the venue exploded. Screams boiled like water, tearing through the air. The curtain fell at the end. Lin Sen, Lu Yali, and Su Xinyao stood side by side to take their bows. The auditorium erupted with applause and cheers, the screams thunderous. "Lin Sen, I love you, husband." Husband. The girl's cries drowned out the entire venue, ending the performance on a perfect note of passion. In the corner, Shinjuchi silently stood up, her gaze locked on Lin San on the stage, deep and complex. She lowered the brim of her hat and quietly left the auditorium amidst the chaos. On the other side, Kayamizu Kana sat motionless in the audience, silent tears streaming down her face. The surrounding cheers surged like waves, but she was overwhelmed by inner regret, her empty gaze fixed on the dazzling man. Beside her, Wang Yunqi noticed something amiss and gently probed the reason for her tears, only to receive a choked silence and a sarcastic, touching in response. The two formed a stark contrast, one full of joy, the other in tears. Backstage gradually quieted down. Lin San was carefully helped to remove his makeup by Lu Yali. She joked about the crazy reactions of the girls in the audience, convinced he was born to be a star. Lin San responded indifferently, treating acting as a novelty, indifferent to whether he would debut or not. Lu Yali then invited him for a late-night snack, and Su Xinyao excitedly joined in. Lin San declined, citing the need for rest, causing Lu Yali's expression to dim instantly, faintly revealing disappointment. As the atmosphere subtly shifted, Lin San used the excuse of a promotional video transmission issue to suggest Lu Yali bring a portable hard drive to his dorm. Minister Lu quickly volunteered to bring the hard drive instead, instantly freezing the mood. Lin San lowered his head, pretending to be absorbed in his phone, while Lu Yali helplessly showed a hint of awkwardness. The two returned to the dormitory, where Lin San played the video on the sofa. After watching it carefully, Lu Yali exclaimed in amazement, praising the editing skills. She naturally sat closer, their distance almost touching. Lin San's gaze unabashedly fell on her cleverly designed V-neck knit top, bluntly commenting that her underwear today was particularly alluring, a stark contrast to her usual conservative image. Lu Yali's cheeks flushed, her hand instinctively trying to cover herself, but she pretended to be calm, straightening her chest and softly nodding. The atmosphere was subtle. Unspoken thoughts filled the room. Under the night sky, Lu Yali changed into a carefully chosen outfit, her eyes firm yet full of tenderness. Facing Lin San's curiosity, she hurriedly clarified that no other boys in the room could see her, only him, and that everything was prepared for him alone. Lin San's lips curled into a faint smile, testingly asking if she had deliberately dressed up for him. Lu Yali nodded, her gaze silently conveying her feelings, clearly revealing her intentions. She candidly admitted that she wanted to pursue him, a handsome and talented man. Though outwardly strong, she was gentle and steadfast toward him, determined not to turn back once she had made up her mind. Faced with her confession, Lin San couldn't help but chuckle, questioning why she chose this method of pursuit. Lu Yali shook her head and sighed, admitting her helplessness, resorting to cleaning the floor to win his favor. She leaned closer, coquettishly asking him for guidance. Lin San cunningly assigned a task. First, clean the living room and bedroom floors piece by piece. No mops allowed, only kneeling with a cloth, scrubbing earnestly like the Japanese. Lu Yali was momentarily stunned but quickly accepted the challenge, grabbed a cloth, and knelt down to start cleaning. On the sofa, Lin San looked down with a proud gaze. She was dressed in tight, restrictive clothing, her movements revealing graceful curves, elegant yet alluring. As she scrubbed repeatedly, her loose neckline unintentionally exposed fair skin, a natural charm faintly visible under the light. The room was filled only with the sound of fabric rubbing and breathing. When she reached Lin San's feet, Lu Yali gently reminded him to lift his foot, her actions subtle yet teasing. Lin San cooperated, placing his foot on the coffee table in a perfectly poised manner, making her blush even more. In an instant, the atmosphere subtly heated up. After the floor was cleaned, Lu Yali knelt in front of his knees, a mix of anticipation and nervousness in her expression. Lin San nodded in satisfaction, his fingers lightly lifting her chin, his gaze wandering up and down, finally settling on her ample chest. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled confidently and playfully. Absolutely the real deal, No need for padding to fake it. With that, she boldly removed her restrictive jacket, leaving only black lace lingerie, her curves fully revealed. Her skin glowed with an ivory-like delicacy under the light, and the air was filled with a sense of desire. Lin Sen's Adam's apple moved slightly, feeling the almost provocative temptation, his gaze deepening. The scene froze, quietly marking the beginning of an emotional and passionate confrontation. The side effects grew stronger, yet they brought unexpected intimacy. Lu Yali held Lin Sen, snuggling into his arms, her gaze soft and tender as she whispered coquettishly, "Junior, can I kiss you during the check? I really like you. I think about you every night." Lin Sen's defenses instantly crumbled, and he surprisingly agreed, "Go ahead. Kiss as much as you want." She kissed him without hesitation, receiving Lin Sen's response and his large hand covering her. The restraints were casually undone. A flash of white light passed, and Lin Sen felt the elasticity ripple. Lu Yali clung even tighter, her sweet voice whispering in his ear, "Lin Sen, I love you." The atmosphere between them instantly intensified. After a brief adjustment, Lin Sen bluntly remarked, "Senior, the elasticity is truly amazing." She smiled brightly, teasing, "I'll help you wash your face often in the future." Changing the subject, she proposed a weekend date plan. "Let's go to the amusement park, the snack street. Okay?" Lin Sen frowned and refused. Too many women there, going would be walking into a trap. Lu Yali hurriedly explained, "You can wear a mask and hat, dress loosely, no one will recognize you. We can buy snacks and find a private room to eat, then take them off." She held Lin Sen's hand tightly, her voice soft and pleading, "Come play with me. How else can I chase you?" His brows gradually relaxed, and he confirmed, "All right." Lu Yali's eyes lit up, and Lin Sen added, "From now on, I'll assign you to the breakfast delivery shift." This promise instantly warmed the atmosphere, and Lu Yali joyfully hugged him, her face full of happiness as she threw herself onto Lin Sen, her laughter radiant. Time was tight, and Lin Sen urged her to get up, but she coquettishly continued helping him wash his face, obedient like a little wife. A few minutes later, Lu Yali reluctantly left the dormitory, the sound of the door closing softly. Lin Sen called Qin Meng, who quickly arrived. An hour later, Qin Meng lay limp like a shadow in water, her breath heavy as she exclaimed, "Lin Sen, you're too intense now. I could handle it before, but today I was completely overwhelmed." Lin Sen frowned, checking his own state. Though the heat had subsided, it remained strong. The system upgrade side effects had clearly exceeded expectations. After sending Qin Meng away, he dialed Zhao Wanting's number, his tone firm. "Qin Meng is exhausted. Can you come to cover or switch shifts?" On the other end, there was a moment of silence, the quiet carrying an undercurrent of emotion. Outside the door came the sound of hurried changing. Zhao Wanting responded quickly, "I'll be there right away." Moments later, a light knock sounded at the door. She was wearing a long trench coat, seemingly thin underneath, standing at the door breathless, sweat glistening on her forehead, her gaze unusually sharp. After entering, her eyes locked onto Lin Sen, who gestured for her to come closer. The door was locked behind her, and as she began to speak, Lin Sen pulled her into his arms. 2 days passed quietly. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps, filling the room. Lin Sen woke up feeling unexpectedly refreshed, his whole body brimming with energy. Having just improved by a few points, this newfound strength left him both delighted and helpless. Entering the classroom, Wang Bo excitedly rushed over, handing him a phone. "Lin Sen, the news about you starring in the play has blown up the campus network." A post at the top of the screen flashed by, "Lin Sen starring in a play, stunning looks off the charts." Below, over 50,000 comments flooded in, with fans going wild, the atmosphere at the scene described as electrifying. Lin Sen returned the phone helplessly, and Wang Bo continued to spill the news. "The premiere is on Friday, and even audiences from outside the campus are scrambling to get tickets. You're famous now. completely under the spotlight of the onlookers. Lin Sen was speechless. Acting in the play was supposed to be just for fun, but he hadn't expected it to become this popular. The basketball game was also going to be intercollegiate, making the situation even livelier. With his photos already going viral, it was hard not to be famous. Deep down, he adopted a more carefree attitude. Just enjoy it and don't overthink. In the morning, during a professional class, the male teacher on the podium was vividly explaining ancient Greek muscle sculptures, but Lin Sen wasn't paying attention. His pocket vibrated, and he took out his phone to see a message from Shin Juchi.
Lin Sen, hello.
I have 2 advertisements for you. The endorsement fees are very high. Are you interested? Lin Sen replied curiously, what kind of advertisements? Women's autumn and winter fashion, which suits you perfectly. The other is for Pizza Hut, a training institute teaching girls how to pursue their dream guys. Seeing the words women's fashion, Lin Sen was dumbfounded. Shun Juchi added, the 2 ads together, after taxes, total 8 million. Lin Sen calmly responded, send me the details, and I'll take a look. Shin Juchi immediately agreed and suggested setting up a time for further discussion. In the afternoon, inside the rehearsal room of the Curtain Rising Society, Kayamizu Kana knelt on the ground, clutching Lin Sen's pant leg, her tear-filled eyes expressing, I'm willing to give up everything for you. Her performance of such heart-wrenching love and despair was deeply moving, freezing the air in the room. It wasn't just acting. Lin Sen could clearly feel the trembling of her fingers, a genuine emotion that couldn't be faked. In a corner of the rehearsal room, Han Yume stood with her arms crossed, her gaze focused. Beside her, the club president Wang Yali was brimming with excitement, whispering to Han Yume that the conflicts in this play far surpassed those in Chasers of Light. With intense emotional outbursts and a tight pace, she excitedly hinted that, given the current progress of rehearsals, they could perform by next Friday and suggested skipping the public preview to maintain mystery and directly ignite the audience. Han Yume frowned, raising concerns about publicity. Wang Yali confidently pointed to Lin Sen on stage. With his name on it, we don't even need posters. Tickets will sell out instantly.
Han Yumi suddenly understood.
The reputation of Beijing's university town was no joke, and wherever Lin Sen went, it guaranteed a full house. Standing not far away, Lin Sen glanced sideways at Han Yume, who was seriously analyzing the plot. He thought of his own shy and awkward self from a few days ago, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. After rehearsal, he walked alone toward the cafeteria when suddenly a voice called out from behind, Junior Lin Sen. Kanna Shimizu arrived, panting heavily, her face flushed, and resolutely pulled him into the nearby grove. Clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her voice trembling, she said that she had spent sleepless nights pondering his words and had decided to stay. Regardless of her mother's opposition and cutting off financial support, she was willing to rely on part-time jobs, just to be in a relationship with Lin Sen. Kanna Shimizu pressed forward step by step, her tone firm. I've burned all my bridges, like Xiang Yu destroying his boats. Only you. Lin Sen's gaze was piercing as he asked if she had truly thought it through. She nodded resolutely, tears glimmering. I will never regret it. Lin Sen was silent for a moment before finally speaking. I understand. I'm moved by your feelings. Then, his tone shifted. However, I still need some time to think about it. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Kanna Shimizu stood frozen in place, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Yet it stirred another surge of determination. Recalling the smile he had shown last time when she helped him wash his face, she believed he was merely testing her resolve. With a determined gaze and clenched fists, Kanna Shimizu watched his figure gradually fade into the distance. After finishing his meal, Lin Sen returned to his dormitory and flipped through some advertising materials. The content was straightforward, and the texture felt light. Lin Sen hesitated for a moment before deciding to first clarify things with Shin Juchi. His phone screen lit up, and Shin Juchi quickly replied, Some details are easier to explain in person. Can we meet? Lin Sen responded simply, All right. She immediately added, then dinner's on me. Lin Sen replied, already ate. Let's talk at the campus cafe. They agreed to meet at 7. As night fell, the cafe at Binhai University was brightly lit. The moment Lin San pushed the door open, the noise inside paused for 3 seconds, and countless gazes turned toward him, filled with both amazement and longing. His eyes scanned the crowd, and in the corner, a pair of slender, fair hands waved gently. Shinjuchi stood up and approached him. Her black V-neck knit top clung to her collarbone, paired with a wine-red velvet skirt with a high slit, exuding mystery and allure. Lin Sen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, captivated by the striking presence of her 95-point beauty. Once seated, Shinjuchi handed over a tablet and immediately got to the point. The first project was the autumn and winter promotion for E-Rin women's clothing. The plot was simple. The female lead, criticized by her boyfriend for her dowdy attire, transforms her look with new clothes, radiates confidence, and wins her boyfriend's admiration. As Lin Sun read the script, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. So, I just play the handsome, amazed boyfriend, flash a goofy grin, and that's it? Shinjuchi laughed aloud, leaning closer as a subtle orchid fragrance wafted over. No, you're the key. Only your gaze can convey the value of the clothes. Her bright eyes sparkled, brimming with charm. Lin Sun nodded. What's the second one? His tone was calm. She swiped to the next page, her expression slightly nuanced. It's the image endorsement for the Pizza Hut Emotional Training Center. Lin Sun froze. Pizza Hut? The pizza place. She couldn't help but laugh. Not pizza. It's a training center teaching women how to attract men, maintain families, and make their husbands utterly devoted. Lin Sun sneered and flipped through the advertisement summary. A once introverted girl, even disliked by dogs, signs up for training, learns the art of flirting, and successfully wins over a cold and aloof male idol. Isn't this false advertising? Lin Sun questioned. Shinjuchi replied seriously, this is paid knowledge and skill training. There's a huge market demand. Outstanding women lack experience, which is why they can't find husbands. Ads like this have been made for decades without any issues. She then threw out a tempting offer. If you take this, the endorsement fee is negotiable. I'll try to increase it by 25%. 2 ads packaged together, post-tax earnings of 10 million. Lin Sen's eyelid twitched. 10 million was enough to buy an apartment in the city center of Binhai. The price instantly caught his attention. How long is the shoot? He asked. Very quick, 2 half-days will do. And the female co-star? This was the key point. There is one, Shinjuchi nodded. The actress's pay ranges from 50 to 80,000. We have a resource pool and will send you photos for selection. Lin Sen pondered. These 2 ads were at least more dignified than the previous electric toy project, and he couldn't hide his interest. As a top male idol, Lin Sen's involvement in advertisements made him the focus of many women's attention. At this moment, he expressed his desire to choose the female lead himself, his thoughts briefly passing over Su Xinyao and Shimizu Kanai. Shinjuchi, as the sales director, readily agreed, as long as the image and experience matched. Lin Sen proposed a pay of 1 million, which instantly shocked Shinjuchi. This price far exceeded expectations. In this world where women outnumber men and actresses' value is suppressed, 1 million was simply outrageous. Behind Shinjuchi's professional smile, her thoughts quickly shifted as she explained to the manufacturer that the male actor was the key and hoped for coordination. Lin San agreed to respond soon and asked Shinjuchi to send company information in the evening, intending for his girlfriend Chang Iran to first investigate the details. After finalizing the discussion, Lin San stood up to leave, but Shinjuchi suddenly invited him for a night tour of Binhai University. Under the night sky, the streetlights glowed dimly, and shadows swayed along the lakeside path. Walking side by side, Shinjuchi's high heels clicked crisply as they chatted and laughed. Her topics were diverse, her intelligence and liveliness bringing Lin San an unprecedented sense of comfort. Suddenly, under the dim shade of a tree, Shinjuchi let out a startled cry and tilted her body. Lin-san reacted quickly, steadying her. Her ankle throbbed with sudden pain, and she leaned weakly into Lin-sen's arms. The two moved to a nearby bench. Shinjuchi removed her shoes and gently massaged her foot, her toes wrapped in sheer stockings faintly visible, making it hard for Lin-san to look away. She requested his help to the parking lot, her arm wrapping around Lin-san, drawing closer. The soft, smooth texture of her skin through the thin knit sweater was incredibly tempting. Lin-sen's breathing quickened, and the heat from his system enhancement surged. The 800-meter walk became a mix of enjoyment and torment, sparks flying, emotions surging. Shinjuchi seemed completely unguarded, her chatter continuing, yet her body gradually pressed closer. In the corner of the parking lot, a red sedan sat quietly. Before she reached the car door, she suddenly turned around, her figure shrouded in the shadow behind the streetlight, but her eyes shone brightly. She spoke softly, "Lin-san, thank you for today." Her tone was gentle, with an unintentional hint in her words. Her left hand wrapped around his waist, and the soft scent of orchids instantly filled the air. The two drew even closer. Shinjuchi smiled, her gaze full of suggestion. Lin-san looked awkward but helplessly stepped back. "Let me help you into the car." Back at the dormitory, Lin-san collapsed heavily onto the bed. The lingering fragrance and warmth in the air ignited a restless fire within him. In a low voice he called out, "System, come out and let's talk." The system appeared, calmly analyzing the troubles brought by the sudden surge in his power level. Genetic optimization, skyrocketing hormones, and desires raging like a nuclear engine. Lin-san sighed inwardly. This cold and aloof godlike facade is about to collapse. The system advised him to stay calm and even proposed a plan to slow down the power surge. "Stop!" Lin-san firmly refused, determined to face all the pain. "This suffering, I must bear it alone." The system chuckled lightly, hinting that his physical strength was abundant and under no strain. "For times a day is no problem. It might even be healthier." Lin-san nodded in agreement, his resolve growing stronger. The scene shifted to the next day, in the male students' exclusive classroom at Binhai University. Lin-san pushed the door open and entered, accompanied by Li Hao and Wang Bo. The two were snickering over their phones but immediately waved him over when they saw him. The story continued, with Lin-sen's cold and aloof demeanor intertwining with his inner fire. What challenges would he face next? The freshly released goddess rankings were making waves, featuring the top 100 goddesses from Binhai Polytechnic University and Binhai University of Finance and Economics. Lin-san picked up the phone sent by a friend and carefully scrolled through the photos. The looks of the girls from Polytechnic made him frown. He could only pick out 3 who scored above 90. Even the top campus beauty scored just 91, which wouldn't even qualify her as a department beauty at Binhai University. As he was lamenting the lackluster looks at Polytechnic, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the room and announced that Ms. Su was on sick leave, so the class would have free time. The 3 of them busied themselves with their own activities. Wang Bo pulled out a tablet and proudly displayed the rankings from the Finance University. Compared to Polytechnic, the girls at Finance were more stylish, with several scoring above 90, the highest being 93. However, they still fell short compared to Binhai University. Li Hao praised Binhai University's performing arts and dance departments as absolute havens for beauties, claiming that any campus beauty there could easily outshine those at Polytechnic. Wang Bo, on the other hand, looked at Lin-san with envy. "Your girlfriends, if they were at Polytechnic, would be like gods among mortals, easily the top campus beauties." The conversation took a turn as Li Hao and Wang Bo admitted that while good looks might be Lin-san's preference, for ordinary guys like them, a woman's wealth and background were more important. A rich woman was a good woman. A rich and beautiful woman was the ultimate catch. A woman who was only beautiful but had no money was just a pretty vase, good for fun but not for marriage. To Lin-san, their logic was a complete reversal of Earth's norms. Here, women needed wealth to have an advantage in relationships, and beauty was a privilege reserved for the most handsome men. In an instant, Lin San understood. Why Shinjuchi worked so hard to earn money, why Su Qianqian carried a sense of inferiority, and why Kaimizu Kanai was so concerned about her family's finances. Without financial strength, women here were like men without houses or cars back on Earth, constrained at every turn. Ordinary men hoped for a pillar of the family to support them, but beautiful women couldn't rely on looks alone to conquer the world. The tables had turned. A cold smile played on Lin Sen's lips as he began to calculate the future landscape in his mind. Lin Sen silently recalled that night at the start of the school year, in the dimly lit KTV private room. Wang Bo, Zhang Meng, and a few girls were playing a game called Eagle Catches the Chicks. Turning his head, Lin Sen quietly asked Wang Bo about the rules of the game, his eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Bo smiled broadly, gesturing animatedly as he explained the rules. He was the chick. For girls would roll dice to decide who would be the hen, and the remaining 3 would be the eagles. Lin Sen frowned, clearly doubting the fairness of the ratio, but Wang Bo just shook his head dismissively, a sly smile flashing across his face. He explained that the hen couldn't possibly fend off the eagle's fierce attacks, and the game quickly turned into a scene of wolves pouncing on their prey. Lin San was shocked, his expression one of disbelief. Wang Bo continued, explaining that when an eagle caught a chick, they would devour her, with each person's actions being different. The game was fiery and exciting with strict time limits, ending within half a minute. City folks sure know how to have fun, Lin Sen muttered in amazement. Next to him, Li Hao interjected disdainfully, recounting his weekend escapades at a resort hotel. He described the mysterious Russian roulette, gambling with cash, where the winner takes all the loser's money and gains exclusive service rights. Lin Sen's gaze gradually turned to shock as vivid images filled his mind. The gambling table, the stakes, the cacophony mixed with tension and excitement. Li Hao didn't stop there, enthusiastically elaborating on various games, including the King's Game, completely shattering Lin Sen's worldview. He lamented how his simple team-building activities paled in comparison, marveling at the entertainment culture of men on Blue Star. Lin Sen's eyes grew resolute, and he had already made up his mind. If the next team-building event could gather everyone, trying out these games would surely bring a new flavor. Curiosity drove him to ask Li Hao where he had learned these tricks. Li Hao waved his hand with a smile. My cousin taught me, and I also found them online. There are plenty of tutorials on forums. If you can think of it, you can do it. Lin Sen silently took note. These novel games might signify the prelude to the next grand celebration. Li Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he sighed lightly, revealing a family secret. His 27-year-old cousin had played too recklessly during his university years, squandering his health and future. Now, even simple tasks were difficult for him, and he appeared exhausted, living like a middle-aged man. Li Hao took this as a warning, maintaining strict self-discipline. He allowed himself minor indulgences on weekends but remained calm and restrained during the week, earning Wang Bo's admiration and envy, becoming a role model of self-control among the men. In the afternoon, Lin Sen hurried to the Binhai University gymnasium. As soon as he changed into his jersey, he felt the piercing gazes from all around. The women's basketball team players paused their warm-ups, their eyes shifting instantly from the campus beauties Eilina and Gu Xiaoya to him, the one known as Binhai University's heartthrob. Lin Senator feeling slightly awkward, he quickly retreated to the bench and sat down. Coach Zhang clapped and called out, reminding the players to be mindful of the opponent's tough physical play. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the game. Lin Sen, Eilina, and Gu Xiaoye remained on the bench, while the starters were girls from the sports department. As the game began, Lin Sen immediately noticed a serious problem. The mix of the orange basketball and the dark jerseys on the court created visual chaos, making it impossible for him to distinguish the real ball. The court felt like a physics resonance experiment, leaving him with a splitting headache. The score gap widened quickly. The Polytechnic women's basketball team aggressively attacked the inside, while Binhai's defense crumbled step by step. By halftime, they were trailing by 9 points. The coach decisively called a timeout, pointed at Lin San and said, "You're up. Guard their big player and stop them from scoring inside. Disrupt the small player's breakthroughs and don't let her gain momentum. Be mindful of landing safely. Focus on grabbing rebounds and passing during offense." Lin San immediately stood up and stepped onto the court. The noisy gymnasium suddenly fell silent, and after a brief pause, an overwhelming wave of suppressed yet electrifying cheers erupted. This was his battlefield, and the real showdown was about to begin. The Polytechnic's defense crumbled instantly. Their point guard avoided eye contact, fumbled the dribble, and the ball hit her foot, prompting a whistle for a violation. 2 rounds of offense and defense passed without any sparks. Lin San stood firm like a nail, facing the towering center with full strength and speed, becoming an impenetrable barrier inside. The opponent's back-down attempts felt like hitting a wall, forcing her to retreat. Gasps of amazement echoed throughout the gym. Lin San disrupted the Polytechnic's rhythm, frequently stealing the ball from their point guard and securing rebounds with ease. By halftime, the score was tied. Coach Zhang handed Lin San a bottle of water with a smile of approval, praising him for his immense strength. A new strategy was born on the tactical board. Everyone would spread out, leaving Lin San to go one-on-one with the tank center. As the second half began, the court immediately opened up. Lin San received the ball, with the towering center sticking to him like a shadow, exuding clear aggression. Without hesitation, Lin San twisted his waist and spun swiftly, like a phantom, shaking off the defender. He took 3 steps and made a layup, the ball flying in like an arrow, drawing exclamations from the sidelines. With 3 consecutive fluid plays, Lin San used his speed and agility to suppress the opponent, leading Binhai University to a comeback victory. The Polytechnic University grew restless, their defense becoming fiercer. The small forward suddenly lunged forward, bear-hugging Lin San, with hands acting secretly on his body. Lin San nearly fell, forcing the ball to stop. The whistle blew, blocking foul. Lin San's face turned ashen as he pointed at the number 7 girl, angrily questioning the referee. "She touched me. That's sexual harassment." The referee's face changed instantly, and the entire venue fell silent. Number 7 still had a smile on her lips, unaware of the storm brewing. All eyes shot toward her like arrows, and her face instantly turned pale. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to her knees. In her panic, she realized that her impulsive actions had led her to unconsciously touch that man. The Polytechnic University's head coach stormed onto the court in fury, slapping her shoulder hard without hesitation, causing her to stagger back a few steps. "Are you out of your mind?" The head coach cursed furiously, warning her of the severe consequences of her actions: detention, sentencing, expulsion, a permanent stain. Each word hit like a heavy hammer. She lowered her head, trembling uncontrollably, pleading tearfully, and looking toward Lin San, apologizing desperately. Teacher Zhang approached from the sidelines, his tone stern. "Should we call the police?" As soon as the words fell, the girl collapsed weakly, pale and powerless. The opposing coach hurriedly intervened, lamenting the girl's naivety, and asked, "Can we settle this privately? We're willing to compensate for emotional damages." Lin San waved his hand indifferently, deciding not to call the police, but issued a stern warning. "I'll let it go this time, but if something similar happens again, don't expect me to be lenient." The opposing coach expressed his gratitude repeatedly, then angrily reprimanded the girl to cherish this opportunity. The head coach didn't hesitate further, immediately substituting the number 7 player. He pointed at the Polytechnic University girls sternly, warning them that anyone who dared to act disgracefully and end up in trouble would bear the consequences. After the commotion, the game resumed. The opposing center adjusted their strategy, abandoning defensive breakthroughs and opting for a retreat to guard against jump shots. Lin San, relying on his enhanced system training, moved with skill as if on a basketball training court, scoring 2 consecutive clean jump shots, quickly widening the score gap. On the sidelines, Gu Xiaoye and Elena sat side by side, their crossed legs forming another captivating scene. Gu Xiaoye's gaze was fixed on Lin San, who seemed divinely assisted on the court, her eyes sparkling with amazement and admiration. Gu Xiaoye looked toward the court, marveling at Lin Sen's rapid progress. From a novice to steady ball control, his performance on the basketball court amazed everyone. Elena leaned closer to her, her tone teasing, revealing the secret training behind his ball control skills. Her gaze inadvertently swept toward Gu Xiaoye, hinting at a different kind of ball control technique, causing Gu Xiaoye's cheeks to flush instantly. Gu Xiaoye awkwardly changed the subject, but Elena spoke bluntly, exposing her interest in Lin. Senator Gu Xiaoye shyly, yet candidly admitted that such a perfect boy was someone anyone would want to pursue. Elena, however, shook her head with a smile, revealing that she had already started dating Lin Sen, while Gu Xiaoye had only just realized it. The two exchanged smiles, forming an alliance. Elena suggested a dinner gathering that evening, not just the two of them but also inviting Kayami Zukana from Sakura country and a beauty from Persia, asking Gu Xiaoye to bring along her attractive and well-connected friends. Outside the basketball court, a new circle of power games began to weave, forming a four-person group for mutual support and advancement. The game entered a phase of stiff knee-locking defense. Lin San was double-teamed, his ball possession restricted, while the coastal team shifted their focus to outside shooting, quickly widening the score gap. Teacher Zhang waved for substitutions, giving the main players a rest. Elena and Gu Xiaoye finally stepped onto the basketball court, showcasing their charm. As the game entered garbage time, Lin San stood relaxed, hands in his pockets, his gaze calm. The match ended with Coastal University securing an easy victory. Under the dim evening sky, Lin San had a simple dinner and returned to a quiet place. Chang Iran brought him to the police station's training room. She set down her bag but didn't change immediately. Instead, she slowly removed her outerwear beside the training mat. Lin San sat by the boxing ring, his gaze fixed on her silhouette, faintly visible through the thin fabric, revealing alluring curves. When Chang Iran removed the last piece of lace and prepared to put on her tight training suit, a voice suddenly came from behind. Iran Jie. Her movements froze, the air thickened, and the training suit stopped mid-air. Come here. Chang Iran lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, but she did not refuse. The light reflected on her fair skin, with faintly visible abdominal lines, blending strength and beauty. She approached step by step, her muscular contours exuding a wild allure. Lin San took off his shirt, standing half a head taller than her, spreading his arms and waiting silently. She obediently leaned into his embrace. Skin touched skin, and they both felt each other's warmth. Hers was as fiery as an engine after a 10-kilometer run, his as comforting as a harbor. Lin San tightened his hug, pulling her explosive yet delicate body closer, whispering by her ear, Iran Jie, did you miss me? She trembled, hugging him back tightly, her faint voice carrying a quiver. A kiss sealed all words. The atmosphere heated up quickly, and Lin Sen's hands began to wander, sliding over the graceful curve of her back. Chang Iran suddenly tilted her head back, her neck forming an elegant arc, but Lin San leaned in slowly, teasing her accelerated heartbeat and abundant results with a mischievous smile. Her face flushed, her heart raced, yet she let him continue. His palm slid down her arm, stopping at her firm upper arm. Flex, tighten a bit, Lin San instructed. She obediently complied, her arm instantly tensing, muscles rising, showcasing tight elasticity. Lin San marveled. Perfect. His fingertips gently traced the smooth muscle lines, his eyes full of admiration. Though shy, Chang Iran couldn't hide her pride. Champion of the provincial police skills competition, just basic muscles. Lin Sen's hand naturally slid to her waist, her abdominal muscles clean and sharp, her abdominal lines as precise as if carved. His fingers danced like playing the piano, feeling the tight texture. Amazing! It's like God's masterpiece. She shivered all over, almost losing her balance, the touched area seemingly ablaze, her soul feeling as if it might drift away. Her voice was soft. As long as you like it. Lin Sen's hand paused at her waist, suddenly asking, "Has that relative of yours left yet?" Her blush deepened, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Soon. The day after tomorrow should be fine." "The day after tomorrow, huh?" Lin Sen mused. "I have a performance and some personal matters. How about this weekend? Let's have a good, in-depth exchange." "Weekend?" She smiled brightly, her heart racing. "All right, I'll wait for you." The subsequent training was no longer simple. Under the guise of sparring, their bodies intertwined closely, sweat mingled, ambiguity filled the air, and the atmosphere became unbearably heated. The paper-thin barrier was completely pierced, leaving only the final thin layer in their relationship. After 40 minutes of training, Chung Iran changed her clothes and smiled as she invited Lin Sen for a late-night snack. "Let's go, the usual place." Lin Sen readily agreed. In the corner of the bar, under the dim yellow light, the two sat in their familiar booth. Chung Iran placed her bag down and hurried off to order food, while Lin Sen leaned against the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. A few minutes later, Chung Iran returned, still in her red dress, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, her eyes sparkling with excitement and nervousness. Lin Sen put down his phone and pulled her into his arms. "Missed you already after just a few minutes?" The two embraced tightly, their lips and tongues entwined. Chung Iran closed her eyes, greedily breathing in, their breaths mingling, the atmosphere electrifying. After the kiss, Lin San held her firmly, gripping her slender arm and provocatively squeezing it. "Use some strength. Let me see how strong your arms are." Chung Iran gritted her teeth and tensed up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Sun smiled faintly, praising her strength. The teasing continued as his hand slipped under her dress, exploring her abdomen. Chung Iran trembled, her lips slightly parted as if to speak. Lin Sen's fingers lightly traced her smooth stomach, the faint outline of her abs nowhere to be seen. He chuckled. "Slim waist, great figure, delicate yet fruitful." Suddenly, Lin Sen asked, "Can you drink iced water today?" Chung Iran nodded. "I could a week ago, but I don't feel like it." The waiter brought over 2 simple meals, their aroma filling the air. Famished, Chung Iran eagerly picked up her chopsticks, initially feeding Lin San with some restraint. Lin Sen took the chopsticks from her and gently reminded her, "You've burned a lot of energy training. Hurry up and eat." In less than 5 minutes, the plates were clean. Lin Sen teased, "Good appetite. Your workouts are really paying off." Chung Iran let out a small burp, shyly wiping her mouth. "I was really hungry." After the meal, she got up to pay the bill, and Lin Sun helped carry her bag as they walked toward the cashier. Halfway there, Chung Iran suddenly stopped, rummaging through her bag with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. She looked up. "The car keys are missing. They might be in the locker room at the police station." She asked Lin San to wait for her. Lin San grabbed her wrist and smiled, dismissing the idea. "That's too much trouble. The car is safe at the police station. We can pick it up tomorrow. Let's take a cab." Chang Iran froze. Lin San was firm, leaving Chung Iran with no choice. Hidden in the shadows, Chung Iran watched the scene anxiously and pulled out her phone to send a WeChat message. "Take a cab to send him back, and be careful not to give anything away." With no other option, the two hailed a taxi, and the confined space of the car reignited the ambiguous atmosphere. Lin San turned slightly, his gaze openly fixed on Chung Yuan beside him. Though the two looked alike, their temperaments were entirely different. Chung Yuan exuded a heroic aura, while Chang Yuan carried a touch of shyness. She noticed Lin Sen's gaze, her cheeks quickly flushing red, the faint blush spreading to her neck. Her eyes lowered, her lashes trembling slightly, and her hands tightly gripped the hem of her red dress. The red dress concealed her graceful curves, and Lin Sen's heartbeat suddenly quickened. His palm unexpectedly rested on her slender waist, the warmth penetrating the silk fabric to her skin. Chang Yuan shivered slightly, allowing him to pull her into his arms, and the two ignited a fiery kiss in the car. After the passionate moment, the long-suppressed desire erupted completely. Chang Yueran seemed to have found a long-lost oasis, softly murmuring, her demeanor becoming alluring. Her hands climbed onto Lin Sen's shoulders, actively responding to the tide of emotions. The female driver caught a glimpse of the scene through the rearview mirror, her heart burning with jealousy. Her hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly, wishing she could interrupt this intimate display, filled with envy and helplessness. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly intense. Lin San controlled the rhythm, each touch leaving a fiery imprint. Chang Yueran was utterly captivated, her gaze dreamy, as if floating on clouds, her world reduced to just this one man. The car slowly stopped in front of the male dormitory at Binhai University. The driver's eyes filled with envy. Lin San paid the fare and helped the still weak Chang Yueran out of the car. The night breeze carried away some of the heat but couldn't calm the storm in her heart. Looking at the brightly lit, forbidden palace, the legendary boys' dormitory, Lin Sen gently held her hand, his fingertips softly caressing as he suggested taking her to explore. Chang Yueran's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unwilling to part from him. She shyly asked if they should sit for a moment, and Lin Sen nodded with a smile. Hand in hand, they stepped into the campus. As they pushed open the dormitory door, Chang Yueran was stunned by the luxury before her. The five-star hotel-like decor left her speechless. She looked around, touching the leather sofa, marveling at how cramped her university dormitory had been, with 12 women squeezed into one room, not even a sofa in sight. The luxury and spaciousness of this place made her feel like she had entered a completely different world. Lin Sen casually hung up his coat, his gaze falling on Chang Yueran in her red dress under the light. The dress clung to her curves, vibrant like a ripe cherry, dazzlingly beautiful. "If you like it, you can stay a few more nights," Lin Sen casually invited. Chang Yueran softly agreed, her heart racing, yet she faintly remembered her sister's advice, knowing she couldn't go too far tonight. Just as she stood up to leave, Lin Sen gestured for her to sit down, his tone teasing, "Don't rush, stay and keep me company for a while." Chang Yueran paused, her eyes secretly observing Lin's senator under the light. He exuded an impeccable masculine charm, his deep expression and chiseled features making him irresistible. She finally gave in, sitting beside him. Lin San said little, pulling her into his arms, their warmth instantly intertwining. Before she could react, his lips were already on hers, sparks igniting as reason was instantly erased. Chang Yueran's hands climbed to his shoulders, responding to the sudden heat. As they slightly parted, Lin San softly suggested, "The sofa isn't comfortable. Shall we move to the bed?" Chang Yueran struggled to refuse, her voice wavering. "Next time. Just a little longer. I have to go." Lin San couldn't help but laugh, teasing her flushed face and heated body. Then, with a swift motion, he removed his shirt, his muscular lines outlined under the light with a wild beauty. Chang Yueran couldn't look away, utterly captivated. Lin San embraced her again, guiding her hand to touch his firm, heated chest, asking, "Is your heart racing?" Chang Yueran's fingertips lightly brushed against him, her voice dreamy. "It really is, so fast." Taking the opportunity, he unfastened the clasp on her back, and the red dress silently slipped off. She felt as if she were in a sauna, her body burning with heat, yet she complied willingly. It was Lin Sen's first time seeing her fair, delicate skin up close, her graceful curves and shy expression complementing each other, breathtakingly beautiful. Desire rising, Lin Sen couldn't help but softly ask, "What do you think of my physique?" Lin Sen left a gentle mark on Chang Yueran's neck, whispering praise that she was as beautiful as a work of art. He picked up a heavy anatomy sketchbook showing Chang Yueran the famous sculptures within, especially the lines of David. Chang Yueran was captivated by the chest pressed tightly against her back and Lin Sen's breath, completely distracted from the painting, feeling as though her entire body was burning. Lin Sen teased her softly by her ear, his breath invading her space, making her blush and her heart race. Suddenly, he picked her up, walked toward the large bed, and carefully spread out a white cloth. Chang Yueran asked hazily about its purpose, and he smiled mysteriously. I'm going to teach you how to perform a comedy sketch. Time passed, and she lay there drowsily, her gaze vacant, her consciousness drifting like clouds. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes opened wide, and she regained clarity. Faced with the undeniable emotions, she could only silently accept her own joy. She held Lin Sen tightly, unable to contain herself. Lin Sen noticed her wandering gaze and confidently admired her beauty under the light. He secretly mocked the contrast of their mismatched roles, his smile full of intrigue. Then he asked her, "So, is my physique better, or the David in the book?" Chang Yueran's mind short-circuited, and she blurted out, "Your physique is better." Lin Sen's spirits lifted, his face brimming with pride. After a moment of silence, Chang Yueran regained her composure and looked at the white cloth beneath her, a witness to their shared secret. She turned to her side, wrapped her arms around Lin Sen's neck, her expression suddenly serious. Lin Sen teased, "Iranjia, what's the big deal? Your expression is more serious than when getting a marriage certificate." Chang Yueran lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. "This matter, it's quite complicated, hard to explain all at once." Lin Sen held her hand tightly, kissed her fingertips, the atmosphere growing intense. The story was just beginning. Lin Sen leaned back lazily, a playful smile on his lips. "Go ahead, don't beat around the bush. Are you planning to borrow money?" Chang Yueran chuckled, her laughter blooming, softening the air around them. At this moment, her figure was graceful, her snow-white skin faintly glowing under the light, her smile so genuine and captivating. As her laughter gradually subsided, she suddenly spoke, her voice clear and resolute. "I'm not Chang Yueran. I'm her twin sister, Chang Yueran." As her words fell, the air froze. Lin San abruptly sat upright, his gaze turning complex, a mix of shock, confusion, and even the pain of betrayal flashing in his eyes. He pointed at her with trembling fingers, his breathing rapid. "That's impossible. You're joking, right? How dare you?" Chang Yueran caught sight of his devastated expression, her heart aching faintly. She quickly got up, retrieved her phone from the bed, and handed over a series of photo albums. In the photos, two almost identical girls stood side by side, one dressed in a police uniform, exuding a heroic aura, the other in professional attire, gentle and intellectual. Chang Yueran explained to Lin Sen, "My sister is a police officer and I study law. We have very different personalities. I like you. I'm crazy about you." Lin Sen took the phone and slowly scrolled through the pictures, his gaze growing increasingly hollow. "Was this all planned by the two of you? What am I? A test subject? A resource to be transferred?" Chang Yueran's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. She abandoned her restraint, throwing herself into Lin Sen's arms and tightly hugging his waist. Her words disordered. "It's not like that. I truly like you. My sister was just afraid I'd miss out on you, so she helped me. If you're angry, scold me, but don't ignore me." Lin Sen secretly chuckled to himself. This was quite the move. He gently pushed her away, his gaze sharp. "Your name is Chang Yueran? What do you do?" She hastily wiped her tears. "Assistant lawyer. I passed the bar exam. My specialties are economic contracts and civil disputes." A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Sen's eyes. The potential for future collaboration instantly came to mind. However, the act had to continue. He sneered, "Two sisters, one a police officer and the other a lawyer. You two are breaking the law knowingly. Sister Yueran, your actions legally constitute fraud and might even involve coercion." Chang Yueran's face turned ashen, and a wave of fear swept over her. She knew all too well what such accusations could mean. A few tears could ruin her entire life. "Don't report me, Lin Sen. I love you so much, I'll do anything." She clung to him tightly, crying and pleading. Lin Sen secretly rejoiced. Report her? What a joke. Behind this beautiful sister was a powerful family. Keeping her close was the real strategy. He put away his stern demeanor and sighed helplessly. "You'll do anything I ask?" Chang Yueran nodded fervently. "Anything." Lin Sen's gaze sharpened as he began calculating his next move. Before Lin Sen could decide what to ask of Chang Yueran, he left her owing him. As he spoke, a trace of doubt crossed his face. She could have feigned ignorance and walked away, yet she chose to confess. Chang Yueran's gaze was soft yet resolute as she pointed to the white cloth on the bed, speaking meaningfully. "We've already had a physical relationship. This means I belong to you, and I won't allow my first time to belong to anyone else. This cloth is evidence, as well as my sincerity." Lin San was slightly moved. His gaze fixed as he felt her insistence on commitment exceeded his expectations. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his tone warm. "Don't lie to me again." Chang Yueran immediately broke into a smile through her tears, leaning into him. "Since we're already like this, let me be your girlfriend." Lin San smiled broadly and waved his hand. "Let's start with potential girlfriend and see how you perform." Chang Yueran excitedly threw herself at him, planting a heavy kiss on his lips. "Potential girlfriend is fine. I'll treat you well." The two exchanged smiles and headed to the bathroom to wash off the sweat. After freshening up, the phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up. A message from her sister Chang Yueran asking when she would return. Chang Yueran quickly replied, explaining that the two were immersed in artistic exchange and would return later. Her sister remained silent, seemingly sensing something. Chang Yueran nervously looked at Lin Sen. "You won't report me, will you?" Lin Sen smiled and shook his head, reassuring her. "Sister Iran taught me combat skills, and you keep me entertained. Everyone's happy. There's no reason to make a fuss." She proudly picked up her phone. "Since we've reached an out-of-court settlement, how about taking a photo as evidence?" Lin Sen was stunned. "Evidence? This isn't a memento. It's a crime scene record, isn't it?" Chang Yueran smiled as she raised her phone, adjusting the angle like a forensic investigator examining a scene. "I need to preserve the original evidence of our first time." Her professional rigor couldn't hide her playfulness. In the frame, Lin Sun wore a lazy, mischievous smile, while Chang Yueran's face was shy and full of springtime charm. The white sheet on the bed, adorned with red marks like crimson metals, was prominently captured. Click! The shutter sound froze the moment, becoming irrefutable proof of their secret. Chang Yueran held the phone, staring at the photo with a triumphant expression, like a victor in a court case. Lin Sun leaned over, furrowing his brows and shaking his head decisively. "No way." He pointed at the photo, saying it only proved their intimacy but lacked the key crime actions. Chang Yueran leaned in curiously, and Lin San began to softly describe the details from earlier that made her blush and her heart race. She shyly swung her fist at him, but he seized the chance to pull her into his arms, teasing her with a mischievous grin. "You were so loud just now. How come you're suddenly concerned about your image?" Embarrassed and helpless, she relented. "Then let's take another one in the same pose as before." The two of them repositioned themselves, the atmosphere turning intimate, the scene practically radiating affection. Click! Lin Sun carefully examined the photo but still shook his head. "It's still not precise enough." "What's wrong with it?" He pointed at the photo, hinting to Chang Yueran that they looked too similar, making it possible for someone to mistake the image as being of her sister Iran and himself. Chang Yueran grew anxious. Did they need a DNA test? Lin Sun smiled and guided her to recall. Was there any obvious difference? A birthmark or a unique feature? Suddenly, she remembered a red mole on the left side of her chest. It had been clear when she was a child but had almost disappeared as she grew older. Lin Sen's gaze immediately turned intense, and his hand reached directly for her chest. He searched carefully while Chang Yueran shyly closed her eyes, her breathing quickening. Lin Sen frowned, finding the area smooth and without a mole. He asked in confusion if she had remembered the wrong spot. Chang Yueran pouted and corrected him. "It's on the left side, not the right." He smiled and patted his head, regrouping to continue the search. Finally, he touched the red mole. Chang Yueran's cheeks flushed, and she playfully complained that he was kissing her too much. Lin Sun kissed her a few more times, then sat back at the head of the bed and analyzed seriously. This mole must have been prominent when you were a child. It's a unique mark of your identity. The scene froze with the two of them sharing a knowing smile. The next piece of evidence was slowly being perfected. With the shifting of the Earth's crust, what was once a plain turned into Mount Everest, concealing the faintly visible little red, making it hard to find even in a mirror. Lin Sen and Chang Yueran struck the same pose again. He helped her move aside the obstruction, and the shutter clicked to capture the moment. The atmosphere was heated, and even their faces were tinged with a flush. The photo was confirmed to be flawless. Chang Yueran, shy yet indulgent, heard Lin Sen chuckle and deflect. "It's not my fault. It's because you're too beautiful." The mood quickly intensified. Chang Yueran gradually became dazed, as if swallowed by a raging sea, ultimately losing herself in Lin Sen's embrace. Time slipped by quietly. Chang Yueran softly reminded him that it was time to leave, but Lin Sen recalled her earlier words when renting the place. "Come up and sit for a while." His tone turned subtle, full of teasing undertones. Her face turned crimson like the sunset. Lin Sen's smile was warm, his words filled with hints and allure. He held her close, his lips like flames, his fingers wandering, and the two fell into an irresistible intimacy once again. An hour later, Chang Yueran nestled in his arms, softly saying, "I like you more and more. I don't want to leave at all." Lin Sun lowered his head and kissed her gently, inviting her to stay, saying they could talk about life, discuss dreams, and even do something more meaningful together. She dodged and refused, but couldn't hide her lingering attachment, slyly using the case as an excuse, emphasizing a lawyer's integrity, her smile lightly rippling. Lin Sen humorously played along, making Chang Yueran laugh sweetly. She returned his kiss, her eyes carrying waves of emotion. Finally, she began to dress to leave, her slow movements full of reluctance. As she stood by the bed and walked toward the door, she turned back to look at Lin Sen, her gaze complex and hard to decipher, filled with both resentment and love, marked by traces of being conquered. The strength of this man was etched deep into her soul. After sending her off, Lin Sen took a refreshing shower, his body and mind released, the lingering aftertaste long-lasting. The lights were dim. He sat back on the edge of the bed and casually picked up the phone that wouldn't stop vibrating. The number of unread messages flickered, with the first one on the screen coming from Su Qianqian. She nervously begged for tickets, saying she and two friends from the art department were eagerly anticipating Friday's performance. But the tickets were already sold out. Shortly after, she sent over two innocent photos, one of a mature, artistic senior and another of a girl who looked as pure as a high school student. Lin Sun raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, thinking to himself that this little girl had learned to rally a group. His fingers quickly typed a reply, promising to arrange internal tickets. Just as Su Qianqian's thank you was still flashing on the screen, another message popped up like a thunderclap. It was Eilena's straightforward tone. She and her sister group of 5 hadn't managed to grab tickets either and were urgently seeking help. The list included not only a local, aloof senior from the dance department but also a mysterious beauty from Persia, along with Shimizu Kane, a familiar face from the performance department. Eilena passionately described how Kane had once cried due to a misunderstanding and had promised Lin Sen everything. In the photos, the dance department senior had a graceful figure. The Persian girl exuded exotic charm with delicate and radiant features, clearly not ordinary characters. Indulging in the gossip, Lin Sun teased with a smile. "Kane can enter the grand hall on her own. Why insist on sitting with you all?" Eilena's response, "She insists on experiencing the live atmosphere," left him no choice but to agree to arrange tickets. With 2 waves of ticket requests converging, his contact list flashed with an avatar, Counselor Han Yume. This authoritative figure from the performance department controlled a large number of internal tickets. Without hesitation, Lin Sun sent a request, 11 tickets, thank you, Teacher Han. The message was sent, and within less than half a minute, a reply poured in. Han Yumei readily promised. There were plenty of tickets, no need to hesitate for front-row VIP seats, and she would personally deliver them tomorrow morning. After reading the text, he smiled and nodded, sending his thanks in return. The conversation seemed to have concluded, but just then, a new message from Han Yumei arrived instantly, signaling the drama was far from over. Han Yumei's tone was calm, yet carried a subtle hint of invitation. Are you free tomorrow night? Let's have a deep talk about the play. Lin San responded quickly, his eyes filled with amusement. Early morning, the phone vibrated. Chang Iran's message was concise and clear. The advertising company is legitimate. Shun Jiaqi's resume is flawless, checked thoroughly. Lin San accepted the information calmly, set down the phone, and began calculating the tempting $1 million deal. A quick and lucrative opportunity that excited him greatly. Night fell, and the lights in the art building's hallway flickered intermittently. Lin Sen leaned against the doorframe, standing still. Through the crack in the door, Han Yumei, dressed in a sharp suit, was elegantly yet sternly correcting a girl's performance. The girl lowered her head timidly, looking helpless and nervous. Suddenly, Han Yumei glanced sideways, her eyes flashing. She noticed Lin San at the door. She immediately composed herself, returning to a perfectly polite and distant demeanor. Lin San is here, wait for me a moment. Lin San's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze carrying a hint of teasing. As the girl passed Lin San, she sneaked a glance at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and hurried away. The rehearsal room was left with only Han Yumei's footsteps. She looked around, confirmed no one was present, and suddenly locked the door. The sound of the lock echoed loudly in the empty space, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. She leaned against the door, her breathing slightly rapid, yet her eyes maintained a facade of seriousness. The script in her hand remained open, attempting to uphold professionalism, but as he approached step by step, her defenses gradually crumbled. Lin San moved closer, his masculine presence instantly filling the space. She instinctively retreated but found no escape, as the wall was right behind the door. His hand rested on the doorframe, his head lowered with a smile, his voice teasing softly, "Teacher Han?" Locking the door and still reciting lines? Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her facade beginning to crack. Her voice tinged with unease as she made excuses about preventing interruptions. Lin San ignored her words, reached out to snatch the script and tossed it aside casually, then pulled her waist tightly into his embrace. The warmth of their bodies pressed closely together. Her defenses instantly collapsed, leaving her weak and powerless. Her gaze shifted from cold to dazed. Suppressed emotions ignited like flames, transforming into raw desire. Lin San whispered in her ear, piercing through her disguised exhaustion. She could no longer hold back and suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around him, turning her longing into a tender confession. Immediately, she initiated a passionate kiss, attempting to compensate for all the suppressed emotions with her fervor. Lin San was not to be outdone, quickly taking the lead in the exchange, and the atmosphere in the rehearsal room turned fiery in an instant. Before long, the restraints were gone, and he explored every inch of her skin like a fearless adventurer, bringing her subtle shivers and endless pleasure. When he lifted her and placed her on the cold rehearsal table, her eyes suddenly opened. The familiar yet austere campus setting jolted her into clarity. She instinctively resisted, her eyes filled with panic and rejection, her tone firm. "No, not here." Gripping his collar tightly, she pleaded tearfully, "This is my first time. I don't want it to be here." Lin Sen's expression softened as he acknowledged his impulsiveness and reassured her. "The first time here isn't appropriate." Though his tone was gentle, it carried a hidden meaning. He then teasingly invited her to his dorm room, claiming the bed there was more suitable for artistic exchange. Her face flushed at his words, but she hesitated while softly replying, "Carry me down." With her arms open, her tone was coy and affectionate, yet filled with anticipation. Lin Sun gently lifted Han Yumei, carrying her down from the cold table. As Han Yumei put on her pants, she softly reminded him, "Aunt Wong from the dormitory likes to spread gossip. It's not convenient to go to your place." Her expression showed hesitation, fearing rumors, especially since they were currently in a teacher-student relationship. Lin Sun smiled faintly as she said, "Let's go to my faculty dormitory. It's right behind the arts building, secluded and quiet. I also have something I want to give you." Han Yumei glanced back at him, her eyes filled with charm and confidence. Keeping a distance between them, they walked through a small grove and arrived at the faculty dormitory area. Han Yumei's room on the third floor was spacious and cozy, with warm yellow lighting that exuded a homely atmosphere, undoubtedly top-tier accommodation on campus. She took off her high heels and changed into pink slippers, her movements relaxed and gentle. She invited Lin San to have some water, her tone casual. "I used to have some fame in the entertainment industry. Later, I returned to school to teach. This dormitory comes with a family quota, prepared by the school to attract talent." Lin Sen casually commented, "Not bad. This makes life more convenient." Han Yumei's cheeks flushed as she softly revealed, "There's also a large flat in the city center, bigger than this place. If you're willing, we can go there on weekends." Her voice gradually lowered, carrying a hint of subtlety. Lin San curiously asked why she gave up her celebrity life to teach at school. Han Yumei stood by the window, her expression melancholic. "There are too many women in the film crews, full of scheming and chaos. It's too restless. I prefer the pure academic atmosphere of the school." Turning to him, her gaze burned intensely. "Most importantly, after meeting you, all my money and properties finally have meaning." She suddenly got up and quickly walked into the bedroom. Moments later, she returned holding a delicate carved rosewood box, handing it to Lin San with eyes full of anticipation and affection. Lin San opened the lid, and golden light burst forth. 12 golden zodiac figurines were neatly arranged, intricately crafted and lifelike. The palm-sized golden horse felt heavy in his hand. "This is pure gold?" Lin Sen exclaimed in surprise. 18K gold, spent 880,000. Han Yumei said softly, "I bought it with the prize money from winning the grand award, hoping that the future him would receive this gift. It symbolizes years and years, and also represents my everything." Lin San held the golden statue, sighing inwardly. These beauties truly have their ways. Han Yumei's generosity far surpasses the thoughtful little gestures of girls like Su Xinyao. Han Yumei handed Lin Sen a golden horse sculpture, her gaze incredibly sincere. Lin Sen accepted the gift, feeling surprised but remaining polite. The atmosphere between them subtly warmed, and Han Yumei gently embraced Lin Sen, her tone soft as she expressed her recognition and expectations for him. Lin Sun smiled, clearly accepting her sentiment, and leaned closer, hinting at reciprocation. Han Yumei nestled into his arms, whispering sweetly, expressing unconditional devotion. Lin Sun responded softly, suggesting giving her an unforgettable first time, sparking curiosity and shyness in Han Yumei's eyes. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere both ambiguous and full of anticipation. Time shifted, and Han Yumei emerged slowly, wearing a burgundy silk slip dress, leaning against the doorframe. The sheer fabric was dreamlike, outlining her alluring curves, and the entire space seemed to fall silent with her appearance. She approached Lin Sen, her demeanor seductive, softly claiming she was feeling unwell. Lin San immediately transformed into a doctor, his serious expression faintly revealing excitement as he quickly guided Han Yumei to sit down for a diagnosis. Han Yumei played along, her brows and eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Lin San pretended to check her pulse, his fingertips brushing against warm skin, his expression solemn yet unable to resist sneaking glances at her graceful figure. Han Yumei couldn't help but laugh, her smile blooming like a flower, her chest rising and falling, nearly overwhelming Lin Sen's rationality. He helplessly feigned seriousness, advising her to take her illness seriously, while she playfully returned a flirtatious glance. The emotions surged, and in this medical role-play, The two grew increasingly intimate, the ambiguous atmosphere reaching its peak. Lin Sun solemnly claimed to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in difficult cases, emphasizing the combination of Chinese and Western medicine. As he finished speaking, he moved behind Han Yumei, his hand directly reaching for her abdomen, attempting to feel her heartbeat. Han Yumei's gaze grew hazy as she slightly retreated but still cooperated. Lin Sen's lips curled into a playful smile, yet he continued adjusting his hand's position, appearing serious while deliberately ambiguous. Her face gradually turned red, her breathing quickened, her expression a mix of shyness and helplessness. Lin Sun sighed with a serious expression, constantly changing positions to find the heartbeat. Han Yumei softly complained while weakly responding to his medical diagnosis. Finally, he stopped, lifting her chin, their eyes meeting, filled with charm. Lin San observed her complexion and breathing, concluding her heartbeat was rapid and her face flushed. He suggested moving to the bed for a comprehensive examination. The soft bed welcomed Han Yumei as she lay down, her burgundy nightgown standing out against the sheets. Lin Sun knelt on one knee, dominantly instructing her to open her mouth for a tongue inspection. She obediently complied, and he kissed her without hesitation, responding passionately, his arms tightly embracing her. Their lips parted, both breathing heavily. Han Yumei urgently asked if the examination was complete, while Lin Sen leisurely pressed his face to her heaving chest, attentively listening to her heartbeat. Her pulse quickened, and he slowly moved downward, kissing from her collarbone to her chest, continuing the trail. Han Yumei couldn't help but softly remind him that her heartbeat was accelerating. Lin Sun smirked mischievously, explaining this was an inductive examination, saying she was now burning with heat and feeling empty and restless. She shyly closed her eyes, her breath growing more uneven. Finally, he paused at her flat abdomen, diagnosing her with love deficiency syndrome, an imbalance of yin and yang, and a lack of fire in the 5 elements. Han Yumei's eyelashes trembled lightly, her gaze filled with anticipation. Lin San removed his clothing, his dominant gaze fixed on her, whispering that only he possessed the special medicine. Han Yumei's voice trembled but firmly requested treatment. The treatment began, and Han Yumei tilted her head back, her neck forming a graceful curve, her eyes filled with dazed admiration. Lin Sun looked at her stunning face, a surge of conquest rising in his heart. Time passed, and the atmosphere gradually settled into tranquility. Han Yumei softly nestled in Lin Sen's arms, unwilling to move even a finger. Lin Sen gently held her back with one hand, lowered his head, and planted a kiss on her forehead, a teasing smile on his lips. The special medicine indeed worked, temporarily alleviating the anxiety, but a flicker of dissatisfaction suddenly appeared in Han Yumei's eyes. She softly raised a question. This condition has not been completely eradicated. Lin Sun smiled breezily, got up, and secretly made up his mind. Since the root cause needed to be treated, it required reinforcement and escalation. After 3 consecutive doses of the special medicine, he withdrew from the battlefield, knowing that this remedy was not a one-time cure but would lead to deeper entanglement. Especially as Lin Kuan began to gather strength, the situation could not be easily resolved. The next evening, the auditorium at Binhai University was unusually lively. Tonight marked the debut of The Light Chaser, and Lin Sen's first performance had drawn the city's attention. He set off early but was stunned at the scene at the entrance. Crowds packed the area, a fragrant atmosphere filled the air, and a long line of luxury cars slowly entered the underground parking lot. For a moment, it felt less like a campus performance and more like a high-profile gala. Lin Sun pulled his hat brim lower, muttering to himself, "What kind of spectacle is this?" Nearby, 2 women were chatting animatedly. Rumors about the high ticket prices were rampant. Some were grateful for connections that got them into the back rows, while others praised Lin Sen's looks and charisma, their words full of admiration. Avoiding the crowd, Lin Sen quickly circled to the side of the auditorium and entered backstage through a little-known path. As soon as he stepped backstage, a bright figure rushed toward him, It was Lu Yali. She had meticulously applied her makeup, her features sharp and radiant. The moment she saw Lin Sen, her eyes lit up. "Junior, you're finally here." She quickly pulled him through the bustling area into a private room marked President's Exclusive, locking the door behind her. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Lu Yali didn't rush to start writing, but instead carefully examined him before gesturing for him to sit down. She was dressed in a boldly tailored deep V-stage director's outfit, the fabric so thin it seemed it might slip off at any moment, exuding a seductive charm. Lin Sen's gaze involuntarily fell into that snowy abyss. He couldn't help but chuckle, half-jokingly reminding her, "This restraint is much less than last time, isn't it?" Lu Yali paused her movements, not avoiding his comment but instead deliberately puffing out her chest, her smile teasing. Lin Sen's fingers lightly hooked the edge, and the atmosphere suddenly heated up. A silent battle of makeup and undercurrents began. The restraint, already precarious, suddenly loosened under the light, proudly breaking free and revealing everything. Lin Sen gazed at the scene before him, a smile playing on his lips. Lu Yali's cheeks flushed as she pouted. "Wasn't that your doing? Hurry and fix it." Lin Sen raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Senior, it looks so beautiful like this. I quite like it." Lu Yali whined, "Hurry up, so I can focus on my makeup. Otherwise, my hands will tremble." Her neck revealed an elegant curve, her breath soft and gentle. Lin Sen didn't rush to restore it, but instead leaned in closer. Lu Yali suddenly hooked his neck and kissed him proactively. His lips slowly moved down her fair swan-like neck, stopping at her smooth collarbone, his emotions calming with his breath. He adjusted his attire, while Lu Yali's face was flushed like a peach blossom, her gaze dreamy. "Senior, hurry up and put on makeup. We're going to be late." She pouted coquettishly. "It's all your fault." The two hurriedly finished their makeup. As Lin Sen pushed the door open, he bumped into a classmate who was urgently looking for Lu Yali. The classmate froze in surprise, their gaze shifting from Lu Yali's noticeably flushed face and messy hair to Lin Sen's stunningly handsome face. Under the light, that faint red mark was clearly visible. "Senior, why is your face so red?" the classmate asked softly, full of curiosity and a hint of envy. "Just help the junior with makeup. Let's hurry and go." Lu Yali's voice was gentle. The classmate nodded but unconsciously glanced at Lin Sen a few more times. On the other side, Han Yumei quietly appeared, speaking softly with Wang Yunqi. She was as dignified and pure as a white magnolia, commanding respect and awe. Lin Sen's gaze swept past, and he chuckled inwardly. This icy-cold counselor had clung to him like a kitten last night. She suddenly raised her head, their eyes meeting. Han Yumei's pupils contracted, fragments of last night flashing through her mind. In an instant, she composed herself, regaining her calm, and nodded slightly, resembling a counselor's acknowledgement of an outstanding student. Lin Sen responded with a polite smile, shifted his gaze, and returned to his usual demeanor. Between the two, an undercurrent disappeared into the crowd. Han Yumei took a deep breath and continued her conversation with Wang Yunqi, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. "I didn't expect Chasing the Light to be so popular." Her peripheral vision swept toward Lin Sen's direction. The ticket prices were set too low. She decisively made a decision. Starting next week, all plays featuring Lin Sen from both theater groups will have their ticket prices adjusted. Across from her, Wang Yunqi was visibly excited, pushing her glasses up as the light reflected her enthusiasm. Han Yumei's words were a wake-up call, as scalper ticket prices had already skyrocketed. Her gaze was resolute as she called out to Lin Sen in the distance. "Next week, for our premiere, ticket prices through social channels will increase by at least 5 times. The auditorium was stiflingly hot, the audience seats like a dense array of mechanical eyes, all focused on that man. At the end of the stage performance, the butler hurried forward, his expression anxious. "Sir, Miss Yao Yao has arrived and insists on seeing you." Lin Sen lazily picked up his red wine, his brows slightly furrowed. "I'm not feeling well, don't see guests." The butler was about to leave when he suddenly stopped him. She wants to use 90% of the company's shares to propose to me? The butler nodded. The entire audience held their breath, gasping in shock. Lin's son set down his wine glass, adjusted his collar slightly, and his tone became rational. Let her in. The butler hesitated but complied, while the audience below was moved to tears, praising his kindness. The side door opened, and Su Xinyao stepped in. Her white suit was impeccably tailored, her makeup flawless, holding documents and a massive diamond. Lin's son faced away from her, his voice cold. Lock the door. With a click, heart stopped beating. He turned around, looking down from above, questioning her intentions. She stepped forward silently, knelt down, and the sound of the zither began, emotions surging overwhelmingly. She raised her head, her gaze firm. This is the equity transfer agreement and the heart of the ocean. Though imperfect, it offers a heart that beats only for you. Even if there are 27 concubines, I am willing to be the last one. Tears glistened as she choked up and proposed. Give me a title, and I will wash your clothes, cook your meals, and bear your children. A few seconds of silence felt like an eternity. Lin's son sighed deeply, with a mix of helplessness and compassionate compromise, taking the documents and the ring. Since you are so sincere. His gaze softened as he scanned her face, full of anticipation. The suspense of the plot abruptly ended, awaiting the next scene. In the storage room, a simple guest room. You can stay here. Lin Sen's voice was calm, carrying an undeniable firmness. Su Xinyao froze, then her smile bloomed like a flower, tears streaming down her cheeks. She got up, threw herself at Lin San, and hugged him tightly, as if holding on to the entire world. In the grand hall, the commotion gradually rose. Lin San did not avoid it, lowering his head, his lips pressing against Su Xinyao's. It was a genuine kiss without concealment, without fear. With a roar, the scene exploded. It's a kiss. It's really a kiss, the audience exclaimed. A girl holding military binoculars stared with fiery eyes, shocked yet satisfied. The curtain slowly descended, covering the figures of the couple embracing on stage. Thunderous applause echoed, lasting endlessly. A few minutes later, the curtain rose again. Lin San stood in the center, holding Lu Yali and Su Xinyao's hands, with the other actors lined up behind them, bowing to the audience. The audience was in a frenzy, their shouts shaking the heavens. Some girls acted quickly, not with flowers or glow sticks, but curiously handing over their underwear, throwing them onto the stage. It became a pink storm, colorful, lace and silk, flying everywhere. In the back rows, others helped each other remove their bras and passed them to the front lines. Get it to Lin Sen's feet. Make sure it has the number on it. The pile of underwear formed a mountain. Lin San looked down at the spoils at his feet, his brow slightly raised, yet he sighed inwardly at the madness of the women in this world. At this moment, in a corner of the audience, Wang Yunqi, the president of the Curtain Society, adjusted her glasses, her gaze cold. She sneered disdainfully. Such a cliché script becoming this popular is all thanks to Lin Sen's looks. The thin, timid screenwriter beside her quickly agreed, cautiously. Indeed, as long as Lin Sen is involved, any play would be 10 times more popular than this. Wang Yunqi's expression softened slightly, but her gaze grew even more intense. After the performance, Lin Sen returned to the dormitory with Lu Yali and Su Xinyao. As soon as the door closed, Su Xinyao looked at him with concern. Junior, was today's performance exhausting? Lin Sen threw down his coat, stretched lazily, his joints cracking crisply. At that moment, his aura remained calm and composed. He had just finished a theatrical performance, and the final kissing scene had almost ignited the audience's passion, nearly overturning the stage. Turning around, he jokingly teased the two senior sisters. Since you know I worked hard, shouldn't you show some appreciation? The two understood immediately. Before long, he was comfortably lying on the long sofa, his head resting on Lu Yali's lap, and his feet on Su Xinyao's knees. Lu Yali's slender fingers gently massaged his temples, while Su Xinyao focused on kneading his legs, the air filled with a charming fragrance. The topic shifted to the premier's box office, 900,000 in revenue, with a 15% commission, resulting in a bonus of over 100,000. Lu Yali excitedly recounted, while Su Xinyao's eyes sparkled, marveling at how significant this amount was for students. Lin Sen frowned slightly. With so many people sharing, how much will there really be? Lu Yali slightly eased her massage, admitting that compared to the previous bonuses of 40 to 50,000, this time it had indeed tripled. He lay there, his view blocked by the blush-inducing peaks in front of him, and said bluntly, "The mountain is too high, I can't see your face. Talking to you feels strange." Lu Yali looked down. Her cheeks instantly flushed, her voice soft. "The clothes are designed this way." Lin Sun calmly reached out to loosen the tight chest binder, and as the fabric was gently pulled apart, the suppressed figure stunningly blossomed, breathtakingly beautiful. He lay back on the sofa again, satisfied, and patted it while teasing, "The view is much clearer now." Back to the topic. Lu Yali, shy yet confident, straightened her chest and said with a slight tremble in her voice, "The bonuses are substantial. The more performances, the more earnings, and the accumulation is considerable." Lin Sun chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on the snowy white expanse. "Senior, you're thinking too small. Spending so much time rehearsing for this little money is not worth it." He turned to Su Xinyao and said, "Your family runs a business. You should understand this logic, right?" Su Xinyao froze, her gaze fixed on Lu Yali's chest, her expression stunned. Lin Sun lightly touched her waist, bringing her back to reality. She responded awkwardly, "This scale is quite impressive." Lu Yali's face turned even redder, her shy yet proud smile accompanied by a playful question, "Xinyao, what exactly are you saying?" Lin Sun chuckled, looking at Su Xinyao and Lu Yali, his eyes full of confidence. He directly pointed out that the returns from stage plays were too low. The hard-earned tens of thousands weren't even enough to buy a good bag, and the effort involved made him worry they might exhaust themselves. Su Xinyao hesitated, admitting that currently, aside from stage plays, there were no other income sources. Lin Sun smiled slightly and revealed good news. The advertising company had reached out, inviting him to shoot commercials. He had even secured slots for female actors to join, allowing them to earn a 7-figure endorsement fee together. The two seniors' eyes instantly lit up, especially Lu Yali, who nodded excitedly, her chest heaving like rolling waves, prompting Lin Sen to tease, "Senior Yali, your shaking is making me dizzy." Lu Yali threw him a flirtatious glance and deliberately swayed, creating a playful and relaxed atmosphere. Lin Sen restrained his smile and set a new plan. After finishing the stage play, he would hand it over to Lu Yali and focus on high-end advertisements to make money with them. He was well aware that relying on the senior's meager pocket money made life difficult. Taking on more endorsement ads would not only be easier and faster but also help improve the lives of Su Qianqian and Zhao Wanting. Although Lu Yali felt a bit regretful, she understood that Lin Sen's decision was the wisest. She nodded obediently, letting him lean more comfortably. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she softly mentioned another way to make money: short drama production. Lin Sun scrutinized her, his gaze filled with anticipation as it passed over the snowy peaks. Lu Yali explained that hit short dramas could earn tens of millions with low costs. The drama club had a complete team, and once fame was established, it would be like printing money. Lin San was instantly intrigued, recalling the skills in his system, master photographer and master musician, which seemed perfectly suited for this. With his high-profile girlfriends already being ready-made actors, shooting short dramas with them would undoubtedly be a game-changing move. Bringing Su Qianqian and Qin Meng along as extras would not only make money but also support his friends, promising a bright future. Lin Sen's gaze passed through the night, and a bold idea flashed in his mind. If he produced a short drama, those passionate female fans would surely promote it crazily, even urging their friends to watch it together. After earning money, He planned to buy an estate and invite them to live together, enjoying a harmonious life. He casually acknowledged the thought, his expression calm, as if he had already begun calculating in secret. The time pointed to 10 o'clock. Lin Sen gathered his thoughts and gave a clear directive to senior sister Yali, who had worked hard all day. Go back and rest early. His voice was steady as a mountain, leaving no room for negotiation. Turning to Su Xinyao, who had been silently massaging his legs, his words were gentle and natural, like caring for a wife. Go take a bath. Don't overexert yourself. I'll join you soon. Su Xinyao's cheeks flushed red, shy yet decisive. In front of everyone, she slowly unbuttoned her performance outfit, letting the jacket slide off to reveal a close-fitting silk blouse, followed by a curve-hugging skirt and black stockings. Under the lights, her well-defined figure and fair skin were fully displayed. On the sofa, Lu Yali's gaze was complex, filled with undisguised admiration and a trace of barely perceptible longing as she murmured, Xinyao, you're so beautiful. Suddenly, she spoke, a smile on her lips, but her words were so bold they made the air feel heated. The audience said that if they could witness that scene live, it would be worth dying for. I also want to see it. At the bathroom door, Su Xinyao stumbled a few steps upon hearing this, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She glared at her with a mix of shyness and anger, laughing. You're so bad. You won't see it tonight. Maybe another day. She shut the door with a straightforward bang. The faint sound of the shower, accompanied by a hazy silhouette, left only Lin San and Lu Yali in the living room, their breaths growing heavier. Lin San suddenly sat up, his gaze fiery, reaching out to encircle her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Lu Yali let out a startled cry, falling against his chest, her face pressed to his heartbeat, breathing in his scent. A deep voice sounded in her ear. Do you like me? She teasingly shook her head, her eyes hiding a mischievous glint. The next moment, she couldn't help but laugh, her laughter trembling through her body, causing Lin Sen's eye to twitch. Now it's not liking, it's love. The closer I get, the more I love. At night, when I close my eyes, it's all you. Seeing you makes my heart race. She tightly hooked her arms around his neck, her gaze intoxicated. Lin Sen, what about you? Like, the longer the time, the deeper the feelings. He paused, his tone gentle. Tomorrow, dress nicely. We'll go out with senior sister Shimizukana and give everyone a day off. Lu Yali bit her lip, her gaze unable to hide its implication. Then, what about tomorrow night? Lin Sen's fingertips brushed across her smooth back, his breath hot near her ear. Tomorrow night, I'll be with you. Is that convenient? Her eyes instantly filled with joy and anticipation, blurting out, convenient, very convenient. As soon as the words fell, Lin San and Lu Yali's lips pressed together, kissing passionately and deeply. His hands restlessly slid across her flawless, snow-white skin, leaving marks like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Lu Yali tilted her head back, her neck forming a graceful curve, clutching his hair, lost in the tingling moment. A few minutes later, Lin San reluctantly lifted his head, gazing with satisfaction at the bright red mark on Lu Yali's collarbone. She panted lightly, giving a playful scolding, but kissed him again, her sweet words hinting at unfulfilled expectations. Lin San smiled, taking her soft hand, suggesting deeper interaction. Lu Yali's eyes sparkled with stunning brilliance, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away, intensifying the heat of the kiss. Just as the two were lost in the moment, the bathroom door suddenly creaked open. Amidst a wisp of white steam, Su Xinyao gracefully stepped out. Her wet hair dripped water down her delicate collarbone, and her skin was as rosy as a lotus flower. Her gaze fell on the two entwined on the sofa, her eyes smiling as she teasingly interrupted their passionate moment. Haven't kissed enough yet? Lu Yali, her body tingling, clung tightly to Lin Sen, her voice laced with intimacy. You finished your shower and want to kick me out? No way, I still want to play. She whispered softly into Lin Sen's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Lin San smiled knowingly and continued to explore the snowy peaks and valleys before him. Su Xinyao watched intently, an inexplicable fire igniting in her heart. The beautiful scene before her was more stunning than any movie, like a top-tier visual feast. Time passed, and Lin San finally slowed down, gently patting Lu Yali. "That's enough for tonight." She opened her eyes and immediately noticed Su Xinyao observing nearby. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she laughed lightly, her movements causing two snowy mounds to sway rhythmically. "Why are you standing there?" Lu Yali asked. Su Xinyao smiled calmly. "The view is just too pleasing to the eye, truly a feast for the senses." Lu Yali proudly puffed out her chest. "Those so-called instructional videos can't compare to us." Lin San jokingly suggested, "Why not make an instructional video and sell it? We could easily make billions." Lu Yali hastily refused in a panic. "Absolutely not. How would I ever go out in public again?" He gently hooked her chin, his lips brushing hers lightly. "Just teasing you. I'm your man, and I'd never let anyone else see my wife." "Now that's more like it." Lu Yali's smile bloomed like a flower, her heart brimming with sweetness. "Don't joke about that again. I mean it. I'm leaving now." She stood up, slowly tidied her bindings, and fastened her performance outfit. Her stunning figure was instantly concealed, leaving only a few faint red marks on her neck, resembling strawberries. At the door, she turned back, a playful glint in her eyes. She winked at Su Xinyao and lowered her voice. "Xinyao, you're so naughty. I wanted to watch a bit longer, but you got to see it first." Su Xinyao's smile was radiant as she quipped back, "The exciting second half is just starting. I only caught the first half." Lu Yali's cheeks turned red as she pouted and complained, "You want to watch the second half?" "No way." Lin San couldn't help but smile at the interaction between the two beauties. Lu Yali's earlier tender demeanor was utterly captivating. With a bang, the dormitory door closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. Su Xinyao was gently drying her silky hair with a blow-dryer, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Lin San. Lin San leisurely began unbuttoning his shirt, his movements unhurried. Under the light, the lines of his skin exuded a rugged beauty. He unfastened his belt, and his pants slid down slowly, revealing his straight and powerful legs. Su Xinyao stared at his figure, her cheeks burning and her heartbeat quickening. Lin San gave her a teasing smile. "Senior, your drool is about to hit the floor." Su Xinyao quickly averted her gaze, touching her dry lips and stomping her foot in frustration. "Junior, you're so bad." The proud senior instantly turned into a shy fangirl. Her cheeks flushed red as she locked eyes with him. "Hurry up and shower. I'll be waiting for you in bed." Lin San smiled, turned around, and pushed open the frosted bathroom door. The sound of running water immediately filled the air, and steam began to spread. Su Xinyao lay back on the bed, her mind replaying the scene from just moments ago. She felt a gentle warmth in her body and secretly rejoiced at having someone as rare as Lin San in her life. The bathroom door opened, and Lin San walked out, exuding a freshly washed freshness as he climbed into bed. Su Xinyao immediately snuggled up to him, her delicate body pressing tightly against his as she murmured, "Junior, you smell so good." Lin San held her close, letting her sit in his lap, his arms naturally wrapping around her slender waist. "Senior Xinyao, I have a question for you." Su Xinyao nodded obediently, her breathing slightly uneven as she inhaled the masculine scent emanating from him. "Is there an app specifically for celebrities to post updates?" "The most influential one." There was a deeper meaning in Lin San's words. Traffic was the key to his next move. Su Xinyao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes. Starlight Updates, the world's largest social platform. Many female celebrities are on it, and male accounts on there are rare and highly valued, with millions of followers." She turned around, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. "If you register, Junior, you'll definitely blow up the internet. The servers might even crash."
Lin San nodded firmly.
"Then let's register. Help me out." I'm not familiar with these things. Su Xinyao took his phone and skillfully began downloading and installing the app. The next step, the path to stardom begins. The interface for real name authentication and facial recognition flickered with a cold light as Su Xinyao carefully assisted Lin San in completing the registration. Lin San sat beside her, casually twirling a volleyball between his fingers. His expression calm and seemingly indifferent. A subtle tension filled the air. Su Xinyao suddenly felt a tingling sensation, causing her finger to accidentally tap the screen. Lin San leaned in quietly, his warm breath brushing against her ear, making her cheeks flush. Despite this, she remained focused on the task. He smiled faintly, feigning innocence, though his mischievous gaze betrayed him. Su Xinyao sighed in mock exasperation, a hint of affectionate charm in her expression, as she continued concentrating on the registration process. Finally, the Lin San account was successfully created. She gently set the phone down and turned to him with a look of anticipation and tender affection. At that moment, Lin San wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into a tight embrace filled with passion. Su Xinyao let out a soft hum, melting completely in his arms. The two responded to each other, their breaths intertwining as the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Lin San's fingers slowly wandered, while her expression became dazed and intoxicated, enveloped in the mix of tenderness and intensity. He softly reminded her that they still had important matters to attend to. Su Xinyao lifted her head in a daze, her mind still clouded with sleep, her eyes filled with confusion. Important matters? Lin San teased her, joking that all she thought about was sleeping. But then, with a shift in tone, he emphasized the importance of practicing acting skills as a short drama actor, not relying solely on good looks. Acting? Her eyes lit up, recalling the impromptu performances she had practiced in acting class. Lin San's gaze was resolute as he shook his head, refusing to repeat familiar scripts. Forget all the scripted lines. Improvise, set the scene, and perform on the spot. Su Xinyao was thrilled, leaning in like an excited child. What should we act out? Princess and knight? CEO and his delicate wife. Let's take the unconventional route, Lin San said with a mysterious smile. A deranged female stalker and a cold male homeowner. Su Xinyao was momentarily stunned, then shyly covered her face, though a glimmer of eager anticipation shone through her fingers. Deep down, she was excited. The provocative and thrilling setup made her blush and her heart race. Lin San immediately switched to director mode, meticulously outlining the plot. I am the owner of a house, and you are a psychologically twisted neighbor who has secretly been in love with me for a long time. While I'm away, you sneak into my study, rummage through the trash can, and steal my shirt to sniff. Su Xinyao couldn't help but playfully scold, "You're so perverted." But her excitement was unmistakable. Lin San lightly patted her on the hip, his expression smug. The thrilling exercise had just begun. He suddenly returned home early, cornering her in the study. To avoid being sent to the security bureau, she had no choice but to muster her courage and defend herself, proving her innocence. Facing him, he proposed a script. Wrapped in a towel, she would act out a mistaken intrusion scene. She bit her lip in agreement, her eyes flickering, her expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Wrapped in the towel, she leaned against his neck and kissed him lightly. The scene began. The air grew heavy in an instant. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at her coldly, questioning why she had snuck into his private space in the middle of the night, hiding behind the curtains. She caught sight of his completely nude performance and almost burst into laughter but quickly restrained herself, showing a panicked expression. Clenching her hands tightly, she stammered in a timid voice, "I just wanted to read a book. My family can't afford books." He sneered coldly, showing no mercy. "Rummaging through my dirty laundry basket and burying your face in my pillow, is that reading?" Her cheeks instantly flushed red, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded desperately. "I meant no harm. It's a misunderstanding. Please don't call the police. Don't report me to the security bureau." He narrowed his eyes, scanning her suspiciously, doubting whether she was hiding dangerous items. "Who's to say you don't have knives or sedatives?" She straightened her chest and said, "Wearing pajamas, where could I hide anything?" He lifted the towel slightly, his gaze meaningful. "Some weapons are hidden deep. A safety check is necessary." She stammered, "Check." He pretended to reach for his phone. "If you don't cooperate, I'll call the police immediately and have them bring in police dogs to search." She rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and pleaded weakly, "Search me, just don't call the police." She disguised herself flawlessly. He commanded, "Stand still, hands up." She obediently knelt down, raising both hands above her head. His hand pressed against her waist, his fingertips tracing along her skin. She trembled, forcing herself to stay upright. His hand wandered, gently stroking the warm skin beneath the smooth fabric, his movements bold yet deliberately restrained. Her body gradually softened, a tingling current spreading along her spine. Unintentionally, she let out a faint gasp. He scolded with a stern face, "Serious search, endure it." His palm slid from her flat abdomen to her rounded shoulder, traveling down to her slender thighs. She was powerless to resist, her breathing chaotic, her gaze dazed, her whole being seemingly on fire. This impromptu act was thrilling to the extreme. His hand suddenly stopped, resting atop those two surging mounds. She held her breath nervously, her heart pounding like a drum, her chest feeling as if it might explode. He smirked provocatively. "Still stubborn? Still claiming no malice? No dangerous items?" She looked down in confusion, questioning herself before looking at him, aggrieved. "I didn't bring anything. You've searched me. Where's the knife?" His gaze locked firmly on the heaving area. "Do you think weapons are limited to knives? You're carrying 2 deadly weapons with you and still claim no malice." She froze for 3 seconds, murmuring, "Deadly weapons?" She lowered her head, her eyes falling on the curves that made hearts race, instantly understanding everything. Laughter burst out, and Su Xinyao was radiant with joy, her snow-white curves rising and falling with her trembling. Lin Sen responded with a soft chuckle. He leaned down, kissed her earlobe, and slowly trailed down to her slender neck, then carefully examined the snowy peaks. Su Xinyao's cheeks flushed red, a tingling sensation like an electric current coursing through her body, her gaze gradually becoming hazy. Lin Sen teased her by quoting Nietzsche, pretending to discover a new danger, stirring up an ambiguous atmosphere between them. After a long while, as calm returned, the two gazed at each other, smiles spreading in the air. Lin Sen jokingly commented on the weapon she was carrying. Su Xinyao, puzzled, followed his gaze and noticed the discarded item in the trash can. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Su Xinyao hugged Lin Sen, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she sweetly kissed his cheek. Her voice was soft and playful, her shoulder leaning against his chest, filled with affection and mischief. Lin Sen gently pinched her face, his gaze warm in response. Su Xinyao's eyes reddened as she hugged him tightly, her voice muffled but incredibly sincere. "Junior husband, I love you so much." The two shared a tender kiss, the room filled with an intense sweetness. Time passed, and Su Xinyao reluctantly left, leaving the room in silence. Lin Sen leaned against the soft pillow, his fingers sliding across his phone as he opened the Starlight Dynamics app she had just helped him register. This world's social platforms were filled with updates on fitness, careers, combat sports, and female celebrities. Male accounts were as rare and precious as luminous pearls in the deep sea. He casually uploaded 9 stills from the play, with a simple caption, "The debut of Chasing Light was a success. Thank you for your support." With a light tap, the photos were uploaded. Lin's son closed his phone, turned over, and fell asleep, unaware that his presence at that moment was like a shockwave detonating across the internet. In the monitoring room, the numbers suddenly skyrocketed to an astonishing 95%. The programmers stared at the screen in shock, their first reaction being, "Which diva got caught in a scandal?" Then, the shock spread, followed by screams, "Oh my God! Such a man actually exists in this world. The urgent directive was issued. Install the highest grade firewall for this account, feature it on the homepage, and even display pop-ups across the entire site. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and the phone vibrated incessantly. Seeing the screen showing his follower count surpassing 185,000, Lin San was half asleep, his eyelids heavy. The comment section was in chaos, a mix of fervor and madness, accompanied by online abuse. This generation of netizens was even wilder and crazier than in his previous life. Lin San dismissed the endorsement offer for electric toys with a laugh, casually swiping away the backstage messages, completely uninterested. In this world, men only needed to maintain an air of mystery and didn't need to manage fans. He checked his chat app, finding that Lu Yali and Chung Aran were unable to join him due to last-minute affairs and business trips, conveniently avoiding overlap. Lin Sen quickly contacted Qin Meng, Zhao Wanting, Su Chanqian, and Elena, planning 2 days of fun and enjoyment. On Monday afternoon, Lin Sen arrived at the indoor sports arena. Gu Xiaoye and Elena were already waiting. Gu Xiaoye was dressed in a tight basketball training outfit, her curves flawless, her face tinged with a shy blush, nervously rubbing her hands. Elena, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, playfully winked at Lin Sun, creating a relaxed yet subtle atmosphere. Xiaoye held a matte black shoebox with a gold logo, mustering the courage to hand it to Lin San, claiming it was a global limited edition collaboration of the Rora series, men's size 45, prepared entirely for him. Lin Sun looked at her in surprise, asking how she knew his size. Elena proudly revealed that she had told Xiaoye. Lin San accepted the shoebox, thanked Xiaoye, and smiled warmly like a spring breeze, making Gu Xiaoye's face light up with a satisfied smile. Opening the lid, a pair of basketball shoes with a striking design lay quietly on the velvet lining, their sleek lines resembling a work of art. Elena teased from the side. Xiaoye naturally knelt down, gently helping Lin San take off his shoes and put on the new ones, her fingertips brushing against his ankle, creating a subtle moment. Lin Sun looked down at her, feeling her sincerity and meticulousness. With the new shoes tied into a bow, Xiaoye stood up with a flushed face, asking, "Do they fit?" Lin Sun stood up, feeling a cloud-like softness underfoot and excellent rebound, praising, "Perfect." Gu Xiaoye's eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile, secretly relieved that her effort was worth it. At that moment, Teacher Zhang approached, his gaze sweeping over the Rora limited edition shoes on Lin Sen's feet, smiling as he praised Xiaoye's generosity. Saying they looked stylish on Lin. Senator Gu Xiaoye lowered her head shyly in response. Teacher Zhang didn't say much more, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. The organizing committee just sent the news, Teacher Zhang announced. The draw results for the Binhai University Basketball League are out. The girls' expressions turned serious. This was no ordinary competition, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In this world of extreme gender imbalance, university basketball leagues had become the top campus event, rivaling the World Cup in popularity. Teacher Zhang revealed the schedule. Lin Sen's team was grouped with Normal University, Finance University, and Ocean University. The Normal University team, with its sports background, was formidable. Ocean University not only had a strong team but also a cheerleading squad known for disrupting opponents' focus. The training whistle blew, and Teacher Zhang halted the scrimmage, candidly stating that the team couldn't win without Lin Senator facing such tough opponents. Even Finance University didn't have much of an advantage. She set the tone. The strategy would revolve around Lin Sen, as only he could carry the team to victory. Advancing to the knockout stage meant playing in a stadium with tens of thousands of spectators, and possibly achieving the Binhai City Championship and even the national finals, where glory and fame awaited. Lin Sen calmly accepted the challenge, pointing out that double-teaming might limit his performance. Teacher Zhang highlighted the real test: the professional female players recruited from club training teams, who were strong and highly skilled. Some of Binhai City's top teams even had a few male players as secret weapons. These hidden aces were exceptionally talented, making the competition even tougher. This match was far from simple. The Binhai City Championship was always a battle of titans, with each group facing uphill struggles every year. Lin Sen's eyes gleamed with excitement, ready to embrace the greater challenge. Teacher Zhang immediately arranged for Panlina to practice one-on-one with him. Facing Lin Sen's close defense, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were filled with determination. As offense and defense alternated, sparks flew on the training court, building anticipation for the unfolding drama. Panlina stood firmly, arms spread wide in defense, lowering her center of gravity. Lin Sen had his back to her, controlling the ball steadily, his body slightly leaning back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Panlina was hit as if by a strong collision, stumbling backward like hitting a wall, her defense collapsing instantly. Lin Sen seized the opportunity, turned around, dribbled 3 steps, and elegantly made a layup. The basketball gently kissed the backboard and went into the net. His speed grew increasingly swift, his strength more formidable. Combined with daily training and unique core exercises, Panlina struggled to keep up, completely unable to contain him. She rubbed her chest, her gaze dazed and helpless. In the following rounds, Lin Sen practically turned it into a personal showcase. Whether it was post-up plays, breakthrough drives, or jump shots, Panlina became a mere bystander. Height, speed, strength. She was outmatched in every aspect. On the sidelines, Coach Zhang shook his head and sighed, waving to stop the game. "That's enough, Panlina. Step down. This practice can't continue." He helplessly assessed Lin Sen's physical attributes. "This is pure basketball material. Why not focus on team tactics instead?" For the next half hour, the training shifted to the one-star 4-shooter strategy. Lin Sen drawing double teams and decisively passing the ball, allowing perimeter players to take their shots. When training ended, Lin Sen walked into the locker room and picked up his phone. At that moment, the numbers on the screen exploded. His followers had surpassed 1 million, with notifications flashing non-stop. In just 2 days, from nothing to everything, the surge in traffic shocked all viewers. Without hesitation, he quickly posted 2 updates. A live-stream announcement for his first basketball game, accompanied by a sweaty selfie, and a theater debut announcement, featuring an artistic side profile shot backlit by the sun. Instantly, the comments section erupted into a frenzy, with thunderous praise and ticket sales soaring to their peak. Lin Sen closed the app and switched to WeChat. A message from Shinjuchi popped up. Endorsement fees had been raised to tens of millions, with lucrative offers laid out on the table. Lin Sen responded calmly, preparing for detailed negotiations and scheduling a meeting for the evening, planning to bring a few friends for a roundtable discussion. Back at the dormitory, the door had just closed when the doorbell rang. Xianai stood hurriedly at the door, breathing heavily. She had abandoned the usual JK school uniform and changed into an oversized white t-shirt. The loose hem created a subtle missing pants effect, revealing delicate white stockings and clean white sneakers, her aura soft yet carrying a playful charm. The oversized t-shirt swayed gently with her breathing, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Xianai's figure was striking, and Lin Sen silently compared her to Qin Meng in his mind. "Junior," she gasped, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe peach. The two entered the living room, and Lin Sen patted the sofa beside him. "Sit." Xianai obediently took a seat. "Have you made up your mind about that matter?" Lin Sen's gaze was resolute. Xianai immediately shed her shyness, turned to face him directly, her eyes firm. "I've decided. Even if I have to eat instant noodles every day, as long as I can be with you, I'm willing." Her words sounded like a confession from a drama, but at this moment, they felt incredibly real. The determination of a wealthy heiress seemed especially genuine here. 2 weeks of acquaintance. From simple rehearsals to gradually growing closer, emotions had unknowingly fermented. Lin Sen noticed Xianai's slightly weary expression. He handed her a tissue and gently brushed her hair with his fingertips. "Silly senior, with me, instant noodles are no big deal." Xianai's body softened, like a kitten seeking affection, rubbing lightly against his palm, her warmth conveying her dependence and passion. Junior, I really like you. Her voice was soft and coquettish, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Don't ignore me. I feel anxious. Lin Sen's voice was deep. Come here. Excited. Xia Nai didn't care when her knee bumped into the sofa. She threw herself forward, their lips lightly touching. The kiss began as gentle reassurance but was ignited by her eager response, her hands climbing onto his shoulders, clumsy yet fervent. After a while, their lips parted, foreheads touching, breaths intertwined. Xia Nai's face was flushed, happiness surging. Are you happy? Lin Sen's fingertips brushed her cheek. Xia Nai nodded lightly, her voice barely audible. So happy I could die. Their relationship had clearly warmed up, even progressing further. After a brief rest, Xia Nai suddenly perked up. Junior, let me help you clean up. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing fair wrists, her movements swift and capable. Lin Sen glanced at the clock. There was still time before 7:30. Just a quick wipe. Don't tire yourself out. I still have things to do. All right. Xia Nai cheerfully ran to the bathroom, grabbed a damp cloth, and knelt down to carefully wipe the floor starting from the doorway. Lin San sat on the sofa, occasionally turning his head to glance at the busy figure. The oversized t-shirt became a visual highlight at this moment. As she pushed the cloth forward, the lines of her back curved gracefully like a bow. When she moved backward, the neckline slightly opened, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, which looked particularly stunning from Lin Sen's perspective. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his gaze burned with intensity. Xia Nai seemed completely unaware, slowly moving her knees closer to his feet. With her back to him, she supported herself with both hands on the floor, arching her waist downward, her posture alluring. The hem of her short skirt repeatedly slid upward due to her cleaning movements, revealing a captivating view. Lin San put down his phone, his gaze unable to shift away for a long time. Xia Nai bent over to wipe the floor, and the hem of her skirt inadvertently lifted higher. A pair of slender legs wrapped in white stockings came into Lin Sen's view. Her movements were graceful, her body slightly stretching, and the white stockings clung tightly to her well-proportioned leg lines, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin San silently watched this scene, his emotions surging inwardly, yet he remained speechless. After finishing the floor, Xia Nai slowly straightened up, sweat sliding down her forehead, with a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, making her appear both tired and uniquely charming. She turned to look at Lin Sen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and shyness, gesturing that the floor was clean before quickly running to the bathroom. The sound of water started and then stopped abruptly. When Xia Nai came out, she didn't sit back down but instead straddled Lin Sen's lap boldly and seductively, instantly heating up the atmosphere. She brought her freshly washed hands close to Lin Sen's nose, a faint lemon fragrance mixed with her youthful scent lingering at his nostrils. Lin Sen gently held her hand, kissed it tenderly, and spoke in a low voice, "Senior, you've worked hard." Their gazes met, emotions surging like waves. Xia Nai's eyes were misty and passionate, and she immediately lowered her head to kiss him, no longer holding back, igniting the room with passion. Suddenly, she stopped, stepped back a few paces, panting heavily, her gaze brighter and more resolute. Lin Sen asked in confusion, but she quickly removed her clothes, revealing an astonishingly beautiful figure. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as jade, her collarbone elegantly defined. Her voluptuous figure contrasted sharply with her slender upper body, radiating an irresistible allure. Lin Sen leaned back on the sofa, feeling Xia Nai's gentle closeness and the lingering fragrance around him. Xia Nai's cheeks flushed, her body gradually softening, a tingling sensation coursing through her. Her once pure doe-like eyes now carried a misty haze, with a faint blush at the corners. She buried her face in Lin Sen's neck, deeply immersed in the heated moment. Xia Nai subtly twisted her body, her gaze hazily drifting toward the spacious double bed in the bedroom, her intentions unmistakably clear. Lin Sen glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands pointed to 6:35. He quickly calculated. There was a negotiation for a multimillion-dollar endorsement contract at 7:30, and he had to leave by 7:15. That left only 40 minutes. The scene she anticipated was mercilessly interrupted by time. Lin Sun shook his head and signaled, "Not now. We need to warm up. A workout session of at least 30 minutes is necessary: chest, back, and legs. 3 sets are a must. Since it's your first time, I want to leave a good impression. After the contract negotiation around 8:30, we can find a hotel." Xia Nai looked around Lin Sen's apartment, noting the high-end furniture, leather sofa, and temperature-controlled air conditioning. It was as luxurious as a 4-star hotel. She asked in confusion, "Isn't this place already like a hotel?" Lin Sen replied seriously, "The hardware is fine, but the bathtub is too small." His tone shifted as he deliberately leaned closer to her ear, asking if there were any customs of mixed bathing between men and women in the country. Xia Nai's cheeks instantly turned red as she explained that it had long been banned due to frequent accidents. During mixed bathing, men often ended up being carried out on stretchers. When women saw multiple men surrounding one man, things spiraled out of control, and eventually, the government had to ban it outright. Lin Sun couldn't help but imagine the scene, his eyes filled with laughter. Then he took out his phone and pointed to a 5-star hotel on the map. Skyline Panoramic Suite. The bathtub is large and round, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows with an excellent view. You're a top student in the acting department, and I'm planning to give you an unforgettable first experience. Xia Nai's eyes sparkled brightly, her smile radiant as she hugged Lin San and kissed him on the cheek, joking, "Junior, you're really interesting." The scene shifted as Lin San pushed open the glass door of the cafe, the doorbell jingling. At the window booth, Han Yumei, Lu Yali, and Qin Meng were gathered, occasionally whispering. Shun Jiachi sat in another corner, unfamiliar and alert. The 4 women stood up upon seeing Lin Senator. He led them to a spacious private room. Sitting in the center, with Lu Yali and Qin Meng on his left, Han Yumei on his right, and Shun Jiachi sitting alone across from him. She subtly sensed the unusual atmosphere. These 3 women were all stunningly beautiful, their gazes fixed on Lin San with obvious and intense affection. Lin San dropped a bombshell with one sentence. The 2 major advertising projects had concluded, and the core male lead's endorsement fee was 10 million. Lu Yali, Qin Meng, and Han Yumei's eyes instantly burned with excitement, a mix of shock and disbelief. Shinjuchi was drawn into the fray, taking the lead to explain the project details. Lin San immediately set a condition. All actresses, including leads and supporting roles, must be personally selected by him. Han Yumei, Lu Yali, Su Xinyao, and Xia Nai were all named. Shun Jiachi carefully examined the photos, her expression instantly serious. This was no ordinary group of extras. It was a beauty pageant-level lineup. She nodded repeatedly, expressing no objections. Qin Meng, Elena, Su Qianqian, Zhao Wanting, and other top beauties not in the acting department were assigned as background extras. Shun Jiachi was full of amazement. Facing such extras, she could only agree. What a waste of talent! Lin Sen gradually built his team with clear assignments. Qin Meng was responsible for business connections, acting as his agent. Lu Yali coordinated performances, directly receiving the initial script draft. Shun Jiachi marveled inwardly at how this 18-year-old handled complex matters with more skill than many adults. The conversation shifted as Shinjuchi bluntly asked about their relationships. "Are they all your girlfriends?" After speaking, Han Yumei blushed, while Qin Meng calmly responded, even joking that there were still future spots available, hinting at something deeper. Lu Yali playfully interjected, asking Shinjuchi if she had a boyfriend, making the atmosphere instantly subtle. Shinjuchi's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Lin Sen, whose face, illuminated by the light, appeared even more captivating. The entire scene was both intimate and filled with tacit understanding, quietly planting seeds for future stories. The women sat together, laughing and chatting about marriage and relationships. The mood relaxed. Teacher Han also joined in with a smile, while Shinjuchi casually shifted the topic, turning the atmosphere professional again. Shin Juchi quickly said, "The training institution is pressing us. Lin Sen, can we finish shooting the ad this weekend?" Lin Sen nodded steadily. "I've already reviewed the contract. No problem. You can make some minor adjustments, and I'll sign it in the next couple of days. I'll handle the actor fees, so don't worry." Shinjuchi readily agreed. Lin Sun glanced at Teacher Han, Yali, and Qin Meng. 20,000 for the leads, 5,000 for the extras. Is that okay? The three nodded, their eyes full of trust and anticipation. No one dared to give up easily. This opportunity was too rare. Just 2 half-days of work, and the pay was astonishing. The negotiations concluded in less than an hour. Lin Sun stood up. "Give the contract to Qin Meng. If there's nothing else, President Shin, let's leave it at that." The three women sensibly refrained from asking further questions, watching as Lin San waved goodbye and walked out of the cafe. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xianai. "Finish talking. Come out." Not long after, a yellow taxi stopped, and Xianai smiled as she leaned out. "Junior, get in the car." She threw herself into Lin Sen's arms, hugging his waist tightly, her cheek pressed against his neck, overflowing with sweetness. The car was filled with a strong sense of intimacy, and the female driver was stunned through the rearview mirror. "Driver, let's go," Xianai said sweetly. The cabin was quiet, and Xianai leaned against Lin Sen, speaking softly about the panoramic starry sky suite. "It's booked. The bathtub is super large, enough for both of us, and we can even enjoy the night view of Binhai City." Her face turned red. Her voice grew softer, filled with anticipation. "Junior, you said you wanted to leave a deep impression on me. How do you plan to teach me fitness?" Lin Sun smiled, his hands sliding over her slender waist. "You'll know when we get there. There are so many positions that will work out all your muscles." The two stepped into the 200-square-meter starry sky suite, the lights gradually illuminating layer by layer, and outside the massive circular floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's night view was dazzlingly bright. Xianai tossed her luggage aside, took out a white silk robe as thin as gauze, loosely tied it around her waist, her movements alluring and seductive, her figure fully revealed. In the mirror, her face was pure, but her curves were irresistibly tempting. Suppressing her heartbeat, she pushed open the frosted glass door and gracefully walked into the bathroom. In the center of the bathtub, hot water was pouring in, and she scattered a full bag of red rose petals. The rich floral fragrance mingled with the steam, creating an intoxicatingly romantic atmosphere. When she came out, her cheeks were tinted pink from the steam, and she spoke softly, "The water is ready." Lin San turned around, looking at her, while the night view remained dazzling. Lin San took off his jacket, revealing perfect collarbones, his movements suave. Xianai's throat felt dry, and just as she was about to approach, he reminded her with a serious expression, "Don't rush, we need to practice acting first." "Acting?" Xianai was stunned. He explained, "Tonight's task is to play strangers who meet by chance at a hot spring 100 years ago. It's all improvisation, no breaking character." Xianai's eyes lit up instantly. "Isn't this a romantic game?" She laughed excitedly, obediently turned around, untied her robe, revealing smooth skin, and lightly slipped into the warm bath. Amidst the swirling mist, Lin Sen entered wearing a bathrobe and politely asked, "Is there anyone here? May I join?" Xianai immediately got into character, shyly making room. Lin Sen stepped into the water, and the two sat on opposite sides of the pool, with rose petals floating between them, creating an exquisitely subtle scene. "My name is Little Lin Sen," he said with a smile and a nod. "Little Xia," she responded softly. The two began conversing like strangers on a journey. Lin Sen claimed to be a rice shop assistant, while Xianai cautiously approached, testing the waters by talking about a Tangyuan shop. Lin Sen's gaze was meaningful as it swept over her, hinting that the Tangyuan were generously filled, with thin skin and plenty of stuffing. Xianai blushed, teasingly lowered her head to bite her lip, and suggested helping Lin San wash his back. Lin San hesitated, but she had already grabbed a towel, quickly pressing it against his body, the warm towel covering his back. The towel soon fell to the ground, and her soft hands lathered up body wash, growing bolder by the moment. The massage on his shoulders became fiery, her body pressing closely against his. The atmosphere heated up abruptly, and Lin Sen's face showed a desire he could hardly suppress. He was enjoying Xia Nai's small hands skillfully and boldly sliding over his abs, her movements carrying a hint of mischievous teasing. She whispered softly in his ear, blending her unique, backwashing technique with flirtation. Xia Nai even clung to his back, lightly biting his earlobe, her breath full of seduction. Moments later, Xia Nai coquettishly begged for reciprocation. Lin Sun smiled, taking control of the situation, turning her around and pressing her against the edge of the bathtub, her back facing the dazzling city lights. His palm covered her smooth, jade-like back, his massage firm yet precise. Xia Nai's body involuntarily softened, nearly collapsing into the water. Words were sparse, steam swirled around them, and their bodies were closely entwined. Lin Sun leaned in to tease her ear, while Xia Nai's gaze grew misty, surrendering to the sensations that drowned her reason. Suddenly, she clung to him like a vine, water splashing as her snow-white skin pressed against his chest. She lifted her face, her innocent doll-like features filled with longing, her chest rising as water droplets traced perfect curves. The visual impact shook Lin San to his core, and without hesitation, he leaned down, igniting the atmosphere with a kiss. Xia Nai felt as if she were floating on clouds. Just as the moment reached its peak, she suddenly snapped back to her senses, a glimmer of rationality flashing in her eyes. Lowering her voice, she reminded him that they were in a public bathhouse and worried someone might walk in. Lin Sun chuckled at her acting skills and immediately cooperated by stopping. He suggested finding another place, and Xia Nai shyly led him to her home, inviting him to spend the night and offering to make him tangyuan. The man nodded, and after a quick rinse, the two donned bathrobes and left the bathroom. The room was warm and cozy. Xia Nai didn't rush to bed, but turned to retrieve a red and black modified kimono she had prepared in advance. The outfit was daringly designed, the short hem barely covering her thighs, wide sleeves accentuating her slender wrists, and a tightly cinched waistline highlighting an astonishingly seductive S-curve. She walked barefoot, her smooth legs gleaming like jade under the light. Once dressed, Xia Nai circled him, the hem of her skirt swaying, her fragrance intoxicating. Tilting her head slightly, her alluring gaze carried a question. "Am I beautiful?" Lin Sen's eyes roamed over her slender waist and the enticing neckline, praising her as a masterpiece of beauty. She smiled like a crescent moon and climbed onto the bed. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, contrasting sharply with the pristine white sheets. Sitting there, she raised her hand to gently part the kimono's collar, the silky fabric sliding effortlessly to reveal two fair, rounded mounds that seemed to quiver slightly with her breathing under the light. She gently handed over the steaming glutinous rice balls, her gaze soft, and invited in a gentle voice, "Mr. Lin, try the ones I just made." Lin Sun smiled faintly, leaned down to embrace her, and whispered, "I will definitely savor this exclusive craftsmanship." The room gradually fell silent, leaving only the sound of their even breathing. Xia Nai nestled in his arms, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze filled with affection, softly calling Lin Sr., no longer addressing him as a junior, but as a declaration of their intertwined destinies. Her eyes were moist yet resolute. "I will make you happy." Lin Sun kissed her forehead and softly promised, "With me, happiness is guaranteed." After a simple cleanup, the two returned to bed. It was still early, and Lin San switched to his coach mode, stating directly, "We just worked on chest muscles and the core. Now it's time for deep leg stretches." Xia Nai blushed shyly but cooperated obediently. Amidst the muscle soreness, she was drenched in sweat, clearly showing significant results. Then came back stretches, completing a comprehensive lower body and back training session. Lin Sen returned to his dormitory, leaned against the headboard, and opened the Starlight Dynamics app. His follower count had skyrocketed past 3 million, growing like a rocket. The basketball game and drama updates had ignited a frenzy of comments, with tickets becoming a hot topic and scalper prices soaring, leaving fans lamenting. Multilingual discussions emerged, and global attention surged. He knew his influence had far exceeded expectations, with the scarcity of resources creating a market hunger far surpassing ordinary promotions. On the top floor of the Binhai City Government Building, the bustling night view outside the window came into view. The young deputy mayor, Song Qinglan, was seriously reviewing documents, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, exuding a cold and resilient demeanor. Secretary Xiao Zhang quietly handed over an urgent document, and she calmly signed it before picking up her teacup and sliding her screen. The first email popped up on the screen, sent by Lu Yun, the director of the city television station, requesting to replace the primetime flagship program on Wednesday night with a live broadcast of the Binhai University Basketball League. Her brows furrowed tightly, the situation already tense. Ridiculous! Song Qinglan slammed the teacup heavily on the table, the sound exploding, startling Secretary Xiao Zhang beside her, who almost dropped the files in his trembling hands. Her expression turned stern as she glared at the air, angrily questioning, "What exactly is Lu Yun trying to do?" The Binhai Citizens Life program this week was supposed to air content about the amendment to the Men's Rights Protection Act, an important promotion that couldn't be delayed. Yet Lu Yun wanted to replace the primetime slot with a university basketball group match? To the public, this was simply absurd. She picked up the red confidential phone and directly connected to the television station director. The phone rang only twice before it was answered, clearly anticipating her outburst. "Director Lu, how was the program schedule changed?" On the other end, Lu Yun sounded full of helplessness. "Mayor Song, you have to listen to me. Public opinion is hard to defy." Her speech was rapid, her tone flustered. The hotline exploded, customer service crashed. The petition office called. Thousands of citizens signed online petitions, and some are even preparing to hold banners outside the TV station. The sole request: to broadcast the Binhai University basketball game live. Song Qinglan's brows furrowed deeply, incredulous. What's so special about Binhai University that it's causing such a frenzy? Lu Yun's voice suddenly lowered. Because of a newcomer named Lin Sen, a man. Song Qinglan tapped the table impatiently. "A college guy can stir up such a commotion?" Lu Yun hurriedly explained. "He's not ordinary, indescribably handsome. Even handsome doesn't do him justice." Song Qinglan leaned back in her chair, unimpressed. Having seen countless heirs of wealthy families and top-tier celebrities, the word handsome had become too overused. She calmly questioned, "Can a mere freshman compare to those traffic-driving stars?" Lu Yun, however, did not give up, her tone firm. "In front of Lin San, they're like roadside potatoes, not even worthy of carrying his shoes." She added, "I just sent Lin Sen's video to your private WeChat. If you watch it and still don't approve, I'll resign immediately." A trace of curiosity sparked in Song Qinglan's mind as she picked up her phone and clicked on the video. The screen shakes, Binhai University sports field, a group of girls screaming one after another. The camera focuses on a man wearing a white jersey, dribbling effortlessly, his movements smooth as the wind. Sunlight pours down, his black hair dances lightly, a blend of strength and grace. Suddenly, he slightly tilts his head, his gaze directly meeting the camera. Song Qinglan's breath catches, her eyes fixed on that face with sharp brows, starry eyes, and a prominent nose. How special is this man? His face is spotless, his skin fair yet firm, with features as sharp as a meticulously crafted artwork. Those eyes, deep and clear, carry the unique nonchalance of youth, as if hiding a universe of stars and seas. A gentle smile blooms, sweat drips down his jawline, falling into his collarbone. In front of the screen, Song Qinglan's fingers tremble slightly, a surge of heat rushing through her heart. This is no ordinary young man. He is practically a walking hormone bomb. The short 30-second video loops endlessly, her gaze piercing, her face slightly flushed, her expression complex. She sets down her teacup, suppressing the turmoil within, yet unable to erase the imprint of that gaze. She quickly dials a number. Lu Yun answers instantly. Mayor Su, have you finished watching? After 2 seconds of silence, Song Qinglan speaks with a calm and resolute tone. Director Lu, you were right. We must follow public sentiment and meet the needs for spiritual and cultural enrichment. Proceed with the new program schedule, and the technical specifications must be top-notch, 4K HD, detailed close-ups are essential. We need to show the citizens our attention to outstanding men. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Laughter bursts from the other end of the line. Leaning back against the leather chair, she takes a deep breath, her gaze piercing through the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, softly murmuring, Lin Sen. She opens her phone, clicks on the Starlight Dynamics app, and the screen is filled with heated discussions. Wednesday night, Bin Hai University Gymnasium. Lin San steps onto the court, stunned by the drastically different scene before him. Even the last warm-up match didn't have such a spectacle. Now the audience seats are packed with a sea of people, glowing sticks flickering like stars, the air filled with excitement and the scent of perfume. In the center of the stands, a pink glittering banner hangs high, reading, Protect the world's best Lin Sen, eye-catching and prominent. Hundreds of girls wave hand signs, screaming at the top of their lungs. Around the court, multiple professional cameras from Bin Hai TV stations surround the area, a female host adjusting her makeup, preparing for the live broadcast. This momentum rivals even the CBA finals. A group match yet treated with such grandeur? The teammates are shocked, whispering among themselves. Eilina and Gu Xiaoye hurriedly weave through the crowd, their faces full of confusion. Lin Sen asks if last year's group matches were broadcast. Impossible, even the finals might not be broadcast, Eilina replies, proudly linking her arm with his. Her eyes shine with confidence. Don't forget, the only one who gets this treatment is you. Lin Sen knows that his fame has rapidly fermented. Handsome looks, basketball talent, and his actor identity combined have created a stunning effect. Just as his thoughts swirl, the warm-up music starts, and the players gradually step onto the court. The match is about to begin. Lin Sen takes off his jacket, revealing the white jersey underneath. He simply stretches his legs and does a few chest-opening exercises, instantly igniting the stands. No one can ignore those perfect muscle lines and the inverted triangle shape, the waves of screams rolling in one after another. In the distance, a black luxury car glides into Bin Hai University, stopping at the VIP entrance of the gymnasium. The car door opens, and a long, slender leg steps out, a high-end tailored suit dress wrapping around a woman of extraordinary elegance. Qin Wanqing, a legendary alumna, a business genius, holding a family fortune worth billions. As she steps onto the campus, the air is filled with an aura of nobility. Principal Zhang warmly greets her, his words full of respect, leading Qin Wanqing directly to the second-floor VIP seats. The view is unbeatable, offering a panoramic view of the court while being isolated from the noise. The match is about to begin, and the atmosphere is tense. The female referee stood firm, sternly addressing the Finance University team about the competition's rules. No pulling, no malicious physical contact, and absolutely no obscene gestures. High-definition live streaming and all-angle surveillance left no room to hide. The female coach followed up with a hoarse, impassioned warning, threatening severe consequences for any missteps. The Finance University women's team lowered their heads silently, but their eyes kept sneaking glances at Lin Sen. The whistle blew and the game began. Lin Sen stood at the center circle, using his height and jumping ability to easily tip the ball, allowing the guard to launch a quick attack. Unlike the usual hard battles in the paint, he swiftly moved to a low position near the free throw line, turned his back to the basket and signaled for the ball. Underestimating him, the opponent assigned only a single center to defend. Lin Sen received the ball, his back against the defender like an unyielding wall. With a powerful push, he caused the opponent to waver slightly. Just as the defender braced for a head-on collision, Lin Sun suddenly pivoted on his toes, his movement as swift as lightning. The defense scattered like mist, and in a flash, Lin Sun broke through. Taking 3 long strides toward the basket, he flicked his fingers lightly, and the basketball gracefully kissed the backboard before falling through the net. 2 points on the board, and the gymnasium erupted into a tidal wave of cheers, the screams deafening. In the VIP section, Qin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This pretty face was no ordinary player. He was a true master. Meanwhile, in the city center at the municipal government compound, Mayor Song Qinglan stared intently at the large screen in her living room. The slow-motion replay captured every detail of that lethal spin move, every muscle line, every ounce of force meticulously displayed. The rapid pivot was like an illusion, catching the defender completely off guard and culminating in a flawless offensive play. Lin Sun soared, taking 3 strides to the basket. His core strength exploded with perfection, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball fell securely into the net. His movements were powerful yet elegant, a blend of masculinity and artistry. Every detail of his play showcased top-tier athletic talent and an extraordinary appearance. Song Qinglan held a water cup, her body frozen mid-air. She had seen all kinds of men, but never one like Lin Sun, who combined looks and skill so seamlessly. That face worthy of a movie star, that athleticism, fit for a national team, and that surprising acting talent, he was flawless. She set down the cup, slowly leaned back into the sofa, her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks slightly flushed. At this moment, in countless living rooms across Binhai City, women gathered in front of their televisions, watching intently and exclaiming in awe. The director zoomed in on close-ups of Lin Sun's waist and thighs, the slow-motion details revealing breathtaking strength and graceful leaps. A woman in pajamas, her eyes sparkling, whispered teasingly to her best friend, dropping her bag of chips to the floor. Her friend nodded repeatedly, her gaze dreamy and full of longing. In the control room of Binhai City Television, Lu Yun stared unblinkingly at the screen as the viewership rating soared, a victorious smile playing on her lips. An assistant rushed over, trembling with excitement as they held a report. "Director, we've broken the primetime ratings record for the past 3 years." Brimming with confidence, Lu Yun ordered the director to keep the cameras focused on Lin Sun and prepared the phone lines for an onslaught of advertising inquiries. She was certain this year's performance would be a